The Second Federation's presidential election duel has entered the finals. Incumbent President Richard has defeated 3 challengers in succession with his burst-type deck. The Eastern European Federation and the Northern Asian Federation engaged in a large-scale duel at dawn yesterday over the sovereignty of the Third Spirit Land. Both sides deployed over 400 elite duelists competing for core control through a team rotation system. The Eastern European Federation currently holds the advantage, but the Northern Asian Federation's third-wave synchronization chain has not yet been deployed, leaving the outcome uncertain. Emergency evacuations have been completed in 3 nearby civilian settlements, and the United Nations Dual Affairs Department has called for both sides to exercise restraint. In the First Federation's 7th city-state, Lin Wanqing, daughter of Jianghai City, Lord Lin Zhongtian, will hold a public duel for marriage at the Central Square in 3 months. Registration requirements sequence awakening and passing the basic combat assessment with no restrictions on background. Respondents are as numerous as fish crossing a river. The new constitutional amendment across the Federation was announced to develop a better future for humanity. Effective immediately, marriages between humans and spirits will no longer be restricted and can be legally registered and offspring produced. The 117th year of the Wasteland Era. At the assessment duel plaza, You Chen squats beside a rusted alloy flower bed, scrolling through an old phone with a cracked screen. After reading the last news, he clicked his tongue softly. A bit absurd. He had just watched a few more episodes of Sister Shui's Yu-Gi-Oh! Fail compilation and laughed a bit too loudly. And then he was gone. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in this world. A wasteland world where dueling is the only rule. Weapons here are useless. Whether guns or swords, they hold no meaning against card spirits. Once a duel domain is activated, both sides must follow the absolute master rules to determine the winner. And victory or defeat can wager everything. Money, status, resources, even life itself. To master dueling power at a higher level, humans must awaken their sequence. Those are marks left by the gods of old. Some draw an extra card at the start. Some gain an extra monster directly. Abilities vary wildly, numbering over 10,000, and this is only the recorded portion. In the end, sequences are dual skills, essentially cheats. You Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly accepted reality. Fortunately, as a veteran player of MDOCG and Duel Links, both village rules and master rules are etched into his instincts. No matter how insane this world is, he understands its underlying logic. Footsteps approach suddenly. High heels click against the alloy ground, urgent and crisp. You Chen. A woman's voice full of anger crashes down. He looks up. It's the homeroom teacher Zhu Yu, beautiful and kind-hearted with an excellent figure and striking looks. As for her dueling skills, better not mention it. At this moment, the usually gentle teacher's pretty face is frosty, walking quickly to him with eyes full of disappointment. What on earth are you thinking? I can overlook your poor theoretical grades. On such a rare opportunity for dual sequence awakening, how could you fail to choose correctly? You passed up drawing an extra card at the start to choose the draw 1 discard 1 sequence. What's the point? Do you know how many people dream of having that sequence? You've become the joke of the entire school now. You Chen puts away his phone, stands up, and claps his hands. Look, teacher Zhu, you're getting anxious again. His tone is calm. Don't worry, trust my judgment. Zhu Yu nearly chokes on those words, her chest heaving with emotion. Trust you. Trust your failing dual construction theory exams. You Chen falls silent. He had only transmigrated 3 days ago. What do the original owner's grades have to do with him? Just then, the old broadcast system above the plaza suddenly crackles to life. Attention, all the sequence awakening and theoretical testing phase has concluded. The practical assessment is about to begin. This assessment will directly affect final class placement. All candidates, please prepare. Zhu Yu takes a deep breath, seemingly forcing down her emotions. Finally, she just wearily waves her hand. Forget it. I won't bother with you anymore. With your sequence. Don't even think about becoming a combatant. Stay at school for logistics instead. Once you leave the city walls and encounter those spirits, you won't last a day. After saying this, she turns and leaves with a hint of disappointment. The sound of high heels fades into the distance. Yu Chen watches her retreating figure and lightly shrugs. Can't last a day. He looks down at his right hand. Others don't know. He actually has more than one sequence. Before the awakening stone even lit up, he already possessed another hidden sequence. Serial number 0. The divine chosen sequence. When he stands opposite the majority, that sequence responds. The more people oppose him, the richer the reward. But Yu Chen prefers to call it the Jiahao sequence. It's too fitting. Today, when 2 choices appeared on the awakening stone, hundreds of people had almost made the same choice for him in their hearts. And after seeing the rewards of the choices, Yu Chen actually laughed out loud. So he chose the other option. The next moment, the divine chosen space opened. Reward settlement, a deck of cards fell directly into his hands. Dark World initial build. But it was enough. Because the sequence he chose was sequence 2005, choice sequence. The effect is simple, can only be used once per duel. You can choose to draw 1 and discard 1, or discard 1 and draw 1, but the first option might have priority. In others' eyes, this is a worthless exchange. No buffs at all. But in his eyes, this is the key. The perfect key that fits Dark World. As for what others think, what does it matter to him? The world is drunk, but he alone is sober. Isn't that better? Yu Chen puts both hands in his pockets and walks toward the assessment area. The projection lights up. 10 dual fields activate simultaneously. On the screen, the name appears: Yu Chen. Opponent, Zhao Jiming. Brother Yu Chen. A slightly nervous voice comes from the side. He turns his head. Tang Ninger jogs over her twin, tails swaying slightly. She looks at him, her eyes filled with careful worry. Don't feel pressured. Even if you lose, it's okay. Please don't give up your dream because of this. You Chen looks at her silent for 2 seconds. So you also think I'll lose, eh? Tang Ninger pauses, then nods very seriously. Zhao Zhiming is very strong. He ranked in the top 50 in the mock exam, and he uses an aggro combo deck with high attack power. Her voice grows quieter. Plus your sequence and your theoretical grades. You Chen sighs and can't help but retort, hasn't anyone told you that you're pretty good at comforting people? Tang Ninger's pretty face turns red and she smiles, right? I think so too. You Chen. Good comforting. Don't comfort next time. Don't comfort next time. Tang Ninger stands stunned, huh? The broadcast sounds again. Next match, You Chen versus Zhao Zhiming. Both duelists please enter the field. You Chen looks up at the duel arena and smiles slightly. Perfect. I'll start with this top 50 student. The examiner had prepared all the cards, stacking them neatly on the long table. These were standard cards specifically for the examination, preconditioned so that anyone could use them directly. Standing expressionless at the end of the long table, the examiner swept his cold gaze over You Chen and Zhao Zhiming as they approached. The examination rules are simple. Everyone has 30 minutes to select cards and build a deck. The deck must contain no less than 40 cards and no more than 60. There are no restrictions on summoning methods, though at your current level you wouldn't be able to use any others anyway. He paused slightly. Additionally, the shorter your card selection time, the more extra credits you will earn upon victory. If there are no questions, begin now. You Chen naturally had no questions. These were the most basic of concepts to him. On the other side, Zhao Zhiming chuckled lightly and reached up to flick the loose hair from his forehead. This gesture drew a chorus of suppressed gasps from several girls in the spectator area. Without even glancing at You Chen, he began selecting his cards. His movements were unhurried and his rhythm steady. His objective was clear high attack power, rapid deployment, and strong suppression. I suggest you take your time to read the card descriptions carefully. He spoke in a moderate tone while continuing to pick his cards. Don't end up like when you chose your sequence, not even knowing what kind of garbage you picked. Though not loud, his words rang out with unusual clarity in the somewhat quiet examination hall. A burst of laughter immediately erupted from the spectating students. You Chen ignored him. He didn't even have the slight intention to respond. He simply reached out and began to select his cards. 30 minutes of selection time was actually far from enough for the vast majority of students. Deck building was never just about picking strong cards. It involved a series of complexities like pacing, resources, synergy, and deployment paths. If even a single element was off, the entire deck would completely collapse. Many students simply lacked the ability to complete a cohesive build. In the end, they could only cobble together what was known as an Axe King deck, stacking high attack power and relying on brute numerical force. Simple and crude, but also the most unstable. Zhao Zhiming clearly did not belong to this category. He possessed ample confidence in his own strength. His building strategy was clear, his grasp of pacing precise. As for You Chen, he couldn't even be bothered to give it another thought. In his eyes, the other party couldn't even pass the hurdle of understanding a deck. Not long after, this thought arose in his mind. Smack! A crisp slap echoed across the alloy long table. The sound wasn't loud, yet it was exceptionally abrupt. Zhao Zhiming's card-picking hand suddenly froze, and he instinctively looked up. You Chen had already slapped a stack of cards onto the table. Exactly 40 cards. Not one more, not one less. I'm done. No need for a certain someone to rush. You Chen looked at him, a faint smile appearing on his face. For those with slightly slower brains, I'm willing to wait a bit longer. It's no problem. The moment these words were spoken, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into the quiet examination hall, instantly igniting the scent of gunpowder. The entire crowd went into an uproar. Gasps echoed. The tension is palpable. The countdown on the large screen had just passed the 10-minute mark. At that moment, the surroundings noticeably quieted for a second. Immediately after, murmurs spread rapidly. 10 minutes. Did he even look at the cards carefully just now? It seems he didn't even flip through them a second time. Someone frowned. Others couldn't help but sneer. Rushing like that, he definitely just picked at random. Knowing he can't win, he wants to use speed to put psychological pressure on Zhao Zhiming. Too naive. The voices gradually multiplied, but it was no longer just simple laughter. Some began to feel a trace of doubt. Zhao Zhiming's initial astonishment was quickly suppressed. He gave a cold snort, withdrew his gaze, and continued selecting his cards. Meaningless tricks. A deck isn't something that becomes useful just because you pick it fast. Not far away, Zhu Yu couldn't help but reach up and hold her forehead. It's truly over now. She originally didn't have much expectation for this examination, but for that brief moment just now, she still couldn't help but be taken aback. 10 minutes. It was too fast. On the other side, Tang Ninger sighed softly, her eyes filled with worry. Brother You Chen. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Time continued to pass. Zhao Zhiming completed his build at the 25-minute mark. Subsequently, the two entered the dueling field. The dark red dueling domain slowly unfolded on field number 10. Like an inverted, semi-transparent giant bowl, it completely enveloped the two of them. The blood-red light curtains swirled faintly. The air seemed to grow heavy at this moment. This was the dueling domain specifically constructed by the Academy. It could effectively mitigate damage while isolating outside influences. Otherwise, every duel would cause substantial destruction to the real-world environment. It might even affect innocent bystanders. In the spectator seats, Zhu Yu tightly gripped the transcript in her hand, her knuckles turning slightly white. The male examiner beside her held a thermos, his tone flat and indifferent. Stop watching, there's no suspense in this kind of matchup. Remember to have the medical team get ready in a bit. Even with the domain suppression, breaking a few bones is perfectly normal. Zhu Yu didn't speak. She just stared fixedly at that figure in the arena. In the corner, Tang Ninger lowered her head, her hands tightly wrung together. She didn't even dare to keep watching. In her eyes, the outcome of this duel was already destined. Inside the domain, Zhao Jiming cracked his neck, his bones emitting crisp popping sounds. He raised his hand. The energy within his body rapidly condensed, forming a blade-shaped dual disc on his left arm. The metallic luster was heavy and coldly hard, carrying a sense of oppression. You Chen, to be honest, I actually admire you a bit. He grinned, his smile carrying undisguised contempt and cruelty. Facing me, someone in the top 50 of the grade, you still hold onto a shred of luck. Hilarious. If it were anyone else, knowing I was their opponent, they wouldn't have even dared to step on the field. Why insist on coming in to suffer? Being a joke in front of so many people, is it that amusing? You Chen slightly tilted his head. His expression remained calm. Are you done talking? His tone was very light, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The next moment he raised his hand and waved it to his side. A streak of radiant golden light unfolded from his left arm. It extended outward like a pair of wings. The golden dual disc took shape. The golden luster was warm and pure, appearing completely out of place in the entire post-apocalyptic world. Zhao Jiming's smile slightly froze. He narrowed his eyes. At that moment, an indescribable sense of strangeness suddenly rose in his heart. This feeling wasn't strong, yet it lingered. A dozen days ago, he had caused trouble for You Chen. Back then, the other party was nothing but an absolute piece of trash. Cowardly, slow, and completely lacking in presence. But now the feeling was entirely different. That state of being as he stood there. That almost aloof calmness. He suddenly realized that he couldn't see through him at all. Was this really the same person? A flicker of surprise passed through Zhu Yu's eyes. You Chen indeed felt different to her now. Standing there, his very breathing and rhythm seemed to have grown much steadier, wholly unlike before. And that golden dual disc. She had seen countless cards, whether in competition materials or academy archives, yet never encountered such a color scheme. Duel start. The examiner raised his hand and waved. Duel. You Chen LP 4000 Zhao Jiming LP 4000. A coin was tossed into the air, spinning several times under the lights before falling back into a palm. Heads. You Chen goes first. Zhao Jiming merely glanced at his 5-hand cards. The next moment, a low chuckle escaped him. What if you go first? He raised his chin slightly, his gaze carrying undisguised condescension. Your luck is terrible, You Chen. I've got a divine opening hand this round. He flicked the cards in his hand, his tone flippant. This duel won't last more than a few minutes. You Chen lowered his gaze, looking at his own 5-hand cards. His eyes lingered on the card faces for a moment. His expression suddenly turned somewhat odd, as if confirming something. Zhao Jiming keenly caught this, and the smile on his lips grew even wider. What could it be? A dead hand? Not at all. You Chen raised his eyes, his tone still calm. It's just that next. He paused. Might be a bit cruel to you. Zhao Jiming froze for a moment, then snorted with laughter. You don't even know what my hand is, and you're that confident. You Chen lifted his gaze, merely saying faintly, you'll know soon enough. He rested his fingertips on the edge of his hand cards, gently pushing them, his movements unhurried. I first activate a sequence skill trade-off sequence. Draw one card, then discard one card. As the words fell, he drew a card from his 5-hand cards and sent it to the graveyard without hesitation. Next, with a twist of his wrist, he drew a replacement from the deck. The motion was so fluid it barely paused. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Zhao Jiming let out a dismissive laugh. Just a 1-for-1 sequence skill. What significance could it have? Yet Yu Chen's next words froze the smile on his lips. The card I just discarded into the graveyard is compensation treasure. When this card is discarded to the graveyard, I can draw 2 cards from the deck. Zhao Jiming's smile stiffened. In the exchange, Yu Chen's hand had gone from 5 cards to 7. A seemingly simple sequence skill, yet in his hands it was paired with a graveyard effect, forcibly yielding a draw 3 advantage. Around them, low murmurs spread rapidly. Draw 3. How can he play it like that? Zhu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. She certainly knew this combo. The graveyard effect of compensation treasure. She had memorized it, the mechanism of trade-off sequence. She was equally clear. But knowing was one thing. Being able to instantly link one's own sequence with card effects was another. Even choosing the sequence in the first place already set the stage for this step. These were things ordinary students could not achieve. Could it be? He thought of it in advance. The thought flashed through Zhu Yu's mind. Then she shook her head. Impossible. Tang Ninger, however, brightened and murmured, so there's this trick too. As expected of brother Yu Chen. Yu Chen gave no one much time to digest. The next moment he moved. Holding a card between 2 fingers, he spread it before his eyes. Activate the magic card confiscation. Pay 1,000 life points to confirm your opponent's hand, and choose 1 card to discard. The numbers on the dual disc flickered. Yu Chen LP 4000 3000. He looked at Zhao Jiming and added unhurriedly, now? Don't you know your hand? How hard is that? Zhao Jiming's mouth twitched violently. He forced his expression under control, not Why would anyone bring this card in their deck? Not only is it a 1-for-1, but you also lose 1000 LP yourself. Is it really worth it? At this, You Chen actually laughed, saying that shows your understanding of duelist resolve in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still too shallow. He raised a finger, his tone calm. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Life points only matter in terms of having them or not. 4000 and 1000, before you die there's no essential difference. And a 1-for-1. It trades away one of your key cards. Plus it reveals your entire hand. Why not? He paused, his gaze falling on Zhao Jiming's face. His tone remained flat, but it cut even sharper. No way. A top 50 in the grade and you don't even have that much resolve. These words struck like a blade piercing straight into Zhao Jiming's heart. You bastard. His teeth clenched, the words forced out between them. I'll see how long you can keep up this arrogance. Choose as you wish. He abruptly spread out his 5 cards. The cards fanned out in the air. Explosive armor, premature burial, Amazonas fighter, Guilford the lightning, booby trap. You Chen glanced at them. This time his expression truly turned odd. Bro, not to be rude, but this beat-down deck of yours. You call that a divine hand? How much longer are you going to stare? Zhao Jiming waited a few seconds, then sneered. Just say you're intimidated. You Chen snapped back to attention and shook his head. His tone carried a hint of genuine perplexity after serious thought. Honestly, the cards are too trash. I'm not even sure which one to discard. He reached out and tapped one. Alright, I'll discard Amazonas fighter. Zhao Jiming nearly bit his tongue. A sharp intake of breath spread through the onlookers. A bottom-ranking student had just publicly called the deck of a top 50 student trash. And why not discard premature burial? That was a key magic card that could directly revive a monster from the graveyard. Any duelist with basic sense would prioritize that. Not discarding it. What else could it be but ineptitude? Zhu Yu frowned, her gaze darkening. Another choice like this. Yet another answer no one else would pick. But Yu Chen on the field had already moved to the next step. Now then, he drew another card from his hand, revealing it. On the card face, 2 grinning imps stared at each other, their smiles eerie and twisted. I activate the magic card from my hand, mischievous twin demons. Pay 1000 life points to activate. Your opponent randomly discards 1 card from their hand, then you choose and discard 1 card from your own hand. The life points on the dual disc flickered again. Yu Chen LP 3000 2000. You're still at it. Zhao Jiming's voice finally cracked. He even took an involuntary half-step forward before realizing it was the dual field and forcing himself to stop. Yu Chen let out a light laugh. Not look down on discarding, huh? What's wrong? Already triggered. He tilted his head slightly, his tone still unhurried. Don't rush. Top 50 of the grade. This is only the beginning. At these words, Zhao Jiming's face flushed crimson, instantly his complexion turning a deep shade of liver purple. What a damn bastard. How dare a failing student critique him to his face, and worst of all, he was utterly powerless to retort. Otherwise, how could his flush have spread so rapidly? First the precise 1-for-1 peek and discard from the spell card confiscation, followed by tricksy twin demons, discarding 2 cards from his hand. With just 2 opening moves, the 5 cards Zhao Jiming prided himself on had been stripped of 3 in an instant loss to Yu Chen's effortless finesse. Yu Chen was quite pleased with the opponent's fury. The cards he had just played were none other than the forbidden cards once banned across all platforms, let alone confiscation. Consider Tricksy Twin Demons, a single card that discards 2 from the hand. Tell me, does that spell doom? This card was nothing short of divine. This hand destruction deck was the very same one that claimed the first world championship in the history of the global Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, and many of the cards were from the early era. Thus, even with the Academy's limited resources, it was still possible to assemble a decent approximation. In the spectators stands the male examiner who had been so certain Yu Chen would be obliterated in a single turn now froze, his thermos suspended mid-air, the sneer on his lips fading into silence. He glanced at the few cards remaining in Zhao Jiming's hand, then at Yu Chen's impassive expression, a flicker of doubt creeping into his eyes. Zhu Yu furrowed her delicate brows, though she had not stepped onto the field herself, merely observing this bizarre playstyle from the sidelines. After Zhao Jiming had randomly discarded 1 card, Yu Chen immediately added, and there's 1 more top 50 student. Zhao Jiming's body trembled. Now every word from Yu Chen set his blood ablaze, but of course, it was the heat of rage. 1 more discard, and only 2 cards remained. This isn't a duel. Zhao Jiming's blood pressure soared as he gritted his teeth, barely restraining the urge to strike. No, this is the very essence of a duel. Yu Chen slid a green card into the magic trap zone. Next, I activate the continuous spell card Mirage of Nightmare from my hand. The space above the duel field twisted slightly. A phantom outline coalesced slowly like an unstable illusion, overlapping and shifting in the air. It eventually formed a twisted mirage of a demon constructed from light and shadow, exuding an eerie aura that instinctively repelled onlookers. This card's effect: during your opponent's standby phase, I can draw cards until my hand has 4 cards. As a cost, during my next standby phase, I must randomly discard the same number of cards I drew. Yu Chen explained calmly, then shoved the remaining cards into the back row all at once. Next, I set 4 cards face down. In my turn. Your turn now. Don't get cocky. You don't even have a single defense monster on your field. This is suicide. Zhao Jiming clenched his remaining 2 cards, fighting the urge to leap forward and punch. As Yu Chen's end-of-turn declaration fell, the entire arena plunged into a deathly eerie silence. The surrounding students were utterly baffled. Those who had come expecting a one-sided massacre now exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of trick is You Chen playing? 4 face-down cards in the back row, but an empty front row. Pure bluff. Without a monster, if Zhao Jiming draws a high-attack beater, he can wipe out his life points in one strike. Finally, it's my turn. Draw. Zhao Jiming, boiling with rage, yanked a card from the top of his deck. You Chen didn't even shift his posture, calmly announcing, "Well, it's my turn to play again. During your standby phase, thanks to the effect of Mirage of Nightmare, my hand is replenished to 4 cards. 4 new cards slid into You Chen's hand, instantly erasing the card advantage. So what if you replenish? On your turn, you'll have to discard them all. Don't rush to die. I will." Zhao Jiming was about to act when he was interrupted again. "Don't rush, that's you. You think it's your turn?" "No, it's still my turn." You Chen swung his arm, and one of his face-down cards flipped open, revealing a sinister trap illusion. Activate trap card. Activate trap card, Dark Scheme. Effect: both players choose 2 cards from their hand and discard them, then draw 2 cards from their decks. Of course, you can discard 1 card from your hand to negate this effect. You Chen quickly slid the 2 newly drawn cards into the graveyard slot. The dual disc's green light flashed, and 2 new cards popped out. Zhao Jiming's eyes lit up. Was there such a good deal? The remaining cards weren't useless, but they were a bit clunky. Exchanging them for free was like manna from heaven. As for discarding a card to negate the effect, only a fool would refuse such a balanced trade. You brought this on yourself. Zhao Jiming now had 3 cards in hand. Without hesitation, he sent 2 of them to the graveyard and drew 2 new cards. When he saw the faces of the cards he had just drawn, ecstasy flooded his face. Truly a heavenly hand. The opportunity has come. You look like you've drawn a life-saving card. You Chen chuckled and winked, but the smile sent a chill down Zhao Jiming's spine. Scared? Too late. Zhao Jiming's eyes turned icy cold, murderous intent leaking out. Scared? It's not your turn yet. You Chen's smile widened like a hunter watching his prey step into the trap. Because the discard triggered by Dark Scheme just now fulfills the condition. I activate my second face-down card, the continuous trap, Forced Reception. This card's effect: it can be activated when you discard a card from your hand. As long as this card remains on the field, each time you discard a card from your hand, your opponent must discard the same number of cards. You Chen's words landed like a hammer on the chest of everyone who understood the game. In the spectator stands, Zhu Yu's eyes widened sharply, and she gasped. She finally grasped the seemingly self-destructive logic behind You Chen's strategy. Zhao Jiming shuddered, his expression frozen solid. He too realized the terrifying chain of combos. So you intended to use this disgusting chain, waiting for your Mirage of Nightmare's drawback to discard on your next turn, dragging me into discarding as well. Zhao Jiming swallowed hard. If it came to that, his hand would be completely drained. Nice dream. Zhao Jiming's face twisted in fury as he roared, but I won't leave any cards for you to discard. I'll take you out in one blow right now. After You Chen finished his plays, Zhao Jiming finally slapped a card onto the field. Next, I pay 800 life points to activate the equip spell card Premature Burial from my hand. Zhao Jiming's life points 3200. I special summon a monster from my graveyard in attack position. Zhao Jiming slammed the card onto his dual disc and pointed at You Chen, laughing maniacally. Idiot. If you hadn't discarded this Premature Burial earlier, you'd be dead now. Come forth, Lightning Warrior Guilford. 2800 attack points. Zhao Jiming is bringing out the boss. He's won. You Chen's field is empty. 1 slash, and it's over. What's the use of all those fancy hand destruction combos? In the Wasteland, if you can't hold the field, you're dead. Zhu Yu shook her head helplessly. She admitted You Chen's deck construction was bizarre and advanced, but ultimately he lacked practical experience. During the first turn's hand inspection, he had let slip this most lethal revival card. You Chen lifted his eyes unhurriedly, his deep pupils reflecting the raging thunder, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You really think I didn't see that card just now, eh? You Chen's voice was low but eerily cut through the thunderous roar. What if I told you? You've been nothing but a pig I'm fattening for slaughter. Zhao Jiming was stunned. Raising pigs. What did that mean? Before his mind could wrap around it, You Chen's arm had already swung down sharply. The third face-down card on the dual disc flipped over, and a burst of light shot forth. Open the face-down card. Counter trap card. Magic Erasure. You Chen's declaration of execution rang through the arena, every word striking Zhao Jiming's heart. When this card is activated, you must discard 2 cards from your hand as cost. Its effect negates the activation of a spell card and destroys it. Moreover, I will confirm your hand and deck. If there are any cards with the same name as the destroyed spell card, they are all sent to the graveyard forcibly. Crack. The solidifying phantom of Premature Burial shattered in mid-air, fragments scattering in all directions. Zhao Jiming stared blankly at the dissipating lights, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. A few seconds later, he jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes wide, panting heavily as he shouted incredulously, "Why? Since you saw this card with confiscation on your first turn, why didn't you discard it then? You deliberately kept it just for this moment." You Chen looked at the other's face, now flushed purple, and laughed at the question. He had thought that after this chain the opponent would at least understand a little. Is that all? If I had discarded it on the first turn, what would I use to trigger Magic Erasure now, eh? You Chen chuckled lightly. The fact that you asked, that shows you have no idea how deep a trap you've fallen into. He lifted his chin slightly. The point was never that magic erasure negates and destroys your revival card. The key is discarding 2 cards from your hand as cost. And due to the effect of the continuous trap forced acceptance, when I discard 2 cards from my hand, you must also discard 2 cards from your hand. His gaze slowly dropped to Zhao Jiming's rigid hands. You have exactly the last 2 cards in your hand, so please send them all to the graveyard. Thank you. Zhao Jiming's pupils contracted sharply. His hand. Gone. When did that happen? How was it gone? In a daze, he even felt a sense of mental confusion. Cheating. Impossible. Every step was right in front of him, logically sound. His mentality plummeted while his blood pressure skyrocketed. The surrounding audience was dead silent, all eyes wide with shock. What kind of move was this? 6 cards in hand wiped out in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yu held her breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. Only at this moment did she truly understand that You Chen's intention had been planted from the very beginning. After piecing together all the logic, she was utterly stunned. From start to finish, You Chen had been playing on a higher plane. Their understanding hadn't even reached the 5th level. But it wasn't their fault. They had truly never seen such a tactic. Everyone present without exception had their eyes opened by this move. You Chen wasn't done yet. He waved his hand grandly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't rush, it's not over yet. Among the cards discarded just now, there is a Mistwind Griffin. When this card is sent from the hand to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Mistwind monster from your deck. The effect of Mistwind Griffin can only be used once per turn. I special summon Mistwind Falcon from my deck. As soon as the words fell, a sharp cry tore through the sky above the duel field. A figure of emerald green swooped down from the high sky. It was a slender falcon, its entire body covered in interlocking shades of jade feathers, each one gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Its wings spanned nearly 2 meters wide, the tips curving back into blade-like arcs, emitting a piercing shriek as they cut through the air. Its tail feathers fanned out, edges sharp as saw teeth, leaving a faint green trail in the air. It dove rapidly, spreading its wings at the last moment before impact. A shockwave exploded from beneath its wings, sweeping across the ground in all directions. Mistwind Falcon Wind Attribute Level 2 Winged Beast Type Tuner ATK 600 DF 1400. You Chen raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, chuckling lightly. Top 50 in the grade, please begin your performance. Zhao Jiming gritted his teeth, his mentality completely shattered. His eyes bloodshot, he let out a hysterical roar and, disregarding the duel rules, clenched his fist to charge at You Chen. Warning. Examinee Zhao Jiming, please mind your behavior. The examiner's stern shout instantly silenced the entire arena. The male examiner, his face dark, spoke coldly into the microphone. Attempting to use physical violence within the duel field will result in immediate disqualification from the assessment. Either continue playing cards or surrender immediately. Zhao Jiming stood frozen, his fists clenched white, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He had never felt such a strong urge to punch someone, and he couldn't understand it at all. Oh, he wished he could summon his own fists to fight. In the audience, the students who had come to watch You Chen's joke were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this move? No monsters, no attack power contest, just stripping the opponent's hand clean. Damn, look what they've done to Zhao Jiming. Zhao Jiming bit his teeth hard, his chest heaving violently, clinging to his last lifeline as he stared at You Chen. Fine. You're ruthless. My hand is gone, but I haven't lost yet. He pointed at the spell card on You Chen's backfield and roared, don't forget you still have Nightmare's Mirage on your field. Next turn during your standby phase, its side effect will force you to discard your entire hand. Then we'll both have no hand and no monsters on the field. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. Knowledgeable spectators outside the field realized it. That's right, this was the most fatal side effect of the Mirage, drinking poison to quench thirst. You Chen shook his head pityingly and laughed out loud. You're right, but who told you I'd keep it? He slowly raised his right hand and lightly tapped the backfield area. Don't forget, I still have a face-down card. Open the last face-down card and activate the quick play spell Emergency Provisions. A soft glow radiated from the card. Send this card and any number of spell trap cards on your field to the graveyard to activate. You gain 1,000 life points for each card sent to the graveyard this way. Anime effect. You Chen looked up at Zhao Jiming, his smile enigmatic. And my choice, of course. Zhao Jiming's body jolted, and he cried out in horror, could it be? You Chen smiled mysteriously, the answer was already self-evident. And my choice, of course. Nightmare's Mirage. As the words fell, the eerie spell card on the backfield turned into a stream of light and sank into the graveyard along with Emergency Provisions. A soft green life force rose from You Chen's body, and his LP value began to climb. 2 cards sent to the graveyard, recovering 2,000 LP in total. Life points steadily rose, landing firmly at 4,000. You Chen twisted his neck slightly, feeling the warm comfort of life force surging through his body. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the opponent with a half smile. Oh, that feels great. Now do you still want to continue? Oh, I almost forgot. He paused, his tone light and casual. You have no cards. You can't do a thing. No. That's wrong. Zhao Jiming's gaze darted back and forth between You Chen's soaring life points and his own field. Hand zone empty. Monster zone empty. Spell trap zone empty. Nothing was left. What was there to play? Play with a hammer. Thud. Zhao Jiming's knees gave way, and he fell heavily onto the cold alloy floor. The dull sound of his knees hitting the metal echoed clearly through the speaker system into everyone's ears. His mental defenses under this flawless chain of schemes collapsed completely. I in my turn. He forced out the words one by one through clenched teeth. His face was full of reluctance, but he had no choice. He was furious for a moment, then his turn ended. The audience exchanged bewildered glances. What had happened? Was it over already? Many people were still frantically replaying the dazzling chain of moves in their minds, seeing only confusion and shock on each other's faces. Yet just as everyone thought You Chen was about to draw a card, You Chen raised his hand with a smile. The turn is over. This is the moment. During the end phase, I activate the effect of Dark Manticore in the graveyard. When this card is sent to the graveyard during the end phase of that turn, you can send one Beast Warrior or Winged Beast-type monster from your hand or field to the graveyard, special summon this card from the graveyard. I send Mistwind Falcon on my field to the graveyard, special summon from the graveyard. Dark Manticore. As the words landed, a deep blue thunderbolt exploded from the graveyard zone. Boom. The lightning struck the ground, sending a violent shockwave in all directions. A gale swept up from the center of the graveyard, making the flags on the sidelines flutter noisily. The students in the front row, hit by the sudden pressure, all stepped back, half a step. Roar! A harsh, savage roar exploded from the lightning. A gigantic figure shot into the sky. It was a monster. The upper body was that of a lion with rippling muscles beneath dark red fur, each one bursting with explosive power. Its segmented limbs were thick as iron pillars, and the venomous tail at the end was raised high, the stinger hissing with a sizzling sound as it cut through the air. It flipped in midair and crashed down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground cracked outward from the impact point, fissures spreading like a spiderweb. Dust-laden air surged in all directions, and the front row students instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces. Dark Manticore Fire Attribute Level 6 Beast Warrior Type ATK 2300 DF 1000. Zhuyu covered her mouth with both hands, shock washing over her like a tidal wave. There was still more. The summoning of Mistwind Falcon, its discard being sent to the graveyard. She had understood every step, but only when the Manticore roared out of the graveyard did she truly connect all the pieces. Every step was a setup, every step was inevitable. This chain was flawless. Tang Ninger, watched with sparkling eyes, utterly captivated, her lips moving but unable to utter a word. Zhao Jiming was still kneeling. Before he could recover from the grief of having his hand stripped, a greater despair crashed down on him. He had struggled so hard to summon a monster with 2300 ATK, while You Chen casually discarded a few cards, not only losing no card advantage, but also special summoning a 2300 ATK monster. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he did, he would truly die of rage here. And You Chen's chain was far from over. You Chen chuckled lightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Now, it's my turn. The entire arena fell silent for a beat. Then, as if snapping back to reality, it erupted. Wait. That was Zhao Jiming's turn just now. Hasn't You Chen been the one making all the moves? So you're saying that Zhao Jiming, ranked in the top 50 of the grade, didn't even get a chance to fight back in one turn? Holy shit. One by one, from students to examiners, they realized it. This delayed shock was even more terrifying than an instant impact. Looking back, the entire duel, aside from his first turn, Zhao Jiming had been on the receiving end the whole time. He was like a piece on a chessboard. You Chen moved him when he wanted, and when he didn't, he could only stand there and watch the opponent perform alone. True domination wasn't about killing you, it was about denying you even the right to fight back. It was You Chen's turn. He casually drew a card from the top of his deck, not even glancing at its face. Holding the card between two fingers, he slapped it directly onto the duel disc. I normal summon. Cam the Silent of the Mist Wind. A soft green light bloomed, and a slender green figure stepped out from the glow. She was tall and graceful, with long emerald hair reaching her waist, the ends slightly curled and floating in the air. Her form-fitting pale green battle robe was embroidered with patterns of wind flowing subtly with her movements. She stood on the field surrounded by a faint breeze. Cam the Silent of the Mistwind Wind Attribute Level 4 Psychic Type ATK 1700 DF 1100. Activate her effect. Once per turn, you can return 2 Mistwind monsters from your graveyard to your deck, then draw 1 card. You Chen replenished his hand again, drawing another round of exclamations. This deck not only stripped the opponent's hand, but also replenished itself. Thus the card advantage between the two sides would gradually widen. Just thinking about it was enough to fill one with despair. Recover then draw. Not only does the special summon cost nothing, but it also gains a special summon and card advantage. One step leads to another. Zhao Jiming knelt on the ground, dazed and lost. The worldview of the students present was utterly shattered at that moment. Enough. Stop. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Zhao Jiming clutched his head, 3 cries of agony, each sharper and more broken than the last. The first cry was still a roar, the second already carried a sob, and the third tore straight from his throat. He curled up on the ground, shoulders shaking violently, huddled into a ball. Important things are said 3 times. Zhao Jiming was completely broken. Then he suddenly looked up, his face full of grievance and spite. This is cheating. This isn't a real duel. What kind of man are you? Listening to this impotent rage of a loser, You Chen only found it amusing. The reason Yu-Gi-Oh! Is called the king of games is because of its all-encompassing deck-building system. To be defeated by a basic hand destruction deck, and then cry that this isn't a real duel. These greenhouse flowers of the wasteland had clearly never experienced the harsh reality of the outside world, where someone could combo for 10 minutes and leave you unable to play a single card. Top 50 in the grade, and this is all the courage you have. A smile played on You Chen's lips, his tone as relaxed as if chatting. Sorry, I refuse to surrender. Since you say this isn't a duel, then let me give you a real one. Direct attack. You can surrender. Whether to accept or not is my business. This is payback for his previous arrogance and domination. Before this, Zhao Jiming had been bullying and oppressing him for some time. Now that he had transmigrated, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. They had to understand that arrogance comes at a price. Xuanfeng de Jingji Camu received the order and moved. She raised her short staff, a clear and crisp cry piercing the air. The staff's vines burst forth, tiny white flowers blooming in a green tidal wave, and a jade-green orb of light condensed at the tip. The orb spun rapidly, madly drawing in the surrounding air, producing a sharp whistling sound. A visible tornado rose from the staff's tip, expanding and thickening. She twisted her wrist, and the tornado with a tearing shriek blasted toward Zhao Jiming. Oh! Zhao Jiming let out a piercing scream. The tornado engulfed him entirely. The wind blades sliced through his body like countless tiny knives. The energy shield burst into a blinding white light upon contact, but it was utterly unable to block the penetrating impact. His internal organs were trembling, blood surging through his veins. Minus 1,700 LP. Life points plummeted to 1,500. Zhao Jiming knelt on the ground, trembling all over, hair disheveled, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Before he could catch his breath, a huge shadow loomed over him. Anhitsi Zaiweishi moved. Its knotted limbs exerted force simultaneously, and its massive body shot out with lightning speed. The lion-like upper body's muscles bulged to the extreme. Its right front paw raised high, 5 claws carving 5 dark red scorch marks through the air. Its scorpion tail whipped out from behind, the venomous stinger aimed at Zhao Jiming's chest. Boom! The giant claw struck solidly. Zhao Jiming flew out like a broken kite. The energy shield burst into a sky full of light spots upon contact, followed by the sound of bones breaking. 2,300 LP. Life points dropped to 0. The aftereffects lingered. Zhao Jiming flew several meters and slammed heavily into the energy barrier at the edge of the duel field, causing the barrier to ripple violently, waves spreading outward. He bounced onto the ground, rolling twice before stopping, lying face down on the cold alloy floor, motionless. Yua! The final scream stuck in his throat, turning into a large mouthful of blood sprayed on the ground, a glaring red. His fingers twitched twice. Then he completely fainted. The entire arena fell silent. Zhu Yu stood there in shock, her hands still covering her mouth, not yet lowered. Her gaze slowly moved away from Zhao Jiming's prone body and settled on You Chen's retreating back. She opened her mouth, but found her throat too dry to make a sound. Throughout the entire duel, from beginning to end, she had watched every move You Chen made very carefully. Yet only when the final blow landed did she realize she had never truly understood him. This was a complete dimension-reducing strike. And on the other side stood Tang Ning. Her beautiful eyes were now wide open, her pupils reflecting the mess on the duel field, the cracked floor, the lingering energy ripples, Zhao Jiming lying on the ground, and the departing back. Her chest heaved violently, and her hands unconsciously clutched the hem of her closed knuckles, white from the strain. Oh my god, brother You Chen actually won. And not only that, he utterly crushed Zhao Jiming. Is this really brother You Chen? Her lips moved. There was light in her eyes, the kind of dazed admiration. Everyone else was still frozen in place. Some had their mouths wide open, forgetting to close, some had dropped their water bottles without noticing, some were half risen from their seats, but forgot to sit down. You Chen withdrew his gaze and calmly swept it across the entire arena. That smile still lingered on his lips. Now is this a real duel? With that, he unplugged his dual disc and turned around. With unhurried steps, he walked toward the exit. The moment he turned, the previously dead silent square erupted into an uproar. Holy shit, he won. This unknown bottom-tier student actually defeated the top 50 Zhao Jiming and made him surrender. The craziest thing is how he won. He only dealt 800 damage to Zhao Jiming from start to finish and completely broke his spirit. This is simply inhuman. He turned a 2-player duel into a solo game, not even leaving a single card for the opponent. Too cruel. Just watching it makes my blood pressure skyrocket. How is You Chen's brain wired? Awe-filled gazes. Trembling gazes. Unbelievable gazes. They projected from all directions of the spectator stands, converging on the retreating figure. You Chen. At that moment, a voice rang out, causing everyone's gaze to instinctively turn. You Chen looked up, startled. It was the bald principal. The eyes of the entire school shifted sharply toward the source of the sound. At the main entrance of the plaza, a bald, middle-aged man walked steadily forward. His head gleamed, his dark gray principal's uniform was pressed without a single wrinkle, and his expression was stern. The crowd on both sides automatically parted to form a path. The principal is here. Even the principal got involved, eh? The bald principal walked through the crowd, his gaze fixed on You Chen at the center of the dueling arena. He first glanced at the unconscious Zhao Jiming on the ground, then looked at the lingering energy ripples on the field, and finally, turned his gaze back to You Chen. You Chen frowned slightly. Was this guy here to settle a score with him? You Chen. The voice was not loud, but full of authority, carrying a weight that commanded respect. I watched this duel from start to finish in the surveillance room. Every step you took was precise with no wasted motion, and even your every move exceeded my expectations. He paused, and a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Although your written exam scores were mediocre, given your performance in this duel, I've decided to formally place you in the special class starting now. Because this duel wasn't just about defeating a top 50 student, it showed me the diversity of dueling. That was also why the principal had chosen to come down personally. If it had followed the normal process, even with a win, You Chen wouldn't have made it into the special class. His written scores were too poor. As his words fell, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Special class. Straight into the special class. One duel, and he jumps from the bottom to the special class. That's a huge leap. But he really did prove his strength. Zhao Zhiming was beaten that badly. You Chen was somewhat surprised, as this was unexpected for him too. He responded, The bald principal looked at his calm demeanor, and the appreciation in his eyes deepened. He stepped forward and lowered his voice. Come to my office with me. You Chen lifted his eyes, asked no questions, and dismissed the dual disc with his left hand before following. The two walked one after the other across the plaza. Students on both sides automatically stepped back, and countless gazes came from all directions. Awe, curiosity, envy, admiration. Every emotion imaginable. You Chen kept his eyes straight ahead, his pace steady. In the crowd, Zhu Yu stood still without moving. She watched You Chen walk away behind the principal, slowly removed her glasses, and wiped the lenses with her thumb, a habitual gesture whenever her emotions churned violently. She had watched the entire duel from beginning to end. Every chain link, every graveyard synergy, every resource conversion. Now she finally understood. But precisely because she understood, it felt even more incredible. The precision of that deck construction, not just for a student, but even for her, as a teacher, she doubted she could execute it so effortlessly in real combat. Not long ago, no one had believed You Chen could win, and she had even told him his sequence was useless. Now You Chen seemed to have used this duel to slap everyone in the face. Zhu Yu could feel her own face burning slightly. Zhu Yu put her glasses back on, and shook her head with a self-deprecating laugh. The lenses reflected the setting sun, hiding the emotion in her eyes, but the bitter smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden. After so many years as a teacher, this was the first time a student had taught her a lesson through actual combat. The administrative building lobby was spacious and quiet. The two walked to a door at the end of the corridor, a door with no nameplate, only a string of gilded numbers. The principal pushed the door open and stepped aside. Come in. You Chen stepped inside. The room was larger than he had imagined. A floor-to-ceiling window on the left, a row of bookshelves on the right, and a wide desk in the center. A man sat on the sofa in his early 50s, wearing dark casual clothes. His features were sharp with fine lines at the corners of his eyes, and his gaze was keen and composed. He held a cup of tea, steam rising. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the principal to land directly on You Chen. He paused for about 3 seconds, then set down the cup, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So you're You Chen? He stood up, walked over to You Chen, and looked down at the young man before him. The youth, not very tall, met his gaze with calm eyes, neither dodging nor deliberately staring back. My name is Gao Yang. I'm the dueling consultant for Radiant Academy, and an old friend of your principal. He introduced himself succinctly. I watched your entire duel on the monitors. Your construction logic, resource management, graveyard combos. The most mature I've ever seen among your peers. You Chen's eyes flickered at this, and he asked in surprise, Radiant Academy, one of the 4 great academies. That's right. Gao Yang gave an easygoing smile. He paused, then raised his eyes, his gaze settling on You Chen's left hand hanging at his side. But what truly interests me is another matter. His gaze stopped at the spot where You Chen's dual disc had just been recalled. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Honestly, I've combed through historical records, and I've never seen a golden dual disc before, and the peak data load within a single chain far exceeded normal limits. That's not a dual disc an ordinary person could condense. He withdrew his gaze and looked into You Chen's eyes. So I'd like to ask you 2 questions. First, where did you learn your deck building philosophy? Second, what exactly is the origin of this dual disc of yours? The office fell silent for about 3 seconds. You Chen raised his left hand, palm up, fingers loosely curled. A golden glow emerged from his palm. Initially just a tiny point of light, then it spread abruptly, like a flame catching, creeping upward along the contours of his arm. Within the golden radiance, the form of a dual disc slowly condensed an inch above his palm. Thin, sharp edges, smooth, energy lines, and that unique luster that flowed slowly over the surface like molten gold. The entire dual disc hovered above his palm. No support, no mechanical structure, purely formed of energy, yet more solid and sharp than any physical object. The golden light reflected on You Chen's face mirrored in his eyes. The gazes of the other 2 people in the office simultaneously fell on the floating dual disc. The bald principal's hand holding the teacup froze midair. Gao Yang's pupils contracted slightly. You Chen looked at the golden dual disc hovering above his palm, speaking casually, as if mentioning something trivial. The deck has no master. I figured it out myself. After enough duels, you just get it. He closed his fingers, and the golden dual disc obediently shrank back into his palm, vanishing along with the light into his body. The golden patterns left on his arm flickered twice before completely fading. As for this dual disc, I don't understand it either. Senior Gao, can you see anything? To be honest, You Chen himself didn't know what the golden dual disc was about. He also wanted to use this Senior Gao to find out what was going on. Gao Yang's gaze lingered on the floating golden dual disc, not moving away for a long time. He didn't answer immediately either. He stared at You Chen's right palm for 2 more seconds, then turned and walked back to the sofa, sitting down again. He picked up the teacup, but didn't drink, merely rubbing the rim with his thumb. The office was silent for a full several seconds. Kid, tell me one thing first. Gao Yang raised his eyes, his gaze turning exceptionally sharp. What is your sequence number? Sequence 2005, the choice sequence. You Chen answered truthfully. Gao Yang's eyebrow twitched slightly. He put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and crossed his hands on his knees. In the admission evaluations of all schools, the sequence with the number 2005 is usually directly classified into the category of limited potential. He paused, staring straight at You Chen. However, if an individual's dual strength is exceptionally strong, the color of the dual disc will also change. Therefore, as of now, the reason for your golden dual disc is still unknown. You Chen didn't answer immediately. Senior Gao, he raised his eyes, his tone calm. Sequences are only distinguished by number, not by strength, right? This seems to be something the teacher mentioned on the first day of enrollment. Gao Yang was taken aback. The bald principal, who had been silent all along, suddenly chuckled and said leisurely while holding his teacup, "Old Gao, how does it feel to be rebutted by a student using the very words you once said yourself?" Gao Yang ignored the principal's teasing. He stared into You Chen's eyes, finally confirming his guess. Sequences are only distinguished by number, not by strength. He repeated it, his tone more solemn than before. That's right, this sentence appears in the textbooks of the 4 great academies. But although the number does not necessarily represent strength, it does have a certain influence, and this follows a certain pattern in dual studies. He leaned back into the sofa, tapped his fingers on the armrest twice, and after a brief silence spoke again. Regarding the golden dual disc, I indeed have not seen any records in historical books. But this is not without clues. In the old documents of the core city-state, there is an extremely vague record that during the early Wasteland Era, a duelist once appeared whose dual disc displayed a molten gold color. There are very few records about him, leaving only a title, the Wasteland Pioneer. It is said that he was one of the earliest leaders to explore the Wasteland's secret realms. You Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. There were other duelists with golden dual discs. But regarding the Pioneer's own sequence number, Gao Yang shook his head. There are no records at all. All his archives seem to have been deliberately erased by someone, leaving only a title and a few sparse legends. However, there is one point very similar to your situation. The legend mentions that the abilities displayed by that Pioneer also did not match his sequence number. So if you can find the Pioneer, you might be able to figure out what's going on with yourself. Don't say you're curious, I'm curious too. This is also the reason I called you here. The office was silent for about 3 seconds. You Chen frowned slightly. He still didn't know enough about this world. The Pioneer, the Wasteland's secret realms, the molten gold dual disc abilities that didn't match the sequence number. These fragments began to collide in his mind, but they couldn't yet form a complete picture. Senior Gao, can you find more of those records you mentioned? That's all there is. Gao Yang spread his hands. Most of the historical materials from the early Wasteland Era are incomplete. However, he changed the subject, his gaze refocusing. There is one path that might help you find the answer. The 4 great academies, Light, Tianheng Dawn, and Frostmoon. Each of them controls a portion of the original documents from the early Wasteland Era. Among them, the Library of the Light Academy holds several incomplete volumes about early Wasteland duelists. Within these fragments, there may be more records about the Pioneer. Not only these, but also much history from several hundred years ago, all held by the 4 great academies. Hearing this, You Chen finally became interested and sat up straight. Gao Yang looked at him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. 3 months from now, the 4 academies will hold the autumn joint selection competition. This year's selection will take place on the outskirts of our settlement, in the buffer zone at the entrance of the 7th Wasteland secret realm. And the 4 great academies are the dream institutions for all students. The reason I'm telling you this is because I have high hopes for you. You Chen, my boy. Rather than the praise, You Chen was more interested in the Wasteland's secret realm. It seems you're very interested in the secret realm. Gao Yang caught the change in his expression, and his tone became crisp. Then I won't beat around the bush. The 7th Wasteland secret realm is one of the most stable, low-level secret realms currently known. The spirits inside are generally at the 3 to 4-star level, and occasionally a 5-star regional commander appears. For new students, this is the most suitable practical training ground. But not everyone can enter the secret realm. To go in, you need a certain identity, a bounty hunter. He raised one finger. To become a bounty hunter, you must first obtain the qualification of a combatant. The school organizes an assessment every month, and the next one is 2 weeks from now. You can also take the assessment in the greater region. Then the bounty hunter license exam requires a duel in the city-state. Only by becoming a bounty hunter can you enter and leave the secret realm. But this is too far away for you. From student to bounty hunter, it takes at least 10 years for an average person. The fastest shortcut is to enter one of the 4 great academies. The bald principal added at the right moment. Once you are admitted to the 4 great academies, not to mention the bounty hunter qualification, you can at least access the core libraries of each academy. All the fragmented materials about that Pioneer you want to find are likely there. You Chen's gaze swept between the two. He understood. The other had already laid out the shortest path to the truth. Gao Yang stood up, walked to the desk, picked up a document, and handed it to him. The cover bore a gold-stamped emblem, 3 overlapping swords, their tips pointing together at a ring. And this. He flipped to the last page of the document, his fingertip pointing at a line of gold-stamped text at the footer. The final winner of this selection competition will receive priority exploration rights to the 7th secret realm, as well as card resource packs provided by the various academies. You Chen was somewhat puzzled then asked, I don't understand. I just finished the assessment, and you're talking to me about this. Is this right? Hearing this, Gao Yang laughed out loud, ha ha ha. I said it's because I have faith in you. Gao Yang looked at You Chen, his tone calm. Don't you understand? You resemble the pioneer recorded in the fragmentary texts. That's why I spoke with you at such length today. The genuine admiration in his eyes as he looked at You Chen was unmistakable. The gaze was so direct that it actually made You Chen uncomfortable. No need, really no need. Today's duel was just his basic operation. Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart. He leaned back, and a mischievous thought suddenly popped into his mind. If he were to play one of those hellish decks designed to trap opponents in a deadlock, would Senior Gao still appreciate him so much? Even if hypothetically the one trapped on the opposite side was Senior Gao himself. Or if he filled the field with monsters from the start, not allowing the opponent to move a single card, would he still be able to keep that smile? You Chen thought, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Alright, this thought is too dangerous. Let's put it away for now. Gao Yang, of course, had no idea what was running through this kid's mind. He patted his shoulder with a moderate force. There's one more thing. The spirits in the Wasteland secret realm are different from the projection monsters you've seen at school. They can actually kill. So you must study solidly and not aim too high. Where do I sign up for the combatant qualification exam? You Chen shook off those messy thoughts from his mind and looked up to ask. The bald headmaster pulled a form from the drawer and handed it over. Just fill it out and give it to me. The exam has 2 parts: practical simulation and wasteland survival basics. Then there's nothing else. I'll be going now. You Chen took the form, folded it, and put it in his pocket. He stood up and walked toward the door. Just as he pulled the door open, Gao Yang's voice came from behind him. You Chen. He stopped and turned his head. The corridor light streamed in through the door crack, outlining the contours of his profile. Gao Yang sat on the sofa, holding a teacup, a meaningful smile on his face. 3 months from now at the selection tournament, I will be representing Guangming Academy. I'll be waiting for you. A slight curve appeared at the corner of You Chen's mouth. Then, Senior Gao, please remember to prepare the card pack resources in advance. Gao Yang was stunned for half a second, then threw his head back and laughed. The laughter traveled through the door, echoing several times in the empty corridor. The door closed. The office fell silent for a few seconds. The bald headmaster took a slow sip of tea, his gaze fixed on the door You Chen had just closed. See, what I told you before was still an understatement. Gao Yang shook his head, the smile still on his face, but a layer of seriousness added to his eyes. This kid is interesting. However, I still need to observe more. I hope I'm not mistaken. He set the teacup back on the table, turned to look at the old principal, and lowered his voice with a note of seriousness. Old friend, where exactly did you dig up such an oddball? Outside the administrative building, the sun had completely sunk below the horizon. The streetlights in the square automatically turned on, casting neat rows of light pillars. You Chen crossed the square, the form tucked under his arm, hands in his pockets. His fingertips touched the slightly cool metal business card. Gao Yang, dual consultant of Guangming Academy. On the back of the card was embossed the 3-sword emblem, slightly raised under his fingertip. Guangming Academy. Pioneer. Golden dual disc. Card pack resources. Wasteland secret realm. All clues pointed to the 4 Great Academy selection tournament 3 months later. And what he needed to do was to first obtain the combatant qualification within 2 weeks. He walked through the campus that was gradually darkening, the streetlights stretching his shadow long and faint. The evening wind blew from the training ground, carrying a mix of earth and metal. In the distance, lights were still on in a few teaching buildings, and a few students walked out of the buildings carrying materials. This wasteland world was far more complex than he had imagined. He pushed open the door of the dormitory building, his footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. He pushed open the dormitory door, placed the form and documents on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The wind blowing in through the window carried the chill of the night. He raised his right hand palm up. The golden dual disc materialized an inch above his palm, slowly rotating. The golden luster flowed in the dim room, reflecting in his eyes like a silent, burning dark flame. He stared at the flowing energy patterns on the dual disc, the corner of his mouth slowly curling up. Pioneer. I'll see for myself whether I am a pioneer or not. The next day, early morning. The elite classroom was a standalone building on the east side of the campus. The entire floor-to-ceiling windows faced the open area of the training ground, and sunlight poured in through the windows, illuminating the classroom brightly. The seats were arranged in a semi-arc around the podium, only about 20 or so in total. Next to each seat was an independent energy sensing terminal. You Chen recognized it at a glance. It could monitor the energy fluctuations of the dual disc in real time for practical review. Ordinary classes didn't have this equipment at all. He wasn't exactly early. When he pushed the door open, most of the students were already in the classroom. The moment the door opened, the buzzing conversation in the room noticeably paused. Several pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to him, carrying various indescribable meanings. Scrutiny, curiosity, sizing up, and a few with undisguised hostility. You Chen walked into the classroom with a blank expression, his gaze sweeping over the seats arranged in an arc. He didn't avoid anyone's gaze, nor did he deliberately meet anyone's eyes. He found an empty seat on the edge and sat down. After a moment of silence, low murmurs arose. That's him. The one who knocked out Zhao Jiming yesterday. I heard he was directly promoted from the bottom of the class to the elite class, the first time in school history. Zhao Jiming was at least in the top 50 of the grade, yet he had no power to fight back against him. He didn't even draw a single card in the entire duel. I've seen the surveillance footage. That wasn't a duel, it was an execution. The murmurs were not loud, but they were exceptionally clear in the quiet classroom. You Chen didn't speak. He hung his bag on the side of the desk, pulled out the terminal panel, and began to browse today's class schedule. Just as he flipped a page, a figure suddenly walked up to his desk. You Chen looked up. He took a look at the guy, a crew cut of friendly face. Not very tall, but with broad shoulders, sharp facial features, and an overall aura of solidity that had been tempered repeatedly. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said in a casual tone, "Are you Chen? I saw your match yesterday. That was awesome, bro." The tone made it clear that this guy wasn't here to pick a fight. "You are?" You Chen asked. "Wang Quan." The guy extended his hand, laughing heartily. "Ranked 8th in the elite class. When you played Zhao Jiming yesterday, that move where you brought out the manticore from the graveyard at the end, I stood right up from the spectator stand. A monster with 2,300 attack points kicking out from the graveyard. That was really damn satisfying. Just basic operation, nothing worth mentioning." You Chen was quite calm, reaching out to shake his hand. Wang Quan's palm was rough, covered in calluses worn from long-term card practice. You Chen even felt that this world might have its power level decreased 10,000 times. Just as the two were talking, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open gently. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the door. A girl stood at the entrance. She walked into the classroom against the light, her figure tall and slender, the deep cyan uniform of the elite class hugging her form with crisp precision. Her long blue hair cascaded to her waist, casually tied at the end with a silver-gray ribbon. Her features were exquisitely delicate, yet her expression was utterly cold, an aloofness that radiated from within, a detachment from everything around her. From the moment she entered, those deep brown eyes hadn't glanced at anyone. Her gaze remained fixed straight ahead, as if the 20-odd people in the classroom weren't worth a single shred of her attention. She checked her seat number, cast a brief glance at You Chen not far away, her eyes visibly flickering, then walked straight over, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Her movements were clean and decisive, not a single wasted motion. She set her bag by the desk, pulled up today's course schedule on her terminal panel, and lowered her head to read. From beginning to end, she hadn't looked at anyone. You Chen instinctively turned his head to glance at her. TSK. That woman was truly cold. The moment she sat down, it felt like an iceberg had settled beside him. He didn't recall ever saving a fox or a duck, so there was no reason for an iceberg to come knocking on his door. So beautiful. Wang Quan nearby couldn't help but stare, his feet barely able to move. He wasn't the only one. The other boys' gazes also drifted toward the girl. The classroom's buzzing murmur had noticeably quieted the moment she appeared, only gradually recovering after she took her seat. But everyone unconsciously lowered their voices a notch, as if maintaining an unspoken distance. You Chen's gaze lingered on her for a single second. "Who is she?" he asked Wang Quan beside him. Wang Quan leaned in, lowering his voice with a rare hint of restraint. "Qin Shuang. Top 3 in the elite class with a very early student number. She won the quarterly championship in the school's Advanced Practical Combat League last year, and is known as the Dueling Goddess." He paused, then added, "Her personality's ice cold too, barely spares a word for anyone. But her strength is absurdly impressive." You Chen responded with a casual, "Oh," withdrew his gaze and flipped back to the schedule on his terminal panel, seemingly unimpressed by the top 3 elite class student. Seeing his unruffled demeanor, Wang Quan couldn't help but let out a tisk. "Bro, your composure is something else." Most people in this class had their eyes glued to her the first time they saw Qin Shuang. But you, one glance and you're done. You Chen didn't even look up. "What else?" "Fair enough." Wang Quan scratched his head with a sheepish chuckle. The classroom door was pushed open once more. This time it was Zhu Yu who entered. She wore a dark gray teacher's uniform today, her hair tied tighter than yesterday, exuding an aura of sharp efficiency. She walked to the center of the arc-shaped seating arrangement and swept her gaze across the class. When her eyes passed over You Chen, her gaze paused briefly, less than half a second, then shifted away as if nothing had happened. "Students," Zhu Yu's voice rang clear and piercing, instantly silencing the room. "Today marks the first day of the elite class. Welcome. Sitting here means you are already the top 40 students in your grade. But starting today, the standard of top will be redefined." She tapped a few times on the podium's terminal panel, and the holographic projection screen behind her lit up, displaying 4 gilded characters, the 4 great academies. In 3 months, the joint selection trials of the 4 great academies will take place. There you will compete against the elite students of other academies. The number of admission slots is limited. This means you must not only master this semester's coursework, but also complete advanced combat training, secret realm simulation battles, and at least 1 wasteland field exercise, all within 3 months. The classroom fell so silent that only her voice remained. Additionally, Zhu Yu turned off the holographic screen, shifting her tone. "This morning, the neighboring elite class 2 submitted a friendly challenge to our class. 3 individual duels, single round winner takes all, to be held in 3 days. A stir rippled through the classroom. Class rankings currently show no clear distinction of strength. Whether class 1 or class 2 is truly stronger, it's hard to say. Starting off with something this intense." The other students were already buzzing with anticipation. Zhu Yu glanced at them, her tone flat. Word has it that Class 2 has hired retired bounty hunters from the outer settlements to provide practical combat coaching over these 3 days. Their strength should see a significant boost. Moreover, the purpose of a friendly duel has never been mere victory or defeat. It's practical combat synergy. So I've decided to accept the challenge. She paused, sweeping her gaze across the room before settling on a few specific directions. I've already decided on the 3 combatants. The moment You Chen heard this, his right eyelid twitched. Zhu Yu's gaze first fell upon the girl in the very center of the classroom, who still hadn't lifted her head. Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang closed her virtual screen, raised her head, and fixed a calm, steady gaze upon Zhu Yu. A subtle shift finally crossed that face, so cold it bordered on inhuman. You'll take the lead, Zhu Yu said. Qin Shuang gave a slight nod without a word. Zhu Yu's gaze then turned to Wang Quan, who sat beside You Chen. Wang Quan, you'll hold the middle. Wang Quan froze for a moment, then gave a firm nod. He clenched his fists, his palms beginning to sweat. His strength ranked in the upper middle tier of the elite class. Against Class 2, it shouldn't be a problem in theory. But this was his first public duel since being promoted to the elite class, and to say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Then Zhu Yu's gaze landed on You Chen. You Chen was propping his chin on his hand, half-lidded, eyes waiting for class to end. He suddenly noticed the entire class had gone quiet, all eyes turning toward him. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Zhu Yu's, one eyebrow arching slightly. You Chen. Zhu Yu looked at him, her tone calm, but a barely perceptible curve tugged at the corner of her mouth. You'll take the final match. Wang Quan whipped his head around to stare at You Chen, excitement blazing in his eyes. Several other students in the class also wore expressions of surprise. You Chen had indeed crushed Zhao Jiming yesterday, but Zhao Jiming was only in the top 50 of the grade, while anyone in the elite class was easily among the grade's top ranks. In a 3-match duel, this meant Zhu Yu was staking a crucial point on You Chen. You Chen leaned back in his chair, surveyed the room, and finally looked at Zhu Yu with a resigned sigh. I have to duel too. Zhu Yu offered no extra words, snapping her roster shut. You have 2 days to warm up. If you need to adjust your builds, do it now. The duel venue is set at Training Ground 7. Time 3 days from now, 10 a.m. With that, she adjusted her glasses and walked out of the classroom on low-heeled leather shoes. The moment the door closed, the classroom erupted. Zhu Yu had barely left when the classroom erupted into chaos. Have you heard? In the recent combat assessment, Class 1 had 4 students in the top 10, while Class 2 claimed 6. But this time teacher Zhu Yu actually skipped the top 10 and selected You Chen. Truly unbelievable. If that's the case, Class 2 seems stronger after all. Plus their teacher even hired a bounty hunter as an advisor. Why didn't we get any? The discussion swirled continuously, topics spiraling from the friendly match in 3 days to all sorts of speculation. Wang Quan was still immersed in the excitement of receiving his deployment order, clenching his fist and grinning at You Chen. Bro, the 3 of us will fight side by side in 3 days. You Chen leaned back in his chair before he could respond. Qin Shuang had already risen, stowed her virtual screen into her backpack, and walked straight toward the classroom door. As she left, those eyes cast a sidelong glance at You Chen, lingering for less than a second. Without any extra expression, she withdrew her gaze, pushed open the classroom door, and walked out. Wang Quan leaned over and whispered, Did you notice? She just looked at you. There are about 20 people in the class. Who didn't look? Wang Quan was absolutely certain it was that kind of look, interested in your duel. You Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder. You're overthinking it. Just then a faint vibration came from the desk panel. You Chen looked down to see the terminal screen automatically light up, displaying a bolded system notification. At the same time, the terminals of the other 20-something people in the classroom also chimed in unison. The synchronized vibration sounds rose and fell throughout the room, and everyone instinctively looked down. You Chen tapped the screen with his fingertip, and the display shifted. A school emblem in burnished gold emerged against a black background at the center of the screen beneath, which ran a concise, forceful line of text. Each character radiating formality and weight: official student of the special class. You Chen has completed registration procedures. The following privileges and rewards take effect immediately. Please claim them within 72 hours. Unclaimed rewards will automatically expire. You Chen's eyebrow twitched slightly, and his finger scrolled downward. The first item to appear was a golden virtual key shimmering with a warm luster with the room number and building designation marked beside it. His gaze lingered on that string of numbers. He had seen that building before. Located by the lake on the east side of campus, a standalone apartment in the prime location of the entire district. In other words, no more squeezing into that cramped 4-person dorm. Regular students lived in 20 square meter quarters. But the floor plan indicated by the numbers on the screen was crystal clear: a single bedroom suite with an independent bathroom, energy-regulated climate control, and even a private mini training room. He tapped the golden key icon, and the virtual key instantly transformed into a streak of light that merged into the terminal. Immediately after, a realistic image of the apartment building and detailed move-in instructions appeared. Scrolling further down, a universal supply card appeared. The special class cafeteria enjoyed a full 1-year waiver of the 10,000 yuan meal plan. Accompanying it was a menu preview featuring not ordinary cafeteria dishes, but energy nutrition meals specially customized for duelists, with each dish annotated with the specific nutritional components duelists require. Before he could finish reading, the terminal vibrated again. The screen shifted once more, and a holographic projection of a folded card slowly unfurled. Special class students could visit the library to claim 5 cards. This is amazing. You Chen's eyes lit up. When it came to this, he was suddenly wide awake. You Chen stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed toward the classroom door. You Chen, where are you going? Wang Quan hurriedly rose and asked. Claiming supplies moving into the dorm. They've already issued the apartment key. Want to check it out? You Chen turned his head, his profile backlit by the light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window, making his expression unreadable. Wang Quan paused for a moment, then broke into a grin, grabbed his backpack, and chased after him. Let's go, let's go. The two walked out of the classroom one after the other, leaving behind the students still chattering about the new cards and apartments. Sunlight poured in from the floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the corridor, stretching their shadows one behind the other. The supply center was located on the south side of campus, a 3-story gray building. The special class window was on the east side of the second floor, separated from the regular window by an entire corridor. No need to queue at all. The female teacher in charge of distributing supplies, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, glanced at You Chen a couple of extra times as she accepted his terminal for verification. After completing the check, she retrieved a silver-gray metal case from the shelf and slid it across the counter. The case slid to You Chen's feet with a dull thud. Standard special class equipment. The female teacher adjusted her glasses. 2 sets of daily uniforms, 1 combat suit, 30 energy supplements, 1 basic card holder set, and 1 dual-disc energy circuit maintenance kit. The combat suit is made of new material, level 3 tier resistance, level 2 energy impact resistance. You Chen opened the case, his eyes scanning the neatly arranged supplies. The combat suit was deep black, folded with sharp edges, the fabric cool and dense to the touch, with dark energy conductive threads embedded at the cuffs and shoulders. He turned over the collar and saw the school's burnished gold emblem printed on the inner lining, along with a line of small text: special class, exclusive, non-sale item. At the bottom of the case lay a set of card holders, dark gray, with a matte finish, the back embossed with patterns matching the color scheme of his dual disc. Anyone not in the know would think this was for actual combat. It's just card playing. Why wear all this? The card holders felt heavy in hand. Not ordinary plastic, but a synthetic material called static titanium, which could partially shield external energy from interfering with the cards. He closed the case and lifted it. The case was heavy and solid. Wang Quan was waiting at the entrance of the supply center, a bag of dried fruit appearing in his hand, at some point crunching away noisily. Seeing You Chen emerge with the case, he whistled so fast. No queue at the special class window. Nobody. You Chen walked down the steps and looked up toward the dormitory building. How far is the apartment from here? 10 minutes walk to the East District Lake. Wang Quan stuffed the dried fruit bag into his pocket and crushed a fallen nutshell under his foot. I've passed by that building several times before. You Chen thought for a moment and asked, do you know what cards the academy can issue? Wang Quan's eyes rolled as he said, you can only claim 5 cards. 1 UR, 2 SRs, and 2 RS. Only 1. That's a bit scarce. You Chen mused. TSK, you're really greedy. A single UR is already enough to make countless people envious. The cheapest UR on the market costs over 100,000 crystal stones. You Chen then seemed to think of something and asked tentatively, does it have all kinds of cards? Wang Quan shook his head, I'm not sure either. What do you want to know? You Chen hesitated for a moment before asking, for example, Sky Dragon. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's eyes widened in surprise. Yes. You Chen was shocked to his core, his steps faltering, delight bursting forth. Really? You Chen's heart jolted violently, his feet rooted to the ground. Really? Why would I lie to you? But what are you asking for? You Chen shoved the box into Wang Quan's hands. Take this back to the apartment. The keys are inside. I'm heading to the library first. Huh? Right now? Aren't you going to check out the dorm? You Chen had already turned and strode away. Wang Quan stood there holding the box, watching his receding figure. He scratched his head and muttered, getting this excited over a mere vanilla bone dragon. The library stood at the very center of the campus, a 5-story building of deep gray stone. Above the main entrance were carved the words, knowledge is power, duel is supreme. The library stood at the very center of the campus, a 5-story building of deep gray stone, its exterior walls embedded with large panels of dark glass. Above the main entrance were carved the words, knowledge is power, duel is supreme. The hall was so silent one could hear a pin drop. The air carried a mingled scent of old books and energy terminals. The elderly librarian at the front desk took You Chen's terminal for verification, adjusted his glasses, and said, basement level 2, to the end of the corridor, then turn right. 5 cards per person, 1 UR, 2 SRs, 2 RS. Confirm your selection on the terminal once you've chosen. No exchanges. The corridor on the basement level was cool and dim, with cold white energy lights casting a chill glow overhead. The stone walls were etched with the names and sequence numbers of outstanding graduates from past years. You Chen didn't linger. He walked straight to the metal door at the end and pressed his terminal against the access sensor. The door opened. A deeper chill rushed out to meet him, mingled with the faint hum of tens of thousands of cards vibrating within their energy matrices. The room was far larger than You Chen had imagined, spanning over 200 square meters with a ceiling soaring 5 or 6 meters high. The dome was densely woven with luminous energy circuits like a spiderweb covering the entire ceiling. Tens of thousands of cards floated in midair, each encased in a pale blue energy barrier arranged by rarity into 3 distinct zones. The R zone occupied the outermost layer, dense as an ocean of suspended cards. The SR zone lay in the middle with thicker barriers and clearer energy fluctuations. At the core, the UR zone held only a few dozen cards suspended at the highest point, each enclosed in an individual golden shroud, slowly rotating on its own axis. You Chen crossed the hall and went straight to the basement level. He shoved open the metal door at the end of the corridor. The dome was densely woven with luminous energy circuits. Tens of thousands of cards floated in midair, encased in pale blue barriers arranged by rarity into 3 zones. His gaze bypassed the R and SR zones and fixed on the very center of the UR zone. Then he froze. The numbered labels flickered in and out of view within the blue light. He scanned the UR zone from left to right, then stood on his toes to peer from bottom to top. He circled around to the other side and searched again. Still nothing. He was tilting his head, scanning the barrier with his terminal 1 card at a time, when he heard an extremely light footstep behind him. You Chen turned around. Qin Shuang stood not far behind him. She held a card she had just selected from the SR zone. Her eyes were calm as she looked at him, carrying a trace of faint inquiry, probably wondering why the man who had crushed Zhao Jiming yesterday was now wandering aimlessly beneath the UR zone like a headless fly. Yu Chen lowered his terminal and asked directly, "Do you know where Sky Dragon is? I've been looking for it everywhere, but can't find it." Qin Shuang's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. She tilted her head slightly, as if confirming she had heard correctly. Then in those perpetually indifferent eyes an extremely rare peculiar look emerged. The corner of her mouth seemed to twitch, or perhaps it didn't. She said nothing, merely walked past him, her steps unhurried, and circled around to a row of barriers behind the R zone. She raised her hand and pointed to a spot near the corner. Yu Chen followed and looked up in the direction she indicated. Sky Dragon, Wind Attribute, Dragon Type, 6 stars, Normal Monster, ATK, 1900 DF, 1800. Yu Chen blinked, startled. An R card. So this is the Sky Dragon. Damn it, that idiot Wang Quan. Qin Shuang frowned and said flatly, "Is there another Sky Dragon?" For a moment Yu Chen didn't know what to say. He turned his head. Qin Shuang stood beside him, slightly tilting her head up, looking at the same card. Her expression had returned to its usual indifference, but in her eyes a trace of lingering suspicion had not fully faded. "Were you recommended this card?" Yu Chen was rarely at a loss for words. "Sky Dragon." Qin Shuang repeated the card's name, withdrawing her gaze from that vanilla monster and fixing it on Yu Chen's face. "Who told you about it?" "Wang Quan." "Wang Quan." Qin Shuang nodded, her tone flat. "Next time he recommends a card you can just ignore it." Since there was no god card, Yu Chen naturally shifted his focus to other cards. Oh, he spotted a card that happened to be useful to him right now. Dark World's Demon King Reign. Interesting. You're the one. Yu Chen had originally wanted to find some generic cards, but he hadn't found any that suited the Dark World archetype, well, so he decided to pick this one first. Pity there was no graceful charity. Otherwise it would have been his first choice. Just then Qin Shuang was also selecting cards nearby. "Are you sure you want to pick that one?" Yu Chen saw that it was the Valkyrie card, Loja's Flame, and frowned. Qin Shuang's finger was hovering in front of the barrier. She turned her head, her gaze cold as she glanced at him. "Is there a problem?" "This card can only be activated when destroyed by an opponent's effect. Special summon 1 level 5 or higher Valkyrie monster from your hand or deck, leaving your fate in someone else's hands. That's clearly not a good card, and it doesn't suit your aggressive deck. It's useless in advantageous situations and unplayable in disadvantageous ones. It'll clog your hand from start to finish." Qin Shuang was silent for a moment. Her gaze returned to the barrier before her expression still cold, but her fingertips slowly withdrew. "How do you know my deck is an aggressive build? A Valkyrie deck? Would you go for a slow, grindy strategy instead of an aggressive one?" "It's possible, but I don't think your personality would allow it." Yu Chen's tone was flat. "Plus you're in the top 3 of your year, last year's league champion, and the teacher's file lists your deck type as aggressive control." Qin Shuang didn't take up that thread. Her finger moved away from the UR card's barrier, slid several positions to the right, and stopped in front of another card. "This one's good," Yu Chen said. Qin Shuang tapped her finger to confirm the selection. The barrier dissolved into a stream of light that flowed into the dual disc on her arm. "But it's still not the best choice." Yu Chen hadn't finished speaking. Qin Shuang's delicate frame stiffened. "This guy, why did he only speak halfway?" "Never mind." She put away her terminal, turned to look at Yu Chen, and paused for about 2 seconds. "Are you done selecting?" Yu Chen nodded, not understanding what she meant, but meeting her gaze his heart skipped a beat. "Could it be? The duelist's soul has awakened. Let's have a duel." "I'm looking forward to seeing your deck," Qin Shuang said calmly. Yu Chen slapped his forehead. Damn, it really was that. It is indeed the soul of a card player. No matter how cold the exterior, how high the ranking, or how many league championships won, at heart it is still about playing cards. He reached up and slapped his forehead, then lowered his hand and shook his head. "No." Qin Shuang's brows furrowed slightly. This answer was clearly beyond her expectations. She was among the top 3 in her grade, and the number of times she had actively invited someone to a duel was few and far between. Being refused outright was a first. Because countless people wanted to catch her attention. "Why?" as she asked, her tone still cold, but her speech was a half-beat faster than usual. "Are you afraid of losing?" Yu Chen looked at her without replying. Qin Shuang continued, her tone as flat as stating an objective fact. "My ranking is higher than yours, and I have more practical combat experience. Even if you lose, it's normal. There's no need to be so stressed." When she said these words, there was no hint of boasting. She was seriously analyzing why, in her view, Yu Chen had no reason to refuse this duel. A higher-ranked person challenging a lower-ranked one losing is not shameful. Winning is a huge gain. However you calculate it, it's not a loss. You Chen listened, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. No, he looked at Qin Shuang and said calmly, I'm afraid you will lose. At these words, Qin Shuang's pretty face froze. For the first time, a clear ripple appeared in those eyes that had always been as calm as a still well. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Her fingers unconsciously tightened a little on the newly received card she held. You Chen didn't wait for her reply. He put the 5 selected cards into his dual disc and turned to walk toward the door. After a few steps, he tilted his head, his profile outlined sharply under the cold white light, still wearing that slight curve on his lips. 3 days later, if we win, then we'll have a duel of our own. The metal door slowly closed behind him, and the corridor's light flooded in through the crack for a moment before being completely sealed off. Qin Shuang stood alone among the light shield arrays in the UR zone. The energy matrix of tens of thousands of cards on the dome silently rotated above her head, pale blue halos falling on her shoulders and on the gold embossed surface of the UR card in her fingertips. She looked down at the card in her hand, then raised her eyes to the already closed metal door. Afraid I'll lose. She repeated those 3 words, her voice extremely soft, as if savoring the taste of a dish she had never tried before. Then she lifted her chin slightly, and the tiniest curve at the corner of her mouth appeared and vanished. She was thoroughly intrigued. She inserted the card into her dual disc and turned to walk toward the card selection area on the other side. Her high heels clicked on the stone floor, crisp and forceful, the rhythm faster than when she arrived by more than a beat. 3 days later, she counted silently in her mind. She wanted to see what kind of performance this person who had rejected her invitation and even turned around to say he was afraid she would lose could actually deliver on the real dueling field. 3 days later, in the special class 1 classroom. 5 minutes before class, Zhu Yu hadn't arrived yet, but the atmosphere in the classroom was completely different from usual. No one was slumped over their desk catching up on sleep. No one was scrolling through their terminals. Everyone sat upright. Even the usually quiet ones were uncharacteristically whispering to their neighbors. Today was the deadline of the 3-day agreement. The friendly match between Special Class 1 and Special Class 2, 3 single-round matches to decide the winner at 10 a.m. in the 7th training ground. Here it is. Class 2's lineup just came out. A boy sitting in the front row raised his terminal to screen, showing a newly refreshed match table. Several people around him immediately crowded around. First match, Qin Shuang, who's Class 2's first. Scroll down. Well, he's Yixuan. Which he's Yixuan? The one ranked 5th in the grade in practical combat tests. That's him. This is going to be a head-on collision. Qin Shuang versus he's Yixuan, hard to say. What about the middle? Wang Quan against whom? The match table says. Su Pengfei. Hearing this name, a boy nearby who was drinking water almost choked. He coughed violently twice, put down his cup, and lowered his voice. Isn't Su Pengfei ranked 9th in the grade from last practical test? Several people scrolled down at the same time, and then fell silent simultaneously. On the match table in Class 2's anchor slot was a name that silenced them all: Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng. Wang Quan had somehow also come over, clicked his tongue at the name, and his expression became much more serious than before. Ranked 4th in the grade, the front row boy slapped his terminal on the desk, his tone laced with a complex mix of reluctance and helplessness. Last practical test, he even beat the 2nd ranked. Pretty scary. They're determined to stake the most important point on the last match. So You Chen is fighting Chu Lingfeng. Wang Quan turned his head to look at the back row by the window. You Chen was propping his chin in his hand, half closing his eyes as he gazed at the morning light on the lake outside the window, as if the discussion about grade rankings had nothing to do with him. You Chen, Wang Quan called to him, did you hear that? You're fighting Chu Lingfeng. Ranked 4th in the grade. Do you have any confidence? You Chen turned his head, glanced at him, and said flatly, got it. Again with got it. Wang Quan slapped his thigh in frustration. Bro, can you use a different word? The classroom door was pushed open. Zhu Yu walked in wearing low-heeled leather shoes, holding a printed match table. Today she wore a dark gray teacher's uniform with her collar buttoned tighter than usual, and her entire demeanor was more serious. She stepped onto the podium, swept her gaze across the class, and then projected the match table onto the holographic screen. Special Class 1 versus Special Class 2, 3 single-round matches to decide the winner. Her voice was clear and penetrating, and the entire classroom instantly fell silent. First match, Qin Shuang versus He Zixuan. Middle, Wang Quan versus Su Pengfei. Anchor, You Chen versus Chu Lingfeng. She paused, adjusted her glasses, and added, one more thing, the bounty hunter Class 2 hired this time is the retired hunter Han Li from the core city-state, specializing in wasteland combat. Over these 3 days, he has given one-on-one training to the 3 Class 2 competitors. Their deck constructions and playstyles may have been adjusted. Don't judge their strength based on the previous practical test impressions. As her words fell, the classroom was silent for a full 3 seconds, then a buzz of discussion erupted. Han Li. That Han Li. The one who led the bounty hunter assessment in the core city-state last year. Class 2 really went all out inviting someone of this level for training. Zhu Yu ignored the discussion, her gaze crossing the room to the last row by the window. You Chen, your opponent is Chu Lingfeng. Be prepared. I've sent his information to your terminal. You Chen leaned back in his chair, met Zhu Yu's gaze, and nodded. His expression still showed little change, but his eyes were already sharper than when he was looking out the window. Chu Lingfeng, blue eyes, dragon deck, huh? He began mentally dissecting the resource cycle nodes of the dragon deck, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk. Tisk, if only he didn't have the Dragon Buster Sword, such information would be a perfect counter. At 950 M. Training Ground 7. This arena was the largest indoor dueling venue in the academy, with tiered seating on 3 sides and a full-scale projected dueling field at the center. The stands were already packed, not just with students from Special Class 1 and 2, but also many from other classes. Even a few off-duty instructors leaned against the back wall, arms crossed, ready to watch the show. The air was thick with pre-match tension. Some bowed their heads discussing matchups, others checked live odds on their terminals, and a few stood on tiptoe craning toward Class 2's preparation area. Class 2's prep zone was on the right side of the front row. 3 fighters sat in a line. The young man in the center was tall and lean with a cold, sharp face. His hands were crossed on his knees, fingers tapping absently against the back of his hand. The idle interface of a dual disc floated before him, energy silently flowing around his wrist. Chu Lingfeng. He was speaking in a low voice with He Zishuan beside him, his tone steady, occasionally nodding, his expression unchanged throughout. 2 steps behind him stood a middle-aged man with short hair and dark combat gear, a nearly straight scar running from his cheekbone to his jaw on the left side of his face. He stood there with arms crossed, speaking to no student, but his gaze swept unhurriedly across the opposite side, Class 1's preparation area. When his eyes met Zhu Yu's, he gave a slight nod in greeting. Zhu Yu returned the nod, then looked away with a blank expression. Besides Chu Lingfeng, the other top 10 members of Class 2 were all present. Their gazes were fixed on Class 1's prep area, curious to see who Zhu Yu had chosen as the anchor, what they looked like. You Chen felt those eyes on him, but didn't look up. He sat at the far edge of Class 1's prep zone, head down, flipping through his deck. His fingertips brushed across each card's edge, occasionally pausing to shift a card forward by 1 slot, then re-examining the adjusted sequence, his lips moving silently, as if reciting something. So Class 2 isn't even fielding their strongest, he remarked flatly. Qin Shuang, who had just handed him a terminal, glanced sideways at him. What do you mean? They're just testing Class 1's strength, Qin Shuang said, looking away, her tone calm. Though Class 1 isn't sending our top 3 either. In the stands, Zhu Yu stood at the edge of the aisle, her gaze cutting through the crowd to land on You Chen. She watched him make final adjustments to his deck, then reached up and pushed her glasses up her nose. This time he was using his own deck, and to this day she still had no idea what was inside it. 10 o'clock sharp. The referee was a gray-haired teacher. He walked to the center of the field, holding a transparent remote control for the public projection field in one hand and a loudspeaker in the other. Special Class 1 versus Special Class 2 friendly duel, 3 single-match rounds. His voice echoed through the arena, and the murmur in the stands instantly hushed. Rules: each duel starts with 5 cards in hand and 4000 LP. All duels use public projection, no outside interference. Surrender or LP reaching 0 determines the outcome. He paused, scanning both prep areas, then continued. Additionally, Class 2 has proposed that the winner may take 1 rare card from the opponent's deck as their own, colloquially known as card betting. He raised his eyes to Class 1's area. Of course, Class 1 may decline. Immediately, a chorus of jeers erupted from Class 2's side. No way, no way. Class 1 isn't too scared to bet, are they? Tisk, hard to say. I heard Class 1 isn't exactly brave. Interesting. Today we'll see it firsthand. The taunts came one after another, as if rehearsed, dripping with undisguised provocation. Class 2 seemed desperate to goad Class 1 into accepting, each voice louder than the last. You Chen's finger paused mid-flip. He looked up, cast a glance toward Class 2's prep area, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, then lowered his head to adjust his deck again. Zhu Yu walked down from the aisle unhurried and stopped in front of Class 1's prep zone. Her gaze swept across Wang Quan, Qin Shuang, and You Chen, finally settling between them, her voice low enough for just the 3 to hear. You decide. Bet or not. No pressure. Wang Quan spoke first, fists clenched tight, jaw set hard. We bet. Let's take them on. They're way too cocky. You Chen glanced at Wang Quan. Damn, this guy's got some fire. A faint smile tugged at the corner of You Chen's mouth as he looked away. He didn't dislike that kind of spirit. Qin Shuang said nothing, simply giving a slight nod. Her cold face betrayed no emotion, but the nod was without hesitation. You Chen slid the last card back into his deck, closed the slot, and said casually, I don't mind. And he meant it. Card betting was truly nothing to him. But the coordinated burst of jeers from Class 2, he had already noted that. Arrogance comes with a price, as Zhao Jiming knew all too well. Zhu Yu looked at the 3 of them, pushed up her glasses, and a slight smile played at the corner of her lips. She said nothing more, turning and walking toward the referee, her silhouette poised and resolute. She hadn't misjudged them. Courage and audacity. These were also a crucial part of any duel. The deal was set. A muffled cheer rose from Class 2's side. Some high-fiving, others flashing a thumb at Class 1, rotating it slowly downward in a blatant taunt. In Class 1's prep zone, Wang Quan had already risen, fists clenched, turning to look at Zhu Yu. She didn't look back, only slightly turning her head, pressing her palm down gently to signal him to sit. Class 1's first fighter entered the field. Qin Shuang rose to her feet. Her tall figure paused at the boundary between the stand's shadow and the field's light for a second, then she stepped forward into the glow. A cascade of blue hair swayed behind her, the tips glinting with a cold sheen under the lights. With each step, the chatter in the stands dimmed further. By the time she reached the center of the field, the entire arena was silent save for the low hum of the dual disc in standby. You Chen leaned back against the chair in Class 1's prep zone, his gaze trailing Qin Shuang's figure to the center of the field. Approaching her from the opposite side was He Zishuan. His dual disc was already deployed, dark purple energy patterns spreading across the back of his hand. A confident smile curved his lips as he stopped at the center, nodding to Qin Shuang. His tone carried barely concealed excitement, and his eyes held an unabashed admiration. Qin Shuang, he said, his voice cutting through the silence of the arena. Third rank in the grade. I've been waiting for this match with you. Qin Shuang glanced at him, the dual disc unfolding on her wrist, light flowing down her arm. Her expression remained cold, not even an eyebrow twitched. Enough noise. Somewhere in the stands, Zhu Yu pushed up her glasses, and nearly imperceptible twitch at the corner of her mouth. Qin Shuang and He Zishuan's duel came swiftly and ended even more rapidly. He Zishuan's turn didn't even last 10 minutes. His opening wasn't bad. The search chain flowed smoothly, and in any normal match this kind of setup would be considered solid. But Qin Shuang didn't give him a single chance to fully develop his plays. The main Valkyrie's assault was simply too overpowered. Before he could even catch his breath, Qin Shuang's follow-up plays came crashing down like a tidal wave. Valkyries were special summoned in succession, golden pillars of light, falling one after another into the monster zones, each move seamlessly chaining with the last. The moment Qin Shuang completed her combo, He Zishuan's search card, still trapped in his hand never having been activated, sealed the outcome. With her final move, Brunhild's spear tore through the air, a luminous projectile trailing incandescent flames as it struck dead center, the LP counter on screen plummeting to 0. He Zishuan froze where he stood, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then he released his grip, the search card sliding silently into the card slot. He stowed his dual disc and managed a difficult nod toward Qin Shuang, his voice rough. I've learned something today. Qin Shuang gave a slight nod, her expression unchanged as she put away her dual disc. To her, this entire match had been nothing more than a practice session against AI. She turned and walked back to Class 1's preparation area, her long blue hair swaying gently under the lights, the tips brushing against her shoulders in a striking display of grace. The entire arena fell silent for 2 full seconds. Then the Class 1 stands erupted. Every student rose simultaneously, cheers and screams rising in waves. Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang. She only took 3 turns. He Zishuan didn't even get a chance to counterattack before being completely overwhelmed. This is the true strength of the third-ranked student in the grade. Did you see that? Did you see that? One person was so caught up in the moment that he threw his jacket into the air and it landed on the heads of students in the front row without anyone caring. A group of boys who had been tracking live odds on their terminals embraced each other, celebrating wildly. A girl with a ponytail cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted toward Qin Shuang's retreating figure, her face flushed red, while her friend beside her tugged at her sleeve to quiet her down, though she couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Wang Quan sat in the front row of the preparation area, his eyes locked on the field the entire time, with his mouth agape, the bag of dried nuts he'd been holding slipping from his grasp and scattering across the floor. He suddenly spun around and grabbed You Chen by the shoulder with such force that You Chen was pulled forward half a step, his eyes wide with shock. Did you see that? She destroyed his back row precisely during his turn. A whole chain that crushed He Zishuan from start to finish. He never even got to set up his plays before being overwhelmed. This is what the third-ranked student in the grade is truly capable of. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly spraying saliva on You Chen's face. You Chen pushed his face away with a hand, his tone flat. I saw it. Those same 3 words again. Wang Quan let go and stomped his foot in frustration. Bro, can you say more than that? That was a turn response. During their turn, You Chen glanced at him, his expression showing a hint of exasperation at the outburst. But when his gaze drifted past Wang Quan to the fading afterglow of the fusion beam in the center of the field, something tightened deep within his eyes. He Zishuan's opening wasn't bad. His pacing was solid and would have lasted at least into the mid-game in a typical match. But Qin Shuang never gave him a single comfortable opening throughout the entire exchange, moving half a step ahead of him at every turn, as though she'd already anticipated every connection point in his search chain. So she clearly had genuine skill. Qin Shuang walked back to the preparation area and took the empty seat beside You Chen. She unscrewed her water bottle and took a drink, her smooth neck moving slightly as she swallowed, then capped it back with a crisp, effortless motion. The whole sequence carried the calm ease of someone just returning home from a leisurely walk. That dominant match had been nothing more than routine for her. You Chen glanced sideways at her, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes. Indeed, very clean and efficient. Qin Shuang replaced the cap, her tone unchanged. Rare to hear you say something like that. That's not how you spoke when you turned me down. You Chen's lips curved slightly, and he said nothing more. He knew exactly why she was bringing this up. 3 days ago at the library when she'd asked him to duel, and he refused, he'd told her he was afraid she'd lose. Now that he'd witnessed her crushing He Zishuan firsthand, his comment about her efficiency probably carried a different weight to her ears. Wang Quan, overhearing from the side, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, refused. No way. Are you telling me Qin Shuang confessed to You Chen and got turned down? My brain feels like it's about to overload. The words sent shockwaves through the nearby students. The universally admired goddess Qin Shuang had actually confessed to You Chen so quickly. Qin Shuang closed her eyes and muttered, "Idiot." You Chen agreed readily. "Well said." Including you, Qin Shuang added. "You Chen, what did that have to do with him?" At the edge of the stands, Zhu Yu stood where shadow and light met. Those eyes behind her glasses never left the center of the field for a single moment. She had watched every move Qin Shuang made during the opponent's turn with complete clarity. The timing of her plays, the chain order, the resource management, all perfectly aligned with the tactical analysis she'd prepared for Qin Shuang beforehand, yet the decisiveness and fluidity she demonstrated in execution was a level above even her training sessions. She pushed her glasses up the lenses, catching the overhead light, unable to hide the faint smile tugging at her lips. Looking down, she marked a clear checkmark next to Qin Shuang's name on her terminal. First match secured. The atmosphere in Class 2's preparation area stood in stark contrast to Class 1's. He Zishuan returned with his head bowed, taking the water bottle a teammate handed him, but never unscrewing the cap, just gripping it tightly until his knuckles turned white. He braced his hands on his knees and sat in silence for a long moment, his lips moving several times before he finally managed to quiet. "She read me completely." A steady hand settled on his shoulder, gently but firmly. He Zishuan didn't look up, but he knew who it was. Chu Lingfeng had appeared behind him, without He Zishuan noticing. The tallest of the three Class 2 competitors, not just in height, but in presence. He stood there, his expression as cold as ever with no hint of emotion, merely looking down at He Zishuan in a calm voice devoid of any fluctuation. Her quick play axis naturally counters your board-building strategy. The moment your trap cards were destroyed, your rhythm broke. Your playstyle was clearly anticipated. Review this later, and don't make the same mistake twice. A Class 2 student leaned in with a hushed voice, noticeably more anxious than at the start of the match. "What about the next round?" Su Pengfei sighed. Chu Lingfeng removed his hand from He Zishuan's shoulder and straightened up, his gaze crossing the field toward Class 1's preparation area. His eyes paused on the farthest seat in Class 1's area, where You Chen rested his chin on his hand with half-closed eyes, looking nearly asleep. Chu Lingfeng turned his gaze away, his voice steady. "Don't worry about Su Pengfei. Teacher Han has been giving him special training. He knows what he's doing." He hesitated for a moment, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "As for the rest, I'll make up the points." The referee walked to the center of the arena, raised the megaphone, and his voice spread clearly throughout the entire 7th training ground. The first match, Special Class 1 wins. The second match, the core battle, Wang Quan from Class 1 versus Su Pengfei from Class 2. Both competitors enter the arena. Wang Quan abruptly stood up. He wasn't particularly tall, but his shoulders were remarkably broad. He worked his shoulders, the joints cracking audibly, then reached out and slammed the energy switch on his dual disc to maximum, causing the disc to blaze to life. You Chen watched the pulsating orange-red patterns on Wang Quan's dual disc, recalling how this guy had been boasting while munching dried fruits at the supply center entrance just 3 days prior. Now he stood at the edge of the arena, his entire aura transformed from his usual self. That burning, scorching, unrestrained battle intent stood in stark contrast to Qin Shuang's extreme calmness. Yu Chen's lips curved slightly. This kind of personality was indeed suited for an aggressive attack strategy. "You Chen, watch me." Wang Quan turned his head and grinned at him, his white teeth standing out vividly against the orange-red energy glow. "Once I take down that kid Su Pengfei, you won't need to step in. We'll finish off Class 2 within 3 matches. Yu Chen leaned back in his chair and nodded toward him. "That would be ideal." Wang Quan strode purposefully into the center of the arena. Warm golden sunlight poured through the skylight at the top of the training ground, landing on his broad shoulders and casting his figure as a rugged, upright silhouette on the projection floor. With each step he took, the orange-red patterns on his dual disc grew brighter, and by the time he reached the center of the arena, his entire being was enveloped in a layer of scorching battle intent. On the opposing side of the arena, Su Pengfei had already been waiting for quite some time. He wore the dark blue team uniform of Class 2, with soft yet sharp holy light patterns flowing across his dual disc, his hands crossed over his chest. He was slightly taller than Wang Quan with a lean build, but his stance was incredibly stable. Feet positioned one ahead of the other, weight centered low in his core, clearly a posture honed through systematic combat training. Upon seeing Wang Quan enter, a faint, barely perceptible smile played on Su Pengfei's lips. His gaze remained calm, yet beneath that serenity lay something far more substantial than any provocation. The training he had undergone these past days was far more brutal than anyone could have imagined. That was why he was confident. The two men took their positions at the center of the arena, 30 meters apart. A pale blue dome of public domain light enveloped them, severing all external noise the moment the barrier rose. The arena fell silent, leaving only the low-frequency hum of dual discs in standby mode, and the faint energy ripples flowing across the transparent barrier between them. Wang Quan cracked his neck, joints popping twice. He looked up at Su Pengfei across from him and grinned. On that face, illuminated by flickering orange-red energy, his smile carried an untamed, fearless ferocity. "I've heard your deck's defense is formidable. Then let's see whether you can hold your ground, or I break through your defenses first." Su Pengfei offered a slight smile, raised his dual disc, and 5 starting cards automatically ejected from the deck into their slots. Dark patterns flowed silently across his wrist, gentle yet striking. His voice wasn't loud, but in this quiet arena sealed off by the light barrier, every word was crystal clear. "Then let's see." Roughly 20 minutes passed. The duel raged with intense momentum. Finally, after a collective gasp from the crowd, this back-and-forth battle came to its conclusion. Su Pengfei narrowly defeated Wang Quan. The ninth place claimed victory over the eighth, drawing gasps from everyone present. Wang Quan stood at the center of the arena, the orange-red patterns on his dual disc fading to a dark crimson after the intense battle. He looked down at the 0 displayed on his dual disc, his chest gradually steadying from the rapid breathing. Then he put away his dual disc, looked up, and walked towards Su Pengfei, extending his hand. Good match. Su Pengfei shook his hand and nodded slightly. You too. If your aggressive play had dragged on for one more turn, I genuinely wouldn't have been able to hold out. Wang Quan released his grip and turned to walk back to Class 1's preparation area. He stopped in front of You Chen, opening his mouth as if to say something. You Chen had already risen, patting him on the shoulder with 2 words, not unjust. Wang Quan paused, confused by the response. The opponent clearly underwent special training and specifically prepared tactics tailored to counter your deck. Although you were aware of their deck type, your approach was too straightforward. Every offensive move fell within their predictions. You Chen spoke in a measured, unhurried tone. Cards aren't played this way. Offense isn't just about throwing your strongest monsters onto the field. You need to understand what your opponent is anticipating. He was waiting for you to commit all your resources to the front line, and you complied every single time. Wang Quan remained silent for a while, turning those words over in his mind repeatedly before looking up at You Chen. He took a deep breath, stepped aside to clear the path to the arena, and said, You Chen, it's up to you. The referee's voice rang out again. Second match, Special Class 2 wins. Third duel, You Chen from Class 1 versus Chu Lingfeng from Class 2. Both competitors enter the arena. You Chen turned and walked toward the center of the arena. Sunlight poured down from the domed skylight, falling upon him in scattered brilliance. The moment he stepped out of the preparation area's shadow and into the light, the golden dual disc patterns on his arm activated instantly. For You Chen, everyone's memory remained fixed on that duel against Zhao Zhiming from a few days prior. Since then, there had been no further moments of brilliance. In fact, the situation beforehand had been utterly dire. Thus, this duel wouldn't exactly inspire confidence in him. No way Class 1 is actually sending You Chen to face Chu Lingfeng from Class 2. You Chen performed quite well a few days ago, but Chu Lingfeng isn't like that guy Zhao Zhiming. Wait, what's going on? Is Teacher Zhu really that confident in You Chen? I don't think so. It seems more like Tianji's horse racing strategy, sending an inferior horse against a superior one. The previous superior horse lost to an inferior one, so naturally this inferior horse will be sacrificed to the superior horse in the end. That does sound about right. The referee stood at the edge of the arena, his gaze shifting between the two competitors. His motion to raise his right arm was half a beat slower than in the previous 2 matches, as if waiting for them to say something. But neither spoke. Both sides prepare. Duel begin. On the Class 2 preparation side, a tall, slender figure also rose to his feet simultaneously. Chu Lingfeng's white uniform stood out starkly against the dark-toned backdrop of the stands as he strode forward with steady steps. The two of them stepped into the center of the arena almost at the same moment. The barrier of the public dueling field slowly closed behind them. Upon the pale crimson energy membrane, far more intricate patterns than those of the previous 2 matches flowed and shifted. The system automatically detected that the energy peaks of both dual discs were climbing and began adjusting the barrier's strength upward. Chu Lingfeng was the first to speak. I watched your duel against Zhao Zhiming. You Chen raised his eyes to look at him, but said nothing. Quite interesting. Chu Lingfeng mused, his tone contemplative. Are you done? You Chen's voice was quiet. Chu Lingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. What you studied was only the me from 3 days ago. You Chen delivered the statement with calm indifference. Chu Lingfeng's brow twitched subtly. He remained silent, but You Chen knew he was waiting for him to elaborate. You Chen also raised his dual disc. A brilliant, dazzling golden light burst forth. 5 starting cards automatically sprang into his palm. Each card let out a crisp, low hum as it slid into its slot. His dual disc switched from standby to combat interface, and golden patterns swiftly climbed up his arm. He raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the pale crimson membrane and settling on Chu Lingfeng's face. And of my true strength you know nothing yet. Duel. They both shouted simultaneously. A coin descended from above, spinning rapidly within the pale crimson barrier. The coin landed on the projection grid at the center of the field, bounced twice, and settled firmly. Tails. Chu Lingfeng's first move. The first turn, I'll take it. Chu Lingfeng wore a faint, composed smile as he pinched a single card between 2 fingers and raised it high. The cuff of his white uniform flipped slightly with the motion, revealing the luminous patterns swirling around his wrist. He paused, his gaze traveling over the top edge of his card to fix directly on You Chen. The first move, I'll take it. Do you think you're the only one who can use that hand destruction deck? You Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What did he mean by that? Today I intend to prove one thing to you. Chu Lingfeng pushed the card in his hand forward, its face illuminating in the glow of his dual disc. I don't need my own ace deck to break through you. I'll use the exact same deck you used against Zhao Zhiming. I've improved it, a far more devastating hand destruction system. A wave of commotion rippled through the stands. What the hell? Chu Lingfeng isn't using his Blue Eyes deck. He's going to use You Chen's own hand destruction deck to beat You Chen. Wang Quan was the first to spring from his seat, eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Shuang remained silent, but her usually indifferent narrow eyes narrowed further as her gaze swept back and forth between Chu Lingfeng and You Chen. Was she using You Chen's deck to play against You Chen? This was no longer a battle of tactics. It was a declaration that he had not only seen through You Chen's system, but could wield it even better than You Chen himself. Zhu Yu's brows knitted together in an uncharacteristic frown. She glanced down at the terminal screen, showing Chu Lingfeng's energy fluctuation curve. After he finished speaking, the curve climbed steadily upward. This guy wasn't just bluffing. He had genuinely prepared a tailored strategy. That Chu Lingfeng, she murmured under her breath. He truly never fights by the rules. But this time if You Chen is facing his own deck, how is he supposed to counter it? The Class 2 seating area had already erupted. Now this is exciting. How the tables have turned. You Chen never imagined he'd be on the receiving end of his own strategy, did he? Just think of Zhao Jiming's fate that day. Hand wiped out, not even surviving his own turn, kneeling in surrender. Today it's You Chen's turn. And history repeats itself perfectly. Chu Lingfeng has the first move again. A first turn hand destruction is even more unstoppable. Chu Lingfeng. Hearing all this, You Chen finally snapped back to the present. He raised his hand to cover his face, and his shoulders trembled slightly. You Chen was genuinely struggling to hold it together. Faced with Chu Lingfeng's bold claim that he would defeat him using his own deck, and then thinking about what was about to happen, he couldn't help but laugh. But no, he couldn't laugh yet. Yet who on earth could keep a straight face at a moment like this? What are you laughing at? Chu Lingfeng's voice turned a degree colder. Nothing. You Chen lowered his hand from his face, took a deep breath, and tried to make his tone sound as polite as possible. I was just thinking. He inhaled deeply again, the corners of his mouth still twitching uncontrollably upward. I'd advise you not to use that deck. Not everyone can master the hand destruction system. Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened abruptly. Is that so? Chu Lingfeng's fingers tightened around the edge of his card, his knuckles paling slightly, though his voice remained steady. Then let's wait and see. My turn. He raised his first hand card high. I activate the spell card, Twin Demons of Mischief, from my hand. By paying 1,000 life points, your opponent randomly discards one card from their hand, then you discard another card of your choice. Chu Lingfeng's LP dropped sharply from 4000 to 3000, the pale crimson LP display flickering on the barrier. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he watched You Chen's hand. The opening step of the hand destruction system. Strip away 2 cards from the opponent's hand, then dig deeper from there. He had started with a perfect opening using You Chen's own strategy. Without hesitation, You Chen randomly discarded the first card, then selected the second, sending both to the graveyard in a clean, decisive motion. First I stripped 2 cards from your hand, Chu Lingfeng said with a satisfied nod, already preparing his next combo piece. Now then what? You Chen interjected, suddenly cutting off Chu Lingfeng's unfinished combo declaration. Chu Lingfeng lifted his eyes, gazing over with bewilderment. You Chen was looking at him through the pale red light barrier, his expression completely unable to hold back any longer, finally bursting into laughter verging on the level of face-palming hysteria. When the dark world meets a hand destruction deck, if one can resist laughing, they could be diagnosed with depression. You Chen grinned. It's not your turn yet. He tapped his fingers sharply on the dual disc, and 2 dark purple pillars of light rose from the graveyard zone. I activate the effects from the graveyard. The 2 cards you sent to the graveyard just now are Dark World's Vanguard Beiji and Dark World's Hunter Bulao. Dark World's Vanguard Beiji's effect activates when this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect. Special summon this card. A dark purple pillar of light shot up from the graveyard. Before the pillar had fully dispersed, a warrior clad in black armor leaped out from it, landing steadily in You Chen's monster zone. The edges of his armor glowed with a dim purple light, and every plate was etched with the unique demonic runes of the Dark World. Each arm bore a curved short blade, and upon landing the twin blades crossed in front of his chest, emitting a sharp metallic screech, like a beast that had been caged for too long, finally breaking through the iron bars. Dark World's Vanguard Beiji. Dark Attribute Level 4 Fiend. ATK 1600 DF 1300. It's not over yet. You Chen raised a second finger. Dark World's Hunter Bulao's effect activates when this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect. Draw 1 card from your deck. If it was discarded by an opponent's effect, draw 2 cards instead. He drew 2 cards from the top of his deck, holding them between his fingers and waving them at Chu Lingfeng. The cards traced a small arc in the air, the golden patterns on their surfaces glaring under the pale red light barrier. So, You Chen inserted the 2 new cards into his hand, lifted his head, and looked across the barrier at his opponent. The curve of his mouth finally fully bloomed. I didn't lose any cards. I actually gained. Thanks, genius of Class 2. What a... Chu Lingfeng's expression was one of horror, a shock that exploded from the depths of his pupils. His hand holding the cards froze in midair, his fingers still maintaining the posture of having just drawn the twin demons, but he had already forgotten what he was supposed to do next. Twin demons. That was the core starter of his hand destruction engine. That discard should have disrupted You Chen's opening hand, paralyzing his combo from the start, but You Chen was not only not paralyzed, he used the cost paid by Chu Lingfeng to complete his own setup. He discarded You Chen's hand. Then You Chen special summoned a monster from the graveyard and drew 2 cards. Does that make sense? It makes no sense at all. Not only him, but the entire training ground erupted. However, because the Dark World deck was extremely rare, the vast majority of people present had no idea what had just happened. They only saw Chu Lingfeng pay 1000 LP to activate twin demons, then You Chen's graveyard suddenly lit up, a monster jumped out, and his hand increased. What kind of deck is this? How does getting your hand discarded benefit you? Huh, what happened? Chu Lingfeng lost LP, and You Chen special summoned a monster, and drew cards. This feels completely wrong. Wang Quan plopped back into his chair, clutching his head, his expression oscillating between shock and ecstasy, emitting a sound halfway between a laugh and a roar. Damn. You Chen, you bastard. I thought you were going to tilt, but hand destruction actually works in your favor. What kind of deck is this? Qin Shuang said nothing. Her water bottle had been frozen at her lips for a long time, unmoved, since Yu Chen revealed the first Dark World monster. She watched for a moment, then slowly lowered the bottle, the bottom tapping against the armrest with a faint click. Her always indifferent eyes were now focused on Yu Chen, the gaze no longer that of a detached observer, but a probing interest truly sparked. A faint, barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, then vanished. At the highest point of the stand, Zhu Yu pushed up her glasses, lowered her head, and quickly typed a note on her terminal. Her fingertip paused for a beat on the touchscreen, then she raised her eyes, looking through the lenses at Yu Chen, who was still shaking with laughter in the center of the field. The curve on her own lips would not be suppressed. As I said, Yu Chen withdrew his smile, looking at him, his tone returning to the previous calm. Not everyone can handle a hand destruction engine. Chu Lingfeng did not respond. His gaze sank a few degrees, falling on his own hand, now carrying a newfound gravity. He did not know the specific effects of the Dark World deck, but from what just happened it was clearly related to discarding. So should he activate or not? Activating would likely still lead to death, not activating meant certain death. Because his deck was a hand destruction deck, so there was no choice. He had to grit his teeth and move forward, testing further in actual combat. Activate the spell card, Graceful Charity. Chu Lingfeng raised his dual disc again, his voice returning to its previous steadiness, but his speech was half a beat faster. Draw 3 cards, then choose 2 cards from your hand, and send them to the graveyard. He flipped his fingers, drew 3 cards from the top of his deck, scanned them, then quickly selected 2 and sent them to the graveyard. The moment the graveyard lit up, he immediately pressed the trigger button on the dual disc. Among the cards sent to the graveyard is Gusto Griffin. When this card is sent from the hand to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Gusto monster from your deck. He ejected a card from his deck and slapped it down. Special summon Gusto Falcon. A emerald figure screeched down from the pillar of light, its wings spread, leaving a pale green afterimage in the air. Gusto Falcon. Wind attribute level 2 winged beast tuner. ATK 600 DF 1400. Another stir went through the entire venue. This scene, Gusto Griffin sent to the graveyard to special summon Gusto Falcon, Graceful Charity, drawing and discarding Manticore of Darkness jumping from the graveyard, was exactly the same as when Yu Chen played against Zhao Jiming 3 days ago. Wang Quan could no longer hold back. He bounced out of his seat, pointing at the center of the field, his mouth opening and closing before finally squeezing out. Damn, it's a complete replica. This scene was almost identical to Yu Chen's. Set 3 cards. Next, I activate the continuous spell card Mirage of Nightmare. In my turn. Then during the end phase, I activate the effect of Manticore of Darkness in the graveyard. When this card is sent to the graveyard during the end phase of the turn it was sent, you can send 1 Beast Warrior or Winged Beast monster from your hand or field to the graveyard to special summon this card from the graveyard. I choose Gusto Falcon on the field. It could be said that Chu Lingfeng's current discard strategy was almost identical to Yu Chen's earlier approach. Yu Chen found it amusing, but Chu Lingfeng was not simple either. As the 4th ranked in the grade, he had not underestimated the deck Yu Chen chose. Yu Chen raised his eyes and asked with a smile, "So is it my turn?" "Then it's my turn, draw." Yu Chen pulled forcefully, and as his words landed, Chu Lingfeng's furious shout already thundered across the arena. "Hold it. Right now? Flip my face-down card, activate the trap card, drop off." The face-down card flipped over, and the icy glint of the trap card's surface suddenly gleamed beneath the pale red light barrier. Chu Lingfeng swiftly pointed a finger. During your opponent's draw phase, when they conduct their normal draw, you can activate this card. The opponent discards 1 card they drew directly into the graveyard. This card also mills cards, but at least it doesn't let you mill precisely. Random discard might still cut off your key card. Yu Chen lowered his gaze, looking at the card that had just been sent to his graveyard. He blinked. Then he raised his head and smiled. The corner of his mouth curled upward. "Well said, but unfortunately you did hit the right one." He held up the card between 2 fingers and showed it to Chu Lingfeng. On the card's face, a dark, golden armor gleamed coldly within the glow of energy. "This card is Gold, the Dark World God of War." Yu Chen gently fanned the card, his tone carrying a hint of genuine sympathy. His expression combined with that tone was enough to spike anyone's blood pressure more than any provocation. This guy's luck was truly at rock bottom. Dark World again. Chu Lingfeng's brow furrowed sharply. The entire arena gasped in unison. Yu Chen gave him no time to process. He tapped the dual disc with his fingertip, and a 3rd dark purple pillar of light erupted from the graveyard zone. Next, Gold, the Dark World God of War activates when discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect. This card is special summoned. If it was discarded by an opponent's effect, when it activates you can target up to 2 cards your opponent controls and destroy them. He raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the light barrier to land on Chu Lingfeng's field. "So not only do I special summon Gold, I also destroy 2 cards on your field. Destroy. Chu Lingfeng watched his back row, his expression drastically changing. Gold could not only be special summoned, but also destroy his cards. How could this guy take everything in one go? He had painstakingly set up his field, and the vanguard still hadn't been dealt with, and now there was a 2,300 AK God of War, while his back row was about to be wiped clean. This was no longer just a slap in the face. It was like taking a dump on his head, and then asking for toilet paper. No choice. The back row was about to be cleared, and if he didn't activate it now, he'd never get another chance. Chu Lingfeng gritted his teeth and pressed the trigger button on his dual disc, forcing the words out through his clenched jaw. Fine then. I'll flip my other face-down card. Activate the trap card Dark World Conspiracy. Both players discard 2 cards from their hand, then draw 2 cards. Your opponent can discard 1 card to negate this card's effect. You Chen was momentarily stunned as the card flipped over. Then he burst out laughing. You? He raised his head and pointed at the name field of the trap card on Chu Lingfeng's dual disc. Want to check the first 2 characters of this card's name? Chu Lingfeng's gaze instinctively shifted down an inch. And look at the card artwork. Chu Lingfeng's eyes fell upon the card illustration. The artwork depicted a dark world strategist hatching tactics in the shadows with demonic patterns behind him that perfectly matched those on the armor of the dark world monsters on You Chen's field. Even the card's color tone used Dark World's signature deep purple and dark gold. His finger froze on the trigger button. That's right, You Chen said, pulling 2 cards from his hand and raising them high. The golden dual disc on his arm suddenly blazed to life. This card was tailor-made for Dark World. Having the enemy activate it is the ultimate climax for Dark World. You were lucky that Twin Demons made me draw 2 extra cards last turn, which just sent these 2 key cards to my hand. Now you're personally delivering a timely gift. I have to say this duel is the most satisfying one I've played in a long time. Truly worthy of the 4th rank in the grade. Your service is top-notch. At those words the entire arena couldn't help but inhale sharply. You Chen's statement was a killing blow both to the body and the spirit. He chuckled lightly and tossed the 2 cards into the graveyard. The cards traced 2 arcs through the air and let out crisp low hums as they landed in the card slots one after the other. I discard these 2 Rain the Dark World Demon God, and Latina the Dark World War God. As his words fell the chain resolved, and a ring of dark golden shockwave erupted from the graveyard, sweeping toward Chu Lingfeng's back row with shattered energy fragments. The 2 remaining face-down cards on Chu Lingfeng's field were torn into data remnants in the shockwave, the fragments flipping through the air twice before dissolving into specks of light, vanishing completely. The manticore was jolted by the shockwave, its body swaying violently as its 4 scorpion legs scraped across the metal floor, producing a harsh metallic screech and dragging 4 shallow marks. A dark purple pillar of light burst from the depths of the graveyard. Before the pillar could fully dissipate, a tall figure clad in dark golden heavy armor stepped out from the purple mist. Gold the Dark World God of War. His armor was dark gold, with every edge of each plate etched with the war inscriptions of the fiend race, dark residual flames surging within the grooves. When he landed, the grid lines beneath his feet flashed violently, and the entire field trembled. Gold the Dark World God of War, dark attribute, level 5 fiend type, ATK, 2300 DF, 1400. And it doesn't end here. At the same time, 2 dark purple pillars of light erupted from the graveyard. The phantoms of Demon God Rain and War God Latina flickered within the pillars, and 2 waves of pressure rose simultaneously from the depths of the graveyard, pushing the energy fluctuation of the entire field to its peak in that instant. You Chen raised his hand high at that moment, drawing the gaze of everyone. Both Rain the Dark World Demon God and Latina the Dark World War God can be special summoned from the graveyard due to their effects. Not only that, Rain the Dark World Demon God activates when special summoned by its 1 effect. Apply one of the following effects: destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Destroy all spell trap cards your opponent controls. I choose to destroy all monsters on your field. Then Latina the Dark World War God, when discarded by an opponent's effect, targets 1 fiend-type monster on the field at activation. In that case, apply the following effect: the targeted fiend-type monster gains 500 ATK. So Gold the Dark World God of War's ATK will rise even further. Descend Demon God of the Dark World, Rain. As You Chen's words fell, the dark purple pillar on the right exploded violently. Countless energy shards streaked through the air with dark purple trails like an inverted meteor shower splashing from the ground toward the dome. Before the shards had fully dispersed, a figure stepped out from the core of the pillar. Rain the Dark World Demon God, dark attribute, level 7 fiend type, ATK, 2500 DF, 1800. Rain's physique blotted out the sky, his shoulders wide enough to swallow half the field. He gripped the massive sword formed from pure dark attribute energy with both hands. As he raised it above his head, the dark purple light, cascading down the blade, reversed like a waterfall, causing even the pale red public field barrier to tremble slightly. One sword slash. The dark blade of light swept across Chu Lingfeng's entire front row. The manticore let out one final roar as its lion head and scorpion tail shattered simultaneously within the blade. The face-down monster was also engulfed, turning into data remnants, along with the manticore swept into the air by the blade and dissipating completely without a trace. At the same time, the pillar on the left burst open. War God Latina charged directly out of the light. His frame was a size smaller than Rain, but he was faster and his aura sharper. his twin sickles trailing two arcs of dark red light as they spun between his fingers. He came to a stop beside Rain, tilting his head to look at the empty field across a slight smirk tugging at his mouth. Latina the Dark World War God Dark Attribute Level 6 Phenotype ATK 1500 DF 2400. You Chen lowered his arm and looked up at the opponent. Gold with 2800 ATK stood tall on the front line, the spikes on his fist still radiating residual flames from the earlier destruction. Rain with 2500 ATK planted his great sword into the ground, his pupil-less purple vortex eyes locked onto Chu Lingfeng. Latina with 1500 ATK and Becky with 1600 ATK had their twin blades separated from their chests tips, pointing downward ready to unsheath at any moment. The four Dark World monsters lined up in a row, their dark purple energy ripples connecting beneath their feet, dyeing most of the field into Dark World's signature deep purple domain. The temperature of the entire training ground seemed to drop a few degrees. Dark attribute energy visibly pulled faint black mist through the air, slowly churning just beneath the pale red barrier. Demon God War God of War Vanguard. You Chen named each monster in turn unhurried. Your hand destruction helped me assemble the full Dark World lineup. Now I have 4 monsters on my field with a total attack power of 8,400. Game over. He raised his arm and pointed his finger at the opponent. Direct attack. His words fell as lightly as a passing cloud. Gold's fists, Rain's greatsword, Latina's twin sickles, and Becky's twin blades. 4 dark purple arcs of light exploded simultaneously, interweaving into an impenetrable wall of destruction that crushed toward Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng's eyes shook violently, his face full of terror as he stumbled back several steps. His heel caught on the metal floor, and his body staggered as the energy impact within the public field barrier arrived. 2,800 LP. Gold's heavy fist slammed into his chest from a distance, the energy shield erupting in blinding white light. Chu Lingfeng's entire body was bent forward by the force. Before he could catch his breath, Rain's greatsword came down upon his head. Minus 2,500 LP. Yua. Chu Lingfeng let out a scream, his legs giving way as the dark blade of light sent him flying backward half a meter, crashing heavily onto the ground. The LP value on the dual disc hit 0 in the blink of an eye, and the piercing 0 announcement echoed throughout the training ground. He lay flat on his back on the cold metal floor, the hem of his white uniform lifted by the shockwave, before falling back down, his chest heaving violently. The white light patterns on the dual disc went completely dark silent, if it weren't for his advanced combat suit, which absorbed most of the damage. These 2 waves of attacks would have left him worse off than Zhao Jiming. This was the purpose of the combat suit. Although he still lost, it protected him from harm. The public field barrier slowly descended. The pale red light screen retracted from the center of the dome toward the edges, finally dissolving into a thin line and vanishing at the border of the field. The sound from the outside rushed in the moment the barrier disappeared. The entire training ground fell dead silent. In the stands, everyone's expressions seemed frozen. Some were still half risen from their seats, their bottoms off the chairs, but forgotten to stand. Others had their mouths open, lips frozen midword, unable to make a sound. The boy in the front row, who had been refreshing the live odds earlier, had his terminal slip from his hand to the floor. The screen was still on the odds number, refreshing a few times before stopping at a value he had never seen before. You Chen lowered his arm as the 4 Dark World monsters dissolved into dark purple specks of light on the field. He didn't spare a second glance at Chu Lingfeng, who was lying on the ground opposite him, and turned to walk toward Class 1's preparation area. After a few steps, he paused, tilted his head, and spoke in a voice that was not loud, yet every word was crystal clear in the dead silence of the training ground. To be able to pull off such a play, you truly can be called a genius. Too bad you ran into me. He turned around, his back to the center of the field, and casually waved his right hand. As his fingers swept through the air, the last traces of golden light patterns faded from his arm, dissolving into his palm. Wang Quan was the first to explode. He shot up from his seat, stepping directly onto his chair, both fists thrust high above his head, and a roar that had been pinned up in his chest for the entire match exploded from his throat. Immediately after, the Class 1 stands were like a powder keg ignited. Something burst open. Everyone sprang up from their seats, simultaneously cheers, screams, and the muffled thuds of hands slamming against the railing mixed together, shaking the lights in the training grounds dome. You Chen, for monsters. An 8,400 ATK one-shot through Class 2's 4th rank. Whoa, from an empty field to a full board in a single turn. Chu Lingfeng never even had a chance to fight back. He was carried off directly. We won. Special Class 1 wins 2 out of 3. You Chen took the final match. Students swarmed in, flooding the open area of the training ground. At the highest point of the stands, Zhu Yu stood at the edge of the walkway, her fingers moving away from the shortcut keys on her terminal. She looked down at the full dual data she had just recorded on the screen, the expansion speed of the Dark World trigger chain, the resource conversion rate, the energy peak curve. Every single metric was automatically flagged by the system as exceeding detection limits. She stared at it for a moment, then raised her eyes, looking through her lenses at the figure surrounded by a crowd of students in the center of the field. A slow smile finally curved across her lips as she murmured, "This guy. Even more impressive than last time." Chu Lingfeng had struggled to his feet. His eyes had returned to their usual calm demeanor as he spoke. "You Chen, your strength is indeed impressive. But if you were to face my true deck, how would you fare? Dare to have another match. 5 days from now on the battle stage. Bets of 100,000 crystal cores. At these words the entire arena gasped. There was more, and it was even more exciting. What did the battle stage mean? The entire venue fell into sudden silence. Everyone had heard that phrase, 100,000 crystal cores. How precious were 100,000 crystal cores? Let's put it this way, in this wasteland world's currency, the average monthly salary per person was 300 gold coins. This could be directly compared to the value of RMB in the Blue Star world before You Chen's transmigration. The prices were roughly the same, and 100 gold coins were equivalent to 1 crystal core. In other words, after conversion, that was 10 million gold coins. This wager was at the level of tens of millions, utterly shocking. It was precisely for this reason that it caused a sensation throughout the venue. Moreover, not to mention the thrilling duel on the arena. The entire training ground felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. The crowd that had just been cheering for You Chen fell silent for half a beat, and then an even greater commotion erupted. The arena. Chu Lingfeng wants to fight on the arena. 100,000 crystal cores. This bet is way too big. Chu Lingfeng is serious this time. His record on the arena remains undefeated so far. Last time that top 10 senior student had his mentality shattered by him on the arena and still hasn't recovered. You Chen has only been enrolled for how long, and he's already going to the arena. In the stands, the ecstatic expression on Wang Quan's face froze for a moment. He released his arm that was around You Chen's neck, leaned in with a lowered voice, and his tone carried an unusual seriousness. You Chen, the arena is no joke. It's broadcast live to the entire school and streamed online simultaneously. The loser will be repeatedly mocked and humiliated. Those with weak mental fortitude would have their legs go weak just stepping onto it, let alone dueling. He's used this method to break many people. That bastard is playing psychological warfare with you. You Chen merely chuckled. It's not that I'm afraid of you, it's just that I don't have that much money. You Chen said this deliberately. Firstly, he really didn't have the money. Secondly, the more he said that, the more it sounded like cowardice to others. Only in this way would Chu Lingfeng, like a venomous snake, pursue him. Sure enough, Chu Lingfeng said calmly, if you win, the 100,000 crystal cores are yours. But if you lose, I want you to kneel. Do you dare? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. Betting this big, eh? If he loses this, he'll have no place to stand. You Chen definitely won't dare to take the bet. The pressure is too great, it's no longer a matter of money. You can tell from what he said. At that moment, the order of divine selection was activated once again. Please make a choice. 1. Accept reward, a dual spirit. 2. Refuse reward, a random card. A spirit. You Chen's eyes lit up. When it came to this, he was no longer drowsy. Although he didn't know what kind of spirit it was, with the enhancement of a spirit, his strength would still rise further, especially in this life-threatening wasteland world. Its usefulness was beyond words. In fact, even without the divine selection, he had already made up his mind. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the edge of the card slot of the dual disc, his gaze fixed on Chu Lingfeng across from him, but his mind was not analyzing any psychological warfare at all. 100,000 crystal cores. In his mind, he silently repeated this number over and over twice. In the days since his transmigration, he had already gained a rough idea of the prices in this world. An ordinary student's monthly living allowance was 300 crystal cores, and a commonly traded UR card on the market was about 100,000 to 200,000 crystal cores. And now, except for a broken phone with a cracked screen and a newly received supply card, he had nothing in his pocket. 100,000 crystal cores. This amount of money was enough for him to buy a new terminal to complete this Dark World deck with a few universal support cards he had been missing, and to ensure he didn't have to worry about any basic resources for a long time to come. Talking about the psychological pressure of the arena, the risk of humiliation from the school-wide live broadcast to a person so poor that he was still using a phone with a shattered screen. That itself was a joke. You Chen raised his eyes, a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. 100,000 crystal cores. He recited the number once, his tone as flat as confirming the amount of a food delivery order. Are you sure? Chu Lingfeng nodded. It's a deal. All right. You Chen agreed crisply and cleanly, without any unnecessary words or harsh threats. He didn't even ask about the specific rules of the arena. He simply tucked the dual disc into his waist, turned around, and continued walking toward Class 1's preparation area. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly tilted his head, looked at Chu Lingfeng, and added, "Oh, I forgot to collect the spoils. I want the Angel's Charity from your deck." Chu Lingfeng didn't say much, directly took out that card and flicked it over. You Chen caught it steadily between 2 fingers, turned around, and left. Chu Lingfeng stood still, watching his departing back, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The gloom of that crushing defeat just now seemed to have dissipated from his face, replaced by the excitement of having his fighting spirit truly aroused. He raised his dual disc, and the extinguished white light patterns lit up again, slowly flowing on the standby interface. He had more faith in his white dragon deck. See you in 5 days. In Class 1's preparation area, Wang Quan rushed over in a single stride, grabbing You Chen's shoulders with both hands. The expression on his face was even more tense than when he himself had fought in the middle position. You Chen. You just agreed like that. That's the arena. Do you know how many people have fallen there? Last time a senior in 4th grade went up and his hands were shaking so badly, he couldn't even insert a card into the slot. He was suppressed by the opponent throughout the whole match, and after it ended he knelt down and cowed out. And you're going to fight Qin Shuang in a few days, and now you're taking on another arena match. Are you afraid your stress isn't enough? Although 100,000 crystal cores is a lot, what if you lose? Lose, eh? You Chen glanced at him blandly. I haven't thought about it. Wang Quan's mouth hung open, the rest of his words caught in his throat. He stared at You Chen for several seconds, confirming that this guy was neither joking nor acting cool. He truly hadn't considered the possibility of losing. Wang Quan took a deep breath, slapped his hands on his head. All right, you. At the highest point of the stands, Zhu Yu had just closed her terminal and was about to leave when she heard Chu Lingfeng's challenge and Yu Chen's response. Her steps paused for a beat, and she reached up to adjust her glasses. The arena plus 100,000 crystal cores. Chu Lingfeng had staked all his most oppressive tactics in one go. She looked down at the combat data of Yu Chen she had just saved on her terminal, was silent for a moment, added a line, full of guts, and then a slight smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She put the terminal into her bag, turned around, and walked toward the stairs. Others would shake on the arena, but Yu Chen, when he first faced the entire training grounds crowd, while fighting Zhao Zhiming, his hands were steadier than anyone else's. Qin Shuang stood at the exit, her blue hair gently swaying in the wind, blowing in from the training grounds entrance. She had been about to leave just now, but Chu Lingfeng's challenge made her stop. She watched Yu Chen's back as he walked back from the center of the arena. Her deep eyes lingered on him for a moment, then she tilted her head, slightly turned around, and walked out of the training grounds main gate. In her mind, she silently calculated the schedule. The appointment with him came first, the arena match came later. Good, the order was not messed up. Yu Chen pushed open the door of his apartment, and the last rays of the setting sun poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the entire single-room suite a dark gold. He stood at the door for a moment, then reached out and tapped the touch panel on the wall to light it up. The warm yellow light dispelled the dimness of the room, also illuminating the silver-gray suitcase on the table. The standard issue supplies for the special class were still spread out on the table, not yet tidied up, with the sleeve of the combat suit peeking out from the edge of the suitcase lid. He placed the angel's alms. He had one from Chu Lingfeng on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Hilarious, I couldn't find this card in the library, but someone actually delivered it to me. He muttered, this world still has more good people. Then he looked up. The light on the lake outside the window was almost gone, leaving only a few dark golden ripples swaying in the dusk. Today's duel from start to finish took only a few dozen minutes, but every choice at each chain link from the moment he entered the arena to when he filled the field with 4 Dark World monsters was still clearly etched in his mind. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began to replay the entire course of the duel in his mind. At that moment, the panel of the divine selection order flickered in the depths of his consciousness with a very faint pulse, as if something was awakening within the light. A line of text appeared on the panel, selection confirmed. Rewards are being distributed, dual spirit. Yu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A soft golden halo was emanating from the panel, real light, warm and flowing. The light spun twice in midair, slowly descended onto the edge of the bed, and condensed into a slender humanoid silhouette. The halo faded. A well-proportioned figure was sitting upright on the edge of his bed. The girl had delicate features with silver hair, cascading like a waterfall. She wore a well-tailored dark blue mage robe with 3 thin white trims on the collar and cuffs. She wore a pointed mage hat, its brim pressed low, covering most of her face, revealing only a fair, delicate chin and 2 strands of silver hair hanging down. She sat there motionless and silent. Only the hem of her mage robe was gently stirred by the evening breeze blowing in through the window. Tough one, why is it socially anxious? Silent magician. Yu Chen patted his forehead, speechless. After waiting a moment, he tentatively said, hello. Silent magician slightly raised her head. The brim lifted less than a centimeter, revealing half a nose bridge and one eye with a deep blue pupil, quiet and focused. She glanced at Yu Chen, then lowered her head again. Afterwards, she stood up, took 2 steps back, and moved to the other side of the bed. Silence. Indeed, she is the silent magician. The name suits her perfectly. Yu Chen changed his posture, sitting cross-legged on the bed, lowering himself to her eye level. Are you always this quiet, or haven't you recovered yet? Silent magician didn't look up, just nodded slightly. All right. Yu Chen leaned back, not forcing it. He asked another question, so what can you do? Since you're called a spirit, you must have some special abilities, right? Silent magician adjusted her hat, hesitated for a moment, then raised her right hand palm up. A tiny golden orb formed in her palm, spun twice, and split into 3 thin rays that extended in 3 directions. Then a voice sounded in Yu Chen's mind. Spirits have several functions. They have unique skills that can help the host block damage, enhance damage, and after leveling up, they can obtain corresponding cards. The voice came directly, not through the air. Yu Chen looked at her, finding it amusing that she would rather use telepathy than speak a single word. The first ray fell on Yu Chen, turning into an extremely thin golden film. Once it touched his skin, it was almost invisible. Only when he moved his arm would it refract a faint golden glint at certain angles. Yu Chen looked down at the film, reached out, and touched it. His fingertips felt an extremely tough, yet almost thickness-less energy barrier. Is this protection? Silent magician nodded. The second ray turned toward the dual disc on Yu Chen's arm. Golden light patterns automatically lit up along the edges of the card slots on the dual disc. Yu Chen felt a new energy being written into the data panel of the dual disc. He called up the panel and saw that a new option had appeared in the spirit skill slot with an icon of a closed golden eye, and its status showed as pending activation. Spirit sequence. You Chen looked up at her. Silent Magician nodded again. You Chen carefully read the sequence description. Silent Magician sequence effect. When Silent Magician is on the field, if you use a spellcaster type card once per duel, you can draw one card from your deck. It's quite practical equivalent to having an exclusive one-time draw sequence. However, if the sequence level increases later, the effect will change. He hadn't expected that in this wasteland world not only humans had sequences, but spirits did too. No wonder spirits in this world were hard to deal with. He was about to ask something else, but when he turned around, the Silent Magician was already gone. When he looked again, he found she had already returned to the sequence. She's hiding already. You Chen found it both funny and frustrating. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the edge of the duel disc. Silent Magician's spellcaster type, light attribute. Although he could fit a few generic spellcaster support cards into his Dark World deck, if he really wanted to utilize her sequence effect, he would probably need to build a separate engine component for a spellcaster system. In that case, I'll need to choose a deck that suits Silent Magician. He thought for a moment. Beep, beep, beep. You Chen was startled, his thoughts interrupted. He picked up his terminal and glanced at it. The name that popped up on the screen made his eyebrows rise slightly. Qin Shuang. He frowned, opened the message, and said, "What's up?" Qin Shuang duel. The other side sent 2 words succinctly. "No sis. Can't you wait until tomorrow?" Qin Shuang, why wait until tomorrow? Yu Chen was stunned by such a straightforward question, his finger hovering over the screen for a moment before typing again. "Schools over the duel arena is closed." Qin Shuang, let's go off campus, I have a place. Yu Chen, what if there's a curfew and I can't get back? Qin Shuang, I'll pay for the room. Yu Chen stared at those 4 words on the screen, silent for a moment. Then he leaned back in his chair, a grin slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. That excited. He lowered his head and typed quickly on the screen, "Since the mood is set here. If you win, I'll sleep with you. If you lose, you'll sleep with me. That's reasonable, isn't it?" Qin Shuang. After Qin Shuang sent that question mark, the chat interface fell silent for a full 2 minutes. Yu Chen leaned back in his chair, watching the typing indicator above the screen flicker on and off, and couldn't help but chuckle. He could picture her on the other side of the screen, brows furrowed, fingers hovering above the keyboard, unsure what to type. Probably 10 times more expressive than her usual poker face during a duel. Finally, the indicator stopped flickering. Qin Shuang's reply popped up with characteristic bluntness. "If you win, I'll agree. If you lose, you'll regret it." Yu Chen's smile froze. He stared at those 3 characters, reading them twice to make sure he hadn't misread. Is this woman serious? It's just a joke. Does he need to threaten him with a blade? He finally understood Qin Shuang was ruthless to others and to herself. For a duel, she'd accept any terms. He rubbed his brow and picked up his terminal again. Ahem, someone should tell you that you're being too serious. Better to be serious. Yu Chen couldn't argue with her side and typed, "Send me the address or come pick me up. Send me your location." After typing those words, Qin Shuang tucked her terminal into her pocket. The evening breeze drifted through the window, stirring her blue hair that fell to her shoulders. She zipped up her trench coat and headed for the door, a faint smile flickering at the corners of her lips before vanishing. Before long, Qin Shuang appeared outside the boys' dormitory. At this hour, the dorm entrance was crowded. Those who'd just showered, others holding terminals for some fresh air, and groups heading out for late-night snacks. All of them stopped in their tracks at the same moment. Qin Shuang stood beneath the streetlight, her blue hair swaying gently in the night wind, her dark blue trench coat cinched to accentuate her figure. Her hands in her pockets, her expression as cool as ever. She ignored the stares around her, as if waiting here was perfectly normal. The boys' dorm entrance erupted. Holy shit. Isn't that Qin Shuang? Qin Shuang from the special class. Why is she at the boys' dorm? This is the boys' dorm, right? Someone glanced down at his bare chest and slippers, his face going pale as he shrank back. Great. Now the goddess sees me like this. No chance at all. His roommate patted his shoulder sincerely. Cheer up. Even if she didn't see, you still had no chance. Whoa. But seriously, who could make Qin Shuang come all the way here? There are boys from our grade lining up from the teaching building to the training ground just to chase her. When have we ever seen her wait for someone? This is insane. Absolutely insane. As everyone was gossiping, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Yu Chen emerged, his hair still damp from a quick shower. Wearing a dark long-sleeved casual outfit, he scanned the crowd of onlookers before his gaze settled on Qin Shuang, standing under the streetlight. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Check your terminal, Qin Shuang replied. Yu Chen opened his terminal and saw the 3 question mark she'd sent. This guy was on par with the Silent Magician. The crowd of boys finally snapped out of their shock. Someone whispered, Qin Shuang is waiting for Yu Chen. I heard my heart break. Why him? Just because he won a duel, does she come wait for him in person? Then I'll challenge Chu Lingfeng tomorrow. You can beat Chu Lingfeng. Probably not. But what if? Yu Chen ignored the wailing and teasing behind him, walking alongside Qin Shuang down the street outside campus. The night wind swept through the corridor from the lake, carrying the cool dampness of early autumn. The campus streetlights illuminated the fallen leaves on the main road, turning them pale. Occasionally, students returning late from the library would glance at the pair, the ice-cold beauty who commanded everyone's attention, and the new special class member who'd just won the main event, then quickly look away, knowing better than to linger. Qin Shuang led him along the lakeside path to the north gate, where the access control system scanned his student terminal and beeped him through. The street outside the campus gate was called Academy North Road, O-line during the day, with vendors selling card sleeves and energy supplements. You Chen was actually leaving campus for the first time, having only arrived in this world not long ago. He was just beginning to realize that much of the wasteland world resembled ruins. At the end of the alley stood a 4-story old building with mottled exterior walls where large patches of plaster had peeled away to reveal the grayish-red bricks beneath. The only thing that stood out on the entire building was a sign above the entrance glowing dark red in the night bearing 5 characters Duelist's Home. The door was half open. You Chen pushed it open and was hit by the scent of aged wooden floors mixed with tobacco. The lobby was far larger than he'd imagined, easily over 300 square meters with a ceiling height of 2 stories. Several vintage industrial pendant lights hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow glow that made the whole space feel heavy. The old wooden floorboards creaked faintly underfoot. This place had seen many years. The walls were covered with framed photos and posters. There were group shots from past selection competitions among the 4 major academies, showing students in different colored uniforms, their faces young and serious. There were solo portraits of retired bounty hunters, some standing with arms crossed, others holding dual discs aloft, their gazes sharp and fierce. In the most prominent position hung a yellowed commemorative photo of the founding of the first-generation Duelist Association, dated the 62nd year of the Wasteland Era. The lobby was divided into over a dozen sections. On the far left were glass display cases filled with various cards and dual disc models. Some labels had faded with time, but the collection ranged from rarity cards for just a few energy cores to UR replica cards priced at tens of thousands. Next to the display cases was the second-hand card trading area, where several middle-aged men in casual clothes were flipping through card albums, occasionally pulling out a card to examine it carefully under the pendant lights, discussing in low voices with their companions. This place is interesting, You Chen thought, feeling it resembled a board game shop from his world on Blue Star. Qin Shuang stood beside a dual platform in the center of the lobby. The platform was standard size, matching the school's training arena, but the wear and tear revealed its true age. Uneven repair marks on the projection grid lines, and a handwritten instruction sheet taped to the energy barrier generators, casing the handwriting crooked, with a smiley face signed at the bottom. You Chen walked over. Do you come here often? Occasionally. Qin Shuang was already walking toward one side of the dual platform. No reservation needed. The owner is a retired hunter, and this place is open 24 hours. What's his background? You Chen pondered. Judging from the interior, the shop owner must be quite powerful himself, given all the details one can analyze here. Qin Shuang stood firm on the left side of the dual platform, lifting her wrist. The dual disc unfolded, casting a pale golden radiance across the dim hall, colliding with the gloomy light from the old industrial pendant lamps overhead, making the repaired projection grid lines on the platform flicker intermittently. Before the academy had its own duel arena, all duelists from the southern town of Jianghai City-State came here to battle, she said, glancing at You Chen. Even now, the older generation of hunters occasionally drops by to sit a while. As her words faded, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor came from behind the counter. A middle-aged man stood up. He was in his early 50s with short hair streaked with gray, wearing a washed-out dark gray vest with sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing an old scar on his forearm that ran from wrist to elbow. That scar shimmered faintly silver under the dim lighting, a trace left by a high-concentration energy impact burn. Little Shuang. He came around the counter, his gaze first landing on Qin Shuang, then shifting to You Chen beside her. A rare sight. What brings you here? And you've brought a friend? His tone was familiar, clearly indicating that Qin Shuang and this proprietor were well acquainted. Uncle Xiao, I'd like to initiate a duel. I'll cover the fee. Qin Shuang skipped the pleasantries. Xiao Shan gestured an OK sign with his fingers. He walked over to the control panel beside the dual platform and pulled down an old-fashioned mechanical lever. A low hum resonated from beneath the floor as the projection grid lines above the platform illuminated one by one. The indicator lights on the energy shield generator beside it began to flicker, first red, then stabilizing to blue after a couple of blinks. A pale blue public domain shield slowly rose from all sides of the platform. Unlike the silent shield in the school training grounds, this old platform's shield ascended with a faint electric buzz, its light patterns occasionally quivering in the air, yet stable enough in its brightness. As You Chen watched the shield, he recalled how Zhao Jiming had been carried off the school duel field. Without this layer of protection, that match would have resulted in more than just broken bones. In the dark duels of the wasteland, when life points hit 0, so did your life. Across all settlements, the prohibition on unprotected private duels ranked among the top 3 taboos. He snapped back to the present, scanning the hall once more from the entrance. The middle-aged men in the second-hand card trading area were still buried in flipping through card albums, occasional bursts of laughter erupting from the spectators before the live stream screen. He raised his wrist and flicked the energy switch on his dual disc. Golden runes awakened on his arm. Dark golden light patterns slowly spread along the veins of his forearm, each line's brightness kept low, yet the density was immense. The industrial pendant lights above, the cold glow from the glass display case on the left, and the pale blue patterns of the dual platform shield, 3 different color temperatures of light, fell upon his arm, all swallowed by that ring of golden runes reflecting only a dull gold. At the counter, Xiao Shan's fingers froze. He still clutched the cloth used for wiping card cases. He set the cloth down, pushed the card case aside, and leaned on the counter with both hands. His gaze passed over the shelves full of cards and dual disc models, settling on the inward converging golden light patterns on You Chen's arm, pausing there for a long while. Then he turned his head and glanced at Qin Shuang. She was adjusting the energy output level of her dual disc, unaware of his look. Xiao Shan withdrew his gaze, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had kept watch over this building for nearly 3 decades and had seen thousands of duelists. Never had he seen a golden dual disc. Duel start. Duel. You Chen and Qin Shuang simultaneously assumed their battle stances. A coin dropped from the dome of the shield, its metallic edge reflecting both gold and white light, bouncing twice on the platform before coming to a stable rest. Tails. You Chen would go second. Qin Shuang swept a glance at her hand, raising her hand with a clean, decisive gesture. I'll take the first turn. I activate the spell card, Angel's Charity, from my hand, drawing 3 cards from my deck, then I discard 2. Next, she drew a card from her hand, holding it between 2 fingers, and pushing it forward, the card tracing a faint golden arc through the energy light. First, I normal summon Valkyrie, third daughter, from my hand. A pillar of light descended before her, and from within emerged a female warrior clad in silver-white armor. She carried a small diamond-shaped shield on each arm, dual short swords held in reverse grip in both hands, her helmet covering the upper half of her face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline. Upon landing, she crossed her short swords before her chest, producing a crisp metallic ring. Valkyrie, third daughter, light attribute, level 4, fairy type, ATK 1000 DF 1600. The effect of third daughter activates. When this card is successfully normal or special summoned, I can add a Valkyrie card from my deck to my hand, except itself. Qin Shuang's deck automatically shuffled. A card popped out. She drew it and showed it to You Chen. The card depicted a silver-armored female warrior riding a winged horse and wielding a lance. I add Valkyrie Sigrun from my deck to my hand. The moment the card entered her hand, the already sharp aura around Qin Shuang surged even higher. Her blue hair flowed without wind, a few strands lifting at the tips in the pale golden energy light. She raised her eyes, a fine golden rune glowing deep within her pupils. Not the light of the dual disc, but her own sequence activating. That energy fluctuation radiated from her, even causing the pale blue shield around the dual platform to ripple slightly outward. You Chen narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "So it's coming. Sequence skill." Qin Shuang raised her delicate hand high, her fingertip pointing straight at the dome, her clear, resolute battle cry echoing within the shield, activating sequence skill. Once per duel, I can directly activate the field spell card, Sanctuary of the Sky, from my deck. As her words fell, the entire dual platform trembled violently. The space within the pale blue shield began to distort dramatically. The projection grid lines beneath their feet were wiped away piece by piece, replaced by a pure white marble-like floor. Pillars engraved with angelic inscriptions rose one by one from the sea of clouds, their engravings glowing one after another, radiating a soft, holy light. Above the dome, a massive golden halo slowly expanded, its interior swirling with countless fine light patterns resembling a giant eye slowly opening. A low-frequency hum akin to a hymn poured down from the center of the halo, utterly transforming the entire dual platform into a celestial sanctuary at that moment. You Chen and Qin Shuang, standing on opposite sides of the platform, now seemed to float above the sea of clouds. Beyond the shield, the second-hand card trading area, the projection screen, the glass display cases. Everything that had existed in the hall was obscured by the clouds. Outsiders could only faintly discern 2 silhouettes standing amidst a blaze of white light through the pale blue shield. Xiao Shan slowly straightened up behind the counter, his fingers unconsciously tracing the old scar on his forearm, launching a sequence skill right from the start. He muttered, his gaze alternating between Qin Shuang and You Chen. This friend little Shuang brought today, he's definitely not ordinary. Qin Shuang didn't pause. She drew the card she had just searched from her hand and raised it high, activating the effect of Valkyrie Sigrun. If this card is in the hand, I can target one face-up spell trap card I control to activate this effect. Send that card to the graveyard and special summon this card. Qin Shuang's slender hand swept through the air decisively. I send the Sanctuary in the Sky to the graveyard. Descend. Valkyrie Sigrun. The Sanctuary in the Sky shattered thunderously behind her. Countless golden fragments hung suspended in midair for a single moment, then drawn by an unseen force, converged inward simultaneously. A pure white Pegasus stepped forth from the broken golden light, each hoof striking the sea of clouds and leaving ripples of gold in its wake. Upon its back sat a valiant and striking figure clad in form-fitting dark purple armor, holding the reins in her left hand and leveling a silver lance with her right. A halo of light was embedded upon her helmet, her visor raised to reveal a face of cold elegance and commanding authority. The Pegasus folded its wings and landed upon the cloud sea, its hooves settling with a force that shook the entire dual platform. Valkyrie Sigrun. Light attribute, level 9 fairy type. ATK 2200 DF 2400. This is still not enough. Qin Shuang's fingertip glided across the dual disc once more, activating Sigrun's effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, I can special summon one Valkyrie monster of level 8 or lower from my hand or graveyard. I special summon Valkyrie Sext. Valkyrie Sext. Light attribute, level 1 fairy type. ATK 0 DF 2000. Activating Sext effect. If this card is special summoned, I can special summon one Valkyrie monster from my deck, except itself. Qin Shuang's deck auto-shuffled, and another card ejected. She slapped it onto the dual disc with fluid, unbroken motion. Special summon Valkyrie Era. A pillar of light descended for the third time. This time a female angel stepped forth clad in robes of white and pale gold, her long golden hair, cascading to her waist, her bearing composed and serene. She stood between Sigrun and Sext, holding a longsword loosely at her side, surrounded by a faint aura of shimmering golden dust. Valkyrie Erda. Light attribute level 8 fairy type. ATK 2000 DF 2200. And Qin Shuang had used only one card from her hand. She still held 4 cards. I'll set 3 cards face down. In phase, Qin Shuang raised her eyes calmly, looking across at her opponent. Behind the counter, Xiao Shan had gotten to his feet without her noticing. He leaned forward, hands bracing the edge of the counter, his gaze passing over the pale blue barrier to scan the 4 Valkyries on Qin Shuang's field. A gratified smile tugged at his lips. It hasn't been for nothing teaching her all these years. Shuang's improvement has been remarkable. He crossed his arms and leaned against the counter, muttering softly to himself. Against a field like this, it wouldn't just be her classmates. Even the upperclassmen wouldn't last a few rounds. Before long, this duel will be over. You Chen slowly lifted his eyes. He processed the act def values and trigger conditions of the 4 Valkyries before him, then drew a card from the top of his deck with 2 fingers. His draw was clean and precise, the golden runes on his dual disc flashing briefly along his arm with the motion. All right, my turn. Draw. He glanced at his hand, his gaze pausing on one card for a moment. A decision made. I activate the effect of Gatekeeper of Dark World Zenta. By discarding this card from my hand to the graveyard, I add 1 Dark World Gate from my deck to my hand. A card automatically ejected from the deck. You Chen caught it between 2 fingers, his motion seamless, and slapped it onto the field zone of his dual disc, activating the field spell card Dark World Gate. The card settled into place. In an instant, the entire dual platform trembled violently. The surging white cloud sea beneath Qin Shuang's feet began to erode from the edges, dark purple energy spreading rapidly from one side of the field to the other, like ink dripping into clear water. The clouds were dyed a deep gray, then turned pitch black from gray. Twisted pillars of dark purple rock burst from the ground, their surfaces crawling with faintly glowing fiend-type runes, each pulsating subtly like living veins. The golden halo overhead was covered by a thin dark film, holy light filtered into a gloomy murky purple twilight, casting twisted elongated shadows across the field. Within seconds, the entire dual field was transformed into a demonic hellscape leading to the netherworld. Qin Shuang's 4 Valkyries stood amidst the dark pillars, their silver armor and pure white wings starkly vivid against the dim, ominous light. Behind You Chen, a colossal phantom of the Dark World Gate slowly materialized. An archway formed of twisted demonic bones with a slowly rotating dark purple eye embedded at the center of its lintel. Fairy type versus fiend type, holy light versus dark radiance. A stark, powerful contrast across the 2 fields, standing in silent opposition across the shimmering pale blue barrier. The middle-aged men nearby, who had been buried in their card binders, looked up. A few viewers in front of the live stream screen turned their heads, drawn by the sudden expanse of the dark purple domain unfolding on the table. Student duels were usually beneath the notice of veteran hunters like them, but the field transformation in this duel was too dramatic. Angels versus fiends, Sky Sanctuary versus Dark World Gate. The visual impact was off the charts. Dark World. Xiao Shan's expression darkened slightly behind the counter, his fingers unconsciously tracing the old scar on his forearm. He had guarded this building for nearly 30 years and had seen hundreds of different decks. He hadn't seen the Dark World field spell in the settlement for a long time. You Chen did not pause. His fingers swept across the dual disc once more, activating the other effect of Dark World Gate. Once per turn, I banish 1 fiend-type monster from my graveyard, then discard 1 fiend-type monster from my hand. After that, I draw 1 card from my deck. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed sharply. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Hold it. I activate my face-down quick play spell card Mystical Space Typhoon. Her slender hand swept through the air, and a violent tornado erupted from her set card zone, howling toward the Dark World Gate on You Chen's field, wreathed in razor-sharp blades of wind. I destroy your field spell Dark World Gate. The wind blade struck precisely at the center of the Dark World Gate's arch. The dark purple eye let out a piercing shriek, and then along with the entire demonic bone archway, it exploded mid-air, fragments dissolving into countless specks of dark purple light that were swept up by the cyclone and cast into the sky. The spreading dark purple energy on the ground receded rapidly, the twisted pillars collapsed one after another, and the sea of clouds once again revealed its original pale blue and pure white. You Chen's combo had been forcibly interrupted. You Chen glanced at the vacated area of the field, raised an eyebrow slightly, then let out a soft chuckle. Not bad, but that's not enough. You Chen drew another card from his hand, flipped it over with his fingertips, and pushed it forward. Next, I activate the spell card Dark World Dealings from my hand. Both players draw 1 card from their decks, then the player who drew discards 1 card from their hand. The Dark World Dealings card flipped on the dual disc, and dark purple magical runes overflowed from the card slot, tracing a twisted arc of light in the air. You Chen pinched a new card from the top of his deck, inserted it into his hand, without looking, then pulled out another. Qin Shuang had to do the same. The card I discard from my hand is Saralai Guru of the Dark World. As the card was sent to the graveyard, a dark purple beam of light immediately rose from the graveyard zone. A gaunt figure emerged within the beam, clad in a deep purple robe that dragged to its ankles, its collar raised high to conceal the lower half of its face, revealing only a pair of eyes glinting with an eerie light. He clasped his hands in his sleeves, his posture both respectful and chilling. Serialize effect activates. When this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, it is special summoned to your opponent's field in defense position. Furthermore, if it is successfully special summoned by the effect of a Dark World card, your opponent discards one card from their hand. You Chen pointed toward Qin Shuang's side of the field. The gaunt purple figure drifted silently across the field boundary and settled into the empty space on Qin Shuang's side. Saralai stood among her angel-type monsters, his sleeves tucked in his glowing eyes, turning to Qin Shuang. He gave a slight bow and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Shuang stared at this unwelcome dark purple presence on her field, her brows furrowed. He can do that. Summon a monster to my side and force me to discard. She had learned something new today. The Dark World wasn't just about passive triggers, it could actively drag the opponent into its rhythm. You Chen quickly selected a card from his hand, raised it high between two fingers. I believe you'll be familiar with this card. He flipped his fingers, revealing the card face. Rain, the Dark World Demon. Qin Shuang's pupils trembled. That card. When Yu Chen faced Chu Lingfeng, this was the card that sealed the deal, obliterating all monsters on the field with a single slash and reducing Chu Lingfeng's life points to 0. Rain, the Dark World Demon, is discarded and special summoned. Yu Chen's voice rang out inside the light barrier. When it is discarded by an opponent's card effect and successfully special summoned, this card can destroy all monsters your opponent controls or all spell trap cards they control. And I choose to destroy all your monsters. Your Valkyries were nicely special summoned, but unfortunately it's useless. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The Phantom of Rain, the Dark World Demon, had already emerged from the graveyard's pillar of light. Its pupil-less purple vortex-like eyes slowly brightened, fixed on the 4 Valkyries lined up on Qin Shuang's field. Not so fast. Qin Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. She had been waiting for this moment. I activate my face-down trap card, Breakthrough Skill. Target one effect monster your opponent controls. Negate the effects of that monster until the end of the turn. She pointed a slender finger, aiming directly at the dark purple giant figure stepping out of the light pillar. I negate your Rain, the Dark World Demon. What are you going to do now, Yu Chen? Qin Shuang's blue hair swept back in the energy surge, and her always cold dark eyes now blazed with an unmistakable sharp light. Did you really think I was one of those weaklings you could crush at will? Yu Chen looked at her and began to clap. As expected of you. Your strength as a top 3 student is no joke. The applause echoed crisply twice inside the barrier, then his fingers paused. He held another card between 2 fingers and swept it out horizontally. His eyes instantly sharpened, the smile still there, but now carrying a genuine edge. But, if you think that's foolproof, you're gravely mistaken. Qin Shuang frowned. What did he mean? Breakthrough Skill had already locked onto Rain. Could he still counter that? I activate the quick play spell card, Enemy Controller. Yu Chen flung out a card, a smile playing on his lips. The card face flipped over. A giant game controller phantom materialized on Yu Chen's field. The joystick suddenly tilted and 2 directional arrows lit up on the screen simultaneously, the targeting box dancing wildly between Qin Shuang's monster zone and Yu Chen's. Choose one of the following effects to activate. Change the battle position of one face-up monster your opponent controls, or tribute one monster you control to target one face-up monster your opponent controls, and take control of it until the end phase. Yu Chen raised his eyes, his smile sharp. I choose to tribute my Rain, the Dark World Demon, and take control of your Valkyrie Erda. And once Valkyrie Erda comes over, all monsters you control are destroyed and banished. The field went dead silent for half a second, then erupted. He can do that. A middle-aged man in the second-hand card trading area directly closed his card binder. Several viewers typing comments on the livestream screen simultaneously froze their fingers. Even the scrolling barrage paused, leaving a blank space for several seconds. Qin Shuang's pupils contracted sharply. Since Rain was tribute and no longer on the field, Breakthrough Skill lost its target and became ineffective. In other words, Yu Chen not only completely evaded her Breakthrough Skill, but also forcibly pulled her Erda to his side, while Rain's destruction effect processed normally. Xiao Shan slowly straightened up behind the counter, removed his hands from the countertop, crossed his arms, and fixed his gaze on Yu Chen. After a long silence, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered to himself, barely audible, this kid is no ordinary one. Qin Shuang frowned, then raised her hand high. I activate my face-down trap card, Shifting. This card can be activated when one monster you control becomes the target of an opponent's spell trap card effect or an attack. The target is transferred to another monster you control that would be a correct target. I transfer the target to Valkyrie 3rd on my field. In the next moment, Rain, the Dark World Demon, vanished from the field. The massive hand of Breakthrough Skill arrived, but lost its target, and the remote control of Enemy Controller changed direction. Valkyrie 3rd was forcibly taken over, darkening and landing on Yu Chen's field. At the same time, the dark destruction light left behind by Rain, the Dark World Demon, swept across the entire field. All the Valkyries let out a scream and turned to ashes. In an instant, they were reduced to nothing. At this point, Qin Shuang's field was also completely empty. She had fallen into the same situation as Chu Lingfeng. At that moment Qin Shuang truly realized how strong You Chen was. Initially she had thought his deck wasn't that powerful, and that day he had just happened to face a discard-based deck. If he hadn't encountered a discard deck, many of his opponent's discard effects wouldn't have been activated, making him nothing to fear. Now she realized how wrong she had been. You Chen had only 2 cards left in his hand. But that was enough. Then it's my turn. I activate the sequence skill Give and Take. Golden patterns on his arm blazed a degree brighter light, converging along the veins of his forearm into a single, brilliant point at his wrist. This skill can only be activated once per duel. Draw 1 card, then discard 1 card. He drew a new card from the top of his deck, glanced at it, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Then he pulled out another card and sent it to the graveyard. I choose to discard Pel the Hermit of the Dark World. A dark purple pillar of light erupted from the graveyard zone. A figure emerged within the pillar, a dark purple hood concealing most of their face, revealing only a gaunt chin and a pair of hands wrinkled with age. They clasped their hands together before their chest, cradling a slowly rotating orb of dark energy. After 2 rotations, the orb burst apart, transforming into a directed summoning circle that landed on You Chen's monster zone. Pel's effect activates. When this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, I target 1 Dark World monster in the graveyard except itself, and special summon it to the field. The one I revive is Rain, the demon god of the Dark World. The summoning circle exploded violently. The massive dark purple figure of Rain, the demon god, stepped forth once more from the shattered ring of light. The demonic inscriptions on his dark purple armor burned hotter than before, each engraving surging with residual dark flames that had yet to cool. He gripped the massive sword with both hands, raising the blade high above his head. His pupil-less, swirling purple vortex eyes stared down at Qin Shuang's field, their oppressive aura dimming even the holy light upon the sea of clouds. In the blink of an eye, the demon god was reborn. You must be waiting for the return of your Valkyrie trio. At Yu Chen's words, Qin Shuang's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, she was waiting for the end phase. The control of enemy controller only lasted for 1 turn. If she could survive this turn, the Valkyrie trio would return to her field. Sorry, they're not coming back. Qin Shuang's brow furrowed deeper. What did he mean? The effect of enemy controller to return control was mandatory. There was no way to circumvent it. Yu Chen held up a card between 2 fingers, letting out a light chuckle. Don't forget, I haven't performed my normal summon this turn yet. Qin Shuang's expression shifted. Could it be? That's right. I tribute the Valkyrie third on my field and normal summon Krat the Fiend of the Dark World from my hand. The body of the Valkyrie third began to dissolve into golden motes of light. She looked down at her fading hands, and for the first time a flicker of emotion crossed her eternally serene face. Not pain, but an inexpressible unwillingness at being outmaneuvered so completely. She lifted her head to look at her master on the other side, her lips parted slightly before her entire form exploded into a pillar of light. Before the light had even faded, a far more ferocious dark purple silhouette stepped out from its core. His entire body was covered in dark gray scale armor, the edges of the scales gleaming with cold metallic light. His arms were abnormally long, hanging past his knees. Each hand had only 3 fingers, the tips ending in curved bone claws that scraped across the ground with a grating sound as he moved. He bore a sharply defined face, his vertical pupils set deep within their sockets, shifting like tongues of cold flame. Krat the Fiend of the Dark World, Dark Level 6 Fiend Type, ATK, 2400 DF0. The situation on Yu Chen's field was now perfectly clear. 2 Apex Dark World monsters stood side by side at the center of the dark purple summoning circle. Rain planted his great sword into the ground, while Krat hunched slightly, his vertical pupils locked onto Qin Shuang's defenses across the field. Valkyrie third was never going back. Tribute as a sacrifice, she vanished without a trace, not even reaching the resolution point for the control-granting effect of enemy controller. Not only had Yu Chen borrowed her monster with enemy controller, he had dismantled it himself before returning it. Yu Chen quickly scanned the total attack power on the field. Rain, the Demon God, and Krat the Fiend of the Dark World now boasted an attack power exceeding 4,000. Qin Shuang's LP was at 4,000, and she had no defensive measures on the field to withstand this incoming onslaught. Barring any surprises, this duel was already over. He paused for a beat. Across the field, Qin Shuang stood with calm eyes, showing no intention of surrendering. Her cold, impassive face betrayed no hint of wavering. Her deep-colored eyes were fixed on him through the light barrier, even more focused than before. Yu Chen narrowed his eyes. He had seen that look before. There was still a trump card waiting. Enter the battle phase. Krat the Fiend of the Dark World attack directly. At the attack command, Krat the Fiend of the Dark World transformed into a streak of light and charged straight at Qin Shuang. His demonic claws aimed directly at her. Qin Shuang moved as well. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the attack declaration. She slid a card from her hand with 2 fingers and flung it out, her motion swift and precise, without a wasted movement. I activate Battle Fader from my hand. The card flipped over. A small hunched figure materialized in front of Qin Shuang, wrapped head to toe in a dark gray cloak, revealing only 2 thin arms. His eyes were hollow and vacant. He raised his hands slowly, palms outward, and a faint ring of gray ripples expanded from his palms. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, this card is special summoned from the hand. Then the battle phase is forcibly ended. The gray ripples swept across the entire field. Kairat, the fiend of the Dark World's claws, were halted less than half a meter from Qin Shuang, the dark purple energy being pushed back inch by inch. She was repelled by a gentle yet irresistible force returning to You Chen's monster zone. The chimes signaling the end of the battle phase echoed within the barrier, and all of You Chen's monsters lost their attacking stance simultaneously. You Chen glanced down at the dual disc's notification that the battle phase had ended, letting out a soft TSK. Hand trap defense well prepared. Just as expected of you. Behind the counter, Xiao Shan slowly clenched and unclenched his rag, then looked up at Qin Shuang. It was the first time he had seen a crack in Qin Shuang's delicate and beautiful composure. In all the time he had known her, this was the first time he had seen her shaken. And now the field had completely shifted in You Chen's favor. Two Dark World Titans dominated the field, leaving Qin Shuang's position precarious. From the moment I saw that golden dual disc, I knew this person was anything but ordinary. Xiao Shan tossed the rag back onto the counter, crossed his arms over his chest, and fixed his gaze on the youth whose golden runes were still pulsing faintly along his arm. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Xiao Shuang, just who exactly did you bring here? I set one card face down, and in my turn. You Chen slapped his last hand card into the spell trap zone, a brief cold gleam flickering across the card back beneath the pale blue light shield. Qin Shuang lifted her gaze. The fighting spirit in her eyes burned even brighter. My turn, draw. She drew a card from the top of her deck, with 2 fingers, the motion more forceful than usual, the card tracing a sharp arc through the air. She glanced down at the card face, her pupils abruptly focusing. Lucky. I activate the spell card Greed Pot from my hand. Draw 2 cards from my deck. After drawing 2 cards, Qin Shuang's gaze sharpened. On You Chen's field stood only 3 cards: Demon God Ray and Ghost God Carrot, and 1 face-down card. In her graveyard lay Sigrin's 6th, Elda, and 3rd. The entire Valkyrie system's chain of combinations remained intact. 2 cards against 3, the advantage was hers. There was still a chance. Qin Shuang raised the new card high, its face flipping amidst the arena where holy light and dark radiance interwove. A dark green spell border, the classic Egyptian Ankh cross emblem. In the grand hall of the duelist's house, every spectator old enough to recognize that card art instinctively sat up straight the moment they saw it. I activate the spell card Rebirth of the Dead from my hand. Qin Shuang waved her slender hand, and the Ankh cross burst into countless dark green particles in midair. The particles converged into a dark green pillar of light that landed in her monster zone, and within the pillar emerged the silhouette of a snow-white Pegasus, hooves treading air, mane whipping in the glow. I special summoned from my graveyard, Valkyrie Sigron. The Pegasus stepped out of the pillar of light, and the silver-armored warrior woman on its back reined the steed, and raised her spear, her purple armor gleaming with a cold, exquisite luster under the sea of clouds and dark glow. Her visor remained up, revealing a stern and majestic face. The angelic halo above her helmet reignited, and holy light pushed back the lingering dark purple energy around her. Sigrin's effect activates. When this card is normal or special summon 1 Valkyrie monster of level 8 or lower from your hand or graveyard. Qin Shuang's fingertips swept across the dual disc, and a second pillar of light rose from the graveyard zone. Special summon Valkyrie 6th. 6th leaped out of the pillar of light. Her silver armor hugged her form, a round light shield in her left hand, a spear wreathed in pale golden flames in her right, and 2 massive pure white wings unfurled, with a whoosh scattering a shower of light dust over the sea of clouds. 6th's effect activates. When this card is special summon 1 Valkyrie monster other than itself from your deck. Qin Shuang's deck shuffled automatically, a card popped out, and she slapped it onto the dual disc. Special summon Valkyrie Elda. A third pillar of light descended. The female angel in platinum white robes returned to the field, her golden hair cascading to her waist, surrounded by a faint golden glow. But this time she was no longer a lone warrior forcibly pulled to the opponent's field by the enemy's machinery. She stood on her own master's side between Sigrun and 6th, a Avenger Reborn. Elda's effect is. Qin Shuang's voice suddenly rose. While this card, special summoned by the effect of a Valkyrie card, is in the monster zone, all monsters your opponent controls lose 1000 ATK. Elda raised both hands, palms outward. A ring of pale golden light radiated from her, sweeping across You Chen's entire field. The halo passed through the dark purple fiend inscriptions, through the surging dark flames emanating from Demon God Rayan and Ghost God Carrot, swiftly suppressing a portion of their power. The dark flames on Demon God Rayan's greatsword were forcibly pressed down, while the bone wings on Ghost God Carrot's back were eroded by the golden light, the barbs along their edges beginning to curl. Their armor did not become tattered, but the edge of the demon god's blade was directly halved in brilliance. The scales on Ghost God Carrot's body instantly lost their luster, as if half of his vitality had been drained, yet he remained motionless, staring fixedly at the opponent. Demon God Rayan of the Dark World, ATK 25001-500. Ghost God Kyret of the Dark World, ATK 24001-400. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Valkyries had swarmed the field. Sigrun sat high atop her Pegasus, spear gleaming cold. Elda's robes billowed as her golden halo radiated continuous pressure. 6 wings spread wide, flames, spear poised to strike. The 3 Valkyries stood in a line, golden light dust, and white sea of clouds reflecting each other, completely driving the residual dark purple of the Dark World Gate to the edge of the field. And on You Chen's side, Demon God Raian and Ghost God their ATK reduced stood silently across from them, still present, still refusing to retreat a single step. You Chen couldn't help but marvel. These Valkyries. With just a single card they could spring into full motion. Qin Shuang pointed forward, her spirited cry echoing within the light shield. The tide has turned, You Chen. Enter the battle phase. Sigrun attacks, Demon God Raian. Sigrun squeezed her legs against the Pegasus's flanks, and the steed let out a neigh, transforming into a bolt of platinum white lightning, charging straight at Demon God Raian. Hooves left a trail of golden ripples across the sea of clouds, and the tip of the silver lance split the air, piercing into Demon God Raian's chest with a tearing shriek. The fiend inscriptions on the dark purple armor flickered violently under the holy light's impact. Raian's pupil-less vortex eyes jolted, his greatsword not yet fully raised as the lance pierced through him. Dark purple fragments burst from the cracks in the armor, and Demon God Raian's towering form erupted in a pillar of light. Minus 700 LP. You Chen was pushed back half a step by the shockwave, and his dual disc emitted a brief hum. His life points dropped from 400 to 3,300. And that's not all. As long as Valkyrie Elda is in the monster zone, cards destroyed by battle or card effects and sent to the opponent's graveyard are banished instead. Qin Shuang noticed that his face-down card had not been activated, not when Sigrun attacked nor when Raian was destroyed. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Elda attacked, Ghost God Kyret. Elda shot forward in response. Her platinum-white robes trailed behind her in a streak of light, her long sword rising above her head as golden runes ignited one by one along the blade, descending in a vertical slash toward Ghost God Kyret. You Chen lifted his gaze. I've been waiting. His fingertip pressed hard on the dual disc, and the face-down card flipped. The cold glint of the trap card face blazed to life beneath the pale blue light shield. I activate my face-down trap card, Wall of Division. A translucent energy barrier rose abruptly in front of You Chen's monster zone. The barrier's surface shimmered with countless fine light patterns, each splitting and reassembling at tremendous speed, like a wall of pure mathematical decomposition. This card can only be activated when an opponent's monster declares an attack. All attack position monsters your opponent controls lose ATK, equal to the number of monsters they control times 800. With 3 monsters on your field, they lose 2,400 ATK. Elda's sword struck the severing wall. The golden runes etched along the blade began to crumble the moment it touched the barrier, spreading from the tip all the way to the hilt, then up her wrist, her arm, and her shoulders. Her entire body was thrust into a grinder composed of anti-phase energy. The golden trim on her armor peeled away piece by piece, and her long sword softened into a pool of molten gold spilling across the sea of clouds. Even the holy light behind her was torn into countless fragments by the barrier. Elda let out a harrowing shriek, her figure rapidly shrinking and twisting within the barrier. Eventually, her own inertia flung her to the other side of the barrier, where she crashed heavily onto the edge of You Chen's field. She rolled twice before coming to a stop, the luminous dust surrounding her body completely extinguished. Valkyrie Elda's attack power dropped from 2,000 to 0. Kale, that's the demonic god of the dark world, looked down at the fallen Elda before him. Those vertical pupils shifted within their sockets as he raised his right arm, 3 bone claws carving 3 dark arcs through the air. Elda's platinum-white robes were cleaved into 3 pieces by the bone claws. Before the fragments could even touch the ground, her body split apart from the center, exploding into countless golden motes of light that scattered through the air. Minus 1,400 LP. Qin Shuang groaned in pain, clutching her chest as she staggered backward 2 steps. The pale golden patterns on her dual disc flashed violently, her life points plummeting from 4,000 to 2,600. She caught her breath and looked up at You Chen. The severing wall. One of the traps that terrified Valkyries the most. She certainly knew this card, but she hadn't expected You Chen to not only include it, but also hold on to it until the very end. So you deliberately held back earlier just to take out my Elda as well. Qin Shuang finally understood You Chen's intention at this moment. You Chen smiled and nodded. Exactly. If I had used it during the first attack, your Elda would still be standing. As long as Elda remains on the field, the attack reduction continues to apply. I had to wait for her to attack, first to let her walk right into the trap's range. Only then would your established field work in my favor. Qin Shuang took a deep breath, forcing down her racing thoughts. She couldn't continue attacking now. There was still danger lurking in the next turn. She still had 1 card left in hand, and Siglin, the 6 women, and Battle Fader remained on the field. She lifted her gaze toward her opponent. In that case, I won't hold back for you either. I activate the spell card Hammer Strike, destroying the face-up monster with the highest attack power on the field. Her slender hand swept through the air. Therefore, your Dark World Spirit Kale, that's destroyed directly. As Qin Shuang's words fell, a massive wooden stake plummeted from the sky, crushing the Dark World Spirit Kale that's into pulp. Her entire body dissolved into fragments within the golden light. Turn end. The pale golden patterns on the dual disc returned to standby mode. Both sides had fought to a standstill. Now it's my turn, I draw. You Chen glanced at his hand and raised an eyebrow. Luck. These words were naturally a retort to Qin Shuang's earlier remark about luck. I activate the spell card Angel's Advice. Draw 3 cards from your deck, then discard 2. Upon seeing this card, Qin Shuang's expression darkened. It was clear that Dark World synergized perfectly with this card. You Chen drew 3 cards and quickly selected 2 to discard. The cards just sent to the graveyard are Dark World Hermit Pearl and Dark World Sorceress Sierra. When Dark World Sorceress Sierra is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by effect, activate this effect. Add 1 Dark World card from your deck to your hand. And when Dark World Hermit Pearl is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by effect, you can target 1 Dark World monster in your graveyard other than Dark World Hermit Pearl on your field or your opponent's field. I'll special summon Dark World Instructor Seluyuan directly to your field. However, Yu Chen's chain hadn't ended yet. After quickly retrieving a card, due to the effect of Dark World Instructor Seluyuan, I can also choose to discard 1 card. I choose Dark World Demon King Rain from my hand. With this chain resolution, Qin Shuang already felt a hint of despair. But Yu Chen's chain wasn't over yet. When this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by effect, you can activate this effect. Add 1 Dark World monster with 5 or more stars other than Dark World Demon King Rain from your deck to your hand. If discarded by your opponent's effect, you can also special summon 1 Dark World monster with 4 or fewer stars from your deck or graveyard to your field or your opponent's field. Yu Chen could retrieve another card. Next, I'll continue to special summon Dark World Instructor Seluyuan from my deck to your field. I bullied your monster, so as a courtesy, I'll let you bully mine. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's icy expression finally cracked. Next, I'll discard again. Dark World Demon God Rain. Of course, that's not enough. Activate the quick play spell card Dark World Puppet. You can target up to 3 cards from both graveyards and banish them. After that, discard 1 demon-type monster from your hand. He swiped his fingertip across the dual disc. I'll banish 3 cards from your graveyard. Break skill Valkyrie Elda and Valkyrie Third Daughter. Qin Shuang's graveyard area was pierced simultaneously by 3 dark purple light claws. The afterimages of the 3 cards were dragged out from the graveyard by the light claws, shattering into data fragments in midair before being sucked into dimensional cracks and disappearing completely. Qin Shuang's graveyard resources were nearly halved by this single strike. You have no cards in hand, and you're still activating. Qin Shuang was somewhat surprised. Yu Chen smiled faintly. Because what I wanted was to clear your graveyard of break skill, not to discard cards. Qin Shuang paused, her delicate face freezing. At this level of play, her opponent could still remember her graveyard's break skill. This kind of macro perspective was beyond what students at the same level could match. Yu Chen, what kind of person is he really? Yu Chen paused, his arm raised high, fingertips pointing directly at the sky. Return Rain, the demon god of the dark world. A bolt of dark purple wild lightning tore down from the vault of heaven. The lightning pierced through the lingering mist woven with remnants of holy light and demonic inscriptions above the sea of clouds, erupting in a violent surge of air around Yu Chen's monster zone. Rain, the demon god, stepped forth from the lightning for the 3rd time, his colossal dark purple silhouette materializing. The demonic inscriptions on his dark violet armor blazed more fiercely than ever, each line surging with searing dark flames. He gripped the hilt of his greatsword with both hands, raising the blade high above his head. His pupil-less, swirling violet eyes gazed down upon Qin Shuang's field from above. 3 times summoned, the demon god remained undaunted. Qin Shuang stood atop the sea of clouds, her blue hair whipped back by the gale-force winds kicked up by the thunder. Xiao Shan slowly rose from behind the counter, bracing his hands on its edge, his gaze locked onto Yu Chen. Activating Rain's effect again. Destroy all monsters on your field. Yu Chen pointed and roared. Rain, the demon god, raised his colossal sword high, and a ferocious bolt of lightning slammed down from its tip, crashing directly into Qin Shuang's monster zone. Sigrin's winged horse was engulfed by the lightning, the wings of the 6 Valkyries dissolving into golden fragments within a pillar of light. Mentor Sarali's purple robes were torn into countless shreds. Every monster on Qin Shuang's field was utterly annihilated. If this attack went through, Qin Shuang would be left with only 100 life points. It seemed like he was just barely short, but Yu Chen still had a decisive move. That card was Rain, the demon god king of the dark world, in the graveyard. This card can return 1 dark world monster on your field that is level 7 or lower to its owner's hand, then special summon itself from the graveyard. And once Rain, the demon god king of the dark world, attacked directly, Qin Shuang would lose, just as Yu Chen was about to deliver the final blow. At that very moment, buzz! An electric crackle came from the industrial ceiling lights. The tubes flickered violently twice, then every light in the duelist's home hall went out simultaneously. The projection screen went dark, the cold lights in the glass display cases died, and even the pale blue barrier around the duel platform trembled violently before dissolving into a thin line that vanished at the edge of the arena. The hall plunged into thick darkness with only the dual discs on their arms still glowing. Yu Chen's golden patterns and Qin Shuang's light gold patterns faced each other from opposite sides like 2 stubborn flames refusing to be extinguished. Not good. Xiao Shan's voice rang out from the counter area, strong and steady, carrying the calm, piercing quality of a seasoned 30-year hunter. A monster spirit intrusion. It broke through the electric grid barrier and triggered the power station's shutdown signal. Everyone evacuate immediately. It's not safe here. The hall erupted into chaos. The middle-aged men at the second-hand card trading area grabbed their card binders and bolted for the exit, cards scattering everywhere without a thought for picking them up. Viewers in front of the live stream screens knocked chairs, asked you, someone tripped in the darkness, cursed, scrambled up, and kept charging toward the door. You Chen shook his head and sighed, forget it. Let's call this one a draw. Survival comes first. Even though he was annoyed about having the plug pulled on a match he'd already won, there was nothing else to do. Qin Shuang did not answer. She lowered her head and glanced at the card she had just drawn on her dual disc. In the faint glow of the light gold patterns, the card face was clearly visible. Valkyrie 4th. There was still a way out. She raised her eyes and looked at You Chen. Indeed, the outcome was far from decided. The two slipped away from the rear side of the hall amid the confusion. You Chen led the way, shoving aside obstructing chairs, with Qin Shuang following closely behind. Her steps were steady, her blue hair swaying gently in the pale gold glow of the dual disc. Apart from breathing slightly faster than usual, she betrayed no sign of distress. Behind the back door was a narrow alley, the shops on both sides already closed with their rolling shutters pulled all the way down. They had only taken a few steps when You Chen stepped on something underfoot. It was hard with sharp edges, not broken brick. He looked down. A card lay between the sole of his shoe and the cracked stone slab face down. Its dark purple border emitted a barely perceptible eerie glow in the dim light of a distant street lamp. The card back bore no familiar dual monster emblem. Instead, it had a dark pattern he had never seen before. A half-open, half-closed eye at its center, its pupil elongated vertically. He kicked the debris aside with his toe bent down and picked it up, flipping it over. On the card was a pitch-black dragon, its scale armor edged with cold, dark purple flames. Over a dozen jagged spikes ran from its neck to its tail, each ridge clearly defined. Its wings spread to an immense span, with a single bone spur jutting from each wingtip. The wing membranes were webbed with vein-like purple patterns. The dragon's head was slightly lowered, its vertical pupils a deep crimson, staring directly out of the card. A few wisps of dark flame that had yet to dissipate seeped from the seams of its mouth. Grapha, the dragon god of the dark world. Dark level 8 fiend. ATK 2700 DF 1800. You Chen's breath hitched. To think he'd just stumbled upon a dark world card on the street. Qin Shuang stepped up beside him, looking down at the card, her brow furrowing slightly. This card is problematic. Any card scattered from a monster spirit intrusion carries dark attributes. Those who use them will gradually be consumed by darkness, commonly called dark corruption. Remember, don't ever use it. Her tone was heavier than usual. These cards are different from the ones you redeem at the library. Marked dark attribute cards have an assimilation property. Prolonged human contact will gradually erode you, corrupt the dual disc's energy circuits, and shift your mental state toward the monster faction. So these monster spirit intrusions aren't just about causing destruction. You Chen spun the card between his fingers, holding it up to the street lamp's fading light for another look at the flickering flame-shaped vertical pupil. They're sowing seeds. Qin Shuang nodded but offered no further explanation. Her gaze shifted from the cards sweeping across the ground on both sides of the alley. Among the scattered rubble, several similar cards lay quietly in the shadows, some face up, some half buried in debris. Their dark purple borders pulsed with a faint, breathing glow in the darkness. Above, dark purple specks of light still drifted across the sky. Occasionally a vanguard Becky swooped low, flashing past in the dim streetlight like a wandering wisp. You Chen noticed it too. This card was clearly different. Qin Shuang reached out, her fingertips hovering above the card without touching it. The higher the card's power, the stronger its assimilation. This mark is already in a semi-activated state. Unless it's treated with the Hunter Association's dedicated purification equipment, holding onto this thing is just stacking debuffs on yourself. I can see that. You Chen flipped Grapha back over the crimson vertical pupil burning brightly in the darkness, yet he didn't immediately toss it away. In its current state, can it still go into a deck and participate in duels? Yes, but it's illegal. Your thinking is dangerous. Qin Shuang fixed her gaze on You Chen. The street lamp at the north end of the alley flickered twice, and in the farther sky several more dark purple specks drifted toward them. You Chen slipped Grapha into his pocket as well. Qin Shuang withdrew her gaze, said nothing more, and took the lead toward the north gate. As for whether to use it or not, You Chen was burning with curiosity. Whatever, he'd pocket it first and figure it out later. The sirens in South Town were the first to sound, followed by the North District Industrial Park, and then the Wasteland Buffer Zone. The emergency broadcasts of all three zones blared in unison as anti-aircraft searchlights swept back and forth across the low sky, their beams slicing through the night air, stained dusky yellow by gunpowder smoke. Spirit invasions swooped down in swarms from midair, while military god-level heavy-armored monsters raised giant hammers to smash through the protective walls of residential buildings. Still more nameless dark attribute spirits surged out from underground fissures like hornets from a disturbed nest. On the old duel platform at the duelist's home in South Town's Old Street, hunters who had organized their own resistance stood shoulder to shoulder. The light of projection shields and materialized monsters flashed in alternating bursts, and each shockwave shattered every glass window on the entire street at once. The abandoned factory buildings in the North District Industrial Park became one of the main battlefields, where at least 5 military god-level Dark Realm spirits gathered there. The Hunters Guild dispatched 2 full-strength squads to barely stabilize the defense line. On the front line of the Wasteland Buffer Zone, the automated defense turrets outside the outpost had exhausted all their energy reserves. The last group of retreating sentries managed to contact the guild only at 4 in the morning. The power system collapse covered most of Southtown, with communications down for nearly 2 hours. The Hunters Guild urgently activated backup energy sources and mobilized all registered hunters into combat. Each summoned their own ace cards to battle. At the Academy, the administration issued 3 emergency notices in succession during the early morning, explicitly requiring all students to stay indoors and not go out. At the same time, they opened the energy shields of all training grounds as temporary shelters. It was not until around 5 in the morning that the Beast Tide's offensive gradually weakened under the joint counterattack of all defensive lines, and the main invasion points were cleared one by one. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the medical clinic. The corridors were filled with hunters and residents injured in last night's Beast Tide as nurses pushed stretchers through the crowd. The air was thick with the mingled scent of disinfectant and blood. Transport airships shuttled through the morning mist, pulling the last batches of wounded from the peripheral outposts back into the city. This was the scene at dawn. The entire settlement looked as if it had fought an asymmetrical war. But deep within the ruins of the North District, in a place no one noticed, an underground space reinforced by darkening energy silently took shape. Dark purple energy lines spread along the walls, firmly binding the crumbling bricks and stones together, transforming this place into a hidden hall. 5 figures walked from the end of the street, their steps as leisurely as if they had just finished a stroll. They simply walked straight in through the broken gate of the industrial park. The remaining energy monitoring probe at the entrance flickered for an instant upon sensing them, then went dark. They approached the entrance to the underground space, each checking their new bodies with casual, yet practiced movements, then slipped into the shadows one by one. Inside the hall, dark purple light patterns breathed slowly on the walls. A tall man flexed his wrists, his joints cracking. He looked down at the human host body he had parasitized, raised his arm to examine it against the dark purple light, and grinned from ear to ear. This vessel is not bad. Human joints are more flexible than I imagined. He twisted his neck, letting out a satisfied grunt. Time to get down to business. The person standing farthest inside turned around. His face was gentle, with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. When he spoke, his voice was low and steady. From appearance, he was completely the image of an experienced Hunters Guild consultant. He raised his hand and drew a line in the void, and a dark purple light screen unfolded, densely listing the names of the various academies, guild branches, and settlements of Jianhai City-State. Beside each name were detailed potential ratings and defense force distributions. The orders from above were not just for us to set off fireworks. The tall, thin man leaned against the wall, hands in pockets, his fingers long and elegantly crossed at the tips. He looked down at his own brand-new fingers, then lifted his head, scanning his companion's face with a light tone. The rebirth of Lu Shihui requires enough duelists to guide it, and enough dark energy to support it. Relying solely on spirit attacks of this scale, the current spirits are far from enough. We need to make more humans come to us on their own, let their dual discs be eroded by darkening cards without their knowledge, and let their mental state naturally darken through repeated use. When the time comes, the spiritual power of all assimilated duelists will be ours to command. The middle-aged man withdrew the light screen and turned to walk deeper into the underground hall. His silhouette stretched extremely long in the dark light patterns. Priority targets are students because they are the most easily assimilated by darkness. Start from the academies. The spiritual power of young duelists is the most active, their decks have the greatest plasticity, and the conversion rate after erosion is also the highest. Last night, I already planted seeds in several students. The first batch of darkening cards left by Lord Dragon God is enough to cover all the high schools of Jianhai City-State. Next, you will act separately. He raised his hand and lightly grasped the air with his 5 fingers. A dozen or so darkening cards on the wall automatically floated up, hovering in the air to form a slowly rotating ring. The duelist's home in Southtown, the Hunters Guild training base in the North District, and the duel arenas of those academies. These places have a large number of duelists coming and going every day. You infiltrate and spread these darkening cards in the training grounds, trading areas, and card storage rooms, mixing them among ordinary cards. Students and hunters won't be able to distinguish them when selecting cards. Once they load these cards into their dual discs and use them a few times, the assimilation marks will take root on their own. By then we won't need to act, they will come to us on their own. Start with the freelance duelists on the periphery, then gradually infiltrate the core areas. Given the students' mobility and social networks, as long as a few key cards are taken back to school, the spread speed will be much faster than you imagine. Moreover, the Academy Selection Tournament 3 months from now is the best opportunity. He raised his hand and pushed the darkening cards suspended in the air toward the 2 people respectively. The cards arced through the air in dark trails and landed steadily in the palms of the 2. Go scatter the seeds. I want the power of Lord Lu Shihui to descend upon this land once more. Huh. His face began to gradually contort into an exaggerated expression. You Chen was awakened by the terminal. A continuous push notification of 7 or 8 messages stacked together. He turned over and sat up. Outside the window, the sky was already bright, but it looked wrong, gray and hazy as if covered by a veil. The gunpowder smoke drifting from the direction of the wasteland mixed with the dust from the damage in the city, filtering the morning light into a dark yellow. The darkening card on the table was still glowing faintly, and the flame vertical pupils of Grafa flickered more urgently than last night. He picked up the terminal. Wang Quan's first message was sent at 4 in the morning, followed by one every 10 minutes or so, each more urgent in wording than the last. You Chen, are you still alive? Southtown blew up last night. I heard that a group of spirits directly charged into the residential area, and the Hunters Association dispatched 3 teams to suppress it. There were also disturbances in the North District. The school administration issued an emergency notice in the middle of the night, canceling all classes today and putting all duelists on standby. Did you see the news? Last night, over a dozen places across Jianghai city-state were invaded simultaneously, not just from the Dark Realm, but also other attributes. A total mess. The Hunters Guild says this is the largest scale incident in the past 5 years. Oh, and the school has put us on standby, saying they might organize students to participate in perimeter defense. Also, someone saw you and Qin Shuang coming back from outside the campus last night, and now the whole school is buzzing with rumors. Hurry up and reply, don't play dead. The last one was from 10 minutes ago. You Chen, where exactly are you? You die first, I won't. You Chen glanced at the terminal screen, typed a few words to reply, tossed the terminal onto the desk, and rubbed his temples. The matter of the darkened card from last night was still unresolved, and already chaos erupted here. He turned to look at the dragon god of the dark world Glafa on the desk, pinching the card between 2 fingers and gazing at it for a moment against the gray morning light from the window. The dragon head on the card's surface bowed slightly, its deep red vertical pupils motionless in the light, yet he felt those eyes were watching him from some extremely deep dimension. At the point where his fingertips touched the card's surface, a sharp, tingling chill crept upward along his knuckles, and something lightly scraped the edge of his consciousness. He shook his head, and the silent magician flew out from the card slot of the dual disc. She hovered before You Chen, extending her fair and slender fingers with a tiny soft golden light glowing at her fingertips. The light fell onto Glafa's card surface like a drop of warm water falling into ice water, rippling outward in an extremely faint circle. The faint dark mist on the card surface was pushed back somewhat, and You Chen felt that chilling scrape on his consciousness also retreated. The silent magician withdrew her hand, her hat brim pulled lower than usual, nearly covering her entire face, the roots of her ears slightly flushed. Her voice was as quiet as a mosquito's wings, barely audible. You? Be careful. This card will erode you. After saying this, she immediately turned and retreated back into the dual disc, without even selecting a card slot, vanishing directly to the lowest level, as if staying another second would get her interrogated. You Chen looked at the card slot somewhat helplessly. I wouldn't eat you even if I stayed another second. He flipped Glafa over the flame-like vertical pupil on the back of the card, still slightly pulsating. After the silent magician's purification, just now that chilling sensation had indeed weakened, but it hadn't disappeared, as if temporarily suppressed rather than eradicated. He stared at that vertical pupil, a vague feeling welling up in his heart. It was an extremely faint sense of familiarity, like suddenly catching a scent on the streets of an unfamiliar city that he had once smelled somewhere before. He wasn't sure whether it had drawn him in or he had drawn it in. He placed the card into his card case, and the moment his fingertips touched the card surface, that icy prickling sensation surged up along his nerve endings again, stronger than the day before. Energy activity was on the rise. Before he could think it through, the terminal vibrated again. It was from Qin Shuang. Where are you? You need to attend the freshman assembly, or there'll be a fine for being late. You Chen was somewhat surprised. This person was actually reaching out to him. He replied with a brief acknowledgement, powered down the terminal, freshened up, changed into his school uniform, and pushed the door open to step out. The academy's grand auditorium was packed with students. The lingering unease from last night's beast tide had not fully dissipated, a restless low-frequency hum floating in the air, with whispers and murmurs rising and falling among the seats. The bald principal stood at the podium for about 20 minutes, covering 3 main points: an update on last night's elf invasion, a 1-day suspension of classes, and a reminder for all students to stay safe in the coming days and travel in groups whenever possible. Regarding the coordinated defense, the principal only mentioned that 2nd and 3rd year students who were interested could sign up through their counselors for peripheral assistance work with the guild, but it was not mandatory, with academics taking priority. With that, the assembly dispersed. Rather than a full-scale mobilization, this felt more like a routine briefing. After all, they were merely students. On the front lines, they'd be nothing more than cannon fodder. You Chen and his classmates were in their 2nd year, so it hardly concerned them. As the crowd spilled out after the assembly, Wang Quan and You Chen headed toward the side entrance, walking and whispering. Did you catch the last part? Report any abnormalities with cards immediately. Don't you think something major has happened? Elf invasions are so rare these days, barely once a century. You can imagine how large this time must be. You Chen didn't answer right away. His gaze fell on a figure walking ahead, not far in front of him. Qin Shuang was making her way down the corridor toward the deeper part of the teaching building, her steps steady. Her deep blue hair made the school uniform stand out among the crowd, but the cold aura surrounding her acted like an invisible barrier, shutting out all the noise around her. Last night, she had sensed the darkened card's presence before he had, and she seemed to know something. You Chen. Wang Quan waved his hand in front of his face. I've been calling you for a while. What are you thinking about? Nothing. You Chen withdrew his gaze. Oh right. Wang Quan followed his gaze, suddenly remembering something, his expression turning subtle. Last night someone saw you and Qin Shuang coming back from off campus together, and now the whole school is talking about it. There are several versions. Some say you two are dating, and there's an absurd one claiming you're Qin Shuang's long-lost siblings. Stop. You Chen raised his hand to cut him off. None of that matters. Did anyone notice anything else? Wang Quan frowned, eyeing him suspiciously. Why are you being so weird? What could be abnormal? You Chen didn't explain further. Of course it wasn't that simple. Such a large-scale invasion deliberately leaving behind darkened cards. The purpose was clearly not destruction but assimilation. Given that the student body would be the most vulnerable to having seeds planted, they handled cards frequently. Their spiritual energy was active, and their vigilance toward abnormal energy was far inferior to that of formal hunters. By the way, are you going to sign up for the coordinated defense? Wang Quan asked. You Chen touched the card case in his pocket, the spot where it pressed against the fabric slightly warm. That Glaffa was breathing quietly inside the card case. It has nothing to do with us. You Chen wasn't interested. The two walked out through the side door. Outside, the sky was overcast and gray, with a few wisps of lingering black smoke visible in the direction of South Town. In the distance, the air still carrying the lingering scent of gunpowder and charred debris. Yet the streets weren't empty. Breakfast stalls had already been set up, the aroma of steaming buns wafting from the alley entrance. A few students in pajamas lined up at the stall. The automatic door of the convenience store next door chimed as someone stepped out with a bag of bread and milk, yawning and heading toward the academy. Life went on. Last night's beast tide was like a stone thrown into a lake. The ripples hadn't fully settled, but the water itself remained clear. Those who needed to eat breakfast were doing so. Those who needed to attend classes were heading there. Although classes were suspended today, people still came and went from the library and training grounds. You Chen looked up toward South Town, his eyes narrowing slightly. He felt that the Dark World card in his hand might just be the crack that could tear through this web. You Chen. Just then a clear and cold voice rang out. Such a distinctive voice, You Chen knew who it was without even turning around. It was none other than the iceberg-like Qin Shuang. Wherever Qin Shuang went, she was always the center of attention, drawing the gaze of other duelists at that moment. Qin Shuang was the center of attention wherever she went. As she made her way through the crowd, the murmurs around her noticeably quieted, and several students scrolling through their terminals simultaneously looked up, their gazes following her silhouette all the way to the side entrance. She wore a deep blue casual jacket today, her blue hair tied loosely at the shoulder with a silver-gray ribbon. Her dual disc was folded and tucked at her waist, its faint golden energy patterns glinting coldly in the morning light. She stopped in front of You Chen, crossed her arms, and said calmly, "Got a moment?" "Something?" You Chen replied. Their exchange was terse to the extreme, as if speaking one more word would be fatal. Wang Quan glanced from Qin Shuang to You Chen, then wisely stepped back half a step. "I just remembered I haven't finished breakfast. I'll go queue up. You two talk." With that he turned and left swiftly. Qin Shuang wasted no words. "I'll take you to purify the card." "Now." You Chen was taken aback. "Now," Qin Shuang said without room for negotiation. "Every extra minute that card stays in your pocket increases the risk." You Chen didn't argue. He had indeed sensed it. Since picking up Graffa last night, that faint warmth had been slowly intensifying. At first it was like holding a cup of cooled hot water, but now it felt closer to the heartbeat of some living thing. Yet why was she more concerned than he was? "Let's go." You Chen dismissed the thought and followed her. The Southtown Hunter Guild headquarters was located at the geographic center of the entire settlement. From the outside, it looked like a fortress forcibly embedded into the city's fabric. The main building was a 6-story gray-white square tower, its exterior clad in a metal composite material covered with crisscrossing energy conduit patterns that gleamed with a cold silver-gray luster in the morning light. Around the tower were a ring of low auxiliary buildings connected to the main structure by elevated walkways. On the roof of each building stood detection equipment of various sizes, some dish-shaped, some slender needle antennas, and a few devices resembling small energy transmission towers humming at a fixed frequency. You Chen stood in the plaza before the guild gates, looking up at the structure. He had passed by many times before, but had never entered. Ordinary students had little to do with this place, unless you got into the hunter reserves or did something to get yourself summoned for a chat. The plaza was bustling with people, mostly wearing gray or deep blue guild uniforms, all moving with hurried steps. Occasionally, an armored vehicle would drive in from the side gate bearing the Hunter Guild emblem, a silver eagle with spread wings clutching a pair of crossed cards in its talons. Qin Shuang walked ahead, skillfully bypassing the main entrance crowd and leading You Chen through a side passage. At the end of the passage was a security gate flanked by 2 fully armed guards, each with a standard-issue dual disc at their waist, their sharp eyes scanning every passerby. Qin Shuang stopped at the gate, took a metal badge from her waist, and pressed it to the recognition area. Beep. The gate light turned green, and a few lines appeared on the screen. Xin Tianming, Apprentice Hunter IDN 0721, Apprentice Hunter. "Is this your brother?" You Chen raised an eyebrow. Qin Shuang didn't explain, just stepped aside for him to pass. You Chen stepped forward, and the recognition area on the gate flashed red. "Unregistered person, please present ID or be vouched for by an official member." The guard nearby looked over, his gaze lingering on You Chen for 2 seconds. Qin Shuang raised a hand to the side of the gate and keyed in a sponsor code. Beep. The green light lit up and the gate opened. "Thanks," You Chen said. "Don't say thanks, or how can I call in a favor?" Qin Shuang said, then continued forward. Cough, cough. You Chen was speechless. How was her memory better than his? He fell into step behind her, silently noting this debt in his mind. After passing the gate, there was a long corridor with translucent information screens embedded in the walls, scrolling various announcements and mission briefs. You Chen glanced over them. All kinds of content North District Industrial Park area. C. Clearance mission difficulty. B. Participants 12-15 buffer zone. 3. Outpost rebuilding supplies needed urgent energy cores and construction materials darkened card detection. Report update 47th edition. New cases this week. 23. The last line made You Chen pause slightly. 23 new cases this week. In just a few days. Don't look at that. Qin Shuang's voice came from ahead. The data lags behind. The actual situation is worse than what's written. How much worse? Qin Shuang didn't answer. She stopped at a metal door marked Purification Department, Room 3, and keyed in access permissions on the terminal beside it. The door slid open, revealing the space inside. Purification Room 3 was much larger than You Chen had imagined. It was at least 200 square meters with a very high ceiling, nearly 5 meters, making the whole space feel especially vast. The layout was simple. In the center was a massive metal operating table, its surface covered with precision instruments and energy conduits, with various indicator lights blinking at different frequencies. Around the table stood several thick columnar devices, their surfaces wrapped in dense energy circuits with fist-sized orbs of light floating at the top, each a different color, pure white, deep blue, and a pale gold that You Chen had never seen before. The air carried a faint smell of ozone mixed with an indescribable aura like the residual charge after a thunderstorm. But what truly put pressure on You Chen was the person in this room. Behind the operating table stood a man. Around 40 years old, lean and refined, wearing a black long robe with no insignia, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing forearms covered in dense old scars. His hair was gray-streaked, combed back immaculately. His face bore no obvious expression but his eyes. You Chen met his gaze for just a second and felt as if something had scanned him from head to toe. Not a metaphor. It was a literal scan. Those eyes were pale gold, and deep within the pupils fine light patterns rotated slowly like two precisely calibrated instruments. Here. The man's voice was neither loud nor low, his tone flat. Qin Shuang's efficient. I thought you'd take another 2 days. Couldn't wait, Qin Shuang said, stepping over to the operating table. The card's activity is accelerating. Another day, and it might exceed the safe threshold. Oh, the man's gaze finally shifted from Qin Shuang to You Chen. The sensation of being scanned returned, even more pronounced than before. You Chen could even feel an intangible probe tentatively brushing against the edge of his mental energy, as if verifying something. 3 seconds later, the man withdrew his gaze. Interesting. Kid, you dare to pick up these cards casually. Do you know how many people have become neither human nor ghost because of them? The horror of these cards is far beyond what you imagine. He walked past the console and approached You Chen, his steps unhurried, each footfall carrying a subtle rhythmic cadence. My name is Shun Yuan, head of the Purification Division. You can call me Old Shin or Teacher Shun, whatever you like. He stopped 2 steps away from You Chen and extended a hand. Let me see your card. You Chen didn't hesitate. He took graphia out of his pocket and handed it over. When Shun Yuan received the card, his fingertips didn't touch the surface directly. He pinched the edge with 2 fingers, raised it to his eyes, and examined it carefully under the overhead light. In his pale golden eyes, the swirling light patterns spun faster. He let out an ambiguous nasal sound, then turned and walked back to the console, placing graphia into a circular groove. A ring of dark red light immediately glowed around the groove, and countless slender beams of light converged from all directions, enveloping the entire card. A holographic projection screen hovered above the console, displaying a dense stream of data. Sample IDP 2027 N047, card name Grapha, Dragon God of the Dark World, attribute Dark Race, Fiend, star level 8, darkening mark intensity 67. 3 status semi-activated, assimilation coefficient high, danger level BB. You Chen noticed the rating. How dangerous? Shin Yuan didn't answer immediately. He stared at the data on the projection screen, his brow slightly furrowed, as if seeing something unexpected. Under normal circumstances, a newly marked darkening card should have an assimilation coefficient between 15 and 30. Above 50 is considered high risk and requires emergency handling. He paused and turned to look at You Chen. Your card has a coefficient of 67. 3. And based on the energy fluctuations, it's been stable at this level for at least 8 hours. What does that mean? It means it should have breached the safety threshold 4 hours ago and entered a fully activated state. Shin Yuan's voice was unusually calm, but it didn't. The air in the room went silent for 2 seconds. It seems it's waiting for something. Shin Yuan's gaze returned to the projection screen. Or suppressing something. Or perhaps. He lifted his head, his eagle-like eyes locking directly onto You Chen's. Someone is suppressing it for it. A chill ran down You Chen's spine. Most importantly, beyond 30, most people would already be assimilated, and beyond 50, they'd be nearly lost. But look at you. I can't sense even a trace of dark aura from you. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a purification. It would be turning you over to the enforcement squad. Shin Yuan withdrew his gaze, turned, and operated the console a few times. The beams surrounding the card began to change color, gradually shifting from dark red to pure white. Purification procedure initiated. It'll take about 15 minutes. You can sit and wait or look around, but don't touch anything. He added another sentence after saying that. Especially you, student You Chen. You Chen, you know my name. I glanced at it during the scan just now, Shin Yuan said casually. Also, Qin Shuang mentioned you to me. He looked at Qin Shuang, who was standing nearby, and curled his lips into a meaningful smile. but the version she told me doesn't quite match what I see. Qin Shuang remained expressionless. I spoke the truth. Really? Shen Yuan smiled, didn't say more, and turned back to focus on the data on the console. You Chen looked at Qin Shuang and lowered his voice. What exactly is your relationship with him? Mentor. Qin Shuang answered succinctly. He was my brother's mentor. After my brother joined the Apprentice Hunter program, he was assigned to the Purification Division for an internship. He was my brother's instructor. Thanks to my brother, I got to know him too. Apprentice Hunter Purification Division intern, and also Shen Yuan's student. You Chen digested this information. Seems like you've got quite a few secrets. Not many. Qin Shuang looked at him. About the same as you. You Chen was stunned for a moment, then decided to shut up. Apparently, she knew many of his secrets too. He sat down on a chair in the corner of the room, his gaze falling on Graphia, which was enveloped by the beams on the console. The white purification light was slowly seeping into the card's surface. The originally dark purple border was visibly lightening at a visible rate, and the pulsing of the fiery vertical pupil was gradually weakening. But he could feel it. Graphia wasn't weakening. On the contrary, its presence was becoming even more distinct. It was like a layer of mist covering it being wiped away, revealing a more real, more pure core underneath. This feeling made him uneasy. He could still sense a call from Graphia. That call wasn't weakened by the purification process, instead it became even clearer. It was like someone speaking to him from the other side of a dense fog. Before the fog was too thick to hear more than vague outlines, now that the fog had thinned the voice was clearer. What are you thinking about? Qin Shuang's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Somehow she had moved another chair to sit beside him, holding 2 cups of hot water she had procured from somewhere. Yu Chen didn't reply. After a while Qin Shuang spoke up. Shen Yuan is one of the most authoritative experts in the guild studying the darkening phenomenon. He's been tracking cases like this for 20 years, and he's handled more cases than the rest of the Purification Division combined. So the way he looked at you just now, I haven't seen that in a long time. Qin Shuang's tone turned subtle. That's the expression he has when he sees something interesting. Before Yu Chen could digest the meaning of her words, Shen Yuan's voice came from the console. Purification complete. Both of them turned their heads simultaneously. The white beams enveloping Graphia were slowly receding, and the final data appeared on the holographic screen above the card. Purification complete. Darkening mark intensity 12. 754. 6. Assimilation coefficient low danger level D reduced to safe range. Note, significant spiritual resonance characteristics detected. Further observation recommended. Shen Yuan took Graphia out of the groove, carefully wiped the card surface with a clean soft cloth, and handed it to Yu Chen. Take good care of it. The mark can't be completely removed, only suppressed below the safe line. Make regular maintenance visits from now on. Once a month should suffice. Yu Chen took the card, and the instant his fingertips touched its surface, Yu Chen couldn't help but frown. Something's wrong here. It appeared considerably purified, yet Yu Chen could sense that the feeling persisted. It had not diminished in the slightest. Nevertheless, the purification instrument unequivocally indicated a reduction. Then the reason was simple. Was this card deliberately concealing itself? But I sense that its dark energy hasn't weakened. Yu Chen said, his brows furrowing. Do you hear yourself? You can actually sense dark energy. So you're more precise than the instrument. Shen Yuan remarked calmly. Yu Chen offered no further words. If this card was truly capable of concealment, then continuing the purification would be superfluous. Don't thank me just yet. Shen Yuan leaned against the edge of the console, arms crossed, his pale golden eyes once again locking onto Yu Chen. I have a question for you. Ask. Yu Chen tucked the card away. When you awakened your sequence, did anything unusual occur? For instance, sensing more than 2 sequence signals simultaneously, or an awakening process that lasted far longer than normal? Yu Chen's heart gave a violent lurch. Dual sequence. Hidden sequence 0. He had never spoken of either to anyone. How could Shen Yuan possibly know? His practiced composure kept his face impassive, but only he knew that in that instant a thin sheen of cold sweat had broken out across his back. No. His voice remained steady. Everything was perfectly normal. Shen Yuan studied him for 3 full seconds. Then he smiled. The smile was faint, yet for reasons he couldn't articulate, Yu Chen found it more oppressive than any scrutiny he'd faced before. All right then. Shen Yuan straightened up and turned away as if nothing had happened, busying himself with the data records on the console. Feel free to drop by whenever you have time. The doors of the purification department are always open to you. Since Qin Shuang brought you here, I suppose I ought to show some courtesy. Qin Shuang frowned slightly nearby as if about to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Yu Chen watched Shen Yuan's retreating back, his mind racing. What does this man know? What is he probing for? Let's go. Qin Shuang rose and turned to leave. Time to head back. Yu Chen cast one final glance toward the console. Shen Yuan stood with his back to them, sorting through a document. His silhouette utterly unremarkable, nothing out of the ordinary. But Yu Chen's instincts told him otherwise. This man was anything but simple. Stepping out of the purification department, the corridor air felt noticeably fresher. They walked in silence through the security gates, emerging into the plaza before the guild building. The sunlight had grown stronger, chasing away the lingering chill of the early morning. Yu Chen halted on the steps, pulling out Grapha once more to examine it. The purified card looked considerably cleaner. Its dark purple border had faded to a deep violet, so dark it was nearly black, and the blazing vertical eye no longer thrashed wildly but pulsed with a steady, languid rhythm. Safe. At least for now. This Xin Yuan. He began, his tone hesitant. What exactly is his background? Qin Shuang was silent for a few moments. 20 years ago, a large-scale dark corruption event occurred in Jianghai city-state. Over 30% of the duelists in the southern district were assimilated, and the guild nearly collapsed. Xin Yuan resolved that incident single-handedly. Not alone. Qin Shuang shook her head. He led the team that resolved it. He was barely past 30 back, then already a core member of the purification department. After that incident, he was promoted ahead of schedule to lead the department, a position he's held ever since. 20 years. 20 years. Qin Shuang looked at him. In 2 decades, he has purified over 3,000 dark corrupted cards and handled nearly 1,000 assimilation cases. Within the entire guild, no one understands the nature of dark corruption better than he does. You Chen fell silent. 3,000 cards. 1,000 cases. That meant Xin Yuan had witnessed virtually every form of dark corruption and handled all manner of intractable situations. And it was precisely this man who had worn an intrigued expression when he reviewed Grapha's data. And when he heard You Chen claim nothing was unusual, he had flashed that knowing smile. Do you think he figured something out? You Chen asked. Qin Shuang didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, Xin Yuan has a habit. He never jumps to conclusions, but every question he asks is carefully crafted. If he asks you, it means he already has a hypothesis. He just needs you to confirm it. Then my answer earlier. You lied. Qin Shuang's tone was flat and matter-of-fact. He definitely saw through it. You Chen closed his eyes briefly. Well exposed was he. But don't worry too much. Qin Shuang began walking down the steps without looking back. Xin Yuan isn't part of the guild. You Chen froze. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Qin Shuang's voice drifted back. Although he serves as the head of the purification department, he doesn't belong to the Hunter Guild's official structure. After the incident 20 years ago, the higher-ups tried to reassign him several times, but he turned them down every time with one excuse or another. Why would he do that? I don't know. Qin Shuang paused. But staying here this long, he must have his own reasons. As for what those reasons are. She turned around facing You Chen against the sunlight, her blue eyes reflecting the color of the sky. Perhaps one day he'll tell you himself. And perhaps by then you'll be ready to answer his questions. With that, she turned and continued onward. 3 days later arrived. The day of his scheduled duel with Chu Lingfeng. Morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the room. You Chen opened his eyes, fragments of last night's deck-building session still lingering in his mind. He sat up, his gaze landing on the reconstructed deck on the nightstand. The Dark World. Over the past few days, he had weighed every possibility. He had refined the Dark World's construction for greater fluidity. His duel against Qin Shuang had driven home a crucial lesson. When facing truly formidable opponents, technique and strategy alone were far from sufficient. What you needed was the power to land a decisive blow, the capital to turn the tide from the brink of defeat. So he needed to strengthen the Dark World further. And of course, relying on a single deck would be insufficient, too easily countered. You Chen picked up the deck, his fingertips gliding across the edges of each card. The cold touch sent an involuntary quickening through his heartbeat. Over-reliance on discarding meant rapid depletion of hand resources. If countered or had its rhythm disrupted, the deck could easily be forced onto the back foot. This was precisely why many players shied away from this deck. It demanded precise judgment of the field and decisive decision-making from its user. For me, that's just right. You Chen murmured to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. 9 o'clock in the morning at the Grand Academy Auditorium. When You Chen pushed open the door and walked in, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Students clustered in small groups, conversations rising and falling in waves. A subtle tension hung in the air, the kind of atmosphere that only precedes an important tournament. His gaze swept across the crowd and quickly locked onto a figure. Chu Lingfeng. He stood at the center of the venue, his posture straight as a pine, his black uniform accentuating his tall, lean frame. His features were cold and sharp, his gaze keen as a blade, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. Finally, here are you. Chu Lingfeng had noticed him too, a faint smile playing on his lips. Surrounding Chu Lingfeng were a group of second-year students, all looking excited, seemingly cheering him on. Senior Chu. We've got to make that You Chen pay this time. That's right. Let him know that our class isn't to be trifled with. Senior's Blue Eyes White Dragon deck is invincible. Hearing these words, Chu Lingfeng merely nodded slightly, without saying much. But a glint that flashed in the depths of his eyes betrayed his inner emotional anticipation along with a barely perceptible fighting spirit. After a moment, Chu Lingfeng was the first to look away, a meaningful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He's here. His voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with clarity. You Chen stepped directly onto the dueling stage. Multiple cameras instantly focused, the live streaming platform went live, and the two figures became the center of countless eyes. Thought you wouldn't dare to come. Chu Lingfeng snorted lightly. Just prepare your 10000 spirit crystals. Enough talk, let the duel begin. You Chen directly activated his duel disc. As soon as the words fell, the referee's voice announced, the mutual betting contract between You Chen and Chu Lingfeng is now in effect. If Chu Lingfeng loses, he will pay 100 spirit crystals. If You Chen loses, he must kneel on the spot. Both players take your positions. Duel start. Duel. The two simultaneously drew their decks and placed them in the deck zones of their duel discs. Golden light rose from the duel discs, intertwining in the air into complex light patterns. Then rays of light spread outward, forming a translucent energy field that enveloped the two duelists. This was the Academy's newly introduced protection system, capable of absorbing excess energy during the duel, preventing harm to the surrounding environment and personnel. At the same time, it could monitor both players' LP values and field conditions in real time, synchronously transmitting the data to the large screens in the audience. Everything was ready. The air in the entire venue seemed to freeze at that moment. The moment the referee announced the betting contract's activation, the already buzzing audience erupted into chaos. 100,000 spirit crystals was a huge fortune for an ordinary student, and kneeling on the spot was a bet on one's dignity. Holy crap, this is a huge gamble. Exciting. This duel is unpredictable. Last time Chu Lingfeng just didn't use his strongest deck. That's right, this duel will obviously be very different. Countless phones were raised and camera red lights blinked unceasingly. At this moment, the entire academy, and even everyone watching the live stream online, focused their gazes on the two figures on the dueling stage. Qin Shuang sat in the front row of the VIP seats. Her eyes, usually calm and unruffled, were now firmly fixed on You Chen in the arena. Her fingers lightly tapped the armrest, the rhythm steady, yet it revealed that her heart was not as calm as it appeared. Beside her, Zhu Yu furrowed her brows slightly. This guy. He's really going all out. Brother You Chen, go, go. Tang Ning'er's voice pierced through the crowd, carrying a girl's characteristic clarity and urgency. She stood on tiptoe, waving her hands, her cheeks flushed with excitement. As a second-year student in the regular class, she rarely had the chance to see You Chen, so naturally, she didn't want to miss any opportunity to cheer for him. You Chen heard that familiar voice. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure. His attention returned to the present. A golden coin flipped in the air, sunlight refracting off its metallic surface with a dazzling glow. It spun and danced, finally landing in the referee's palm. Heads up. First turn, You Chen. Cheers and sighs rose simultaneously. For a Dark World deck that relies on discarding cards to trigger effects, going first or second each had its own advantages and disadvantages. Going first allows establishing an early field advantage, while going second lets you better use your opponent's turn resources for disruption and breakthrough. If You Chen had a choice, he might have preferred going second. But since fate chose the first turn, he would crush everything with the first turn. Alright, I'll take the first move. You Chen's voice was as calm as the water of a deep pool, without a ripple. His gaze swept across his hand, and with almost no pause he took out one card. Too fast. That was Chu Lingfeng's first reaction. Under normal circumstances, a duelist needs at least a few seconds after drawing to examine their hand, formulate a strategy, and assess the situation. Especially when facing a strong opponent like him, one should be extra cautious. But You Chen's movements were as smooth as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. That proficiency, that composure. It didn't seem like a freshman stepping onto such a big stage for the first time, but rather like a seasoned master-level duelist who had been through countless battles. Last time they fought, he didn't seem to have this feeling. Was it an illusion? Chu Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, his vigilance rising another notch. I set one monster in face-down defense position and set 2 cards. 3 beams of light flew from You Chen's hand, materializing on the field as 2 face-down cards in the spell trap zone and 1 face-down defense position monster. Then, I activate the spell card, the Grave Robber, from my hand. The moment the words fell, a chilling energy erupted from You Chen, like tentacles from the abyss, spreading toward Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng's pupils contracted. Discarding cards again. This familiar nauseating feeling was exactly the same as last time they fought. But this time You Chen was clearly more thorough. He first set 3 cards, then activated the effect. This meant Chu Lingfeng had no way to respond and avoid it. Chu Lingfeng frowned. That feeling was like being stripped naked and thrown in front of everyone with nothing to hide, nowhere to escape. And what irritated him even more was that You Chen's hand was also fully revealed, but he deliberately kept 1 card back. What was this? Cheating. The entire audience's attention was instantly drawn. When Chu Lingfeng's 5 cards were fully revealed, waves of exclamations erupted. Holy crap. What a godly hand. Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, White Stone of Ancients, the melody of Awakening Dragon, Hallowed Life Barrier. This is too ridiculous. This is the perfect opening for a Blue Eyes deck. How can anyone beat that? Even Qin Shuang, who had remained calm all along, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly when she saw this hand. Indeed, for a basic Blue Eyes build, this was almost the perfect opening. Blue Eyes White Dragon, the core ace of the deck, a 3000 ATK ultimate dragon monster. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon can be special summoned. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon can be special summoned. White Stone of Ancients, when sent to the graveyard, can special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck. The Melody of Awakening Dragon, a powerful draw card. The Melody of Awakening Dragon, a powerful draw card. Hallowed Life Barrier, a life-saving god card. These 5 cards were all gems interlocking perfectly. Given just 1 turn, Chu Lingfeng could construct an almost unbreakable board. You Chen's gaze swept over the 5 cards one by one. His expression remained calm, but his mind was racing. This hand was basically impossible to discard. The Blue Eyes White Dragon or the Ancient White Stone. The Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon. Also useless since he had the Melody of Awakening Dragon. The Sacred Life Barrier was for protection and discarding. In the end, You Chen chose to discard the Melody of Awakening Dragon to delay the opponent's Ancient White Stone from discarding this turn, gaining a 1-turn tempo. Moreover, he was still unsure what his White Dragon deck contained. If he drew 2 heavy hitters, it would be bad. Chu Lingfeng crossed his arms and sneered, "What's so hard to choose?" Yu Chen merely chuckled, "Your hand is indeed strong, but it doesn't matter. Because soon the one who has to choose will be you." Yu Chen's deliberation here was merely a professional instinct. His final target was locked on the Melody of Awakening Dragon. "I choose to make you discard the Melody of Awakening Dragon." The moment the words fell, the card slipped from Chu Lingfeng's hand and drifted to the graveyard. Simultaneously, the effect of the Grave Digger continued. Chu Lingfeng also had to choose 1 card from Yu Chen's hand to discard. Of course, it was not a choice, because there was no choice. Then, due to the effect of the Grave Digger, both players drew a card. And the last card Yu Chen had drawn was the Dark World Sorcerer Snow. The moment Snow plunged into the graveyard as a streak of purple light, Yu Chen spoke, "If this card is discarded from the hand by a card effect, I can add 1 Dark World card from my deck to my hand." His hand reached into his deck and precisely selected a card to add to his hand. "Next, I activate the face-down spell card, Dark Corridor. Add 1 Dark World monster from my deck to my hand. Then discard 1 card from my hand. I choose to add Dark World Tutor Saralai. Then I discard the Dark World Tutor Saralai which I just added." Saralai had just entered his hand, only to leave it again, plunging into the graveyard. If this card is discarded from the hand by a card effect, it can be special summoned to the opponent's field in defense position. A cold, sinister energy surged from the graveyard, coalescing into a small, hunched figure on Chu Lingfeng's side of the field. It was a tiny monk clad in azure robes holding a prayer bead with an eerie aura emanating from the abyss. His eyes were shut, a faint, enigmatic smile on his lips, and he stood boldly in the middle of Chu Lingfeng's territory. The entire arena erupted in shock. Special summoning a monster to the opponent's field? What kind of move is that? Even Chu Lingfeng frowned slightly. But Yu Chen's plays were not over. Not done yet. If this card is special summoned by the effect of a Dark World card, the opponent must discard 1 card from their hand. Saralai slowly opened his eyes, his deep blue pupils flickering with unsettling light. "Therefore, I can also discard another card from my hand. I discard the Dark World Warlord Silva. If this card is discarded from the hand by a card effect, it can be special summoned. If discarded by an opponent's effect, the opponent must also choose 2 cards from their hand and return them to the bottom of the deck in any order." The instant Silva fell into the graveyard, the entire duel arena trembled. A thunderous boom. Purple light burst forth from the graveyard before Yu Chen, and a towering figure strode out. It was a warrior clad in heavy silver armor, wielding a colossal battle axe capable of splitting mountains. His face was hidden. Dark World Warlord Silva. Dark Attribute Level 5 Fiend Type. ATK 2300 DF 1400. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng's face changed drastically as he blurted out, "What? I have to return 2 cards to the deck." He finally realized the horror of this chain of plays. This entire combo effectively stripped Chu Lingfeng of at least 2 cards, and they went straight to the bottom of the deck, making them inaccessible in the short term. It was a devastating blow. This was the true nature of the Dark World. Not just passively responding to discards, but through meticulous hand management and chain design, turning discards into the sharpest weapon, completely draining the opponent's hand resources. Chu Lingfeng looked down at his 5 floating cards. Either keep the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon to retain his core power, or keep the Sacred Life Barrier and the Ancient White Stone along with the card he just drew. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth. Keeping the latter 2 would slow his tempo too much. Against an opponent who had unleashed such a brutal opening in the first turn, stalling was equivalent to slow death. In the end, he chose the Sacred Life Barrier and the newly drawn card to return to the bottom of the deck, keeping the Ancient White Stone. 2 streaks of golden light flashed, and those 2 cards carrying his greatest power vanished into the abyss of the deck. At this moment, a Dark World Warlord Silva with 2300 ATK stood on Yu Chen's field. On Chu Lingfeng's field, there was now a seemingly harmless Dark World Tutor Saralai ATK 100 Def 300 in defense position. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't Yu Chen's deck the type that passively waits to be discarded? How is he actively discarding, shoving monsters onto the opponent, and forcing constant hand depletion? Whoa, this feels like a hand-controlled deck. He went from 5 cards to 3 in an instant. Stop, my blood pressure is rising. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even Qin Shuang, who had remained indifferent, now had a flicker of unusual light in her eyes. As expected of Yu Chen. From the stands, Wang Quan shouted hoarsely, "Yu Chen, go!" Tang Ning'er's face was flushed, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. In the center of the arena, Yu Chen stood quietly, his gaze sweeping over Silva's massive form, then glancing at the lonely Saralai on Chu Lingfeng's side. At this point, Yu Chen still had 1 card in hand, one face-down defense position monster, and the Dark World Warlord Silva. "Then I end my turn." "Well, it's your turn to play Yu-Gi-Oh!" "Please," Yu Chen said with a light smile. This "please" carried a distinct tone of suppressed anger. "My turn. Draw a card." Chu Lingfeng quickly steadied his mind. He raised his eyes, his tone softening, but growing colder and harder than before. "Since that's the case, you forced my hand. Activating sequence skill. Number 0208, Blue Eyes Wave. Once per duel, discard one card. You can select one card from your deck that mentions Blue Eyes and add it to your hand. This uses your normal draw. Discard Ancient White Stone. The card I will add is Dragon Lord, Dragon Dictator. In the moment Chu Lingfeng raised his hand, a card flew from his deck into his palm. This already counted as his draw for the turn. You Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. A natural white dragon constitution, and even possessing a unique Blue Eyes sequence skill. Such things cannot be defended against. It purely depends on deck building depth and card pool thickness. Reveal the Blue Eyes white dragon in my hand. Chu Lingfeng showed the legendary card. All eyes instantly focused. On the pure white card surface, the dragon crest gleamed brilliantly, exuding an overwhelming pressure just by looking at it. Using the revealed Blue Eyes white dragon as condition, special summon. Blue Eyes alternative white dragon. He swung his hand fiercely, his voice rising in volume. A deep blue pillar of light shot up from his hand, coalescing into a dragon shape in midair. It was a subspecies completely different from the orthodox white dragon, with scales glimmering with a cold blue light, a long and flexible serpentine neck, and when its wings spread, the air currents even caused slight distortions in the energy walls of the protective barrier. Blue Eyes alternative white dragon. Light attribute level 8 dragon type. ATK 3000 def 2500. The moment the blue dragon landed, the temperature of the entire duel field seemed to drop a few degrees. Next, activate the effect of Blue Eyes alternative white dragon. Once per turn, target one monster on your opponent's field, destroy that monster. The turn this effect is activated, this card cannot attack. Target Silva the Dark World War God on your field. The blue dragon opened its huge mouth, deep blue light gathering in its throat. The next second, a straight beam shot out, hitting Silva the Dark World War God on You Chen's field precisely. Silva didn't even have time to scream. His body was split in two from the middle, the silver armor shattering into countless fragments, and his massive form quickly dissolved into the air like a pencil drawing erased by a rubber. The 2300 ATK War God was gone, just like that. Clean and swift. You Chen's expression remained unchanged, but the audience was clearly puzzled. With 3000 ATK, why not attack to gain life point advantage? Instead, special summon in defense position and activate an effect. But You Chen understood. First, it was a probe with the effect, second, to avoid falling into trap cards and being wiped out. Because Chu Lingfeng had no room for error. If he attacked recklessly, hitting a card like Mirror Force would spell complete disaster. So Chu Lingfeng's approach was textbook level cautious. Not enough. Chu Lingfeng waved his hand again, his voice now carrying a raspy excitement. Activate Dragon Lord, Dragon Dictator from my hand. Effect 1, send one Blue Eyes white dragon from your hand or deck to the graveyard to activate. Special summon this card from your hand. I send Blue Eyes white dragon from my deck to the graveyard. A card slid from the deck into the graveyard slot. Appear Dragon Dictator. A mage holding a dragon bone staff stepped out from the void. Dark robes, pale face, but eyes burning with almost fanatical light. Dragon Lord, Dragon Dictator. Dark attribute level 4 spellcaster type. ATK 1200 def 1100. Next, activate another effect. Discard one Blue Eyes white dragon or a card that mentions that card name from your hand, then target one Blue Eyes monster in your graveyard. Activate. Special summon that monster. Discard Blue Eyes white dragon. He sent the Blue Eyes white dragon he had just revealed to the graveyard. Target Blue Eyes white dragon in the graveyard. Appear my most loyal servant. Chu Lingfeng raised his right hand high, his hair standing on end from the energy. Blue Eyes white dragon. A roar came from the depths of the graveyard, shaking the entire duel platform. A pure extreme white light soared up, piercing the dome of the protective barrier and shooting into the sky. The light was too dazzling. The front row audience had to raise their arms to shield their eyes, yet they could still feel an intensity capable of searing their retinas. When the light subsided, a white dragon was already coiled on Chu Lingfeng's field. Perfect streamlined body, every scale seemed carved from the purest light. Its eyes were blue vertical pupils coldly looking down at everything before it. It stood there silently, yet exuded a suffocating presence. That was the most iconic monster in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, Blue Eyes white dragon. In a single turn, from a desperate situation with only 4 cards in hand to having Blue Eyes alternative white dragon, Dragon Lord, Dragon Dictator, and Blue Eyes white dragon on the field. This was the strength of the 4th-ranked player. This was the resilience of the white dragon deck. The audience erupted. Incredible. Is this a comeback? The situation is completely reversed. The key is that Silva was destroyed directly, and You Chen now only has 1 set card, 1 defense position monster, and 1 card in hand. Qin Shuang's gaze lingered on You Chen's field for a moment, then shifted to the proud white dragon on Chu Lingfeng's side. Her fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, the rhythm half a beat faster than before. Wang Quan was dumbfounded, unable to utter a word for a long time. Tang Ninger covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. In the center of the field, Yu Chen looked at the dazzling white dragon opposite, at Chu Lingfeng with disheveled hair and seething fighting spirit. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not bad, he said. His voice was not loud, but at this moment it was crystal clear. This is the opponent I can look forward to. However, if it's only this much, it's clearly not enough. The last sentence Yu Chen did not say out loud. Now Chu Lingfeng seemed to have the upper hand, but his field was almost entirely revealed, You Chen could deduce almost all factors, so there was no real pressure unless his opponent pulled off an XYZ summon at this moment. Then the variables would be huge, but You Chen knew that at their current grade level, let alone XYZ, even synchro summoning was beyond the reach of most. Their strength was completely insufficient to control it. That's why You Chen had said that the threat from Chu Lingfeng was almost negligible. The so-called reversal of the situation was merely the ignorant perspective of amateur duelists. Chu Lingfeng pointed directly and roared. Then enter the battle phase directly. You Chen, let's see how you block this. Dragon Lord, Dragon Tyrant, attack the defense position monster. Chu Lingfeng's voice was not heavy, but it carried a decisive weight as it fell. The Dragon Lord raised its wand, and the golden red arc of light condensed at the tip, traced a brief curve in the air, then struck down like a heavy hammer the next instant. You Chen's monster crouching in defense position on the field was pierced straight through by the light pillar. The moment the card was flipped, the monster revealed itself. Dark World Scout Scar. The card face appeared in the light for less than half a second, then shattered into a cloud of fine data fragments swept away by the wind off the field. Exactly what I wanted. You Chen chuckled, his fingertip tapping on the graveyard slot. I activate the effect of Dark World Scout Scar. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, I can add one Dark World monster of level 4 or lower from my deck to my hand. You Chen smoothly added a card to his hand. Chu Lingfeng didn't even lift an eyelid, his offensive continuing without any pause. Blue Eyes White Dragon direct attack. The Blue Eyes White Dragon raised its head and roared, a blinding ball of electric light igniting deep within its chest. The next moment, burst stream of destruction. Chu Lingfeng shouted. Boom. The light pillar wrapped in the shriek of electric current pierced through the entire field, and Yu Chen was completely engulfed in the blazing curtain of light. The energy shield violently trembled upon contact, emitting an overwhelmed hum. Minus 3000 LP. As the light faded, Yu Chen's figure slowly emerged from the dust. He frowned slightly, gritting his teeth as the life point number settled steadily. Yu Chen LP 1000. Humph. Chu Lingfeng withdrew his hand, raising his chin slightly, looking down at him. Now your life is like a candle flickering in the wind. Turn end. The entire venue drew a cold breath. After all, it's the Blue Eyes White Dragon. One strike brought Yu Chen down to the brink. This time it's really touch and go. He's at the end of his rope. That's normal. Last time Chu Lingfeng didn't use his White Dragon deck. This is his real skill. Zhu Yu frowned slightly in the stance. Of course she knew Yu Chen still had a trump card, but with 1000 life points against Blue Eyes White Dragon, there was no room for even a single mistake. And Yu Chen in the center of the field. He slowly raised his eyes, the curve of his mouth gradually spreading. You just said a candle flickering in the wind, right? Chu Lingfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. Then, Yu Chen's fingers hooked onto the set card in his back row, flipping it lightly. It's this moment. I open my set card and activate the quick play spell Dark World Puppet. An eerie dark purple mist poured out from the set card, coiling around the graveyard area between the two. Targeting up to 3 cards in both players' graveyards, banish those cards. Then discard one fiend-type monster from my hand. Yu Chen's finger tapped and swept across the graveyard slot, choosing Ancient White Stone, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Dragon Awakening Melody as priorities. Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened. If Ancient White Stone were banished, its effect couldn't be activated. Then his fingertips picked up a card and pushed it cleanly into the graveyard. The card I discard is Dark World Sorcerer's Snow. When this card is discarded to the graveyard by an effect, I can add one Dark World card from my deck to my hand. A new card slid out from the top of the deck, steadily received into his palm. It seemed like an ordinary resource exchange, but in the eyes of those who knew the moment this move was completed, Yu Chen not only didn't lose anything, but instead seized the tempo back. Why didn't he search for a monster that could be special summoned to block the attack just now? Someone in the stands muttered in confusion. But no one noticed that Yu Chen hadn't even assumed a stance to block, because he never felt he was in danger. In his eyes, the maximum damage Chu Lingfeng could deal next turn had already been quietly suppressed by this chain. Search for a monster to block. That would be short-sighted. Too short-sighted. What he wanted was something more long-term. But no one on the field could see that. In duel, monsters' life points only matter in the distinction between having them and not having them. My turn, draw. Yu Chen gently drew a card from the top of the deck, and after just one glance, his finger already pressed onto the banished zone. I activate the effect of Dark World Puppet in the graveyard. During my main phase, banish this card, target one of my fiend-type monsters in the banished zone, and add it to my hand. I choose Dark World Sorcerer's Snow. The card that had just been banished not even a turn ago was quietly retrieved by him. At this moment, he already held 4 cards in his hand. Next is the true beginning. Yu Chen raised his right hand, turning his wrist slightly, and that familiar gilded luster once again flowed at his fingertips. I activate the sequence skill, sequence number 2005, trade-off sequence. Once per duel, draw 1 card, then discard 1 card. He drew a new card from the top of the deck, his gaze sweeping over the 5 cards in hand for half a second, then decisively selected one and pushed it into the graveyard slot. The card I discard is also Dark World Sorcerer's Snow. At this moment, the effect triggered again. I can search one more Dark World card from my deck to my hand. Another card flew from the top of the deck into his palm. At this point, Yu Chen's hand was back to 5 cards. Shu Lingfeng watched this series of fluid, seamless motions, and the expression on his face finally cracked. Discarding, searching, banishing, retrieving, discarding again, searching again. Every step lost something, yet every step lost nothing. Each card that left his hand returned to You Chen's palm in another form in an instant. He tried to review the logic behind You Chen's chain of actions, but the more he reviewed, the colder his back felt. He had Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field with 3,000 ATK, and You Chen had only 1,000 life points left. Logically, victory or defeat should already be written on the field. But the taut string in Shu Lingfeng's heart sank lower and lower with every smile from You Chen and every soft sound of a card draw, sinking until he could almost no longer hold the cards in his hand. No, everything, seemed wrong from some point onward. You Chen raised his eyes and asked with a light smile, "What's wrong? You seem to be under a lot of pressure." At those words, the other students present exclaimed even more, "What's going on?" With such a situation, he dares to say Shu Lingfeng seems stressed. I have to say, when Yu Chen's deck resources start rolling, it's indeed strong, but Shu Lingfeng has Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field. Just a bluff. How many monsters can withstand the Blue Eyes White Dragon? You ignorant duelists, haven't you seen the tricks of Yu Chen's Dark World deck? Words are superfluous, Shu Lingfeng declared in a low voice. First, break through my field. The Blue Eyes White Dragon stood tall behind him, its 3,000 8K, pressing down on the field, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yu Chen raised the corner of his mouth, slowly lifting his eyes. Break through your field. He paused slightly. How hard could it be? This sentence fell. As if this matter was merely a trivial gesture to him. A sudden uproar erupted from the stands. What did he just say? Facing the Blue Eyes White Dragon, he says. Not hard. Is he insane, or does he truly have a hidden card? Shu Lingfeng's brow furrowed sharply. He stared fixedly at the unruffled face across from him, a chill sweeping through the depths of his pupils. Could it be that he already had a way to counter it? The next moment his pupils contracted violently. He recalled the scene from that day. Could it be? It seems, Yu Chen's eyes glinted and he laughed. You've already realized. When the resources of the dark world begin to circulate, he raised one hand, his fingertip tapping lightly in the air. Your outcome is but one. To be crushed by resources. Activate the spell card Dark Corridor. A dim purple light spread from his fingertip, reaching deep into the deck. This card's effect: add one Dark World monster from the deck to the hand. Then discard one card from your hand. The monster I search is Sarcophagus the Dark World Minter. As the card fell into his palm, he flipped it and slammed it onto the opponent's monster zone. Then discard it and special summon it to your field. Shu Lingfeng's Adam's apple bobbed. Again, he looked up sharply, his voice tinged for the first time with a hint of loss of control. What the hell is this luck of yours? Yu Chen shook his head. That gesture was slight, yet carried a calmness almost akin to pity. Luck? He laughed. From the very first step onward, every subsequent card is merely a search. Everything is already a destined conclusion. His gaze fell on Shu Lingfeng's face, his tone still as indifferent as ever. Indifferent enough to send chills down one's spine. So this is the comprehension ability of the fourth ranked in the grade A. Shu Lingfeng's jaw tightened, and Yu Chen gave him no breathing room. Next, the effect of Sarcophagus the Dark World Minter activates. I can discard one more card from my hand. His fingers picked up a card and slowly drew it out. The card's face turned half a circle under the arena lights, the ferocious purple emblem, catching everyone's eyes. When I discard, he paused for a beat, deliberately letting the opponent first utter the name in his mind. Is Rain the Dark World Fiend. Boom. At that moment, Shu Lingfeng's pupils nearly exploded. His breath caught sharply, a piercing tremor surging from the depths of his throat. Rain the Dark World Fiend. Again, the nightmare had returned. The shouts from the stands nearly tore the roof off. This scene. I've seen this scene. Good heavens, another rain. Another rain. It's over. Oh no. Yu Chen suddenly raised his right hand. A purple light shot from the graveyard toward the sky, tearing through the phantom above the field. The roar grew from afar to near, from low to high, finally converging into a soul-piercing howl. Roar. Rain the Dark World Fiend. He was clad in purple-black armor with huge wings spread behind him, his golden-red pupils looking down at the silver-white dragon opposite, a cruel grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Yu Chen's voice fell steadily after the roar. Rain the Dark World Fiend. Rain the Dark World Fiend. Dark Level 7 Fiend. ATK 2500 DF 1800. Activate the effect of Rain the Dark World Fiend. When this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by an opponent's card, effect activated. Special summon this card. Then I choose all monsters on your opponent's field. His finger traced an arc of a slash in the air. And destroy them all. Boom. A purple-black pillar of light carrying a shriek crossed the midline of the field and crashed down upon Shu Lingfeng's monster zone. The Blue Eyes White Dragon raised its head to roar, but the cry barely reached its throat before being forcibly suppressed by the rolling purple thunder. Its snowy white scales rapidly cracked in the pillar of light, peeling off one by one, turning into countless fragments. Then the figure of the Lord of the Dragon, Dragon Dictator, also twisted and disintegrated in the wave of light. The light dissipated. Shu Lingfeng's monster zone was empty, completely empty. The snow-white peak that had just pressed down on Yu Chen, almost suffocating him along with all its barriers at its feet, left not a single piece of armor. The entire arena was dead silent for a full second. Then it erupted. All gone in one go. That was the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Blue Eyes White Dragon with 3,000 ATK. You Chen's deck is beyond words. It's inhuman. In a single turn, offense and defense completely reversed. This isn't a duel, it's an execution. Zhu Yu on the stands took a deep breath, her finger pressed against the edge of her glasses frame, not lowering it for a long time. She understood. From the first search step, every search, every discard, every special summon. All of it was aimed at that one roar after sending Rain to the graveyard. In the entire chain, there was not a single wasted card, not a single wasted move. Even the seemingly bizarre operation of special summoning to the opponent's field was precisely serving the final burst. In the center of the arena, Chu Lingfeng staggered back 2 steps, his heel catching on the engraved line at the edge of the field, barely stabilizing himself. He clenched his back teeth, his Adam's apple rolling forcibly, suppressing the surging blood that threatened to rise. His monster zone was empty. His mind at that moment was also empty. And You Chen across from him didn't even spare a glance at the wreckage. Don't rush. His voice was very soft, yet it clearly pierced through the entire silent training ground. That was just using 2 cards. And I still have 3 in my hand. Chu Lingfeng's pupils contracted again. Activate the spell card Dark World Dealings. A dim purple aura lit up simultaneously atop both players' decks. Each player draws 1 card from their deck. Then the player who drew discards 1 card from their hand. You Chen cleanly drew 1 card from the top of his deck. Without even looking at it, he pinched another card from his hand. What I discard, he pushed the card into the graveyard slot, the metallic clink exceptionally clear in the dead silent field. Is Gold the Dark World Warlord? When this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, special summon it. The purple thunder rose again. A towering warrior clad in heavy armor rose from the graveyard, a massive axe resting on his shoulder, his chest heaving with an oppressive aura. The moment he landed on one knee, the entire duel field trembled slightly. Gold the Dark World Warlord. Dark level 5 fiend. ATK 2300 DF 1400. On You Chen's field. 2 purple-black shadows stood side by side. One atop the warlord, the other overlooking the entire field. Chu Lingfeng had no cards in hand, no cards on the field. At this moment the outcome was decided. He finally understood. From You Chen's very first step, he had already lost. The entire student body fell silent. That oppressive aura rippled outward from the center of the arena, spreading over the first row of the stands, then the second, until it finally pressed down upon the chest of every spectator. Suffocation. It was suffocation in the most literal sense. Even a powerhouse like the Blue Eyes White Dragon crumbled into fragments from the moment it landed, lasting no more than 2 turns. Now only 2 actions remained to be completed. You Chen wasted no more words. He took a step forward, raised his right hand, and waved it lightly toward Chu Lingfeng. Gold the Dark World Deity, direct attack. The moment the giant axe rested on his shoulder, the entire arena trembled. Gold the Dark World Deity let out a low roar, sinking into a single knee as the muscles beneath his armor tightened into a drawn bow. The next instant his massive silhouette vanished from its spot, only to solidify again before Chu Lingfeng. The giant axe slashed down fiercely from above. Crack. The arms Chu Lingfeng raised to shield himself were completely crushed by the axe blow. The energy shield burst into a blinding white light upon contact, and the shockwave sent him sliding backward a full 3 meters. 2,300 LP. Chu Lingfeng LP 4,1700. Chu Lingfeng staggered back, his chest heaving violently, a dazed look already spreading across his eyes. You Chen didn't even wait for him to steady himself. Rung the Dark World Archfiend final blow. His tone was calm, utterly devoid of fluctuation. The purple-black Archfiend roared as it rose from the ground, its wings spreading with a single beat, and the sky above the entire duel field was compressed into a ring of purple airwaves. Rung raised his right hand, his golden-red pupils locking onto Chu Lingfeng, as a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a pillar gathered in his palm. Having spoken, You Chen turned around, gracefully walking toward the exit with his back to the center of the arena. On the 3rd step, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lazily in the air. Click! That crisp light sound became the signal for Rang's lightning strike. Roar! The purple lightning descended in response. Boom! The entire pillar of light carrying the shrill screech of tearing air engulfed Chu Lingfeng completely. The energy shield couldn't hold out for even half a second, shattering into countless specks of light. His dual suit hissed and sizzled under the scorching purple lightning. The energy patterns on his chest burned into a deep charred mark. Minus 2,500 LP. Chu Lingfeng LP 1700 Wah. Chu Lingfeng screamed in agony, hurled backward by the purple lightning, crashing heavily into the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. The barrier rippled violently, waves spreading outward. He tumbled twice before finally stopping, lying prone on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his chest rising and falling so rapidly it seemed his lungs would burst. If it weren't for the energy patterns on his combat suit that deflected most of the impact, that single strike would have almost torn the suit apart. The holographic screen at the center of the arena emitted a crisp notification sound. Duel result: You Chen wins. Chu Lingfeng LP0. The one everyone thought was a candle in the wind had in the final turn delivered a killing blow. The silence lasted for 3 full seconds. Then the stands erupted. He won. You Chen won. Oh my god, from full health and full field to defeat in just 1 turn. That's Chu Lingfeng, the 4th ranked in the grade. Is You Chen really this strong? In the preparation area of Class 1, Wang Quan sprang up from his chair, slamming his fist onto the table, making the entire desk jump. You Chen, that was amazing. So cool. He shouted toward the arena, his voice cracking. Qin Shuang remained seated. Her usually cold eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, watching the figure that was now turning and walking away. Zhu Yu stood at the edge of the stands, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. I wonder when it was that he became this strong. In the preparation area of Class 2, the retired bounty hunter Han Li, who had been brought in for special training, stood with his arms crossed the entire time. The old scar on his face was taut under the lights. He stared at Chu Lingfeng, the one he had personally trained for 3 days for a long time. Finally, he squeezed out a single sentence from his throat. This kid. Who the hell is he? He's not at a student's level. The class teacher of Class 2, pale-faced, subconsciously replied, What level is that? Han Li didn't answer immediately. He stared at You Chen's retreating back for a full 5 seconds. At least a bounty hunter, he said, and not a rookie. The class teacher's pupils contracted sharply. A bounty hunter. What a joke. This You Chen hadn't even been ranked before. Just then the golden dual disc on You Chen's wrist suddenly lit up. Layers of gilded radiance surged outward. The light spread along his arm, warm and steady, as if something inside him had been fully ignited by this duel. You Chen paused, stopping in his tracks. The next moment, a clear notification tone rang in his mind. Sequence skill dual experience requirement met. Upgrade complete. Skill effect draw 2, discard 1. You Chen blinked, even he couldn't help exclaiming inwardly. The skill had upgraded. And it was draw 2, discard 1. If it upgraded again, would it become the graceful charity right from the start? That would be too overpowered. But was the upgrade really this simple? You Chen had no idea that upgrading was not easy at all. Moreover, upgrading a sequence skill required a very high level of dueling proficiency, and the higher the quality of the match, the more brilliant the victory. The experience rewards multiplied geometrically. That was why he had leveled up so quickly. Divine Sequence also upgraded simultaneously. Reward a random set of decks. You Chen felt this happiness was too sudden. After this duel, he hadn't expected such a bumper harvest. Not only did the sequence skill upgrade, but it also gave him a deck. Damn Konami. They should learn from the system. You Chen's vision was instantly flooded with gold. The next second, he was standing in a space formed by gilded light beams. Beneath his feet was an endless golden sea on which floated countless faint card silhouettes, each emitting a soft halo. Directly ahead, a golden scale hung, suspended in midair. This was the space of the divine sequence, wasn't it? A deck seemed sealed within the eye of the millennium. Then as he reached out and touched it, the space collapsed, and finally the deck materialized in his palm. You Chen flipped through it, raising an eyebrow. Good grief. Cyber Dragon. Yamaro. I don't want to struggle. You Chen instinctively clutched his heart. But to be fair with Cyber Dragon here, the academy was already demolished. You Chen thought he had already made a killing, that it was enough. Little did he know there was still a hidden ace. A beam of light radiated from within his body. The figure of the silent magician slowly rose from the golden sea. She hovered an inch above the golden surface, her long hair cascading to her waist. Her robe clung to the curves of her body, tracing every contour of her shoulders, waist, and legs with pristine precision. She stood there, eyes lowered, silent and still. The silent magician also evolved. You Chen raised an eyebrow. The silent magician did not respond. She raised her hand palm up. 3 cards rose from her fingertips, one after another, forming a vertical line. The first card, Silent Magician LV. 4. He recognized this card. 1,000 attack points, almost the lowest starting point of the Silent series. But as the card lit up, a faint ripple of water spread beneath the golden sea. Light mist surged from the card, condensed and reshaped. When the mist cleared, her silhouette had grown taller. The second card, Silent Magician LV. 8. Yu Chen's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. The third card, before the mist had even dissipated, her figure continued to rise above the golden sea. True Silent Magician revealed her face. Cold, quiet, eyes downcast. Yu Chen stared at the card for 3 seconds. Holy crap, I didn't expect this one upgrade to rake in a fortune. A hint of excitement flickered in his voice. The golden light dissipated. Yu Chen stood once again at the exit of the 7th training ground. The luster of the golden dual disc on his wrist slowly faded, sinking into his skin. Outside, no more than 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Just then, the massive holographic screen above the training ground changed. Defeated party Chu Lingfeng's personal wager. If defeated, pay Yu Chen 100 spirit crystals. Please confirm collection by the winner Yu Chen. The entire venue drew a sharp breath. 100,000. 100,000 spirit crystals. Who made that bet? You just found out. Chu Lingfeng himself made it a few days ago. In the back rows of the stands, several students who had been glued to their phones shot up. The stream is blowing up. One boy shouted, holding up his terminal. Cross-college live room viewers have exceeded 2,000. The barrage comments are lagging. 100 spirit crystals, man. My dad couldn't earn that much in 3 years as a bounty hunter. The barrage comments on the holographic screen began scrolling wildly, almost blurring the entire display. Holy crap, he's a freshman. Where did this kid come from? Chu Lingfeng's face is white. That's a Blue Eyes white dragon. The Blue Eyes clan must be utterly humiliated. 100 spirit crystals. Folks in the live room, the veteran bounty hunter commentator couldn't utter a single word for 20 full seconds. Finally, he slowly recited, remember this name. Yu Chen. He will not stop at the academy. You Chen walked out of the training ground exit. The setting sun bathed him in light. Hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Wang Quan ran while shouting, "You Chen, wait for me. 100000 spirit crystals. Treat us. You have to treat us." You Chen turned his head. Another figure emerged from the side behind him. Qin Shuang. Her blue hair gleamed coldly in the sunset, her expression still calm, but her steps were half a beat slower than before. "You coming too?" You Chen asked directly. Qin Shuang paused, turned her head. "Acceptable. Clean and crisp, a single word." "And me, brother Yu Chen." Tang Ninger trotted up to the exit, her twin ponytails swaying gently in the breeze. Zhu Yu followed behind her. Zhu Yu stopped in front of them, adjusted her glasses. "The teacher won't join." She glanced at the setting sun. "Celebrate among yourselves." She turned and walked a few steps toward the administration building, stopped on the third step without looking back. "You Chen, well done." The crisp sound of low-heeled leather shoes striking the alloy floor gradually faded away. Yu Chen watched her back, then pressed his hand to his forehead. "Good grief." He sighed softly. "Now I'm going to have to bleed a fortune." Qin Shuang glanced at Wang Quan, said nothing, and took a step forward. Tang Ninger quickly followed. After all these days here, he finally had money. It was time to properly relax. The next day, early morning. The small square in front of the special class teaching building. Yu Chen arrived exactly as the 8 o'clock bell rang. As he walked, many students couldn't help but whisper about him. Some female students even deliberately tried to strike up conversations. Older ones had already handed him love letters. But Yu Chen ignored them all. Just after turning the corner of the teaching building's side corridor, his pace slowed. Yu Chen noticed something and looked sideways. The small square was packed with people. Class 1, Class 2, and several other special classes who had come to watch the excitement crowded the sides, leaving an open space in the middle. In the center of the open space stood 2 people. They were dueling. One of them was Su Pengfei. The other Yu Chen didn't recognize. The boy was not exceptionally tall, but his frame was well proportioned, his shoulders level, standing there like a blade, sheathed in its scabbard. Boom! A pillar of light engulfed Su Pengfei. His shield shattered into a burst of ice crystals upon contact. He was thrown back 3 meters, crashed heavily onto the alloy steps at the edge of the small square, rolled twice, before stopping, his chest heaving violently, unable to get up for a long time. Su Pengfei LP0. The entire venue fell dead silent. The boy put away his dual disc without sparing Su Pengfei a second glance. He turned and swept his gaze calmly over the crowd. From start to finish, he didn't linger on any face for half a second, not even in Yu Chen's direction. The glance was very natural. Yu Chen also noticed. It was as if the guy was confirming something. Once confirmed, he withdrew his gaze. The boy strode toward the Class 2 building. When he passed by Su Pengfei, who was lying on the steps, he didn't look down or avoid him. He stepped directly on Su Pengfei's ankle. "Oh!" Su Pengfei screamed. The boy acted as if he didn't hear, walking straight ahead. Clean, sharp, no superfluous movements. The door of the Class 2 building closed softly behind him. The entire small square was dead silent for 3 seconds, then erupted. "Holy crap!" Su Pengfei got one shot in a single turn. "What's his name? Haven't seen him before. Seems like a transfer student." "No way. School just started, and there's already a transfer student. This guy is so arrogant." Yu Chen looked in the direction of that guy, lost in thought. Just then he seemed to notice another gaze. He lifted his eyes and was slightly taken aback. Yu Chen raised his eyes and looked. On the other side of the square, leaning beside a corridor pillar, was a graceful silhouette with a curvaceous figure. The girl wore a black fitted blazer with a 6-pointed star badge pinned to her chest and a square card case hanging from her waist. Her long hair was purple-black with golden red tips, the ends curling upward. Her pupils were peach pink. What puzzled Yu Chen was that this girl had been staring at him the entire time. Not just now. Yu Chen suddenly realized that ever since he stepped into the square, that gaze had been clinging to his back, without wavering. The moment their eyes met, Yu Chen felt a sinking sensation in his chest. Her face showed no discomfort at all, as if she hadn't been caught staring. Her eyes slowly traced his face from his forehead to the bridge of his nose down to his jawline, and finally settling on his eyes. There was no hesitation or pause along the way. As though she were trying to see right through him. Yu Chen himself felt deeply uncomfortable. How could someone gaze so shamelessly? Yu Chen decided not to be polite, either, letting his eyes wander over her figure. He wanted to make her back down. He deliberately lingered on the girl's rather full chest. Little did he know, her brows never stirred. Her eyelids were half closed, leaving a narrow slit. She raised her left hand and tucked a strand of loose hair behind her ear. After finishing that, she stepped away from the pillar and walked toward Yu Chen. The chatter in the square diminished. Her long legs and mini skirt made many boys unconsciously hold their breath. She stopped 3 steps away from Yu Chen. "Yu Chen." The girl's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet carried a teasing undertone. Yu Chen raised his eyes. "What is it?" When she looked up at him, her jaw tilted upward slightly. "Nothing important," she said, the corners of her mouth lifting gently. "Just very interested in you. My name is Ning Wushuang." She paused for a moment, a hint of amusement rising in her peach-pink pupils. "Do you like my type, eh?" Yu Chen frowned. That slender white finger had already risen as if to lift his chin. He simply sidestepped. "Not interested." Yu Chen turned and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Ning Wushuang watched his retreating figure, a smile playing on her lips. Her fingertip paused in midair before withdrawing. The playful glint in her peach-pink eyes did not dissipate, instead it deepened. Interesting," she murmured softly. After returning to the classroom, Yu Chen The morning self-study of Special Class 1 had not yet officially begun. About 20 students were scattered across the arc-shaped seats, their discussion revolving around a single topic, the 2 transfer students from the square earlier. As soon as You Chen sat down, Wang Quan plopped into the empty seat beside him, clutching an unopened document. You Chen. Wang Quan lowered his voice and leaned in. You saw what happened at the square earlier, right? You Chen nodded, but said nothing. Wang Quan licked his lips, his eyes brimming with gossip. That transfer student from Class 2 is incredibly strong. I think his name is Jiang Han. Without saying a word, he defeated Su Pengfei in one move. Tell me, someone like that should have made a grand entrance, right? But after fighting, he just left without even introducing himself. Don't you think that's strange? You Chen glanced at him sideways. Strange how? Wang Quan hesitated, lowering his voice even further. It's just quite strange. You Chen lowered his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. What about Class 1? He asked casually. Wang Quan paused. Class 1 what? You mentioned the transfer student from Class 2. You Chen looked up. Didn't Class 1 have one? Wang Quan's mouth opened, then he suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn it. I almost forgot. Class 1 has one too. Before coming to the classroom this morning, I saw teacher Zhu talking to a girl at the academic affairs office. From what I overheard, that girl is being assigned to our class today. You Chen raised an eyebrow. As expected. Not just one. What does she look like? You Chen asked. Wang Quan was about to speak when the classroom door was pushed open. Zhu Yu stepped inside in low-heeled shoes. Her pace was half a beat faster than usual. After entering, instead of walking straight to the podium as she normally did, she stopped at the doorway. She turned sideways and gestured toward the door. Come in. All the chatter in the classroom ceased at once. 20-plus pairs of eyes turned toward the entrance simultaneously. A figure walked in. Purple-black long hair, golden-red tips, peach-pink pupils. The square card case at her waist swayed ever so slightly with each step. Wang Quan's breath caught. He turned his head sharply to look at You Chen, his expression unmistakable. It was her. You Chen didn't move. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze resting on Ning Wushuang's face, his expression unchanged. Because he had already guessed. Zhu Yu walked to the podium and tapped the edge. Everyone, today, I'd like to introduce a new transfer student. She stepped aside, clearing the center of the podium. Ning Wushuang, Zhu Yu said. Effective immediately, she will be assigned to our special class 1. After finishing those words, she paused. That pause was subtle. Zhu Yu's own expression was carefully controlled, making it impossible to read her attitude toward this situation. Ning Wushuang stepped to the center of the podium. She didn't bow like an ordinary transfer student, nor did she offer any pleasantries. She raised her eyes and slowly scanned the classroom, starting from the last row. Her gaze moved from right to left, from back to front. It lingered on each face for only half a second. When it reached Yu Chen's position, it stopped. That pause lasted longer than when she had looked at him at the square. A full 3 seconds. Yu Chen met her gaze, his expression unmoving. The corner of Ning Wushuang's lips curved ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then she raised her hand and pointed toward the row where Yu Chen sat. Teacher Zhu, she spoke, her voice clear. I would like to sit there. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. The seat she pointed to was the one right beside Yu Chen. More importantly, it wasn't an empty seat. It was where Qin Shuang sat. Zhu Yu's brows furrowed imperceptibly. She looked toward Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang had been flipping through a document in her seat the entire time. From the moment Ning Wushuang entered, she hadn't lifted her head once. Ning Wushuang followed her gaze. Her eyes moved away from Yu Chen and landed on Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, right? Ning Wushuang spoke. Qin Shuang's fingers flipping the document paused. She finally raised her head. Those perpetually cold eyes slowly met Ning Wushuang's. No one in the classroom dared to make a sound. The slight curve of Ning Wushuang's lips remained. This seat, she said. I want it. No objections, I hope. Qin Shuang's fingers that were turning the pages stopped moving. She merely uttered a single word, get lost. Then she lowered her head again. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear every breath. Wang Quan's mouth formed an O shape. The surrounding students also audibly gasped. Though they couldn't figure out what was happening, the tension was palpable. Ning Wushuang merely cast a faint glance at Qin Shuang. There was no emotional fluctuation in her eyes, neither the embarrassment of being rejected nor the displeasure of being offended. She withdrew her gaze, turned around, and walked toward the other side of the classroom. As she passed the third row, her steps paused for a moment. There was an empty seat. The empty seat next to Wang Quan. She pulled out the chair and sat down. Her movements were so light that the chair legs barely made a sound against the floor. But after she sat down, the air in the entire third row seemed to freeze. Wang Quan sat stiffly in place, turning his neck inch by inch at an extremely slow pace, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down twice. His face flushed slightly. His mind involuntarily began to sketch various beautiful scenarios. A new transfer student and a girl of this caliber sitting right next to him. Wasn't this a gift from heaven? He cleared his throat and adjusted himself to what he thought was his most handsome angle. Hello, my name is Wang. Before he could finish, Ning Wushuang frowned and turned her head sideways. Her face was filled with undisguised contempt, as if she had seen something dirty on the chair. Wang Quan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The unfinished self-introduction stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. He felt a chill run up his back from the coccyx all the way to the back of his head, every hair standing on end. Ning Wushuang looked at him for 3 seconds. Then she turned back, took a square card case from her waist, opened it, took out a card, and gently rubbed her fingers over its surface. Wang Quan turned back to the front, his back straight as a rod, hands placed properly on his knees, even his breathing softened. Beside him, You Chen lowered his eyelids, taking in all of this. He propped his chin with his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. These two transfer students had ulterior motives. Zhu Yu coughed dryly, tapped the edge of the desk, and drew everyone's attention back to the podium. "All right, quiet down," she said. "Today we'll talk about synchro summoning. In the previous lesson we covered fusion, but synchro is a different summoning method that requires higher technical skill. Before that, can any student explain what synchro means?" Her gaze swept across the class with a scrutinizing look. The classroom was silent for a few seconds. At that moment, Ning Wushuang's voice rang out. "If I answer the question correctly, can I choose my seat?" These words nearly choked Zhu Yu. The atmosphere, which had barely eased, tightened again. She looked at Ning Wushuang, her eyes filled with embarrassment and helplessness. She knew this transfer student's background very well. The bald principal had personally instructed her to give special treatment. But this way of making demands in public, Ning Wushuang seemed completely unconcerned about it. "Before coming, I heard that Xingyan Academy values strength above all." Her tone was flat, without any hint of provocation, yet every word emphasized the fact her strength was worthy of this request. "So, I think that exchanging a correct answer for a seat change is not an unreasonable condition." She paused, her peach-colored eyes narrowing slightly. "If such a small request cannot be granted, then perhaps this academy is not worth my stay. Maybe I should consider switching to another place." The last half was spoken very softly, but its weight was enough to make cold sweat trickle down Zhu Yu's back. She opened her mouth to refuse, but found no suitable words. "Fine." She finally nodded, her voice a bit strained. "Go ahead and answer." Ning Wushuang withdrew her fingers that were propping her chin. "The essence of synchro summoning is to use monsters on the field as materials, adding up their levels to equal the level of the synchro monster you want to summon." Her speaking pace was moderate, her reasoning clear, as if reciting from a textbook. "The formula is simple: a tuner monster plus a non-tuner monster times n equals the level of the synchro monster, where n is greater than or equal to 1, meaning at least one non-tuner monster is required, and there is no limit on the number." Zhu Yu nodded slightly, her expression softening. "The basics are correct. What else? What are the specific methods of synchro summoning? You only mentioned the most basic one." Ning Wushuang blinked. "There are more than one." She indeed hadn't delved deeply into this area because her deck didn't involve it. She only knew synchro as a side note. "Who can add something?" Zhu Yu's gaze turned to the class. The classroom was silent for 2 seconds. Then a cold voice came from the left. "The sources of synchro summoning materials are not limited to the field." Everyone turned their heads. Qin Shuang did not look up. She still kept her head down, looking at the materials, her tone as if stating something unrelated to herself. "Monsters on the field and in the hand can both be used as materials. In addition, there is also double synchro, a special synchro method that requires 2 or more tuner monsters to complete." Zhu Yu nodded, a flicker of approval in her eyes. "Correct, a very complete addition." She turned around and wrote a few keywords on the blackboard, the chalk making tapping sounds on the board. "So synchro is much more complicated than fusion, requiring higher demands on the operator's rhythm control and on-the-spot judgment. That's also why there are only a handful of upperclassmen proficient in synchro." As soon as the words fell, another voice cut in. "Is this already complete?" Zhu Yu was startled and looked toward the source of the voice. You Chen leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on the edge of the desk. He was questioning. "This is indeed complete, or do you have a different opinion?" Zhu Yu frowned. You Chen was slightly puzzled. Could it be that other synchro methods in this world were not yet in use? Then he might as well give a few examples. "The few cases mentioned just now belong to the realm of conventional synchro." Yu Chen's voice was calm. "But the practical application of synchro summoning goes far beyond these. For example, graveyard synchro, using tuner and non-tuner monsters in the graveyard to complete a synchro summon commonly seen in some themed decks. Second, accelerated synchro. First summon a monster that is both a synchro and a tuner, then perform a synchro summon with another non-tuner monster. There are also dark synchro, triangle, accelerated synchro." Before Yu Chen could finish, Zhu Yu interrupted him. "Stop messing around, Yu Chen. These are not recorded in any books. Pay attention in class. If you cause trouble again, I won't be lenient." Zhu Yu lightly scolded him, helplessly thinking that Yu Chen was causing trouble. Yu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then let it go. Indeed, teacher Zhu Yu was truly old-fashioned, even more old-fashioned than an antique. At that moment, Yu Chen felt someone poke his arm. Yu Chen turned his head and realized it was Ning Wushuang poking him with those slender fingers. Those peach-pink eyes were so close that he could see his own profile outlined by the window light reflected in her pupils. "I believe what you said." Yu Chen did not respond. Flattery without cause is never without ulterior motives. He did not believe his charm could be so potent on the very first day that a girl would throw herself at him. He withdrew his gaze and leaned back against the chair, his fingers casually tapping the desk. Ning Wushuang watched him for a few seconds, then said nothing more, continuing to listen to the lecture. "That's all for today's class. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the third-year students have a competition. It's a good opportunity for you to observe and learn. This is a rare chance. Go take a look." After Zhu Yu finished speaking, she left. Yu Chen pondered for a moment. Third year. Fine, he would go see what level they were at. At 3 in the afternoon, all students from special classes 1 and 2 were led to the third-year duel competition arena. Zhu Yu walked at the front, her pace half a beat faster than usual. Today's arrangement is observation and learning. She turned to face the 20-odd students following behind her. The third year is holding its monthly ranking tournament. Go to the venue and experience the rhythm and intensity of senior duels. This is a rare learning opportunity. Keep your spirits up. Wang Quan leaned over to You Chen and lowered his voice. I heard there will be some impressive matches today. The top 10 fighters from the third year will all be competing. There are a few freaks in the top 10, You Chen. Don't get scared. You Chen said nothing. Wasn't it always only you who got scared? He had little interest in the so-called ranking tournament. But since he was already here, he might as well take a look. It was better than sitting in the classroom flipping through materials. Qin Shuang sat beside him. The reason was simple. Qin Shuang at least had some topics to discuss with You Chen while having absolutely nothing in common with the others. The roaring crowd was like a sea of people. 16 duel arenas each had spectators packed tightly around them. The energy monitoring devices were running at full power. A semi-transparent protective barrier enveloped the entire arena, making the internal light effects and energy fluctuations clearly visible. The air was filled with something completely different from the restless energy of the morning, something almost boiling. It was pressure, pure unadulterated pressure emanating from powerful fighters. You Chen felt this pressure hit him the moment he followed his class into the edge of the plaza. 16 arenas were operating simultaneously, each hosting high-intensity duels. Light effects crisscrossed through the air. Roars of monsters rose and fell. The referee's announcements, the audience's gasps, and the special sound effects of cards being activated all blended together into a massive wave of noise. Wang Quan's mouth hung wide open, his eyes not knowing where to look. Is that the leader of Class 3? I heard he made Zhou Tong from Class 4 drop out last month. And over there is Zhao Wuji from Class 6. His deck is incredibly strange. And over there, that's Li Duanliu from Class 2. My god, what is he summoning? That pillar of light pierced through the entire opposing arena. Yu Chen's gaze swept across the field. Not bad. Much stronger than many second-year students. Their operational fluency, resource management, and on-the-spot adaptability, all details were more than a level above the second year. But that was where it ended. They were nowhere near as skilled as the netizens back on Earth. The observation lasted nearly 2 hours. When the final duel concluded, the sunset had already dipped below the horizon, and the plaza's lighting fixtures all flickered on. Zhu Yu gathered the class and prepared to lead them back to the teaching building. Just then a voice came from the other side of the plaza. It was the third-year director of studies. Everyone please hold on a moment. All eyes turned toward the sound. The director pushed up his glasses with one finger, 10 third-year students in uniform trailing behind him. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on the students from special classes 1 and 2. You second years are exactly at the stage where you need to learn. Don't waste such a good opportunity today. Have 5 representatives selected from special classes 1 and 2. I will choose the top 5 from the third year to provide some guidance. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Yu Chen frowned, his eyes narrowing as he looked over. He could tell those third-year students had no intention of teaching. They clearly wanted to give the second years a brutal beating. But why target the second year specifically? I am Chen Feng, ranked 7th in the third year. Chen Feng's expression carried a touch of arrogance, though he kept it somewhat restrained. We would like to spar with a few second-year duelists. The rules are simple, one-on-one. Each of us will choose an opponent for a guided match. The purpose is to help the younger students improve their practical experience. Yu Chen then remembered. The reason the third year had a competition today was entirely because they were about to graduate. Teachers from the 4 major academies were present today. Clearly they had felt that their duels earlier were not enough and wanted to showcase more. And to make it sufficiently spectacular, bullying weaker opponents was the perfect way to display their overwhelming advantage. Yu Chen understood instantly. No wonder. Our selected list is already finalized. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. For the second year we have invited 5 students. Given that your first and second rank students are still away on assessment missions. He began reading names. Each name he called was met with murmurs from the crowd. Chu Lingfeng from Class 2. Chu Lingfeng stood with his arms crossed, his expression unchanged. Clearly he had known in advance. Qin Shuang from Class 1. Qin Shuang remained as composed as ever. Yu Chen from Class 1. All eyes immediately snapped toward Yu Chen. Ning Wushuang from Class 1. Ning Wushuang leaned against a corridor pillar, arms folded, her peach pink, eyes showing no fluctuation. And Jiang Han from Class 2. Jiang Han stood a short distance behind Ning Wushuang, his expression equally cold. Any objections? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Yu Chen lifted his gaze, turned on his heel first, and tossed over his shoulder, not interested. This was clearly being used as a prop. Yu Chen's attitude instantly set the crowd ablaze. The third-year students immediately turned their attention toward him. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, but the expression quickly passed. He smiled and said, "You must be Yu Chen, right? Don't worry. If you are not interested in being guided, you can choose a rare card to take away if you win. But the prerequisite is that you must win. If you lose, you should pay a price for your arrogance. Another rare card equally." Yu Chen stopped walking and slowly raised his eyes. "In that case, I can consider it. I am not used to bullying others. My opponent will be you." As Yu Chen's words fell, everyone else in the duel arena burst into gasps. Qin Shuang's brows furrowed slightly. Wang Quan stood with his mouth agape, his jaw frozen mid-drop, unable to close it for a long moment. It was obvious that this time, they were facing third-year students whose overall strength was generally superior to second years. Not to mention these were the top 10 from the third year. Any one of them singled out was an opponent they currently couldn't hope to defeat. And yet You Chen showed no fear. Worse still, he didn't just challenge them. He went straight for the top, calling out Chen Feng by name. Not only were they stunned, but even the other third years couldn't help but be awed by You Chen's audacity. Is this kid crazy? Calling out Chen Feng. Does he even know who he's talking to? Oh, what an attitude. TSK, have second years really become this cocky? The murmurs spread from the second year stands to the third year section. Within seconds, every gaze in the plaza locked onto You Chen alone. What did you just say? Chen Feng's voice finally returned, tinged with disbelief and the sting of insult. Do you even know who you're addressing? You Chen turned to face him directly. The setting sun cast sharp shadows across his features, carving the light and dark into stark contrast. Can't hear me. I said, I'm fighting you. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Interesting, he sneered. Fine. If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. Good. Then I'll be your opponent. I know who you are, You Chen. Don't think winning a few matches against second years makes you someone special. Not against a third year at least. A mocking smile crossed his face. I could crush you as easily as I'd squash a dog. You Chen said nothing as though he hadn't heard. The remaining third years moved to claim their opponents. They returned to the dueling field. Most students had already dispersed, but enough remained in the stands that when word spread about the second years challenging third years, the crowd erupted. Wait, there's a second round. This doesn't make sense. How can they even compete? Second years versus third years. This is going to be a slaughter. Don't leave. We have to watch this. Word spread rapidly, and students who had been leaving turned back. Nearby, the instructors from the 4 academies sat in the referee section. Though this was merely an advance assessment rather than an official competition, the school's investment in it was equally significant. One could only imagine how intense the actual graduation duel would be. With multiple dueling fields available, all matches could proceed simultaneously. You Chen had already stepped onto his field, and Chen Feng followed his expression, darkening with menace. Kid got the guts to fight without your combat suit. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened, a cruel smile curling his lips. He was done holding back, determined to break You Chen. You Chen narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, Are you certain? You'll die. Chen Feng laughed as though he'd heard the greatest joke. When his laughter subsided, he stripped off his combat suit. You Chen merely shrugged and did the same. From the stands, Zhu Yu called out anxiously, You Chen, you'll get hurt, possibly permanently. Qin Shuang frowned beside her, but remained silent. The instructors from the 4 academies who had been watching elsewhere were drawn to the tension. The removed combat suits signaled this would be a deadly match. Their attention shifted immediately. Ling Zixiao from Guangming Academy appeared as a young woman in her 20s, dressed in simple white robes with delicate features. Mo Tianhai from Tianheng Academy was a slightly overweight middle-aged man in loose dark gray robes projecting an approachable demeanor. Shilong from Pazuo Academy. A bald man with a full beard and a towering muscular build. Su Ruoshi from Shuangyue Academy had frost-colored hair and features as pale and sharp as snow. The 4 instructors had been occupied with their own activities, documents, phones, before the commotion drew them together. Ling Zixiao spoke first. Chen Feng ranks in the top 10 of third year, correct? Mo Tianhai adjusted his glasses. Yes. According to the records, he placed 7th in the ranking tournament and maintained the most consistent performance among this year's top 10. His explosive power isn't exceptional, but he rarely makes mistakes. Ling Zixiao stated flatly. There's no suspense in this match. Su Ruoshi lifted her teacup and took a sip. Which second year is this? I don't know their strength, but the courage is interesting. You Chen and Mo Tianhai replied immediately. Top class of the second year. A name that's been appearing frequently in the recent reports. Oh. Su Ruoshi raised an eyebrow. Shilong finally spoke up. Hey. Setting aside everything else, this kid is really tough. Stripping off his combat suit to duel a top 10 third year. How many could pull that off? His voice matched his imposing frame in its roughness. Ning Wushuang stood at the periphery, her rose-colored eyes lingering on Yu Chen's back for a long moment. She tilted her head slightly toward Jiang Han, a faint smirk touching her lips. What do you think, she murmured, are his chances of winning? Jiang Han didn't respond immediately. The wind swept past the arena. He lowered his gaze. Under standard conditions, he paused, the probability is 0. Ning Wushuang said nothing. Her fingertips tapped once against the edge of her card case at her waist. A soft laugh escaped her. Then why do I feel otherwise? Duel start. Duel. Both Yu Chen and Chen Feng drew 5 cards, their auras flaring. Then a coin descended from above. Tails. Chen Feng went first. The advantage made him laugh aloud with this opening hand. He couldn't imagine losing. Yu Chen, you're about to receive your first lesson in humility. Someone like you who doesn't know how to show respect deserves nothing more than to be trampled and crushed beneath my feet. I'll take the first turn. I'm activating the continuous spell card, Ancient Gear Fortress, from my hand. Then I'll activate the field spell card, Gear Street. As Chun Feng's words echoed, a colossal mechanical fortress erupted from the ground, its cold metallic surface gleaming with a harsh light in the setting sun. Then the entire arena transformed. The ground beneath them cracked and reformed into an endless street of interlocking gears. Rumbling, massive gears rotated slowly underground, their mechanical teeth grinding together. This is the field spell card Gear Street. I'm setting 2 more cards. Next, I'll normally summon Ancient Gear Dragon from my hand. A brilliant white light erupted across his monster zone. Another dragon constructed from ancient machinery materialized and unfurled its wings, eclipsing half the arena. Ancient Gear Dragon, Earth Attribute Level 4 Machine Type ATK, 1700 DF, 1200. This card's effect can only be activated when it is normal or special summoned. When summoned, add 1 Ancient Gear card, excluding Ancient Gear Dragon, from the deck to your hand. After this effect resolves, you cannot set cards until the end of this turn. Chen Feng chuckled with an air of calm indifference. Your turn is over, You Chen. This opening seemed rather unremarkable to the onlookers. But in truth, danger lurked beneath the surface. The ancient machinery deck actually favored going second, so when going first one wouldn't set up an overly flashy field. If you saw a first turn field that was excessively extravagant, that player likely didn't know how to play. Summoning light that would only reveal one's trump cards too early, leaving them vulnerable to being dismantled. Even if they weren't destroyed, they would be anticipated. Then it's my turn. Draw. You Chen's hand rested on top of his deck, his fingertips gripping the edge of the top card. He yanked the card out swiftly, holding it before his eyes. A single glance made his eyes gleam. First, I activate the spell card, Cyber Emergency, from my hand. Add 1 Cyber Dragon monster, or 1 machine-type light monster that cannot be normal summoned from your deck to your hand. You Chen slung the spell card into the spell trap zone, and as a blinding white light flared, his other hand had already reached into his deck. His fingers rifled through swiftly, and the moment they touched the target card, he pulled it out decisively. A new card was in hand. Then I normal summoned Cyber Dragon Core from my hand. When this card is normal summoned, add 1 Cyber Spell Trap or Cyber Tech Spell Trap from your deck to your hand. A second burst of white light exploded. Cyber Dragon Core Light Level 2 Machine ATK, 400 DF, 1500. A dragon-shaped core emanating a faint blue light materialized on the field, hovering beside You Chen. Its surface shimmered with intricate circuit patterns, as if some precision mechanism had come to life. Another search. After 2 cards, he had expended none. Chen Feng frowned at the unfamiliar cards on the field. What kind of deck is this? And as far as I know, you didn't use this deck before. You Chen merely smiled faintly. Who told you I only have 1 deck? These words fell, and the entire venue fell silent. Then, like a stone thrown into stagnant water, ripples spread rapidly across the square. 2 decks. Did I hear that right? How many second-year students have 2 decks? Not even many third years have that. Isn't this too insane? After all, having multiple decks meant being able to handle more situations. But a deck couldn't be acquired on a whim. A first one needed the recognition of the deck. One also needed sufficient financial resources or strength, otherwise where would the cards come from? And even if all those conditions were met, one still had to possess the skill to master 2 decks. On the judge's dais, 4 reactions emerged almost simultaneously. Ling Zixia paused, the teacup in her hand hovering mid-air, and a ripple finally stirred in her extremely composed eyes. 2 decks. This second-year student is rather interesting. Mo Tianhai adjusted his glasses, shifting his gaze from the terminal screen to the figure on the field. His eyes abruptly narrowed. What's worth noting is that I have never seen this deck before. His fingers slid rapidly across the terminal, searching the database. No matching record. It was an entirely new build. Suruoshi tapped the edge of her teacup, lightly, a hint of a smile curving at the corner of her lips. It seems this kid's secrets are more numerous than we thought. Sherlong smacked his lips, revealing a broad set of white teeth beneath his bushy beard. The more I see, the more I like him. I'm tempted to take him as my apprentice. For different reactions, but they shared one thing in common. Their gazes toward You Chen had changed. Chen Feng's reaction, however, was entirely different. His expression did not sour. Instead, he sneered even more deeply. So what if he has 2 decks? He waved a dismissive hand. His control is decent, but it only matches the pace of third years. But no matter how many decks you have, if you can't learn the summoning methods, they're just worthless scraps. Second years have only just started learning fusion, and only a handful truly master it. His voice rose a few pitches, carrying an air of condescending arrogance. If you're so capable, why don't you try a fusion? This taunt was both a sting and the last scrap of pride he clung to. A third year against a second year was already a crushing advantage. Fusion was the watershed. If you couldn't cross it, you'd forever be looking up. This was common knowledge, an unbreakable iron law. The entire venue waited for You Chen's reaction. Some sympathized, some watched for entertainment, and some waited to see how he would save face. Then You Chen paused for a moment. Just a moment. Then he smiled. So fusion is considered a skill now. He slowly turned over the card he had been holding ready, and a brilliant light burst forth from it, shooting into the sky. Then I activate the spell card, Fusion. Boom! A torrent of immense light erupted from his hand, sweeping across the entire duel field in an instant. The light was so intense that the front row spectators had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. I will fuse the Cyber Dragon Core on my field with the Cyber Dragon in my hand. Fusion summoned from my extra deck. Chimera Tech Rampage Dragon. As the words fell, the Cyber Dragon Core on the field suddenly soared into the air. At the same time, You Chen revealed the Cyber Dragon in his hand. The 2 Cyber Dragons were pulled by an invisible force, converging toward the same point in midair. They met, collided, and intertwined in the sky. Space began to warp. A massive fusion vortex formed in midair with wild energy churning violently within. Zzz. A piercing crackle of electricity filled the entire square. Red and blue electronic lights clashed fiercely in the vortex, tearing and recombining. It was as if some ancient beast was struggling and roaring inside, desperate to break free. Roar! A deafening dragon's cry echoed through the clouds. Finally, a terrifying, double-headed cyber dragon burst out from the fusion vortex. Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Countless red electronic surges erupted like a torrent of blood, sweeping everything in a destructive cyclone. The raging energy shockwave expanded outward from its center, crackling across the entire duel field, leaving the ground riddled with dense fissures. Dust flew, stones rolled. Such was the pressure of a fusion summon. The entire venue fell dead silent. Everyone's jaws dropped, their pupils reflecting the roaring Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Zhu Yu covered her mouth with both hands, a cry of astonishment escaping as her voice trembled. You Chen. When did he learn fusion? And this deck? I've never heard of it before. But the most devastated person was Chen Feng. He still wore the same mocking expression. A smirk lingered on his lips. However, his entire body had frozen solid. It was as if he had been slapped in the face in public. The moment he had just finished saying, "Try a fusion," the fusion was thrown right in his face. If that wasn't a direct counterattack, what was? Wind swept across the duel field, stirring up clouds of dust, rustling the clothes of both duelists. You Chen stood there, the roaring Chimeratech Rampage Dragon behind him, facing Chen Feng, who stood petrified like a wooden chicken. He didn't press the advantage to mock him further, he simply stood there quietly. But everyone could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. So this is what third years call skill. You Chen curled his lips, raising his eyes, and the electronic gleam in his gaze began to flicker, ready to burst forth. Raising his hand, his eyes locked on, he said with a light smile, "Frog in a well. Let me show you what true skill really means." Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Dark Attribute, 5 stars, Machine Type. ATK 2100 DEF 1600. The attributes of Chimeratech Rampage Dragon were displayed on the field. From the spectator stands, exclamations of astonishment arose one after another. Good heavens, a sophomore already knows how to fusion summon. This You Chen is truly a dark horse. It feels like he's the biggest dark horse this year. He's been dazzling everyone since his enrollment. But this fusion monster is pretty basic, isn't it? Only 2100 ATK, nothing special. That's not the point. The point is that this kid dared to challenge Chen Feng, ranked 7th among the juniors, and even called him a frog in a well. How arrogant. The murmurs continued unabated. Chen Feng's expression turned visibly grim. This You Chen had humiliated him repeatedly, and he could no longer endure it. A mere 2100 ATK, fusion monster dares to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, You Chen chuckled lightly. You're a junior now, yet you're still fixated on ATK like a novice. He raised his hand, pointing at Chimeratech Rampage Dragon on the field. Activate the effect of Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. When this card is fusion summoned, you can target up to the number of spell trap cards on the field equal to the number of fusion materials used for this card summon. Destroy those cards. So I can destroy 2 of your cards. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. So the goal was destruction. But the next second, he snapped back, a barely suppressed smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes narrowing with barely concealed amusement. Go ahead and destroy. He'll definitely target the field spell first, right? For sophomores, the field spell is their lifeline. If he destroys 2 cards, one of them has to be the field spell. Hee hee ha. No, I can't laugh yet. Hold it in a little longer. Then he heard You Chen's next words. I'll destroy the 2 face-down cards on your field. Chen Feng's motion to burst into laughter froze midair. You're not destroying my field spell. Seeing this, You Chen naturally understood what he was thinking and burst out laughing. What a clown, you actually thought that. Your field spell? I would never bother with it. In fact, you'll destroy it yourself. At these words, Chen Feng's face darkened to its utmost. Does this guy know? Does he know my strategy? You think this is enough to destroy it? A petty trick. How dare you show it off? Activate face down the trap card breakthrough skill. Target 1 effect monster your opponent controls, I activate it. Negate the effects of that opponent's monster until the end of the turn. I'll negate your Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. What now? Chen Feng lifted his chin with a cold sneer. You Chen, however, let out a soft laugh, already holding a card between his fingers, waiting for this moment. Is that all? Looks like there's still plenty to teach you today. Then watch closely. I activate the quick play spell Diffusion. Target 1 fusion monster on the field, to shuffle that fusion monster into the extra deck. Then if all of the fusion materials used for its fusion summon are in your graveyard, you can special summon them. So Chimeratech Rampage Dragon returns to the extra deck, and Cyber Dragon Core and Cyber Dragon from the graveyard are special summoned to the field. Got it. You Chen had said earlier, why not let me teach you instead? At first everyone thought it was just arrogance. Little did they know, watching now, the students were utterly dumbfounded. The more they watched, the more wrong it seemed. Chen Feng's face was completely flushed. Repeated failures made him lose all control. After all, the more you believe you're superior and that your opponent doesn't deserve to win, the easier it is to tilt. You Chen noticed this and said with a grin, "Tis your tilt control is better than a rumble's." Chen Feng took several deep breaths to forcibly suppress his rage. A duel must never lose composure. That is the cardinal rule of warfare. In that case, Chen Feng waved his arm abruptly. Then I'll activate the other face-down card, the trap card Blast with Chain. Target one face-up monster you control, equip this card to it. It gains 500 ATK. Boom. In an instant both cards on Chun Feng's field were destroyed. Yet Chen Feng showed no panic, only a faint smirk. You think you're in the lead. That negation earlier was just a waste not. But whether it was negated or not I wouldn't lose anything. On the contrary, I should thank you. Activate the effect of Blast with Chain in the graveyard. When this card equipped as an equip card is destroyed by a card effect, target one card on the field who destroy it. I choose my own field spell Geartown. As the words fell, the gear-adorned streets beneath his feet began to crack and shatter, dissolving into countless specks of light. You Chen watched this scene and laughed even louder. How obedient. I told you destroy it yourself. These words were not harsh in attack, but they were a devastating insult. Many students were stunned and couldn't help but want to laugh, yet dared not, their expressions twisted. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy. Your mouth can only run wild for a little longer. He waved his hand again, his voice rising with desperate ferocity. Soon you'll be plunged into despair. When Geartown is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, I can activate it. I can special summon one ancient gear monster from my hand, deck, or graveyard. Right now, I special summon from my deck, Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon. Let me show you one of my ace cards. Chen Feng roared, raising his hand high. In an instant the entire duel arena shook violently. Countless massive gears materialized in the air, spinning madly behind him. It was a vortex of steel and rust, dozens of meters in diameter, each gear spinning at high speed. At the center of the storm, a colossal creature slowly rose. Its entire body was covered in rust-colored scales, each one a precision interlocking giant gear. Its form spanned the entire monster zone from head to tail, stretching 7 or 8 meters. When its wings spread, they blotted out most of the sky, the wing membranes densely packed with transmission shafts and rivets. Deep within its throat, countless gears began to spin wildly, accumulating some terrifying energy. Roar! The moment the roar exploded, the energy shield of the entire arena trembled violently. Students in the front row were knocked back several steps by the blast, some lost their footing and fell to the ground. Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon. Earth Attribute 9, Stars Machine Type. ATK 3000 DF 3000. Holy cow, so this is Chun Feng's ace card. 3000 ATK and DF. And that's not even the main point. It can be special summoned just by destroying a field spell card. This kind of special summon speed is simply beyond what a second year's can match. It's over. This completely overwhelms You Chen's monster. Damn, this mind game is layered like a 1,000-layer cake. If I weren't from this academy, I'd think this was a battle between third-year elites. Who could imagine the opponent is actually a second-year student? Ancient Gear Heat Core Dragon hovered behind Chen Feng, casting a massive shadow that pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. The entire arena fell into deathly silence. The gap was right there and no one needed to say a word. Zhu Yu's face turned pale, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Yet You Chen, gazing at the Heat Core Dragon, not only didn't lose his smile, but it deepened instead. At that moment Chen Feng raised his eyes, grinned widely, as if venting all the frustration he'd just endured, and clenched his fist hard. What about this? What now? Sure, I looked down on your Chimera Rampage Dragon's ATK, but it was still an unfamiliar fusion monster. Since I didn't know its effects, now that you've defused it yourself, what do you have left to fight me with? One negate from me scared you into defusing, and you thought you could destroy me and gain the upper hand. Little did you know I've now special summoned my own ace card. Huh, so who's stronger now? I told you all you could do was run your mouth earlier. Now you're just waiting to die. Chun Feng's eyes revealed the arrogance and confidence of one in a superior position. This confidence stemmed first from his monster's ATK, and second from the card Ancient Gear Fortress. So he wasn't the least bit afraid of his opponent's destruction effects or targeting. In fact, his boastful and arrogant words were also a tactical move, to bait You Chen into targeting and destroying that very card, to make him waste resources. The teachers from the 4 great academies watched with great interest. The mind game had been intense from the start, and no one would know who came out on top until the very end. Ha ha ha. Just then an incongruous laugh rang out. Everyone instinctively looked over, and saw You Chen laughing while clutching his forehead. Chun Feng's face stiffened and darkened. What are you laughing at? You Chen waved his hand, smiling. Sorry, I just thought of something funny. Chen Feng crossed his arms and sneered. Funny? You won't be laughing for long. Hurry up and start your turn. Upon hearing this, You Chen gradually let his smile fade, then curled his lips slightly, and said slowly, You seem to be looking forward to something. Chen Feng frowned. How could this kid's gaze be so sharp? You seem eager for me to clear your field. Let me guess, why would that be? Huh, this is tough. Could it be because of your continuous spell card, Ancient Gear Fortress? While that card is on the field, any Ancient Gear monsters you normal or special summon this turn cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects, and your opponent cannot target them with effects. So you're hoping I'll destroy your Ancient Gear Heat Core Dragon, making me waste card resources, and even hoping to see a shocked expression on my face to get your emotional satisfaction. You Chen's words, seemingly a simple monologue, actually caused an uproar in everyone's hearts. Even the teachers of the 4 great academies exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Ancient Gear was considered a rare deck, very few knew its effects. Yet this You Chen knew it inside out. No one was more shocked than Chen Feng, his pupils contracted. Who the hell is this kid? How did he read my mind so completely? And how does he know my deck so well? Chen Feng wasn't a newbie. Even now he maintained his composure and sneered. If you're scared, you don't have to destroy it. You'll just die waiting anyway. It makes no difference. Oh no, wait, there is a difference. You can either hide like a coward and wait for death, or face it like a man and fight to your last breath. As his words fell, You Chen, with a smile on his lips, raised one finger. Is that really so? What if there's another possibility? Chen Feng scoffed. There isn't. You Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly raising his hand high, and chuckled. No. Actually, after all you've said, I just want to say this. You think you forced me into defusing. But what if this step was something I intended to do all along? Chen Feng frowned, completely disbelieving this nonsense. Hilarious. Are you telling me you'd fuse a monster just to purposely defuse it? Do you think I believe that? You're the king of stubborn talk. Without further ado, You Chen snapped his fingers. Next, I will continue to fusion summon. At these words, everyone present held their breath. Fusing again. Wait, he has more fusion cards. Then there's no way he'd purposely defuse. Chen Feng even laughed out loud. See, you still have to fuse again, right? And you said you defused on purpose? You're just slapping your own face. But damn it, you drew 2 fusion cards. Talk about bricking. You Chen chuckled softly. Sorry, but I don't plan on using a fusion card. Everyone in the arena was filled with question marks upon hearing this. What did he mean? Fusion summoning without a fusion card? You've got to be kidding me. The next moment, before Chen Feng could react, he noticed his monsters on the field starting to burn with blue flames. What's going on? Chen Feng's pupils contracted. He knew something was wrong. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. You Chen added casually. Then he roared. I fusion summon using my Cyber Dragon and Cyber Dragon Core on my field, plus your Ancient Gear Heat Core Dragon and Ancient Gear Wyvern, a total of 4 monsters. The moment he said it, the whole arena gasped, thinking they must have misheard. For pillars of light shot straight into the sky. What the hell? What's happening? Wait, did I hear that right? You Chen just said fusion, and he's using all of Chen Feng's monsters as material. Holy mother of God, I must still be asleep. Is this right? This can't be right. How is this different from the Yu-Gi-Oh I play? You can fuse your opponent's monsters. Wave after wave of exclamations like crashing waves drowned the entire duel arena. Chen Feng was stunned on the spot, his face blank. What was happening? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? For brilliant lights wildly intertwined in the high sky of the duel arena. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. In the vortex, like turbulent energy flow, a steel beast suddenly broke through the boundary, its ferocious silhouette instantly occupying everyone's vision. Fusion summon. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. You Chen raised his hand high and shouted. The giant jaws of Chimeratech Fortress Dragon, forged from steel, opened to their limit, and the sound of thousands of tons of steel pouring down simultaneously shook the duel arena's soundproof barrier. Thousands of tons of steel crashed down at once, with shockwaves exploding from beneath his feet. Cracks tore outward in all directions from his center, extending all the way to Chen Feng's feet, before finally stopping. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon Dark Attribute, 8 stars Machine Type Fusion ATK, 4000 DF0, all eyes turned back to this side. You Chen looked at Chen Feng's dazed expression and curled his lips. Look at your confused face, you really need me to teach you properly. He held up a finger to his lips and shook it. The material for this card is Cyber Dragon plus 1 or more Machine-type monsters. No fusion card needed. Just send materials from your field or your opponent's field to the graveyard to special summon from the extra deck. So stop staring. The 2 monsters on your field have already become fusion materials for Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. They've already taken the shape that Chimeratech Fortress Dragon prefers. This sentence made many girls blush. Play cards and he's driving. The tires are about to run over their faces. The most outrageous part is that this is really the Tire Dragon. Hearing this, Chen Feng's already red face turned even darker, almost the color of pork liver, his eyes bulging as he covered his head with both hands. On the verge of complete breakdown. Watching this, the surrounding students couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. A top 10 powerhouse from the 3rd year was being beaten so badly by a 2nd-year student with no ability to fight back. How could this not be shocking? You Chen continued with a smirk. I have to say, your monsters are really useful. I like them a lot. Thank you very much for the ace gift from the 3rd-year powerhouse. Moreover, the original attack power of Chimeratech Fortress Dragon becomes the number of monsters used as fusion materials for this card, 1000, so it's 4000 attack power. You Chen's words fell, and the whole venue was even more shocked. WTF? Did he really fuse all the monsters on Chen Feng's field? I was just joking earlier. Is there still a master? No. Is it really that OP? What the hell? And this is a full 4000 attack power. My god, to see a 4000 attack power ace among 2nd-year students. The spectator seats were completely boiling over. On the referee bench, the 4 experienced teachers couldn't sit still anymore. Buffed, Tsuruoshi directly sprayed out the tea she just drank, splashing all over the table. She didn't bother to wipe it, her eyes wide. Good heavens, I never knew there was a fusion monster that could directly fuse opponents' field monsters. This so-called Cyber Dragon deck seems quite extraordinary. Ling Zixia's eyes suddenly narrowed, nodding. A deck none of us have seen before is already extraordinary. The effect of this fusion monster right now is even more suffocatingly powerful. She paused, her tone growing more serious. This This guy named You Chen is strange in every way. I never thought we would have the day of being wrong. MOT on high clicked his tongue and sighed scary. Being opened to a new world by a second-year student, I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. Shilong was so excited he slapped both hands on the table, not caring that his teacup was knocked over, his eyes shining. The more I look, the more I like it. I must take this kid as my disciple. And with every word You Chen said, Chen Feng was closer to despair. But You Chen showed no sign of letting him go. His idea was simple: before the opponent suffers a powerful physical attack, first endure a baptism of mental attack. The damage must be maximized. This is called respect. Seeing the timing was right, You Chen chuckled. I'll let you die a little clearer. What you think is actually all under my control. Ancient gear, after all, special summoning is nothing more than two types. One is fusion, the other is destruction. Graveyard special summon is not in consideration in the previous situation. And you activated Gear Street at the beginning, so there's a high probability that there's something that can be destroyed in the back row. And at the beginning I deliberately used Chimeratech Rampage Dragon to step on the trap, forcing your trap to either be used immediately or not at all. In fact, it was to force you to reveal your ace early, otherwise you would definitely wait until the battle phase to catch me off guard. Although I'm not afraid either, but that way I couldn't kill you in one turn. Additionally, I didn't special summon Cyber Dragon because I didn't know if you had a trap. Seeing a 2100 attack monster, I reacted, and it exploded, so I couldn't fuse. If I summoned Cyber Dragon Core, you could at most negate it, but it wouldn't explode. It's just that you all like to focus too much on attack power. After stepping on the trap, I can perform the second fusion by releasing the fusion. Now do you understand that my fusion release is necessary? A mere top 10 from the third year dares to teach me. The so-called genius is just a stepping stone to see me. After You Chen finished speaking, a cold smile lingered on his lips. He raised his hand high, and his eyes became cold. This sentence was even more directly humiliating. It can be said that it was the pinnacle of humiliation. You Chen uses different methods for different people. For the arrogant, he can be more arrogant than them. The whole venue gasped. This sentence was too arrogant and too bold. Chen Feng's pupils were still trembling, unable to calm down for a long time. Most importantly, various negative emotions and pressure were completely released at this moment. Being constantly slapped in the face at the beginning sarcastically, and now being extremely humiliated. Is this guy really a second-year student? His blood pressure rose to the extreme. He was also confused. Struck to doubt life. Completely broken to the extreme. Impossible. This is a fake card. How can there be a fusion monster that can fuse my field monsters? Game over. You Chen turned around gracefully, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. Direct attack. The moment the words fell, the steel giant dragon raised its head, its massive jaws opening to the fullest. A raging blue energy gathered and compressed deep within its throat, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a millstone-sized orb of light, with arcs of electricity dancing like thousands of electric snakes, emitting a deafening crackle. The heat distorted the surrounding air into waves, and visible heat ripples spread outward, scorching the dual field's ground to a burnt yellow hue. Roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth as a dark purple orb carrying a destructive aura shot forth, trailing a long blue flame straight toward Chen Feng. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to scorch with an invisible trail, the smell of burning instantly intensifying to its peak. Boom. Yuwa? Ah. Amid the earth-shattering explosion, Chen Feng was sent flying like a broken kite. His school uniform was instantly torn to shreds, fragments flying as he traced a pathetic arc through the air, crashing heavily into the protective barrier at the edge of the dual field, then bouncing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His health bar instantly dropped to 0. And this was only after the dual field's protective barrier had weakened the impact. Without that protection, a direct attack of 400 attack points would have been fatal. If he had been wearing a combat suit, it wouldn't have been so bad. But Chen Feng had foolishly taken off his combat suit beforehand. You Chen walked slowly, turning to look at Chen Feng, who was curled up on the ground, barely breathing. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as his voice echoed across the arena. If you're not Su Chu, don't imitate a bare-chested challenge. With that, he strode over to Chen Feng, bent down, and scooped up the deck scattered on the ground. Oh, pot of greed. You Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Your deck build. Are you a loyal follower of Professor Kulinosi? His fingers slid over the cards, finally stopping on this rare one. No need to choose further. This one will do. Thanks for the gift of nature. As he spoke, Yu Chen casually pocketed the pot of greed, then tossed the rest of the deck back onto Chen Feng's face. After that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away without looking back. Only then did the entire audience snap out of their profound shock. Wow! A thunderous cheer erupted, nearly lifting the roof off the dual field. A second-year rookie actually crushed Chen Feng, the 7th-ranked third year, by a landslide. Is this real? Am I dreaming? And he not only won, he did it in one turn, a one-hit kill. Yu Chen is incredible. I've long been sick of Chen Feng's arrogance. Relying on his top 10 spot in the third year to extort protection money from us second years. Did he really think no one could stop him? The world has suffered from Chen Feng long enough. Yu Chen just did a public service, lifting the spirits of all second years. Yu Chen rules. Countless second-year students leaped to their feet, waving their arms and shouting Yu Chen's name in unison, their voices thunderous. This victory was not just a personal triumph. but a powerful counterattack by the entire second year against the hegemony of the third year. The other duels on the field had already stopped when Chimeratech Fortress Dragon appeared. All competitors and spectators were captivated by this thrilling suspense-packed duel. Now that You Chen had won decisively, they snapped out of their daze and discussions buzzed without end. On the judges' stand, the reactions from the teachers of the four academies were particularly intriguing. Ling Zixia pushed up her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses shimmering with unprecedented admiration and gravity. She stood slowly, clean, methodical, and far-reaching in strategy. You Chen's dueling skill is far beyond what a second-year student should possess. Everyone, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Please make yourselves at home. Before she finished speaking, she had already turned and walked away, her steps hurried, clearly harboring other intentions. Mo Tianhai closed his notebook, a rare smile appearing on his face. He stood up. A splendid duel. Fascinating, truly fascinating. I'll go get some food. Please excuse me. With that, he also quickly left the judge's stand. Tsuruoshi's pretty face showed a hint of confusion. What's gotten into those two today, running off so fast? But a flicker of restlessness passed through her eyes, and she also rose to leave, not wanting to fall behind. Shilong watched the three depart, grinned, and slammed the table. Go on, go on. I'm going to find old Yun first. First come, first served. I'm taking this disciple. Shilong hurried toward the principal's office. The third-year homeroom teacher, now utterly dumbfounded, turned to see the judge's stand empty, leaving only himself. Where did the four teachers go? Weren't they here to watch the third-year demonstration? Why did they all run off? What the You Chen paid no attention to any of this. He hadn't wanted to participate in this duel anyway, but Chen Feng had mentioned his package. What else could he do? The feeling of getting something for free was truly addictive. The moment You Chen stepped out of the duel field, the deck in his pocket emitted a brilliant light, and the Dragon God card within trembled continuously, sending a strong feedback. At the same time, he keenly sensed several covert gazes locking onto him. You Chen paused in his steps, his expression instantly sharpening, and he glanced around without moving a muscle. Soon he spotted 2 or 3 blurry figures in the distance on the outskirts of the campus, hidden on a rooftop, exuding a faint dark aura, staring fixedly in his direction. Being watched. You Chen stroked his chin, thinking to himself. Dark duelists. But with so many eyes here, why are they targeting me? He glanced at the trembling Dragon God card in his pocket, pondering. Is it because of this card? I'll have to find a chance to verify. On the distant rooftop, 3 figures stood by the railing overlooking the duel field. The leading man, tall and handsome, with a meaningful smile, spoke slowly. Is that the person Ning Wushuang mentioned? A woman with wheat-colored skin and sharp eyes nodded slightly, her tone calm. Yes. He carries the aura of the Jelaffa card. It won't be long before he's assimilated. As for Ning Wushuang and Jiang Han, they have already perfectly integrated into the target group and are executing the plan. The man shook his head, lightly, impatience in his voice. Too slow. Have your third captain test his strength. I want to see how much this unexpected pawn is worth. The woman frowned, slightly puzzled. Why not wait for Ning Wushuang to act? She is in charge of recruitment in this area. Ning Wushuang and Jiang Han have more important things to do. The man's smile turned cold. This guy is just an unexpected gain. I don't have the patience to wait. The woman hesitated for a moment, then reminded him. How many of these junior academy students can withstand the strength of a captain under my command? This is essentially a kill order for him. The man burst into laughter, his arrogance and indifference undisguised. Ha ha ha. Then let him die. The bald-headed principal stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long moment. 4 distinguished figures stood together in his office, representatives from the 4 great academies. These people were usually elusive, their time incredibly precious, or logically they would never set foot in a junior academy like this. Yet today 4 of them had come at once. Even the phrase, overwhelmed with flattery, could not describe his current state of mind. This. He hesitated, but before he could finish, the 4 had already started arguing among themselves. Tisk. Tsuruoshi crossed her arms, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of her lips. So when Teacher Ling said she had something to attend to, she meant sneaking over here first to get a head start. Ling Zixia's expression remained calm, her tone flat. I only said I had something to attend to, I never mentioned what it was. How can you call it sneaking? Mo Tianhai couldn't help laughing. Stop this pot calling the kettle black. No one here is any more innocent. His laughter subsided, and he turned to the principal with a serious expression. Principal Yin, the reason we've come is to ask for a student. A student? Principal Yin finally understood somewhat. But this was strange. The academy students had already been evaluated once. There were a few impressive ones, but none worthy of a joint visit from the 4 great academies. Today they had rushed over, as if afraid of being a step too late, so unusual that it baffled the mind. Which student could possibly pique the interest of these 4 old foxes simultaneously? Who is it? Principal Yun swallowed nervously, not daring to show any neglect. Just tell me. You Chen, Shilong said, stepping forward first, his voice like a booming bell. I'm taking this disciple. Can you even teach him properly? Tsuruoshi retorted. Let him come to Siya Academy. That's the right thing to do. Ling Zixia gently pushed up her glasses, her tone still unhurried. Stop arguing. Guangming Academy is the one worthy of You Chen. Tell You Chen. Mo Tianhai refused to be outdone, his voice clear and loud. If he comes to Tianhing Academy, I will personally sponsor an additional 10,000 crystal cores as a scholarship. Principal Yin felt his head splitting into four. In the past, having these academies send someone to request a student was a tremendous honor. But today, with four fighting over one, the honor had turned into a hot potato. Whoever he chose would offend the other three. What earth-shattering thing had this kid You Chen done? Even the principal himself could no longer suppress his curiosity. With no other choice, he had to pass the hot potato to the student himself. He pulled out his phone and dialed. You Chen, this is the principal. On the other end of the line, You Chen was strolling around carrying 100,000 crystal cores, planning to buy some cards and see if he could run into any deliveries that came to him. He had only arrived in this world not long ago, and his resources were still meager. The right path was to take advantage of kind-hearted people. Speak. You Chen. Principal Yin coughed. This kid talked as if every word cost him money. The 4 great academies. Which one do you want to go to? There was a moment of silence on the other end. I'm only in 2nd grade, and you're asking me to choose among the 4 great academies. You Chen's voice held a hint of bewilderment. Principal, did you drink fake liquor at lunch? Principal Yin rolled his eyes. Just say it when you're told to. Why so much nonsense? You Chen yawned, his tone casual. Whatever. Whoever gives me more resources, I'll go there. For me, any academy is the same. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. You little. Principal Yin laughed and scolded, get lost, get lost. After hanging up, he turned to the 4 teachers still arguing and spread his hands. Everyone, you heard him. You Chen's meaning is whoever gives more resources, he'll choose. Ling Zixia left a calm remark. This is not difficult. The 4 great academies still have some time before enrollment. I'll go back and discuss with the dean, then contact you again. Mo Tianhai's smile didn't fade. When it comes to resources, Tianhing Academy is no worse than any other. Principal Yin, just wait and see. Su Ruoshi still had her arms crossed, a slight smirk on her lips as she spoke slowly. As if any academy lacks that bit of money. Besides, Xia Academy has top female dual stars to back it up. As long as Yu Chen is willing to come, resources will be more than enough, and we can even solve his lifelong affairs for him. Shilong scratched his head and grunted, just wait and see. I'm definitely taking this disciple. The 4 left one after another, but Principal Yin became even more puzzled. What exactly had that kid Yu Chen done to attract these people like cats smelling fish? After seeing the guests off, he quickly opened the group chat and asked. Soon someone sent that video. As he watched frame by frame, he gasped. Good kid. What kind of deck is this? It can even fuse the opponent's monsters on the field without using a fusion card. And after fusion, it has 4,000 attack points. Chen Feng, ranked 7th in the 3rd grade, didn't even have a chance to fight back. The more he watched, the more his mouth fell open until finally he burst into hearty laughter. Haha, that kid Yu Chen, the more I see, the more I like him. In truth, what Principal Yin saw was just the tip of the iceberg. The teachers from the 4 great academies had sharper eyes. It was normal not to spot a prodigy before a duel, but failing to see the talent after the duel would be a problem with their skill. Those who taught at the 4 great academies had seen countless people. What they had their eyes on was Yu Chen's overall strength. Jianghai City South Town. Alicard Duel Tower. Wow, opened by Old Ma. Yu Chen looked up at the building, which was filled with a cyberpunk-style neon lights, flashing metal-textured exterior walls reflecting the street's light and shadow, full of technological feel. At that moment, the true silent magician silently appeared beside him, a faint glow spreading from her fingertips like a beam of light blooming alone on a ruin. Huh, why did you come out? Yu Chen was slightly startled. The true silent magician raised her clear eyes, her voice so light it seemed to scatter in the wind. You are being watched. That aura is very strong. Go back quickly. Yu Chen blinked, showing no fear. Instead, a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Go back and do what? Hide forever. He turned to look into the depths of the tower, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Guess what I came out to do today? Before the true silent magician could respond, he had already stepped toward the tower, his back straight and resolute, his voice drifting lightly. Of course, to pick up a delivery. Alicard Duel Building, 1st floor lobby. As Yu Chen pushed open the automatic door, a rush of cold air and neon light surged toward him. The lobby soared 3 stories high in a circular structure with a massive holographic projection screen suspended in the center, scrolling through today's card auction listings and appraisal prices for rare cards. Around the perimeter, card counters spiraled upward from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor gallery, each counter adorned with electronic tags and classification panels. There were quite a few people. Hunters in guild uniforms flipped through card albums at the counters. Young students clustered around the bargain section, rummaging through cards, and a few middle-aged men in suits stood on the 3rd floor gallery, overlooking the lobby, holding cards of unknown value in their hands, their expressions resembling those of people watching stock trends. Yu Chen scanned the area and decided to head straight to the mid-tier card section on the 2nd floor. 100,000 crystal cores equaled 10 million gold coins. It seemed like a lot, but in this world, cards were outrageously expensive. A single pot of greed cost 3 million gold coins. A graceful charity was priced the same. A cheaper option like Monster Reborn still cost over 1 million gold coins. What did this imply? In this wasteland world, the price of a decent mid-range house was only around 2 million. It also showed just how incredibly wealthy that bastard Chu Lingfeng was. I should have bet bigger. He was in the heat of the moment. I should have raised the stakes to 1 million crystal cores. No point in not taking advantage. He stepped toward the stairs, but as he passed the bargain display on the 1st floor, his pace faltered. At the bottom row of the display there was a card lying face down pressed beneath a pile of unsorted loose cards. He couldn't see its front, but the golden mark on the back of his right hand warmed slightly near this card. It was like a faint, barely perceptible pull. He crouched down, reached in, and pulled the card from beneath the pile. He turned it over. Future Fusion and Equip Spell card. Seeing this, You Chen didn't even need to read the effect. He already knew it was an anime version card. Effect: select one fusion monster from your extra deck, send the fusion materials listed on it from your deck to the graveyard. Special summon the selected monster in face-up attack position, and equip it with this card. This special summon is treated as a fusion summon. The fusion monster special summoned by this effect cannot attack during the turn it is special summoned. When this card is destroyed, destroy that fusion monster. A faint smile curled at the corner of You Chen's mouth as he glanced down at his dual disc. So my dual disc is truly extraordinary. It can even detect cards. Does it know what cards I want, or does it understand which supporting cards my deck needs? As You Chen finished speaking, his dual disc seemed to respond, flashing once. This caught You Chen off guard. It answered. He felt that the dual disc was far more than just a simple device. It seemed to possess its own intelligence. Yet he had searched through countless records and found no mention of such a phenomenon. You Chen shook his head. He decided not to dwell on it for now. He stood up and was about to take the card to the counter when a familiar voice came from behind him. You Chen, kid. You Chen turned his head at the sound. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with short graying hair. He wore a faded dark gray vest, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a silver-white scar on his forearm that stretched from his wrist to his elbow, glistening under the cold fluorescent light. Xiaoshan, the owner of Duelist's home. You Chen recognized him, and Xiaoshan recognized You Chen. Uncle Xiao. You Chen was surprised. What are you doing here? Xiaoshan walked around the counter, looked him up and down, paused for a moment at the card case on You Chen's waist, then raised his hand and pointed toward a certain direction on the second floor. After the spirit invasion, that day my shop was demolished. The Federation City Lord assigned us new locations. He glanced at the Future Fusion card in You Chen's hand. Here to buy cards. Yeah. You Chen replied. Found what you want. Xiaoshan extended his hand palm up. Let me see it. You Chen handed the Future Fusion over. Xiaoshan pinched the edge of the card, flipped it over, glanced at it under the overhead light, and nodded. This card doesn't seem to have much use for now, he said. Sure, it can quickly fusion summon from the deck, but it can't attack on the first turn, and by the next turn its usefulness has already diminished. Dueling is all about surprise attacks. One decisive strike. Don't blindly pursue attack power. Of course, if the fusion monster is summoned solely for its effect, then it has its uses. He handed the card back, his tone more casual. But if you really like it, I'll give it to you at cost price. You Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of delight in his eyes. At this point, nothing could interest You Chen more than money and cards. Cost price. You came with Xiao Xuan to play a match at my place, so you're an old customer. Besides, I watched your duel that day. You're worth making friends with. Xiao Xuan punched some numbers into a calculator, then slammed it with a final tap. This card normally sells for 1500 crystal cores, but for you I'll sell it for 100 crystal cores, which is 100,000 gold coins. Not a bad deal, right? A smile spread across You Chen's face. It was more than just a good deal. He had originally budgeted nearly 1 million. But thinking about it, not many people could use this card right now, so 100,000 or so gold coins was reasonable. He was straightforward and paid 1000 crystal cores. You Chen stowed the Future Fusion away. Recalling what had just happened, he hesitated for a moment before asking an extra question. Uncle Xiao, do you know if a dual disc can have intelligence? Xiaoshan was counting the crystal cores, but at this question his face stiffened. He looked up at You Chen with a strange expression. Why do you ask? You Chen immediately sensed that there was indeed something to it. No reason, I just heard someone mention it, and couldn't help asking. Xiaoshan fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Back in the early days of the Wasteland Era, the relationship between humans and spirits wasn't as clear-cut as it is now. At that time there were no duel rules, no card taming. When humans encountered spirits, it was death. Later the ancient gods left behind sequence imprints, and the first awakened ones gained the means to fight back against the spirits. And all that power ultimately comes from the dual disc. But officially it's always been said that the power comes from within. That's the innate theory. But there's also an acquired one, that the dual disc chooses a human to inhabit. However, the latter has never been proven. Yet I can tell you clearly, it does exist. Some people's dual discs grant their owners a brand new power, even changing their personalities and causing a qualitative leap in strength. The most obvious example is the Dark Duelists. But the Federation government never openly discusses this, fearing it might cause panic, and the academies don't teach it either. The more You Chen listened, the more it sounded like a guardian spirit, or even spirit possession. Could he be one too? Right at that moment You Chen frowned and looked up. He felt it again. An aura of darkness, a gaze fixed intently on him. Heh, couldn't hold back, could you? I've been waiting. Upon exiting the Ali card building, the sky had already darkened. The evening of Nanjun arrived swiftly. You Chen, hands buried in his pockets, strolled northward along the main street. In his pocket, the newly purchased Future Fusion rested quietly against the inner layer of the card case. 1,000 crystal cores spent, no small sum. But it was worth it. At least this Future Fusion card was worth it. He reached the intersection, his eyes flickered, and with a shift of direction, he turned into the alley leading to the bus stop. The alley was narrow. On both sides were the back walls of residential buildings, with large patches of plaster peeling off. A few rusted half-empty trash bins were piled against the wall, emanating a damp, sour odor. Of the two streetlights, overhead one was broken. The remaining one was unstable, casting a low circle of light that illuminated only about 2 meters around. You Chen stopped in the middle of the alley. How long are you going to follow me? The end of the alley fell silent for a moment. Then from the shadows beyond the lamplight, someone stirred. The figure stepped forward, and the light barely touched his jaw, revealing half of his face. He was a lean man with a pallid complexion, around 25 or 26 years old. An old scar ran along his chin, faint in color, yet adding a touch of ominous menace to his countenance. A smile hung on his lips. The smile was shallow, and his eyes held no warmth at all. You Chen. He uttered the name with a hint of mockery. Then he raised his left arm. The dark purple dual disc pattern lit up in the alley. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's have a dark duel. The loser gives up their deck. He grinned, lowering his voice. And their soul. As his words fell, dark purple energy radiated from beneath his feet. The walls on both sides of the alley vibrated faintly. The remaining streetlight flickered twice, and then went out completely. The entire alley was instantly plunged into darkness. The street sounds from outside were sealed off by the darkness. Only the lights of the two dual discs remained, one gold, one purple. 10 meters apart, they faced each other in cold confrontation. You Chen raised his left arm, and the golden dual disc unfolded in the darkness. He gazed at the dark purple silhouette across from him, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Waited for me for a long time. Since you know who I am, then I should know who you are. The opponent took another step forward. Cracks split the ground beneath his feet, and dark purple light seeped from the fissures, spreading across the surface. Dark duelist. He lifted his head, half his face emerging from the shadows. Third Captain Heilang. You Chen, tired of useless chatter, replied with a light smile. Good, then let's start the duel. To be honest, I've been waiting for you too. Heilang licked his gums, a laugh suppressed in his throat. Oh, is that so? You Chen, I hope you can entertain me. I've been looking forward to you for a long time. He raised his dark purple dual disc. Choose your deck. My machine-type deck will crush you completely. You Chen's eyes shifted slightly, noting several key points. Looking forward to him for a long time. Machine-type. Why would he be looking forward to him? Who gave him the information? And a machine-type deck. He was already planning to use Cyber Dragon, even if the opponent hadn't said that. But now it was worth pondering. Was it arrogance or deliberate manipulation? Enough talk. Both raised their hands simultaneously. Duel. The dark domain closed completely. The alley vanished. Beneath their feet was a dark purple dual field surrounded by walls of dense black energy. In the distance, the neon lights of Nanjun were faintly visible, yet no sound could be heard. A coin flipped in midair and landed. Heads. You Chen would go first. You Chen LP 4000 Heilang LP 4000. You Chen glanced at the result. Going first. Cyber Dragon going first was certainly not comfortable. But even so, he had to play. He drew 5 cards, his gaze sweeping over them quickly. In a flash, a decision was made. I normal summon Cyber Dragon Core. The golden dual disc lit up. A card held between You Chen's fingers. Its face illuminated as it flipped, and light descended onto the field. Mechanical structures assembled from the light ring. A small silver-white mechanical dragon crouched low before You Chen, its chest core glowing, with a blue-white radiance, armor plates clicking into place along its spine, with a faint metallic sound. When this card is normal summoned, its effect activates. You Chen's gaze focused, extending 2 fingers. Add 1 cyber, spell trap, or cybertech, spell trap from your deck to your hand. The deck automatically ejected a card. You Chen caught it steadily between 2 fingers, glanced at it, and added it to his hand. Seeing this, Heilang finally let out a laugh. Huh. You really did use Cyber Dragon. He pointed at You Chen, his laughter carrying the thrill of success. When I said machine-type deck, you immediately chose Cyber Dragon, right? Idiot. That line was deliberately said just for you. His smile turned sinister. Actually, I don't use a machine-type deck at all, but you've already chosen Cyber Dragon. When you lose, this entire deck will be mine. You Chen showed no reaction. He inserted the retrieved card into his hand and looked up at Heilang. From start to finish, I wasn't influenced by you. Cyber Dragon was the deck I was going to use anyway. Heilang's laughter halted. You Chen raised his eyes and continued, but your words did remind me of something. You know the characteristics of Cyber Dragon. It hasn't been long since my duel with Chen Feng, and you've already obtained the information. His tone was calm, but his eyes narrowed sharply as he murmured. That proves there are already your people in the academy. Heilang's brow arched. Seeing this, You Chen knew his guess was correct. Heilang quickly laughed again. Nice guess. Unfortunately, figuring it out won't help you. Once a dark duel begins, no one outside can save you. You Chen merely replied indifferently, you'd better think about who will save you first. He lowered his head and drew his second card. I activate the effect of Cyber Dragon Nova in my hand. By discarding one other monster from my hand, I special summon this card. You Chen held 2 cards between his fingers. One was sent to the graveyard, the other tossed onto the field. Come forth. The next generation of Cyber Dragon. The card flipped in midair and blue-white data lines extended from its surface. In the next moment, a small mechanical dragon emerged from the stream of light. Its body was deep black with blue energy patterns flowing along the edges of its armor. When its electronic wings unfolded, fine arcs of electricity crackled around them. It hovered beside Cyber Dragon Core. Cyber Dragon Nova Attribute Light, Level 1 Machine Type ATK, 200 DF 200. When Cyber Dragon Nova is normal or special summoned, I can target one machine type monster in my graveyard with 2100 ATK, or def, and activate its effect. You Chen raised his hand. The graveyard zone glowed with white light. The card that had been discarded earlier slowly materialized in the light. I target Cyber Dragon in my graveyard. Special summon. The dark arena trembled faintly. A graveyard halo spread from beneath You Chen's feet, and the silver-white mechanical dragon slowly raised its head. Its body was long and sleek, its armor interlocking and extending section by section, as the energy core in its chest suddenly blazed to life. A blue-white beam of light pierced from the chest into the neck, then ignited along the spine, all the way to the tail. The dark purple mist in the alley was forced back half a step by that light. Cyber Dragon. Light Level 5 Machine Type. ATK 2100 DEF 1600. After this effect is activated until the end of the turn, I cannot special summon monsters other than machine-type monsters. You Chen's voice fell. The Cyber Dragon core crouched ahead, its chest energy core pulsing at a low frequency. The Cyber Dragon Naxter hovered in midair, its thin wings trembling slightly, with tiny sparks flickering along the edges of its wing membranes. The Cyber Dragon coiled behind You Chen, its massive metallic dragon, head slightly lowered, its blue-white gaze fixed on the Black Wolf opposite. The Black Wolf stared at You Chen's field for 2 seconds. Then he grinned with a sneer. Is that all? You Chen ignored him. He drew 2 cards from his hand, and set them into the back row one by one. 2 set card shadows landed before him. I set 2 cards. He looked up at the Black Wolf. In turn, the Black Wolf glanced down at his own hand. The dark purple dual disc patterns slowly lit up. The light traveled from his wrist all the way to the disc surface, casting a deeper shade on the old scar on his jaw. Is this all you've got? That's truly disappointing. You Chen, I hope those 2 set cards of yours can actually save your life. The Black Wolf sneered and shook his head. In his opinion, this duel was already over. His fingertips gripped the top of the deck. My turn. Draw. The moment the card was drawn, a dark purple current swirled from the edge of the dual disc. The Black Wolf glanced at the new card he had drawn, and the corner of his mouth finally curled wide open. Let me show you the joy of a dark game, You Chen. I activate a spell card from my hand. Terraforming. The moment the card face flipped open, a projection of a shattered star appeared behind the Black Wolf. The star's surface cracked, and dark purple patterns spread from the fissures. Add 1 field spell card from the deck to your hand. The Black Wolf searched out a card from his deck, held it between his fingers, and waved it at You Chen. The card I add to my hand is a field spell card. Zombie World. You Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Zombie World. He glanced at the Black Wolf's hand, and then at the dark purple patterns spreading under his feet. A zombie-type deck. Hearing this, the Black Wolf's smile grew even wider. Realizing it now, too late. He pressed the field spell card into the dual disc. Activate field spell card. Zombie World. Boom. The dark domain suddenly sank. The walls on both sides of the alley quickly turned black, and gray-white miasma spewed from the cracks in the ground. The remaining streetlight glow completely vanished. The rusted trash can at the base of the wall emitted a faint creak of deformation, and a layer of green-black rust spots crawled over its surface. The 3 Cyber Dragon monsters on You Chen's field flickered briefly with blue-white energy. A layer of gray death aura covered their armor. The Black Wolf spread his arms, and a dark purple field halo spread beneath his feet. As long as Zombie World is on the field, all face-up monsters on the field and monsters in the graveyard become zombie-type. Furthermore, neither player can tribute summon monsters other than zombie-type monsters. After saying this, his gaze fell on the Cyber Dragons on You Chen's field. Machine-type. The Black Wolf sneered. Now they are all zombie-type. Next, he drew another spell card from his hand. As soon as that card appeared, You Chen's eyes flickered. The Black Wolf slammed the card down. Activate spell card. Painful choice. Select 5 cards from your deck and show them to your opponent. Your opponent chooses one of them. Add that card to your hand and discard the rest to the graveyard. The dark purple dual disc suddenly lit up. 5 card shadows flew out from the Black Wolf's deck and hovered between them. The card faces flipped open one by one, clearly displayed before You Chen. Bloom of Growth. Bloom of Growth. Necroworld King, Evil Eye. Great Ghoul, Magellan. Mizuki. Seeing these 5 cards, You Chen's heart steadied instead. Indeed, this is the deck. As expected of a dark duelist, his strength far surpasses the students at the academy. Terraforming searches the field. Painful Choice precisely mills the graveyard. When those 5 cards are revealed, it's no longer just about card advantage. It's about using the graveyard as a second hand. The Black Wolf stared at You Chen's face. Choose. But I suggest you don't think too long. The Black Wolf grinned viciously. His deck was not well known to begin with, let alone to students. So even less could they choose the right card in such a complex situation. Thus he was not at all flustered. This kind of situation is not something a student like you can understand. You Chen did not answer immediately. His gaze swept over the 5 cards one by one. The 2 Bloom of Growth were the Black Wolf's insurance that at least one would go to the graveyard. Mizuki can also activate from the graveyard. Necroworld King. Evil Eye can revive itself in the subsequent standby phase as long as Zombie World supports the graveyard. The only one that's truly worth adding to the hand is Great Ghoul, Magellan. Because if you were to give Necroworld King Evil Eye to the Black Wolf's hand, then the remaining Mizuki and Great Ghoul Magellan would both go to the graveyard, resulting in a triple special summon. Mizuki effects banish Great Ghoul Magellan from the graveyard, then special summon a zombie-type monster from the hand. Great Ghoul Magellan banishes itself to special summon again. Plus the special summon from Bloom of Growth the Black Wolf would complete a triple special summon this turn. And not just any special summon. You Chen looked up. I've made my choice. The Black Wolf raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh. You Chen reached out and pointed to one of the 5 cards. Great Ghoul Magellan. Add this card to your hand. The dark purple current in the alley paused for a brief moment. The smile on the Black Wolf's face froze. In that instant his lips still maintained an upward curve, but his eyes had darkened. Great Ghoul Magellan's card Shadow detached from the 5 and slowly fell into the Black Wolf's hand. The remaining 4 cards simultaneously sank into the graveyard halo. Bloom of Growth. Bloom of Growth. Necroworld King Evil Eye. Mizuki. 4 graveyard shadows fell. The Black Wolf did not speak immediately. He stared at You Chen. The old scar on his jaw tightened slightly. Coincidence? Or did he understand? Impossible. The students at the academy had never even seen this zombie world deck. Even if they had, they couldn't have judged in seconds which card was the best to give to the hand. It must be luck. You Chen lifted his gaze, observing the smile frozen on Black Wolf's face, and spoke slowly. Why did you stop smiling? Do you not like to smile, eh? The alley fell silent for a moment. Black Wolf narrowed his eyes, tilting his neck as a series of cracks echoed from his cervical vertebrae. He stared at You Chen, his gaze gradually darkening, then he grinned again, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. This. Interesting. Truly interesting. His voice dropped low. It's been so long, I can't even remember. That someone could still stand and speak to me like this in a dark duel. And even have the nerve to mock me in return. As he spoke, his grin stretched wider. You Chen, you're far more interesting than those duelists I've disposed of before. Crushing you piece by piece, that's what makes it truly exhilarating. Black Wolf indeed had the right to be arrogant, for what dark duelists relied on most was the dark duel itself. The environment of a dark duel would naturally put many duelists at a psychological disadvantage right from the start, because the environment and side effects of a dark duel created extreme pressure on duelists who were unaccustomed to it. Many would begin to falter long before the true outcome was decided. Their plays would slow, their thoughts would muddle, their breathing would quicken, and they would even lose sight of the cards before them. Many weren't defeated by him. They were defeated by themselves. But You Chen from beginning to end not only remained unaffected, but could even taunt him in return, showing just how formidable his resolve was. The more Black Wolf observed, the more he sensed something amiss. And the more he watched, the more excited he became. He abruptly raised his hand. You chose well. But my setup is no less formidable. I activate the effect of Growing Flower in my graveyard. As his words fell, the card in the graveyard zone emitted a faint grayish-green glow. The card's silhouette rose from the graveyard, its edges quickly swallowed by miasma. When this card is sent to the graveyard, I can banish it from the graveyard to activate its effect. Add 1 level 5 or higher zombie monster from my deck to my hand. If Zombie World is in the field zone, I can also special summon it instead of adding it to my hand. Black Wolf grinned, pressing his palm downward. I choose to special summon. Come forth, Ghost King of the Bone Mound, Pumpkin King. The purple swamp on the ground churned violently. A massive pumpkin head emerged from the mire, its skin darkened and riddled with cracks, seeping eerie green flames. Below it trailed a mass of rotting roots like a corpse plant dragged forcibly from the earth. 2 hollow eye sockets burned with a ghastly glow, fixed intently on You Chen. Ghost King of the Bone Mound, Pumpkin King, Dark Level 6 Zombie ATK 1950 DF 2600 at the same time. Black Wolf continued, raising his hand toward the graveyard zone. Oxhead Demon in my graveyard chains its effect. When this card is sent to the graveyard, I can banish 1 zombie monster from my graveyard except Oxhead Demon to special summon 1 zombie monster from my hand. He licked the corner of his mouth. I banish another Growing Flower. He slammed down the card that hadn't been sent to the graveyard moments ago. Then I special summon Giant Ghoul Magella from my hand. A low guttural roar echoed from the black mist. A grotesque purple-skinned undead warrior emerged from the miasma, its movements stiff and strides heavy. Its shoulders were hunched, its arms hung unnaturally long, and its fingernails scraped across the ground, producing a series of grating sounds. Giant Ghoul Magella Dark Level 8 Zombie ATK 2800 DF 2300 in the blink of an eye. Black Wolf had established 2 monsters on his field. And he wasn't done yet. The ferocity in Black Wolf's eyes grew ever more intense. Not finished yet. When Ghost King of the Bone Mound, Pumpkin King, is special summoned successfully, I can special summon 1 level 6 zombie monster from my deck, whose ATK is not 1950. The monster I special summon is... He swung his arm forcefully. Mammoth of the Underworld. Purple mist churned over the swamp as a colossal mammoth burst forth from beneath the earth. Its body was stripped of flesh, leaving only a massive skeleton with dark mist coiled between the bones. Its tusks extended forward, etched with cracks, and the moment its feet hit the ground, the entire alley trembled. Mammoth of the Underworld Dark Level 6 Zombie ATK 2200 DF 1800. When this card is special summoned successfully, if I control a zombie monster other than Call of the Living Dead or Mammoth of the Underworld. Black Wolf let out a fierce shout, raising his hand, and pointing directly at You Chen's field. I can target and destroy one card on the field. I choose your face-down card on the left. As his words landed, the mammoth of the underworld raised its head, emitting a dull, bone-rattling cry, and its front hooves stomped down heavily. A shockwave of purple-black energy surged across the ground, barreling toward the face-down card on You Chen's left back row. Black Wolf stared at that card, his grin stretching ever wider. With this wave of plays, he had completely seized the momentum, and You Chen was now on the verge of a precarious position. The next push would crush You Chen entirely, and he could tell. You Chen hesitated for a beat. That single beat in Black Wolf's eyes was enough to reveal everything. What's the matter? Did I hit a key card? You Chen, hell is just beginning, hee. You Chen watched the destructive shockwave hurtling toward him, yet his expression remained unchanged. A faint twitch even tugged at the corner of his lips. Is that so? Then you've made a fine choice. At that, Black Wolf was momentarily stunned. The next second, You Chen's indifferent face remained impassive as he swung his arm with force. I activate the face-down card you targeted. I activate the trap card Cyber Overflow. When this card is activated, I can banish any number of Cyber Dragon monsters from my hand graveyard or face-up monsters I control. But only one monster of the same level can be chosen. Then destroy the same number of cards on your opponent's field as the number banished. Black Wolf's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be a? You Chen's gaze swept past the golden afterglow and settled on Black Wolf's face. I banish all Cyber Dragon monsters on my field. Therefore, I destroy 3 cards on your field. Black Wolf instinctively stepped forward, his face a mask of shock and dismay. Impossible. You can destroy 3 cards on my turn. You Chen wore a cold smirk. He raised his hand and locked onto his targets without hesitation. First, Zombie World. A streak of cyber light surged forth with the phantom image of a cyber dragon roaring, obliterating the entire field. The miasma blanketing the entire alley shuddered violently. The grayish-green fog at the center of the field seemed to be torn apart from the middle, beginning to violently recede. The deadly swamp beneath Black Wolf's feet churned furiously before exploding with a thunderous boom. Purple-black mud and mist shredded into countless fragments. You Chen's eyes narrowed sharply as he raised his hand and pointed again. The second card, Mammoth of the Netherworld. As his words fell, the skeletal elephant had just lifted its front hooves when a crimson electric current pierced through its chest. The current drilled into the center of its sternum, and in the next instant it exploded along the entire skeleton. The skull cracked first, followed by the tusks snapping off, and the thick spine shattered segment by segment. Bone, dust, and black debris mixed together, carried into the air by the dispersing currents. The mammoth of the netherworld didn't even have time to let out a complete wail before its entire body collapsed on the spot. You Chen's arm did not stop sweeping directly across. The third card, Giant Ghoul Magella. The crimson current changed direction, sweeping horizontally. The purple-black warrior had just raised its head when the current blasted into its chest. Half of its shoulder exploded first, followed by its neck, abdomen, and arms. The towering undead battle body was forcibly torn into several pieces by the current. Without even a chance to fall, it transformed directly into a swirling mass of purple-black fragmented light in midair. 3 explosive sounds overlapped almost simultaneously. The light and shadows in the alley shook wildly. The dark miasma that had originally filled the entire space was forcibly torn open into a large void by this wave of explosions. The street lamp above, which had been extinguished for a long time, flickered in the aftermath, rekindling a faint pale light. You Chen looked at the remaining Bone Tomb Ghost King, Pumpkin King, on the field without a trace of emotion in his eyes. You Chen waved his hand. Not only that, when this card Cyber Overflow is destroyed by a card effect on the field, it can be activated. Add 1 Cyber Spell Trap card or Cyber Tech Spell Trap card from your deck to your hand. After saying this, he reached into his deck, selected a card, glanced at it, and directly inserted it into his hand. The entire sequence was clean, without any unnecessary pauses. This wave was not just about destroying the field, it also conveniently replenished a resource. Taken profit. Truly, he knew how to take advantage. The alley fell completely silent. Only the remnants of the shattered field on the ground were still dissipating into scattered light. Black Wolf's Adam's apple bobbed. The smile had vanished from his face. This opening hand could be considered a heavenly hand. Bitter choice as the starting card along with World of the Undead. Such an opening in the past he couldn't even imagine losing. Yet with this very hand, You Chen forcibly blew it apart in a single turn. Now only 1 Bone Tomb Ghost King, Pumpkin King, remained on his field. Black Wolf snapped back to reality, stared at You Chen, and slowly spoke. Incredible. Indeed, very strong. But I only used 2 cards just now. You lost so many cards to dismantle my field, it's not necessarily a gain. He said, slightly raising the 4 cards in his hand and shaking them. I still have 4 cards in my hand. As his words fell, he directly pulled out one of them and slapped it into the dual disc. Next, I activate the spell card Monster Reborn from my hand. The dual disc lit up with a white light. Target 1 monster in either player's graveyard, special summon that monster to your field. Black Wolf grinned, staring at You Chen. I will from the graveyard. He raised his hand and pointed at the graveyard zone. Special summon Mammoth of the Netherworld. The pile of shattered bones in the graveyard was dragged back up by the miasma. One by one the bones reassembled in midair, the skull returning to its place, the tusks regenerating, and the ribs closing one after another. With a low roar, the mammoth of the netherworld stomped back onto the ground, causing the alley's floor tiles to tremble. Black Wolf raised his hand and pointed again, a fierce light rekindling in his eyes. You Chen, you are indeed strong. But between you and me there is still a gap after all. Dark duelists are not the nobodies you encounter out there. After hearing this, You Chen chuckled lightly. Is it really luck? Black Wolf's face sank completely. What do you mean? You Chen did not answer his question. He directly raised his hand, pressing his fingertip on the last set card, and his voice suddenly rose. Activate the set card. Activate the quick play spell card Cyber Load Fusion. The set card flipped up violently, and a layer of silver-white light patterns burst from its surface. The light patterns did not explode forward. Instead, they first spread outward, and then rapidly converged toward the center. It was as if the cyber dragon monsters that had been banished from the entire space were all pulled back by this card's effect at the same time. You Chen stared ahead, his voice steady without a tremor. From your field, and among your banished monsters, return the fusion material monsters listed on a fusion monster card to the owner's deck. Then fusion summon from your extra deck one fusion monster that lists a cyber dragon monster as fusion material. During this turn, other monsters you control cannot attack except this monster. Black Wolf's expression finally changed. He sharply looked at the area beside You Chen where the banished zone had been. Their silver-white light spots were lighting up in clusters. 1, 2, 3. The cyber dragon monsters that had been banished by cyber overflow just now all emerged in that light. You Chen raised his right hand and closed his fingers. Fusion summon. Cyber Eternal Dragon. In that instant, the entire sky above the alley was filled with silver-white light. The silhouettes of 3 cyber dragons rapidly rotated, converged, and overlapped in midair. The metal frames interlocked, energy circuits connected one by one, and the dragon wings unfurled with a thunderous sound in the high sky. Accompanied by a dragon roar so low it nearly cracked the chest cavity, a silver-white mechanical dragon swooped down from the fusion light pillar. It was even more massive than a cyber dragon. Its entire body was silver-white with a layer of golden scales covering its back and dragon horns, the edges of the scales gleaming with cold light. When its wings spread, the walls on both sides of the alley were illuminated white. As its golden vertical pupils slowly opened, the miasma on Black Wolf's field was actually forced back. Cyber Eternal Dragon. Light Attribute Level 10 Machine Type Fusion. ATK 2800 DF 4000. The moment Cyber Eternal Dragon landed, the entire alley shook. You Chen stood beneath the dragon's shadow, the hem of his coat continuously lifted by the descending air currents. The Eternal Cyber Dragon hovered behind him, its wings half spread, the golden core flickering on and off. The silver-white dragon's body pressed the remaining dark air in the alleyway into the corners. Even the newly lit street lamp above was tinged with a pale hue. Black Wolf stared at the dragon. He hadn't expected it. With only one set card left on the field, You Chen could still continue his combo. And it wasn't an ordinary combo. He had reshuffled the resources from the banished zone back into the deck and directly completed a fusion summon. This move completely bypassed his prediction. Black Wolf understood fusion. Precisely because he understood, he knew how devastating this move was. He had thought fusing the opponent's monster would already be impressive enough. But now to drag back the resources from the banished zone and use them as fuel for the next combo, that was no longer just impressive. This was an unprecedented, astonishing fusion. This method of fusion overturned everything he had ever known. It directly shattered his worldview. And all of this came from a second-year student at a primary academy. Probably no one would believe it if he told them. Black Wolf stared at You Chen, his breathing growing heavier with each passing moment. The shock that had just surfaced in his eyes was quickly replaced by a denser excitement. Huh. He let out a low chuckle. The laughter didn't stop, though instead it grew louder. Huh. Really? The more I look at your deck, the more I like it. As he spoke these words, his gaze never left the Eternal Cyber Dragon. He wasn't looking at an opponent. He was looking at something that made a duelist's heart itch. You Chen ignored him. He merely lifted his eyes and scanned the opponent's field mammoth of the netherworld and bone crypt ghost king, pumpkin king. Then he smiled. What a pity. If you had truly mastered XYZ summoning, I might have been defeated. Black Wolf paused for a moment, then, as if hearing the greatest joke, abruptly raised a hand to cover half his face. The corners of his mouth slowly stretched, pulling all the way to his ears. When did I ever tell you that I don't know how to XYZ summon? He stared at You Chen, the purple light in his eyes dancing incessantly. You Chen, what's the point of struggling all this way? You have no idea how devastating my field removal is. He raised both hands, fingers spread, and slammed them down toward the field. I overlay the level 6 bone crypt ghost king, pumpkin king, and the level 6 mammoth of the netherworld to build the overlay network. XYZ summon. Appear. Rank 6. Ghost great king, pumpkin king. As the words fell, both monsters soared into the air simultaneously. The pumpkin king's carved face slowly lifted in the sky, the ghostly flames in its eye sockets being drawn out into 2 pale white lights. The mammoth of the netherworld let out a low roar, its massive skeletal frame gradually fading from feet to head. The 2 6-star monsters overlapped in the air. 2 layers of light wheels, one above and one below, merged together, then spun rapidly. A circular hexagonal overlay summoning array lit up on the ground, the runes on its edges igniting one by one, spinning faster and faster. It was as if a rift had been torn open in the center of the alley, a deep black crack appearing in the sky above. Black and white intertwined energy currents poured down from the crack. As that wind emerged, even the eternal cyber dragon's wings trembled slightly. From the center of the crack, a massive shadow slowly descended. First came a crooked crown, then a larger, more twisted pumpkin face. Its body was taller and broader than the previous Pumpkin King, wrapped in layers of blackened vines with a tombstone embedded in its chest that emitted a pale, ghostly fire. The face beneath the crown grinned, its mouth sewn shut with a row of dense iron nails, and the ghostly flames in its eye sockets were not white, but a livid green. The light seal of rank 6 lit up beside it. The light burst, and the monster fully landed. Ghost Great King, Pumpkin King. Dark Attribute Rank 6 Zombie XYZ. ATK 2400 DF 2600. Black Wolf directly lowered his large hand, his somber gaze radiating a commanding light, and burst into a wide grin. What now, you Chen? Ha ha ha. Fall into the abyss of despair. Activate effect. He pointed at Ghost Great King, Pumpkin King. When this card is XYZ summoned, you can add one Call of the Haunted or a card that mentions that card's name from your deck to your hand. At that moment, a sentence quickly interrupted Black Wolf's next move. Hold it. I've been waiting. Black Wolf looked up stunned, and You Chen responded with a similar expression, reaching up to cover half his face, revealing a long-awaited smile. I let you XYZ summon, and you actually did it. The smile on Black Wolf's face instantly froze. What did you say? You Chen looked up at him, a hint of pity even in his eyes. I was prepared for this very move. Black Wolf paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow. What the hell are you talking about? You have no set cards left on your field. What can you use to interrupt me? He almost instinctively glanced at the Eternal Cyber Dragon. Don't tell me it's that Eternal Cyber Dragon. At the thought, a fierce light reignited in his eyes. If that's what you're counting on, you're celebrating too early. Black Wolf grinned, then abruptly flipped a card from his hand. I still have Forbidden Chalice in my hand. If it's Eternal Cyber Dragon's effect, then I suggest you surrender now. As he said this, he was almost impatient. Because in his view, it could only be the effect of Eternal Cyber Dragon. But when You Chen heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he completely lost it. I didn't expect an unexpected bonus. I can even force out another card of yours. Black Wolf was stunned. In that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. No, it's not the Eternal Cyber Dragon. He had been 100% sure that was the case, which was why he told You Chen. But now it didn't seem to be. Then You Chen raised his hand and flicked a card from his hand. I activate the effect of Effect Veiler from my hand. During the opponent's main phase, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard, then target one effect monster your opponent controls. Negate the effects of that monster until the end of the turn. Don't talk. Eat the Veiler. Black Wolf's eyes widened, and he took 2 steps back. What? Effect Veiler descends from midair, its silver-white figure flashing in the light. It tilts its head slightly, a sly smile curving at the corner of its mouth, and the next second its slender toe stomps heavily onto the head of Ghost King Pumpkin King. Bang! The Pumpkin King's massive head wrenches to one side, the ghost flames in its eye sockets flicker violently, and its whole body spins in place from the kick, staggering 2 dizzy circles before nearly tumbling backward into the field. You Chen does not immediately press the attack. His gaze passes over the monsters on the field and lands on Black Wolf's face. Black Wolf's expression is subtle. Shock, astonishment, and a trace of unconcealable bewilderment. You Chen slightly furrows his brow. Could it be that this guy has no idea such hand traps exist? This effect Veiler was even brought by him from his Cyber Dragon deck. Although You Chen still hasn't figured out why there is an effect Veiler in a Cyber Dragon deck. If one were to match it, shouldn't it be Infinite Impermanence? Oh right, Infinite Impermanence is also there. Black Wolf stares intently at You Chen, the wariness in his eyes deepening until finally he can't help but blurt out. Who exactly are you? His voice has lost its initial composure. Hand traps, these special high-efficiency cards, ordinary people can't even touch them. A single card is worth at least 10 million gold coins, and even if many people have them, they would never put them up for sale. If not for the government forcibly capping prices, the prices of such cards could continue to skyrocket. Black Wolf's Adam's apple bobs, his gaze growing even darker. More importantly, even if you actually buy one, not everyone can use it. To gain a hand trap's recognition requires extremely strong strength. Price and strength. Either of these 2 thresholds alone is enough to keep the vast majority of people out. He stares at You Chen, speaking deliberately. Therefore, you absolutely cannot be just an ordinary student. Only then does You Chen understand. So that's how it is. No wonder Black Wolf reacted so strongly. But then what about Battle Fader? He clearly remembers that Qin Shuang also used that card. Black Wolf does not press further. He looks down at his remaining 3 hand cards, his face sinking deeply. After a moment, he clenches his teeth and slaps all 3 cards onto the dual disc in one breath. I set 3 cards and end my turn. The 3 set cards simultaneously fall into the spell trap zone. Black Wolf stares at his field, his chest rising and falling slightly. He can't understand. With such a perfect opening hand, how did it get dismantled into this state in the blink of an eye? Alright, then it's my turn. You Chen raises his hand, pressing onto the top of his deck, and flicks his fingertip. Draw it. The card cuts through the air with a crisp sound. You Chen glances at the newly drawn card, feeling a slight relief inwardly. It must be said Black Wolf's board-clearing ability is indeed absurdly strong. With an ordinary deck, that barrage of pressure just now would probably have forced a dead end. Even Cyber Dragon can only barely hold on. This guy is on a completely different level from the academy students. You Chen adds the newly drawn card to his hand. Now he has 2 cards in hand. The next second, he directly slaps one of them onto the dual disc. I activate the equip spell card Future Fusion. The golden dual disc lights up instantly the extra deck zone, emitting a pale blue glow, and the outline of a fusion monster slowly unfolds in midair. You Chen raises his hand, his tone unhurried, yet carrying a suffocating pressure. Choose one fusion monster from your extra deck, and send the fusion materials listed on it from your deck to the graveyard. I choose Cyber Dragon Core, Cyber Dragon Heart, Cyber Dragon Naxter from my deck, and so on. As his words fall, Yu Chen's deck zone suddenly flashes at high speed. A continuous stream of cards turns into beams of light drawn from deep within the deck, flowing along the dual disc tracks into the graveyard zone. In just a few seconds, nearly half of the Cyber Dragon monsters in the deck are sent to the graveyard. The sight makes Black Wolf's eyelids twitch. He can't help blurting out, "There's still a master." Direct fusion from the deck. And fusing a whole pile at once. Yu Chen ignores his shock. The fusion glow in midair grows increasingly dazzling. Countless mechanical parts disassemble, restructure, and compress within the light, finally forming an iron dragon wreathed in raging electric currents. Fusion summon. Come out, Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. The mechanical dragons roar tears through the air, and a silver-blue storm sweeps across the field. Yu Chen points at Black Wolf's backfield. When Chimeratech Rampage Dragon is fusion summoned, you can target up to the number of fusion materials used for its summon spell trap cards on the field and activate. Destroy those cards. He presses his fingertips slightly. Therefore I can destroy your 3 set cards. Black Wolf's face instantly darkens. A smile curls at the corner of Yu Chen's mouth. Not enough to blow up. Not nearly enough to blow up. As his words, in the graveyard zone lights up with cyber patterns again. Not only that, the effect of Cyber Dragon Heart in the graveyard can also be activated. This card can be activated when it is sent to the graveyard. Add 1 Cyber Dragon monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand except this card. Yu Chen extends his hand. I choose Cyber Dragon Core from the graveyard and add it to my hand. In the graveyard zone, a card is lifted by a silver-blue light stream and returns to Yu Chen's hand. At the same time, Chimeratech Rampage Dragon opens its huge maw, locking onto Black Wolf's backfield. 3 red beams shoot out almost simultaneously, rushing straight for the 3 set cards. But at this moment, Black Wolf sneers coldly. Did you really forget? He slams the dual disc. One of the set cards flips over before the beams hit, and a holy golden light erupts from the card. I activate the quick play spell card Forbidden Chalice. Target 1 face-up monster on the field. That monster gains 400 ATK until the end of this turn, but its effects are negated. The phantom of a golden chalice appears above Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Holy light pours down, and the currents on the mechanical dragon immediately become chaotic, darkening one by one. Black Wolf stares at Yu Chen. This move is his final counterattack. Yet Yu Chen, looking at that holy light, simply chuckles. So what? Black Wolf's eyes sharpen. Yu Chen raises his head, his tone calm to the point of cruelty. My goal was always just to fill the graveyard. Black Wolf's expression finally changes. Yu Chen gives him no time to react. The golden dual disc lights up again, with light patterns spreading along his arm. Next, I activate my sequence skill. Draw 2, discard 1. Black Wolf's pupils sharply contract. Draw 2, discard 1. He almost grinds out these words. Good grief, taking and grabbing at the same time. What kind of terrifying sequence skill is this? Hearing this, Yu Chen instead shows a hint of genuine appreciation. Oh, not bad. You have good taste. He raises his hand and draws 2 cards from the top of his deck, twirling them between his fingers before adding them to his hand. You understand far more than those academy teachers. At this moment, Yu Chen has a total of 3 cards in hand. He lowers his gaze, scanning his hand, and his eyes stop on one of them. After a moment, he discards that card, then pulls out another card and directly slaps it onto the dual disc. Black Wolf's breath at this instant halts for a moment. Next, I activate the spell card Overload Fusion from my hand. The dark fusion light array immediately spread from under his feet, and the aura of the cyber dragons that had been sent to the graveyard earlier was drawn out again. Silvery white afterimages emerged from the void and began to spin at high speed along the trajectory of the fusion array. Banish fusion material monsters from your field or graveyard. Fusion summon 1 dark machine fusion monster. The monsters I choose are all the cyber dragon monsters in the graveyard. 1, 2, 3. All the afterimages of cyber dragon monsters were swallowed by the black fusion vortex. The sound of metal scraping exploded continuously in the alley. The gravel on the ground was lifted by the shockwave, then pressed back into the cracks. Up here, the second Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. As Yu Chen's voice fell, the center of the fusion array suddenly collapsed. The next moment, the second Chimeratech Rampage Dragon struggled out from the black light, its dragon head lowered, and a dazzling electronic light glowed deep within its chest. Hei Lang's expression changed drastically. What? The muscles at the corner of his eye twitched violently, and the fierce determination he had been maintaining was torn open in an instant. This is just the beginning, and he can perform 2 fusion summons in a row. And after banishing for fusion, he even uses the graveyard for another fusion. What the hell kind of overpowered fusion deck is this? This time Hei Lang was truly stunned. Having been a dark duelist for so many years, he had seen explosive decks, resource loops, and even monster builds that could crush opponents in a single turn. But a fusion deck like Cyber Dragons, which could fusion from the deck from banishment and from the graveyard with such a variety of methods, was truly unprecedented in his experience. This was no longer just fusion summoning. This was a deck that embodied all forms of fusion. Not only was it ridiculously cool, but it also had so many ways to fusion. You Chen simply chuckled. You think you're the only one with many removal options. XYZ summoning is just flashy nonsense. Fusion is the noblest summoning method. Activate the effect of Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Destroy the 2 remaining set cards on your field. Both Chimeratech Rampage Dragons opened their mechanical dragon jaws simultaneously. Electronic light compressed in the dragon's mouths, then blasted toward Hei Lang's backfield one after another. 2 beams tore through the ground, scorching the gravel along the way, Black heading straight for the 2 set cards. Hei Lang gritted his teeth, then let out a roar and swung his hand. Do you really think my zombie deck is that simple? Open the set card. Activate the trap card Skeletal Whirl of the Undead. One of the set cards was immediately flipped up. Pale white bone patterns crawled out from the card, faced the ground, cracked open, and chilling death energy surged up through the gaps. Banish 1 zombie monster on the field, then special summon 1 zombie monster from that controller's graveyard to their field in defense position. A glint of ferocity reappeared in Hei Lang's eyes. As long as this card resolved, he could remobilize his graveyard resources and even use the field that You Chen had taken to extend his survival. But You Chen, seeing this, took out a card and curled his lips into a smile. I knew you had that card. That smile made Hei Lang's heart sink. Activate the quick play spell card Enemy Controller. You Chen inserted the card into his dual disc. A blue control light screen instantly expanded and data chains shot out from the void, directly locking onto the Chimeratech Rampage Dragon that had been special summoned by Future Fusion. I send the Chimeratech Rampage Dragon from my field that was summoned by Future Fusion to the graveyard. Then I take control of your Ghost King, Pumpkin King. The Chimeratech Rampage Dragon shuddered, its massive mechanical body engulfed by data light, turning into light particles that fell into the graveyard. At the same time, another set of control chains shot out from the ground, tightly binding the Ghost King, Pumpkin King on Hei Lang's field. The rotten pumpkin head shook violently, and the purple flames in its eye sockets danced wildly, but its control had been forcibly severed. The next second it was dragged by the chains across the midline of the field and landed on You Chen's field. Hei Lang's face froze at the sight. His ace monster had been stolen. You Chen spoke at this moment. Although your card says select a zombie monster on the field, rather than select a zombie monster you control, theoretically, you could have chosen the one I took, but the prerequisite is that the controller's graveyard must contain a zombie monster. However, when Zombie World is not on the field, my graveyard has no zombie monsters. Therefore, you don't even have the right to choose, and the effect simply fizzles. I must say, if you still had Zombie World on the field, this card would be troublesome to deal with. Considering that I made you XYZ summon to reduce the number of zombie monsters on your field to just 1, making it easier to handle. These words left Hei Lang in disbelief. Had he even thought of that detail in advance? From this, it was clear that his opponent's thoughts were completed in an instant, and You Chen even had a thorough understanding of his deck. Hei Lang did not give up either. He gritted his back teeth. Damn it. Then I opened the last set card. Activate the trap card Undying Vengeful Spirit. Hei Lang suddenly raised his hand, and the last set card was flipped up. Death energy surged again. 2 black patterns appeared on the ground from which came the faint sound of bone grinding. Banish 1 zombie monster from either player's graveyard, then special summon 2 Vengeful Spirit tokens Zombie Darkak 0 Def 0, with the same level as the banished monster to your field. I choose to banish Giant Ghoul, Magella from my graveyard. This way I can special summon 2 Vengeful Spirit tokens in defense position on my field. In Hei Lang's graveyard, the shadow of a card was dragged out by death energy, then crushed into dark light dust. The light dust fell, and 2 faceless Vengeful Spirit tokens crawled out of the cracks, their bodies made of black mist and shattered bones, kneeling before Hei Lang. Additionally, Giant Ghoul, Magella can be activated when it is banished from the hand or graveyard. Special summon this card in defense position. After that, you can reduce this card's level by 1. The banished afterimage of Magella reformed on Hei Lang's field. The rotting giant body stood up with a hunched back, its broken claws propping on the ground and death energy still seeping from its body. 3 monsters simultaneously blocked in front of Hei Lang. Hei Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief, raised his eyes, and said in a deep voice, I have to admit, You Chen, your strength is truly impressive, but my zombie army is no pushover either. 3 monsters are more than enough to defend against you. You only have 1 card left in your hand. It's obvious that you can't finish me off in 1 turn. As soon as the words fell, a laugh rang out. So this is how naive dark duelists are. Huh? You Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you smiling at? Black Wolf's expression darkened. His face was grim. A prestigious dark duelist repeatedly toyed with by a mere student. The rage bottled in his chest could no longer be contained. Yet this student before him hadn't shown a single hint of panic from start to finish. The more composed he appeared, the heavier the weight in Black Wolf's heart. You Chen, with a faint smile playing on his lips, simply put the card in his hand away. This action made Black Wolf's eyes narrow sharply. Put it away. He clearly only had 1 card left in his hand. At a time like this, he puts away his final card. I'm laughing at how utterly foolish you are. You Chen looked at him, his voice calm and unhurried. I overestimated you. To kill you, I don't even need the card in my hand. Black Wolf's breath hitched. His gaze shifted from You Chen's face to the card that was put away, then back to You Chen's face. A chilling sense of wrongness crept up the back of his neck. You Chen paused, then said, I have 3 ways to kill you in one move. I'll give you a dignified and you can choose one. Aren't I just too nice? Hearing this, Black Wolf's pupils dilated as he stumbled back 2 steps. What a... You have 3 ways to kill me. His voice cracked for the first time. You're full of shit. You Chen simply shook his head and raised one finger. The first way, and the reason I called you foolish, is that you forgot the effect of your own card, Ghost Overlord, Pumpkin King Dash. You can detach one XYZ material from this card, then target up to 2 cards on the field, return those targets to the hand. As these words fell, Black Wolf staggered, his heart turning to ash, his face paling dramatically. He whipped his head towards Ghost Overlord, Pumpkin King Dash on You Chen's field. That XYZ monster which had once belonged to him now stood by You Chen's side. Black Wolf's lips trembled, his eyes growing more desperate. You Chen raised a second finger. The second way, even without using Ghost Overlord, Pumpkin King Dash effect, Ghost Overlord, Pumpkin King Dash, and Cyber Eternal Dragon can each attack 1 monster. The remaining 1 can't withstand the 3 consecutive attacks from Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Black Wolf's eyes shook again. What? It can attack 3 times. What kind of broken effect is that? Black Wolf was utterly stunned. Despair began to spread in his heart, completely crushing his will to fight. The total number of attacks all monsters on You Chen's field could make was far more than 3. The multiple attacks of Chimeratech Rampage Dragon alone were enough to obliterate him. This was something he could never have predicted. Black Wolf's fingers twitched involuntarily. You Chen raised a 3rd finger. The 3rd way is the quick play spell card in my hand, Cyberload Fusion. Once this card was activated, You Chen could continue to bring back banished machine-type fusion materials. In other words, You Chen's claim of having only 1 card left wasn't a sign of depleted resources. It was an even more devastating trump card. And now he didn't even need to use that card. Forget 4,000 LP, even 8,000 LP wouldn't be nearly enough. You revealed a card to me, and I've revealed mine to you. Fair enough, right? You're not at a loss. After You Chen laid out these 3 methods, Black Wolf clutched his head with both hands, utterly consumed by despair. His gaze gradually lost focus. Unlike Black Wolf, You Chen revealed his hand because he was certain of victory. Black Wolf revealed his hand because of his arrogance. You Chen looked at Black Wolf, state the mockery in his eyes fading. It wasn't fun anymore. This isn't fun anymore. I see you've lost your will to fight. Then I'll choose for you. Activate the effect of Ghost Overlord, Pumpkin King Dash. Detach 1 material, and return 2 of your cards to the hand. Seeing that Black Wolf had completely lost his fighting spirit, You Chen lost all interest in toying with him, and decided not to waste any more time. With a grand wave of his hand, Ghost Overlord, Pumpkin King Dash, let out a roar, and an XYZ material on its chest shattered. 2 rotting pumpkins flew from its back, directly trapping the 2 monsters on Black Wolf's field. A chilling purple fire exploded on impact. The tokens vanished immediately, while Majestic Ghoul, Mazora, was returned to his hand. You Chen didn't waste words, pointing forward. Activate the effect of Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Once per turn during your main phase, you can activate this effect. Send up to 2 light machine monsters from your deck to the GY. This card can attack monsters a number of times, up to the number of monsters sent to the GY by this effect during the battle phase of this turn, in addition to its normal attack. The Dual Discs deck zone lit up. 2 streams of machine-type data were extracted and fed into the graveyard zone through the Dual Disc on You Chen's arm. The next moment, the 3 mechanical heads of Chimeratech Rampage Dragon rose simultaneously. The cyber core deep within its chest began to accelerate, emitting a low hum of energy that spread through the dark dual space. Enter the battle phase. Chimeratech Rampage Dragon attack. As the words fell, a beam of cyber evolution light blasted forth. The remaining token was shredded instantly. The dark mist scattered, and the lingering death energy was completely consumed by the cyber light before it could gather again. You Chen waved his hand and roared. Second attack. Chimeratech Rampage Dragon immediately launched its second wave of attack. Boom. The cyber light pierced through Black Wolf's chest. 2,100 LP. Off. Black Wolf staggered back, his feet dragging 2 trails on the ground. The real damage of the dark duel was doubled, intensifying his pain, his entire body trembling with agony. He bent over, pressing his hand against his chest, his knuckles white from the strain. Before he could catch his breath, You Chen's voice echoed again. You Chen's fierce shouts came in rapid succession. Finally, he pointed forward. Another beam of cyber evolution light shot out. Third attack. Minus 2,100 LP. Yoa. Black Wolf was blasted backward, his back slamming hard against the edge of the dark domain. Cracks spread from the space wall behind him, and the black mist began to churn violently. Watching the explosive scene before him, You Chen's expression remained calm and indifferent. The space of the dark duel shattered in an instant. No, You Chen, even if I die, you won't get off easy. They won't let you go. Yoa. At the end of his life, Black Wolf uttered his final words, then transformed into a card. The card fell from midair, spinning as it embedded itself into the cracked ground. The surrounding darkness dissipated completely, and the alleyway was revealed once more. A cold wind blew in from the mouth of the alley, kicking up dust on the ground. You Chen reached down and picked up the entire deck. Not bad, got an extra deck out of it. This delivery was really good. His tone was flat, even carrying a hint of satisfaction. He had just stepped out for a walk and ended up getting a free zombie deck. Either way, it was a win. Huh. As he was speaking, his dual disc emitted an unprecedented light, directly swallowing the card that Black Wolf had transformed into. What's going on? What is this? As soon as You Chen's voice fell, the golden light on the dual disc had completely overwhelmed the dark aura. The card formed from Hei Lang was sucked into the card slot, and before the card face had stabilized, it was completely covered by a layer of golden patterns. The next second, click, a soft sound came from inside the dual disc. The sequence mark on You Chen's wrist warmed slightly. You Chen raised his wrist to look, feeling a bit uncertain. This wasn't a sensation of pain. It was more like something was forcibly stuffed into his sequence framework. You Chen looked down at the dual disc, his brow slowly furrowing. This situation he truly hadn't anticipated. That losing a dark duel would turn one into a card he had already foreseen. But his own dual disc directly swallowed the opponent and casually left something behind. This was completely beyond his understanding. Bro, seriously. You Chen stared at the dual disc. You're a cannibal now. The dual disc didn't respond. Only the layer of golden patterns slowly retreated along the card slot, finally sinking back into the disc body, restoring its original warm, gilded gold. The alley fell silent. The real space that had been separated by the dark domain reconnected, and from a distance came the low barks of mechanical patrol dogs, while the scrap wires at the corner of the wall crackled with sparks. You Chen didn't leave immediately. He raised his right hand and sank his consciousness into the sequence mark. The next moment, a line of new information emerged in his mind. Absorption completed. New sequence skill no. 1002, desperate set card. Activation condition: when your own life points are below 1000, you can activate immediately. Effect: select one card from your deck that can be set, and set it on your own field. This card can also be activated in the turn it is set, once per duel. After reading these lines, You Chen's eyelid twitched. Good heavens. He was silent for 2 seconds, then raised an eyebrow. This sequence skill is something, huh? Life points below 1000. Directly select a set card from the deck, and set it on the field, and it can be used in the same turn. This is no ordinary life-saving skill. After all, a designated set card that can be used in the same turn is simply unimaginable. If Hei Lang had really pushed his life points below 1000 just now and successfully triggered this sequence skill, then that final remark from the opponent might not have been just a bluff. The undead's back row is already dirty, and if you fetch a key trap from the deck and activate it directly in the same turn, it could indeed stir up the situation again. You Chen looked down at the undead deck he had just obtained, tapping the edge of the deck lightly with his fingertip. Fortunately, I didn't give you a chance to drop below 1000 just now. After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. Even he had been consciously preventing his life points from dropping. After all, anyone who has played Duel Links knows that there are too many dirty trick skills that trigger below 1000. So he was experienced. Hei Lang's death was indeed not unjust. This guy had such a hidden trump card, yet from start to finish he couldn't play it. It wasn't that the sequence was weak. It was that before being broken through, he hadn't even waited for the activation condition. You Chen put away the deck and looked back at his golden dual disc. This is very satisfying now. I'm quite pleased with this delivery. I'll leave a good review later. But this dual disc, can it swallow sequences? This matter was a bit frightening. In this world, sequences were all imprints left by ancient gods. The Academy, Federation, Black Market, and Military all regarded sequences with extreme importance. After awakening a sequence, a person's destiny was basically set. And not everyone had a sequence. It could be said that 1 in 1,000 people had a sequence. And among 1,000,000 people, you might not even see a dual sequence wielder, let alone more. You Chen had the divine chosen sequence from the start. And the divine chosen sequence was also of the dual disc. Now the dual disc had swallowed another. He could feel that this dual disc was alive. He just didn't know what would come out in the end. If this matter got out, it would definitely be inexplicable. He might even be dissected. What are you exactly? The golden dual disc still didn't respond. Only deep within the disc body, a faint glimmer of light flickered and quickly faded away. You Chen stood where he was, waited for a moment, shook his head, and dismissed the dual disc. After confirming there were no more changes, he turned and walked toward the alley entrance. The next day, when You Chen stepped through the door right on the class bell, the classroom was already full of people. Wang Quan was sleeping on his desk, but upon hearing footsteps he looked up and instantly perked up a bit. You Chen, you're so awesome now. Do you know you're famous? Yesterday, with your own strength, you directly crushed Chen Feng. You've become the object of admiration among the girls in our grade, rivaling even Yun Mutian's popularity. You Chen stuffed his bag into the desk hole and sat down. Yun Mutian. You Chen was a bit surprised at the unfamiliar name. Wang Quan then continued. Yun Mutian is the top of the grade. He's coming back today along with the second-ranked Su Ying. They are both extremely strong geniuses. I heard they went on a dungeon raid this time and made a good profit. Hearing this, You Chen wasn't too interested and yawned. Yesterday, did any other students beat the third years? You Chen was more concerned about this. Only one won, Jiang Han. The rest lost badly. Wang Quan couldn't help but say in awe. You Chen pondered for a moment. Jiang Han. That guy was indeed a bit too ridiculously strong. Could he be the dark duelist planted in the academy? What about Ning Wushuang? You Chen was just saying. You're so concerned about me. Just ask me directly, I'll tell you everything. He. Suddenly, without warning, Ning Wushuang appeared behind the two of them, leaning in with a playful grin. I lost yesterday. I wish I were as strong as you. Ning Wushuang reached up and scratched her hair, looking regretful. How about you be my master? I'm willing to do anything. Ning Wushuang pouted and blinked her eyes. Such an adorable appearance made Wang Quan almost drool. You Chen saw her leaning too close, so he reached out and pushed her head back. Ugly rejection. Beside them, Qin Shuang cast a subtle glance. At that moment, Zhu Yu walked in. Today she wasn't wearing her usual form-fitting uniform. Instead, she had changed into a dark gray tactical jacket with the Academy's standard dual disc fastened at her waist and her long hair tied up. As soon as this outfit appeared, the scattered chatter in the class immediately died down. Zhu Yu placed her folder on the podium and scanned the class. Is everyone here? No one answered. Zhu Yu didn't waste time and directly said, starting today, the special class officially enters the practical training phase. A hush fell over the classroom. Then the murmur erupted instantly. Practical training. We're not going outside the city, are we? It's only been this long since the semester started, and we're already going to real battles. Zhu Yu tapped her knuckles on the podium twice. The sound was soft, but the entire class fell silent immediately. Not outside the city. It's a dungeon. The moment those words were spoken, the classroom fell silent once more. This time, even Wang Quan sat up straight. A dungeon. The term was not unfamiliar within the academy. Every Federation academy held control over a varying number of dual dungeons. Some were rule spaces left behind by relics of the old era. Others were sealed domains formed after the stabilization of elfland fragments. Within them, spirits, materials, and card fragments would spawn, and there was even an extremely low probability of finding complete cards. For students, it was the fastest shortcut to growth, provided one could survive to the end. Zhu Yu observed the reactions of the crowd, her tone flat. You've been in the academy learning theory fighting simulations and doing basic training. But real duels won't give you such a comfortable environment. Spirits in dungeons won't wait for you to think for 3 minutes. Resources run out, terrain changes, and domain rules shift on the fly. From today on, you need to adapt to all of this. Wang Quan swallowed hard and muttered under his breath. Doesn't sound like a pleasant place. You Chen leaned back in his chair, his expression unchanged. A dungeon. Sounded perfect for him, actually. He could play cards. He could farm resources. Maybe he could even get his hands on some rare cards. Zhu Yu opened her folder and continued. Also, there's one more thing. She lifted her head, her gaze landing on 2 empty seats in the back row of the classroom. The first and second ranked students of your grade whom you've never been able to meet have also returned today from their dungeon cultivation. The moment these words fell, the entire classroom fell into silence. You Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Grade first. Grade second. He had heard these 2 titles many times before, but neither of them had been at the academy since the start of the semester. Some said they had been taken away by the military for special training. Others claimed they were setting records in deep-level dungeons. And there were even whispers that they already qualified as official combatants, merely holding on to their student status. As it turned out, at least the dungeon cultivation part was true. Second-year students already qualified as combatants. These were perks typically reserved for third years. Zhu Yu turned her head toward the door. Come in. The classroom door was pushed open again. The first to walk in was a very tall boy with a warm, gentle smile, appearing completely harmless with fair, clean-cut features. He hardly looked like a formidable expert. His school uniform blazer was unbuttoned, revealing a black form-fitting combat suit underneath, and his left dual disc still had faint traces of dust that hadn't been fully wiped clean. After entering, he didn't glance at anyone, simply walking straight to the front of the podium to stand. Hello everyone, my name is Yun Tian, please take care of me. He was extremely calm. So calm that even the chatter in the classroom was subdued. Then a second person walked in. It was a girl. Short hair, sharp eyebrows, and eyes with wheat-colored skin. Her face bore no extra expression. In her hand, she carried a silver-gray card case, its edges visibly worn, with several deep scratches, clearly not just for show. As she entered, her gaze swept across everyone's faces. When it reached You Chen, it paused for a brief moment. You Chen met her gaze. Their eyes met briefly. Then each looked away. Wang Quan lowered his voice beside him. You Chen, why do those girls always look at you first? Even though this girl's not that great, your natural charm with women makes me so envious. You Chen glanced at the 2 by the podium and replied flatly. Are you that horny, thinking about women all day, eh? No wonder you can't win at cards. Wang Quan shrank his neck at the scolding. It's not like I want to, it's just the age when the little head controls the big one. You Chen, don't you have a little head? How else can you be so composed? You Chen was speechless, a vein popping on his forehead. Get lost. Zhu Yu closed her folder. Let me introduce them. First in grade, Yun Tian. Yun Tian waved his hand, grinning cheerfully. Just a title. Just a title. Don't mind it, everyone. Second in grade, Su Ying. The girl placed her card case on the edge of the desk, her voice faint. Names don't matter much. In the days ahead, all I want is to defeat you all in duels, or be defeated by you. As soon as the 2 finished speaking, everyone below was stunned. Were the first and second ranked students really this extreme? One was humble and easygoing, seeming approachable. The other was a duel fanatic, sharp and fierce. You Chen found it amusing and couldn't help murmuring, Honey Badger. Interesting. Qin Shuang looked a bit confused. What honey badger? You Chen propped his chin with his hand and said with a smile, "Kids shouldn't ask so many questions." Qin Shuang. Zhu Yu was barely holding it together, covering her face with her hand. After a moment to compose herself, she raised her eyes and continued. The two of them have already completed 3 rounds of dungeon cultivation ahead of time, and today they're officially back with the group. Your first dungeon practice will be conducted in squad formations. They will each serve as captain of one of the 2 main teams. The moment those words landed, the faces of many in the class changed. Their first dungeon run, led by these 2. This showed the Academy's high regard for this exercise. It also meant this practice session would not be easy. You Chen tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Everyone assemble on the 3rd basement level in 10 minutes. Your first dungeon practice is about to begin. After Zhu Yu finished speaking, everyone stood up and headed out. Everyone here was experiencing a dungeon for the first time. So many were both excited and anxious. You Chen, pick a time for a duel. At that moment, Su Ying extended her wheat-colored arm, blocking Yu Chen's path. Yu Chen's mouth twitched. I don't get it. Why does it have to be me? You're already 2nd in grade, give me a break. I can't beat you, alright? Yu Chen was genuinely speechless. These people were true duel fanatics. Su Ying was taken aback. It was rare these days for someone to refuse a duel, let alone admit defeat outright. Yu Chen quickly slipped away. Yu Chen, you coward. Su Ying was a bit annoyed, pointing at him. Yeah, sure. Yu Chen waved his hand from a distance. Meanwhile, the students from class 2 were also coming out. When Zhang Han stepped out, his gaze landed on Yu Chen passing by, and there seemed to be a strange seriousness in his eyes. With just that look, Yu Chen, wearing a faint smile, was 100% certain this guy was definitely one of the dark duelists. Just not sure if there were others besides him. Though even if there were, it didn't matter. They'd better not mess with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind sending them all packing together. The elevator at the end of the corridor was already open. Several Academy security guards in black combat uniforms stood on both sides, silver identification badges pinned to their chests, spare card cases hanging from their belts, their gazes sweeping over every passing student. Normally, even at the Academy's most serious moments, there wouldn't be so many guards stationed here. Today was different. Dungeon practice was a cultivation exercise for the students. For the Academy, it was a risk event. Yu Chen followed behind the crowd, hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping over those security personnel. Everyone's dual disc had already been half extended, ready to enter combat at any moment. Wang Quan walked beside him, his voice lowered to a whisper. Yu Chen, I feel like something's off. This is quite a setup. Yu Chen glanced at him. Scared? Wang Quan bluffed, scared my ass. Then he edged a little closer to Yu Chen. I'm mostly worried about you. Yu Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Wang Quan's mouth was harder than his bones, even after cremation, but his legs were always the most honest. The elevator descended slowly. The metal walls emitted a dull mechanical hum. The 3rd basement level was much colder than the teaching building. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of cold air mixed with disinfectant and metallic rust rushed toward them. Ahead lay a wide corridor. Blue guide lights were embedded on both sides of the corridor, stretching all the way to the end. Warning signs were mounted on the walls. Dungeon area: unauthorized personnel prohibited, no unregistered cards allowed. Without registration, forced interference prohibited. During duel lock, teleport cards can only be used before duel commencement. The last line was painted in striking red. Many students' faces changed when they saw this. Yu Chen also gave it a second look. Teleport cards could only be used before a duel. This rule was the key point. Once locked into a duel, they couldn't be used. At the end of the corridor stood a massive circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a black metal door. The door was nearly 10 meters high, its surface covered in intricate patterns within which dark blue light currents slowly swam. On both sides of the doorframe stood energy pillars. Inside the pillars were sealed numerous card fragments, which vibrated incessantly, producing a faint grating sound. That was the dungeon entrance. Students from several classes had already assembled. Class 2 stood on the other side. Zhang Han was conspicuous among the crowd. He stood straight, his face expressionless. His gaze occasionally swept over the dungeon entrance, but more often he was quietly observing the people around him. Yu Chen glanced at him and quickly looked away. Ning Wushuang leaned against an energy pillar, her purple-black hair cascading over her shoulders, her peach-colored pupils slightly narrowed. She wasn't looking at the dungeon door. Instead, she stared at a particular pattern on the door, a faint trace of interest in her eyes. Qin Shuang stood on Yu Chen's other side, arms crossed, her expression cold. Wang Quan felt immense pressure sandwiched between them. On his left, Ning Wushuang. On his right, Qin Shuang. In front, Su Ying. Behind him, Zhang Han. He suddenly felt that the spirits inside the dungeon might not be as terrifying as this place. Zhu Yu and the Class 2 teacher walked to the front of the formation. She held a silver box. The box opened, revealing a neat row of cards inside. The cards were uniformly grayish-white, with only a blue circle in the center inside, which was the Academy's emblem. Zhu Yu swept her gaze across the hall. Everyone quiet. The hall quickly fell silent. Zhu Yu picked up a grayish-white card. This is a teleport card. 1 per person. Bind it to your dual disc before entering the dungeon. If you encounter danger you can't handle, insert it into the main card slot of your dual disc, and you'll immediately exit the dungeon. Hearing this, many students visibly relaxed. Wang Quan also let out a sigh of relief. Good, there's a safety net. Zhu Yu's voice quickly cut through. Don't get too excited. She raised the teleport card a little higher, her tone colder than before. Teleport cards can only be used before the duel begins. Once you are locked by a dungeon spirit and the duel field expands, the teleport card will be temporarily disabled until the duel ends or one side's life points reach 0. The hall fell silent. The brief relief vanished instantly. A student couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what if we're forcibly locked?" Zhu Yu looked at him. "So every word I'm about to say you'd better remember clearly." She turned and pointed to the projection screen beside the dungeon door. The screen lit up. A dungeon map appeared. The map was mostly gray-black with the outermost area circled in green lines, the middle in yellow, and an inner red area. Zhu Yu pointed to the green area. "This time you're entering the Academy-controlled low-level dungeon number D17, named Grey Bone Ruins. You can only operate in the outer area. The outer area has been cleared multiple times by the Academy. Spirit strength is mostly between 1 and 2 stars. Your task today is simple. Complete 1 official dungeon duel, collect 3 card fragments, and record 1 dungeon rule fluctuation." Her finger moved to the yellow area. "This is the buffer zone. No entry without teacher permission. Spirit strength in the buffer zone is unstable. Occasionally spirits above 4 stars may spawn. If you wander in by mistake, use the teleport card immediately to return." Finally, her finger stopped at the red area. "This is the inner area. No student is allowed to approach. Spirits in the inner area possess active locking abilities, and some can even modify duel rules. Once they lock onto you, the teleport card won't work, and the teachers may not be able to save you in time." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd one by one. "Listen carefully. It's not that the Academy doesn't want to save you. It's that the spirit duel rules block external interference." These words made the air in the hall grow heavy. Wang Quan's face changed. "They can block it." Yun Tian stood in front, spreading his hands with a grin. "That's why the teacher said don't go in there." His tone was light, but hearing those words from him only made many feel more uneasy. Suing clipped the silver-gray card case to her side, her eyes showing no sign of retreat. "What's the fun in the outer area?" Zhu Yu glanced at her. Suing immediately shut up. No matter how wild she was, she knew not to defy orders. Zhu Yu continued, "This practice will be conducted in squad formations. Suing leads the first squad. Yun Tian leads the second squad. Each class is assigned 4 teachers. The teachers will set up a base camp inside to handle logistics, but they will not take the initiative to intervene unless there is life-threatening danger or an abnormal dungeon rule." With that, she opened the document folder. The squad assignments are now announced. First squad, Suing Yu Chen Qin Shuang Chu Lingfeng. Second squad, Yun Tian Jiang Han Wang, Quan Ning Wushuang. Each large squad was to carry nearly 20+ people. Then each large squad would be divided into 5 smaller teams. Yu Chen couldn't quite understand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels weren't like cultivation. What was the use of splitting into teams? At most, have your teammates collect your corpse. Zhu Yu distributed the teleportation cards. Yu Chen took his card. The card was cool to the touch. He inserted it into the duel disc to register his information, and the blue ring on the card lit up, then displayed his name and student ID. Yu Chen binding complete. Wang Quan turned his teleportation card over and over, examining it. "Can this thing only be used once?" Zhu Yu glanced at her and said flatly, "It can only be used once per instance. If you don't complete the basic tasks, you won't earn any credits, and you might even fail to graduate." Wang Quan scratched his head, his expression turning bitter. Zhu Yu continued, "After entering the instance, no one is allowed to act alone. You are not allowed to snatch resources from fellow students. No betting or dueling among students is permitted inside the instance. Once discovered, your instance results will be cancelled and your credits revoked." Her gaze fell on Yu Chen, then quickly shifted away. Yu Chen was displeased. Why was she looking at him? Did he look like that kind of person? Zhu Yu gave them no time to dwell on it. She raised her hand and pressed the console. The energy pillars on both sides of the instance door lit up simultaneously. The card fragments began to vibrate at high speed. On the hall floor, ripples of light spread outward from the instance door, and the metal ground beneath their feet emitted a low resonance. The black metal door slowly opened. There was no corridor behind it, only a deep gray light curtain. Faint wind sounds could be heard from within the curtain. Wang Quan's throat popped. "Is it too late to say I have a stomachache now, eh?" Yu Chen patted his shoulder. "Too late." Wang Quan's face turned even paler. Yun Tian walked to the front of the second team and turned back with a smile. "Shall we go first?" The moment he stepped into the light curtain, his aura quieted down. The change was noticeable. Yu Chen observed at the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He had some skill. Ning Wushuang passed by Yu Chen and whispered, "Don't wander around in the instance, okay?" Yu Chen looked at her. "I should be the one saying that to you." Ning Wushuang blinked. "Then you'd better keep a close eye on me. I'm just a delicate girl who needs your protection." With that, she stepped into the light curtain first. Wang Quan took a deep breath, ready to charge in with his eyes closed. But he took half a step forward, then stepped back. "Yu Chen, you go first." Yu Chen chuckled. "Coward." He stepped into the light curtain. His vision went dark. The next second, a hard surface met his feet. Cold wind seeped into his collar, carrying a dry, dusty smell. Yu Chen opened his eyes. Before him lay a ruined wasteland. The sky was gray, and in the distance stood countless broken stone pillars and collapsed building remains. The ground was covered in a layer of gray-white bone sand that crunched underfoot. The instance entrance was right behind them. A translucent blue light gate suspended in the air. Beside the gate stood the Academy's positioning pillar. The positioning pillar had 3 lights. The green one was on, indicating the outer zone was safe. Chen raised his hand signaling everyone to stop. His usually gentle voice dropped. Slow down your pace. Now second team divide yourselves into 5 groups. Su Ying standing nearby glanced at Yu Chen's group and said first team divide into 5 groups. Qin Shuang walked over, raised her eyes coolly at Yu Chen and said you'll do. Yu Chen was speechless. Big sister, did I agree to that? Qin Shuang didn't say much, but replied, who took you to check your cards earlier? That one sentence silenced whatever Yu Chen was about to say. So never owe favors, especially personal ones. Then let's call this even, right? Yu Chen wanted to make it clear so she wouldn't bring it up again. Qin Shuang, not necessarily. Yu Chen hesitated. I know what you're after. How about I repay the favor by offering myself to you? That should be enough, right? Qin Shuang's face darkened with exasperation, and even her usually icy beauty couldn't hold back. You call that knowing? At that moment Xu Lingfeng also walked over and coughed deliberately. I know you're short on people, so I'll reluctantly join your group. Yu Chen glanced at him and laughed. We're not short on people. Xu Lingfeng. He crossed his arms and snorted. Don't say that. I know you need people. Yu Chen found it amusing. Xu Lingfeng clearly couldn't find a group himself, but was too proud to admit it, putting on its Sundara act. Count us in 2. Su Pengfei and He Zishuan also walked over. Yu Chen sighed. Fine, at least they were all in the top 10 of the grade, decently strong, and might be helpful in emergencies. Just then he felt his dual disc react. Yu Chen frowned, lowering his head to sense the flickering of the dual disc. What's going on? Could there be something in here that caught its attention? Yu Chen could now guess that the dual disc was alive. He just didn't know what it was. But it was definitely extraordinary, and anything that caught the interest of such an extraordinary dual disc must be equally remarkable. So what exactly was in here? It was worth investigating. He looked up, gazing into the depths of the ruins. That was the edge of the outer zone on the map. Beyond that was the buffer zone. Further in was the inner zone. But the sensation just now hadn't come from the outer zone nor the buffer zone. It came from deeper within. Yu Chen lowered his hand, his expression unchanged. Yun Mutian had already activated the Academy-issued instance recorder. Mission start. Each group, first collect a piece of card fragment. There are several methods. First, duel with a spirit and defeat it. Second, solve a puzzle. Third, persuade the spirit. Also, I don't recommend using your own deck here, because when your deck fights against real spirits, it weakens the bond between you and your cards. Simply put, making your cards fight their own kind is something they don't want to do, and it damages the bond. Another reason is that the weaker your deck, the more impressed the spirits will be if you win, and the better the rewards you'll get. Therefore, the Academy has prepared a rich supply of cards for you. Build your own decks. You'll have to return them afterward. Now Yu Chen understood. Apparently bonds existed in this world too. Using the Academy's deck. Why did it feel so unsettling? Everyone get ready and start selecting and building your decks. You can choose pre-built ones from the Academy or build your own. Zhu Yu and the other teachers had already walked over and opened all the card safes. Yu Chen stepped forward to look, and his expression froze. Good grief, there's a bunch of vanilla cards here. Are you asking us to clear out your inventory with our lives? Hotties. Yu Chen stepped forward to check. Most of the deck consisted of ordinary monster cards, with the rest a mix of various cards, though not entirely lacking in other deck types. However, most were axe-wielder decks, with only a few that had some synergy, and their construction was quite rough. The fact that the Academy was willing to provide such decks as backups already indicated one thing. The difficulty of the outer spirits would not be too high. Yu Chen flipped through the cards one by one, his gaze sweeping back and forth among them. Finally, he constructed a deck of his own. The Yo-Yo deck. As for why he chose it, this Yo-Yo deck was capable of slaying gods, so what problem was there in choosing it? He casually placed that deck into its card case, turned around, and walked back toward the team. Qin Shuang, standing before the card case rack on the other side, thought for a long while before finally picking out a pale white card case. As Yu Chen passed by, he glanced at it. The cover featured an angel spreading 6 wings. You still favor angel-type decks so much? Qin Shuang blinked her eyes. Why do you always like the sneak peeks? Hearing this, Yu Chen paused in his steps. Why did that remark sound so strange? It made it sound as if he had been spying on her bathing. Qin Shuang, however, leaned in a little closer, her gaze falling on the card case in his hand. What deck did you choose? Yu Chen didn't answer directly, he merely curled the corner of his mouth. Then you can take a sneak peek too. I can't show you so openly. Qin Shuang. Finally, she simply turned her face away, pretending not to hear, and walked 2 steps forward with her card case. At this moment, Zhu Yu walked to the front of the team and clapped her hands twice. The clapping wasn't loud, but the dozens of people immediately fell silent. Now the 2 teams will split up. Team 1 enter through the east entrance. Team 2 enter through the south entrance. The team began to disperse to both sides. At this moment, Yu Chen finally couldn't help but ask. Wait a moment. Zhu Yu looked over suspiciously. Yu Chen fixed his gaze on her face. So here's the question. What's the meaning of teamwork? Several students at the entrance of the dungeon turned to look at him. Su Ying also turned her face, her gaze sweeping across his. Zhu Yu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she gave him a somewhat surprised look, as if she hadn't expected him to ask such a question. She paused for a moment before speaking. The meaning of teamwork is that once any of you is locked onto by a spirit, your teammates can also lock onto that same spirit and engage in a multi-person cooperative challenge. A 1-on-1 becomes 2-on-1, 3-on-1. That's the meaning of teamwork. She paused. At the same time, among the outer spirits, a few deliberately target a single student, initiating a group battle. In such cases, a solo deck's resources simply can't hold out. With a team, they can share the damage, share the change, share the tempo. Those without a team have only one life. Zhu Yu raised her eyes and swept her gaze across the entire crowd. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight off 4 hands. Hearing this, You Chen finally understood. So that was the reasoning. The dungeon wasn't a place for solo combat. It forced you to learn how to play cards with your back against your team. Zhu Yu raised her hand and pressed down. Everyone clear. 2 teams move out. South entrance. Su Ying walked at the front. Her badly worn silver-gray card case hung at her waist, vibrating slightly with each step. Her steps were steady, each footfall landing in almost the same spot and making almost the same sound. The students following behind her were in a different state. Every single one of them was trembling with fear. And these were the top students. If they were ordinary students, they would probably be even worse. Su Ying suddenly stopped, turned around, and swept her gaze over them. Do you look anything like duelists in this state? Her voice wasn't loud, but it suppressed the entire team's rhythm. You Chen looked around. Beneath his feet was a grayish-white ruin. The collapsed factory skeletons were slanted into the ground, as if crushed by some massive object that had fallen from the sky. The ground was covered with a layer of grayish-white bone sand, which made a fine crunching sound when stepped on. You Chen walked on the left side of the team. Qin Shuang was 2 steps ahead of him. When they had walked about 300 meters, the golden dual disc on his right wrist suddenly began to grow slightly warm. It was as if something in the distance was gently tugging him in a certain direction. You Chen's steps paused for a beat. He lowered his head and glanced at his left hand. The gilded patterns on the surface of the dual disc were pulsing at an extremely regular frequency. Each pulse pointed toward the deeper ruins on his left front. Yu Chen was silent for a moment. Indeed, there's something here that matters to you. He hesitated for a moment, then deliberately slowed his pace and crouched down to tie his shoelaces. The window of opportunity was short. Yu Chen lowered his eyes. He pondered for 2 seconds. There was risk, but the reward was too tempting. After thinking for a long time, he decided to trust it once. In that case, let's bet it all. Yu Chen quietly moved 2 steps to his left front, circled around a tilted alloy wall, and his figure vanished into a shadow. Yu Chen had already passed 2 sections of ruins and entered a deeper area. Here the bone sand around him was clearly a layer thicker. Stepping down, the sand could cover half the soul. The faint sulfuric smell in the air had also intensified, and his throat felt a bit tight when breathing. The grayish-white dome of the sky slowly revolved above him, its patterns becoming denser. Yu Chen glanced up. Su Ying was right. The boundary between the outer and inner areas was invisible, but the body could feel it. At this point, the spirits around him had actually become fewer. There were occasional wriggling traces under the bone sand, but no small spirits emerged to lock onto him. It wasn't that there were no spirits. It was that the spirits in this area had hidden themselves. Yu Chen's heart tightened. There was only one possibility for low-level spirits to actively avoid a place. There was a higher-level existence nearby. Yu Chen pondered for a moment, then took out the pale gold teleportation card from his pocket and pinched it between his fingertips. The tiny crystal core was warm and faintly hot under his fingertip. He didn't insert it into the dual disc. He simply moved it to a position his dominant hand could instantly reach. He wanted to see where this dual disc was trying to take him. But if anything went wrong, he would flee at any moment. The next moment, when the mist ahead dispersed, his pupils sharply contracted. Huh, damn. It's card fragments, densely packed. Yu Chen was dumbfounded at the sight before him. Card fragments. Broken card fragments were scattered densely across the ground. Each fragment still bore faint energy patterns on its surface. Yu Chen crouched down and picked up one of the fragments. On the surface of that fragment was a character that had been mostly corroded away, but he could still faintly make out that it was the dark magician girl. At that moment, a chain shot straight toward him from not far away. Clang. At the same time, a flash of light from Yu Chen's body deflected the chain. Yu Chen, you need to be careful. This place is dangerous. The voice of the silent magician emerged. Yu Chen raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the chain, discovering it was the Hadis, the demon king of the underworld. Damn, this is indeed not something to be compared with those ordinary spirits outside. Gahaha, it's been so long since any human set foot here. And a human duelist with a spirit. Since you're here, don't leave. Stay and become my sacrifice, Gahaha. Yu Chen was utterly unfazed. In fact, a wave of excitement surged through him. For the figure before him was no ordinary spirit. This was one who made repeated appearances across a multitude of card illustrations. Most spirits were confined to their own exclusive card art, but Hadaisai was different. He did not dwell within a single card alone. He had appeared in many cards, even those not his own. What did that imply? It meant this fellow had a treasure trove of hidden goods. Yu Chen's eyes lit up as he spoke directly. Stop jabbering on about all sorts of nonsense. I'll ask you this. Do you have Dark Ruler, No More Skill, Drain Hand, Destruction, Called by the Grave, and the like? This rapid-fire list of card names left even Hadaisai, the demon king of the netherworld, momentarily stunned. Hadaisai looked down at the human duelist before him, the dark crimson flames in his eyes flickering slightly. What was this? This was completely unlike any human he had encountered before. Normal duelists, upon seeing a spirit of his caliber, would either turn pale or flee outright. The bolder ones might cautiously probe with a few words. But this human showed not a shred of panic. Not only was he unafraid, but his eyes held an irrepressible excitement. That feeling was strange. Hadaisai, the demon king of the netherworld, fell silent for 2 seconds before letting out a slow cold snort. I do. Of course I do. The dark red flames in his eye sockets flared up. Gaha. So do you dare to accept the challenge? Not that you can run away anyway. You Chen's eyes grew even brighter upon hearing this. Run? Why would I run? He raised his hand and patted his dual disc. Then I won't hold back. To be honest, I covet your cards. The moment these words left his mouth, Hadaisai, the demon king of the netherworld, felt something was off. This human from start to finish had never regarded himself as a dangerous target. Instead, he had treated Hadaisai as prey. Was that right? This feeling was wrong. Nearby, the silent magician stood behind You Chen, glanced at Hadaisai, then at You Chen, and finally chose to remain silent. She was already well acquainted with this state. It meant You Chen's card addiction had kicked in. Unstoppable. The next moment, a pitch-black chain shot out from Hadaisai's sleeve straight toward You Chen's dual disc. The moment the chain clamped onto the golden dual disc, the gray bone, sand in the instant space, sank heavily. The lock was established. You Chen glanced at it and chuckled lightly. Unnecessary. Duel, You Chen declared, and the golden dual disc burst open with a roar. Golden light radiated from his wrist, colliding with the netherworld aura behind Hadaisai. The two forces forcibly pressed a circular battlefield into the center of the bone sand. The gray-white bone sand was swept up by the gale, and the instant's domain instantly sealed shut. A coin spun in the air several times before landing. Heads. You Chen would go first. He lowered his head to scan his hand, his gaze pausing on the cards for a moment, and a judgment formed in his mind. You Chen took the lead, drawing a card and slamming it down. I set a monster from my hand in face-down defense position. A gray-white light flashed, and a face-down monster crouched on his field. Then I set 3 cards and in my turn. 3 set cards descended in sequence, spreading across his back row. You Chen was left with only 1 card in his hand. He raised his eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. All right, 4 sets on the opening. Please enlighten me. Your turn. Hadaisai, the demon king of the netherworld, beheld this scene, and the dark crimson flames in his eye sockets swayed slightly. The faint wariness from before ebbed away. A face-down monster, 3 set cards. No combo. From this opening, his opponent was merely a novice with basic knowledge. That earlier excitement was probably just the arrogance of youth. With that thought, Hadaisai's lips slowly curled into a grin. Human, it seems you are even more naive than I thought. He raised his hand and waved. 5 cards in his hand spread out before him. Black-purple netherworld chi rose from the card faces in wisps, pressing the surrounding bone sand down a layer. Behind each card, it felt as if a fragment of the netherworld's aura was pressing down. As Hadaisai's voice fell, the entire dual domain trembled. Then my turn. Draw. He drew a card, glanced at it, and the flames in his eyes blazed a notch brighter. I activate the spell card hand destruction from my hand. Players with cards in their hand discard all of them. Then each player draws the same number of cards they discarded. As his words faded, the netherworld chi suddenly swirled. The 5 cards in Hadaisai's hand simultaneously disintegrated, transforming into 5 streams of black-purple light that plunged into the graveyard. In the next instant, the top of his deck glowed, and 5 new cards were lifted by the netherworld chi hovering between his fingers. On You Chen's side, he simply sent his last card to the graveyard and drew 1. In and out, clean and sharp. You Chen watched with amusement and couldn't help but remark, "You're damn lucky. If I were using Dark World, you'd be done for. And you call me naive." Hadaisai, the demon king of the netherworld, couldn't understand what You Chen was saying, only feeling that this human was being stubborn. He let out a low chuckle, and the dark red flames in his eye sockets cast a shadow outward. Humans are all the same. Even after cremation, their mouths remain hard. With that, Hadaisai raised the 5 cards he had just drawn, his fingertips gliding over each card face. However, Hadaisai's voice took on a deeper tone. "I will soon show you how a true netherworld deck operates." He pulled 1 card from his 5-card hand and held it upright. The moment the card face was revealed, a black-purple rift split the ground. Next, Hadaisai quickly drew another card from his hand, revealing it as he special summoned it. By banishing the highway patrol of hell I sent to the graveyard earlier, I activate its effect. Special summon a fiend-type monster with 2,000 or less ATK from my hand. And I will special summon Magic Rhino Warrior. He slammed down a monster card. Lights surged across the field. A fiend-type warrior with a towering physique, skin as gray-black as rock, and a thick horn sprouting from its head, strode forward with heavy steps, its breath coarse, and its gaze fierce. Magic Rhino Warrior, Earth Attribute, 3 stars, fiend-type, ATK, 1400 DF 900. And not only that, I now normal summon Phantom Gunner from my hand. When this card is normal or flip summoned, I can activate its effect. Special summon a number of Gunner tokens, fiend-type, dark level 4, act def, 500 g up to the number of monsters I control. Thus he could special summon 2 tokens. In an instant, Hadaisai's field was filled with 4 monsters. Hades stood at the center of the darkness, a deep, sinister smile slowly unfurling across his face. He raised his hand, his 2 slender, cold fingers precisely pinching a floating magic card. With a flick of his wrist, the card unfurled in midair, radiating a faint, dark aura. I activate the magic card, Netherworld Puppetry. I select 1 fiend-type monster from my graveyard, then choose monsters from my field whose total levels equal the level of the selected monster in the graveyard, and banish them all. Using these as tributes, I revive the slumbering demon to return to the living world. Hades locked eyes with You Chen, the smile on his lips growing more intense, the pressure suddenly escalating. I choose Hell Empress Demon from my graveyard, then banish the 2 tokens on my field. The moment the words fell, the entire bone-strewn land trembled violently. The fragments of bones and cards on the ground soared into the air, all absorbed by a violent, dark force. A graceful yet immensely ferocious tall figure stepped out from the abyssal rift, treading layer upon layer of dark mist. Hell Empress Demon. Dark Attribute Level 8 Fiend Type. ATK, 2900 Def, 2100. Seeing this, You Chen couldn't help but sigh. Good heavens, no wonder they said not to enter the inner area. If one were to bring those ordinary cards issued by the school and actually enter here, it would truly be a dead end for those lacking strength. Then You Chen looked down at the surrounding cards. Perhaps these cards were left behind by students of past generations. And the reason these card fragments hadn't been collected might be that they were bait, luring students one by one to their deaths here. This subtle change in You Chen's expression ultimately did not escape Hades' eyes. Hades in the darkness let out a hoarse, eerie, low laugh, cold and piercing, carrying the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on You Chen, as if seeing through all his thoughts. Hell, what's the matter? Are you now realizing the gap in our strengths? Let me remind you, this duel, the true battle has only just begun. Hades' tone suddenly shifted, his lazy demeanor turning fierce and arrogant. The dark aura around him surged violently, and the killing intent of battle fully erupted. Enter the battle phase. My warrior of the Rhino tribe, attack. Strike the monster in defense position on your field. With the battle command, the heavily armored Rhino tribe warrior charged forward, its heavy armor shaking the ground and sending fragments of stone flying. Gripping a sharp spear, it surged with brutal strength and a killing wind, fiercely charging at the only defense position monster on You Chen's field. The attack was fierce and overbearing. A dull, heavy impact exploded, and a blinding flash of battle light burst forth. The weak level 1 normal monster Heart Key Fairy on You Chen's field could not withstand such a violent assault. Its delicate body was instantly crushed by the brute force, shattering into tiny specks of light that dissipated into the air. Hades stared at the spot where the light fragments disappeared, briefly stunned. Then, as if he had seen the greatest joke, he threw his head back and laughed unrestrainedly, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery and contempt. I actually thought highly of you. I thought that since you made it here, even if you weren't a top-tier expert, you'd at least be among the best of the rookies. Who would have thought you're the lowest of the low? He shook his head and sneered, his tone dripping with scornful disdain. And now a duelist actually carries a level 1 normal monster in their deck. A useless vanilla card with no combat power, nothing but dead weight. Absolutely laughable. After the mockery, Hades grew tired of stalling. He raised his hand casually and issued another attack command. Illusion Gunman, direct attack. The Illusion Gunman, with its illusory form and extreme speed, instantly turned into a dark shadow, streaking through the air and arriving in front of You Chen in the blink of an eye. Its cold, sharp claws swept toward You Chen's body with a bone-chilling wind. Minus 1,100 LP. You Chen's life points dropped steadily from 4,000, finally settling at 2,900 LP. Fortunately, the combat suit he wore and the spirit shield encircling him absorbed the majority of the impact layer by layer. Hades saw that the set card on You Chen's field had never been activated and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. The set card isn't activating. It seems you have no means to turn the tables. This duel is far too boring. The outcome is already decided. Hell Empress Demon, direct attack. End this farce with your own hands and send this inexperienced rookie duelist straight to hell. The Hell Empress Demon, surrounded by dense dark magic, looked down upon the insignificant opponent. An overwhelming pressure swept down, a killing blow that could end the duel in one strike. Nanny, Yamaro. You Chen covered his head with both hands. Watching You Chen like this, Hades' sense of satisfaction peaked. He spread his hands in a relaxed, proud, and arrogant manner, waiting calmly for the duel to end. Ha ha ha. In his eyes, this rookie duelist was already just another sacrificial soul on the chopping block. A thunderous explosion erupted and a thick cloud of black magic dust instantly engulfed the entire field. Seconds later, the dust slowly dissipated and visibility gradually returned. Hades, who had been certain of victory, felt his smug smile freeze on his face, his expression instantly turning to shock. The dual disc interface before him showed no sign of the duel ending, nor did it display any result screen. He abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on the field, his pupils slightly contracting. Where the dust cleared, You Chen still stood calmly upright and unharmed, having taken no damage at all. Not only that, but the earlier look of panic was completely gone, replaced by a hint of mockery at the corner of You Chen's mouth. Beside him, a Hades familiar couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Lord Hades, he's toying with you." Confusion and disbelief instantly spread across Hades' face. He couldn't understand why his killing blow had missed completely. Just as Hades was lost in shock, You Chen slowly raised his hand, his two fingers firmly holding a trap card that had been set earlier. He tapped the dual disc on his wrist. "I played along with you a little, and you actually took it seriously. How naive." You Chen spoke unhurriedly, his voice steady and clear, slowly revealing the truth. "Just now, when your Hell Empress Demon declared a direct attack, I activated the set trap card counter gate." You Chen raised his hand to show the lingering glow of the card. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can negate that attack entirely, and then draw one card from your deck. If the drawn card is a monster card, you can also normal summon it in face-up attack position. At these words, Hades squinted slightly, his deep eyes filled with gloom. The cold aura around him instantly sank, and the pressure surged again. A mere rookie duelist, and you still have the nerve to play tricks in front of me. His voice was icy, carrying a hint of anger at being toyed with. You Chen just smiled faintly in response. Sir Wadokana. Hades felt the veins on his forehead twitch visibly, his dark mood disrupted by this abrupt remark. His tone was full of irritation. Don't you dare speak that crappy Japanese. You Chen raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, looking completely innocent and carefree. His tone was relaxed and casual. No particular reason. Just wanted to divert some of your hatred toward the little Japanese. What's the use of being flashy? I'll set 2 cards face down and end my turn. Hades' expression darkened. How dare this damned rookie duelist mock him? As the king of the underworld who ruled the realm of the dead, he held an exalted status, yet now he was being restrained and toyed with by a fledgling duelist. This humiliation was utterly intolerable. Just as Hades believed the situation was under his control, You Chen suddenly raised his hand and interrupted him with a clear voice. Hold on. He arched an eyebrow at the grim-faced Hades, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. 2 face-down cards. I won't hold back then. I activate my face-down card, the continuous trap card, Heart-Sealing Jar. A pale golden barrier of light instantly spread out, enveloping both players' spell trap zones as an icy rule force silently emanated. This card's effect: target 2 face-down spell or trap cards on the field. As long as this card remains, the locked face-down cards cannot be activated for the rest of the duel. Hades' pupils contracted sharply, the composure on his face shattering instantly as a wave of absurdity surged through him. He glared at the harmless level 1 weak monster on You Chen's field, his voice trembling with incredulous fury. Your trashy level 1 monster deck actually carries a card like this. Do you even know how to duel? You Chen blinked, his demeanor relaxed and unhurried, his smile undiminished. I don't know if I know how to duel, but if I can make you this furious, then I must be doing something right. Before his words faded, he raised his hand again, and the duel disc flashed blue as the second face-down card flipped open. Don't rush, I'm not done yet. Activate continuous trap card, Human Wave Tactics. During the end phase of each turn, I can special summon from my deck an equal number of level 2 or lower normal monsters that were destroyed in battle this turn. I special summon Yu. A gentle summoning light rose from the deck, coalescing into a pure white tofu-like little monster that stood firmly on Yu Chen's monster zone. It was Yu. Hades glanced at the weak monster with negligible ATK and DF, his contempt deepening as he sneered. What use are these pathetic little creatures no matter how many you summon? Pathetic? Yu Chen chuckled softly, his tone laced with lazy mockery. Lord Hades has had things too easy. Today I'm going to teach you what a real beating feels like. Now it's my turn. Draw. Yu Chen drew a card, now holding 2 cards in hand. Not enough. More. I activate my sequence skill. Draw 2, discard 1. Yu Chen drew 2 more cards, then chose 1 from his 4-card hand to discard. Hades was taken aback. Draw 2, discard 1. This kid's sequence skill was a bit too outrageous. You never take a loss, do you? You take and take without giving anything. Hades couldn't help but complain. Yu Chen shrugged, looking puzzled. Why should I suffer? Next, I normal summon Rescue Rabbit. A small white rabbit monster appeared on the field. Yu Chen then activated its unique effect, banishing the Rescue Rabbit from the field. Rescue Rabbit's effect activates Banish itself to special summon from the deck 2 level 4 or lower normal monsters with the same name. They are destroyed during the end phase. Special summon Yu. 2 flashes of white light burst forth instantly, adding 2 more Yu to the field. Along with the one already there, 3 adorable Yu stood side by side, their meager 300 ATK and def seeming utterly harmless. Hades' sneer grew even more pronounced, but Yu Chen remained unfazed, pulling out a card and showing it. I activate the spell card Magic Dressing Room, paying 800 life points. The dual disc's numbers instantly changed, dropping Yu Chen's life points from 2,900 to 2,100. The reason for using Rescue Rabbit first was to bring Yu onto the field. If he had activated Magic Dressing Room first and drawn something other than Yu filling up his monster zones, it would have been a disaster. The top 4 cards of his deck were flipped open one by one, starlight swirling as the images of 3 low-level normal monsters appeared. Yu Chen precisely selected 2 of them to special summon, and in an instant his monster zone was completely filled. This wave of special summons even opened Hades' eyes. Good grief. Are you playing house? All trash monsters. What's the point? Yu Chen wore a slight smile, raising his hand and holding a card between 2 fingers with a crisp motion. Activate continuous spell card Angry Yu. Yu Chen pointed directly at the opponent's monster and declared battle. Hades was stunned, completely unable to follow the pace. What do you mean? Going straight to the battle phase? Are you kidding me? There was no response. The happy lovers on the field charged forward, only to be instantly torn apart by Phantom Spear soldiers' claws shattering and dissipating. Yu Chen's life points dropped by 300, leaving him at 1,800. Sacrificing your monster willingly. Giving up already. Hades couldn't help but sneer. Was this all there was to it? Yu Chen shook his head lightly and chuckled. How can anyone still be so naive? The effect of my continuous spell card Angry Yu activates. When a face-up UU is on the field, if a fairy-type monster on my side is destroyed, all UU monsters on my field gain 3000 ATK until the end phase of this turn. That means the 3 UU on my field all have their ATK increased to 3000. As the words fell, the once ordinary UU monsters turned crimson, wild fighting spirit, surging around them, as their ATK skyrocketed to 3000. Hades' pupils contracted, his smile frozen as he finally saw the elaborate setup. In the blink of an eye, the 3 UU monsters flushed red, their combined ATK, reaching a terrifying 9000, an oppressive aura dominating the entire field. At that moment, Hades was truly panicked. He felt like a fool, and worst of all, he had sealed his own escape route. Hades snapped back to reality, his face impassive as his eyes darted rapidly. He quickly signaled his familiar on the side. Familiar, play along with me. The familiar was taken aback for a moment, but immediately caught on, raising its voice in a feigned panic. Oh no, Lord Hades. If he attacks your Rhino Warrior first, you'll surely lose. Hades immediately pretended to be flustered, shouting angrily, idiot. Saying that out loud just tells him. You Chen was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh at the clumsy acting. He even raised his hands to applaud. Nice. Really? Then I'll attack. Still trying to deceive me. You Chen suddenly shifted his tone, speaking with a smile. The smug expression on Hadesi's face instantly froze. His Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to force out a rebuttal, but Yu Chen's faint sound of laughter had already fallen, first completely cutting off any room for argument. Still trying to argue. Yu Chen stood in a relaxed posture devoid of any tension from high-intensity dueling. His gaze slowly swept across the neatly arranged monster zone of Hadesi, taking in the opponent's prideful battlefield layout. I must say the scene you've laid out can indeed overwhelm most students. The effect of Demon Rhinoceros Warrior is that as long as it remains in the monster zone, all other fiend-type monsters on your field are completely immune to destruction by battle effects. Relying on this absolute protection to shield your core monster Hell Empress Demon, stabilizing the entire field's output points. This setup is indeed steady enough, leaving no fault. Yu Chen's tone was calm and generous with praise, but every word landed on Hadesi's ears like piercing ridicule. However, you thought you had built yourself an impenetrable fortress of iron walls, unaware that it is precisely this layer of protection you pride yourself on that has personally locked you in completely. Your illusion gunman will also be protected by the effect of Demon Rhinoceros Warrior, unable to be destroyed throughout. But as long as my attack lands on it, you must take the full battle damage. A few short sentences of analysis precisely pierced the fatal flaw in Hadesi's deck setup. The last shred of hope in his heart completely collapsed. His face turned pale at a visible speed, all color draining away. This was why he had been so panicked just now. That was why he had planned to collude with his familiar to deceive Yu Chen. He had thought such a tactic would easily fool some mediocre students. Little did he know it was seen through by Yu Chen at a glance. The familiar standing beside him completely broke down, clutching its head tightly, with both hands, body trembling slightly, voice filled with utter collapse and despair. It's over. This time we've really run into a master. Completely hopeless. Yu Chen watched the opponent's defeated and flustered demeanor, his heart unmoved, too lazy to make any more explanations or taunts. His right hand suddenly raised high, his posture sharp and upright. His pitch-black eyes locked onto the illusion gunman on the opponent's field. His battle will condense to the extreme. Go! 3 Phantom Tofu Gods. UU Sky Dragon. Attack illusion gunman. Tofu Super Electromagnetic Wave. This clear and crisp shout echoed across the duel field, instantly shaking Hadesi's spirit. A piercing chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with an unbelievable sense of absurdity. Damn it. A 1-star monster, yet it shouts with the aura of a phantom god. He had lived so long and seen countless powerful decks and high-star monsters, yet never had he seen anyone make a 1-star normal monster, the weakest and most harmless in the eyes of the world, unleash a majestic pressure and aura comparable to the legendary 3 phantom gods. The shock from this contrast was far more suffocating than the crushing force of high-star monsters. Lord Hades, he has been deliberately toying with you from start to finish. The familiar shrieked, its voice filled with shock. And he even knows the name of the Sky Dragon. This is not a secret that ordinary students can access. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sweeping heavily over the panicked familiar. He silently stored this key information in his heart, noting this abnormal detail. At the same time on the field, 3 crimson UU, their bodies swirling with fierce battle aura, suddenly exerted force. The leading UU raised its head, trembling its body. A sharp piercing sound wave instantly swept across the entire duel field, carrying a terrifying attack power of 3000 points, slamming heavily into the body of illusion gunman. The protective effect of Demon Rhinoceros Warrior was instantly triggered at full power. A layer of dark barrier covered the entire field, firmly shielding the body of illusion gunman. Illusion gunman stood still, its body trembling violently, yet it never shattered in the slightest. But the overwhelming attack value penetrated the defense barrier, directly turning into real damage, pouring heavily onto Hadesi. Minus 1900 LP. Up. The violent energy impact swept through his entire body. Hadesi could no longer hold back, letting out a suppressed roar of pain, his internal organs churning. The green health value on the dual disc plummeted like a cliff. The originally full health was instantly reduced by more than half, leaving only 2,100 points of precarious health. Not enough, You Chen said calmly, issuing another attack command. You Giant God Soldier. Continue attacking Illusion Gunman. Tofu God Fist Smash. The second Crimson Yu moved in response, its tiny body unleashing a terrifying power that was completely disproportionate. It swung its short round little fist, its soft and cute appearance highly deceptive. Yet every inch of its muscle was wrapped in destructive power, slamming into Illusion Gunman with a fierce wind. This punch seemed capable of sending it through time. A dull heavy collision sound exploded, echoing long in the empty arena, the impact stirring ripples of air currents. Minus 1900 LP. Up. Hadisi's entire body trembled violently, his teeth clenched tightly, his body swaying uncontrollably. The remaining health directly plummeted to 200 points, dangerously close to zero. This was not a matter of winning or losing, but an extreme sense of humiliation that tightly bound him, making him lose all face. Being tormented and crushed throughout. This was a humiliation he had never experienced. Finally, Yu Sun God. Attack Illusion Gunman. Tofu Divine Flame Cannon. The last Crimson Yu also struck. Boom. Minus 1900 LP. Walk. A most piercing scream tore through the air, echoing straight across the entire sky, reverberating above the ruins. Hadisi's health was instantly reduced to zero. The lights on the dual disc suddenly all went out, and the system's defeat prompt quietly sounded. At the far edge of the academy, far from the duel field, two figures simultaneously sensed the powerful energy fluctuation coming from the inner area. Yun Mutian and Suing both turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the deep inner area, a strong shock and surprise flooding their eyes simultaneously. Strange. Yun Mutian frowned deeply, muttering lowly, a heavy unease rising in his heart. The inner area of the academy has long been sealed off. No one can enter privately on a normal day. How could such intense duel activity suddenly erupt? Suing immediately stepped forward 2 paces, her expression completely darkening, her face extremely grave, the atmosphere around her instantly tense. Could an outsider have secretly infiltrated the academy? With the situation unclear and the potential danger great, she immediately turned and shouted to the team lined up behind her. You Chen, you take charge of stabilizing everyone, stay here and don't move. I'll go in to investigate the situation. You Chen, she called out twice, but behind her was utter silence with no response. Suing felt a slight doubt in her heart and turned back to look, only to suddenly discover that in the orderly line only Yu Chen's position was missing. His figure had long since disappeared. Qin Shuang, standing nearby, also snapped back to reality, her face full of astonishment and expression of disbelief. She had been watching the team the entire time, yet she had completely failed to notice when Yu Chen had silently vanished. The countless bone dust slowly settled, the drifting smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the chaotic dueling ground. Hades' pallid cheek was pressed tightly against the icy ground, his wide robe spread out, stained with fine bone fragments, a picture of utter disarray. The flickering dark red ghost fire in his eye sockets wavered, faintly dimmed to a mere shadow of its former self, teetering on the brink of extinction. Clearly he had been gravely wounded by Yu Yu's final strike, nearly expending more than half of his primal essence. Yu Chen stepped forward, slowly coming to a halt before him, and looked down at the defeated king of the underworld. Get up. Hades remained motionless on the ground, showing no intention of rising. Playing dead won't help. Yu Chen bent down, slightly crouching, and lightly tapped his fingertip against the broken crown atop Hades' head. After a long silence, Hades finally forced out a hoarse, raspy voice laden with the weariness and resentment of defeat. Human, you have won. I acknowledge your strength. According to the rules of the duel, you may select 3 cards from my deck to take with you. Yu Chen frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. I choose cards and you set the rules. He was tempted to tease further, but quickly restrained himself. Hades frowned and said calmly, do you not know that the reward for a duel is already fixed once it ends? Look at your duel disc. 3 cards is already a considerable advantage, others might only get fragments. Yu Chen glanced at it. It displayed victory with a reward of 3 cards. Yu Chen tried to take an extra card, but the excess card was forcibly returned to Hades' hand, unable to be destroyed or intercepted. So that's how it is. However, 3 cards were enough. With a thought, the dual disc automatically unfolded Hades' deck, and countless card images floated before Yu Chen's eyes, clear and distinct. He swiftly scanned them and instantly locked onto 3 core cards. Hand Destruction, Bow of Hades' Sister, Skill Drain. The moment the 3 cards emerged from the deck and floated in midair, Hades, who had been lying prostrate, suddenly widened his eyes in fury. He lunged forward, desperately grabbing the edges of the 3 cards, his composure completely shattered. What the hell? Kid, are you even human? How can you pick so precisely? I thought you'd take 3 cards, but you've basically ransacked my house. These are my most precious cards. You can't be so ruthless. Just take one, okay? At this moment, Hades finally realized the truth. The human before him was no novice duelist fresh out of the academy. He was clearly a seasoned veteran steeped in the art of dueling for many years. With a single glance, he had precisely plucked out all the core lifelines of Hades' deck. Not far away amidst the pile of bone dust, the tiny familiar barely poked its head out, stared at the 3 locked cards in midair, and nearly burst into tears, its face full of despair. Lord Hades, we've been completely ransacked. Even the trump card, hand destruction, has been taken. You Chen ignored the collapse of the man and the familiar, his expression composed, and spoke calmly. Earlier your little familiar said something quite interesting. The name of the sky dragon is not a secret that ordinary students can access. Now explain this matter clearly. Hades froze, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He quickly rolled his eyes and decided to play dumb. Sky dragon. I don't know what you're talking about. Never heard of it, never seen it. You Chen stared at him silently without a word and raised his hand to fully reclaim the 3 core cards. Feeling the cards slipping from his control, Hades instantly panicked, hurriedly reaching out to press down on You Chen's wrist, his voice rapid and conciliatory. Stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Deep within this ruin there indeed remains a trace of Slifer the sky dragon. Upon hearing this, You Chen's ordinarily indifferent eyes lit up with a sharp gleam. This place actually contained one of the 3 Egyptian gods. In an instant, his originally subdued desire for exploration surged to its peak. Hades, noticing the change in his eyes, continued to explain in a deep voice. But it is no ordinary remnant spirit, nor a simple card fragment. It is sealed in a deeper restricted zone. This ruin is divided into the corridor's outer and inner areas. Further in there is a core area of relics from the old era. The sky dragon slumbers in the deepest part of the core zone. There stands a black sealed gate which is beyond my jurisdiction. Even a spirit of my level is not permitted to set foot inside. You Chen's heart sank. The hope that had just been kindled instantly cooled. Can't get in. Why? Hades raised his pale, bone dust-covered hand and pointed toward the deeper darkness of the ruins. That black gate requires 3 conditions to be verified simultaneously, none of which can be omitted. The Academy's highest authority, precise ruin coordinates, and an old god's mark. If any one of these 3 is missing, the seal cannot be opened. I have guarded this ruin for many years and have never even approached the gate. If anyone forces their way near, the ancient restrictions on the gate will activate, instantly crushing spirits of our level, making it impossible to get close. You Chen fell completely silent. Highest authority ruin coordinates, an old god's mark. Any one of them was something a mere student could not easily obtain. He instinctively lowered his gaze to the golden dual disc on his wrist. On its surface, the delicate gilded patterns pulsed, gently emanating a faintly unusual aura. He had a vague suspicion deep down that the mysterious presence lurking within the dual disc might be inextricably linked to that sealed black gate. You Chen looked away. It was clear that Hades had no more information to offer. No clues were fine, he could take things slowly. Without further hesitation, he gave his wrist a slight twist and gathered all 3 core cards into his possession. Hades was stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. What the hell? I really don't know anything else. I've told you everything I know. You Chen turned his head, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, his tone light and confident. Do you think I believe that? Hades was utterly dumbfounded. He had confessed all his secrets, yet in the end he still couldn't protect his trump cards. I swear to the heavens I have not hidden a single thing. You Chen shook his head, gently, still smiling. I don't believe you, so I'm still taking them. Hades' chest filled with pent-up frustration, nearly causing internal injury, but he was powerless. Damn it. You Chen paused, turned his head, and deliberately teased. You look quite displeased. Since you're not satisfied, how about another duel? I see your other cards are quite good too. At the mention of another battle, Hades' arrogance instantly deflated, and he wilted, daring not to show any temper. No, not at all. Not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. The familiar beside him muttered quietly, its tone full of sympathy. Lord Hades got angry. Just got angry. Shut up. Hades growled at the familiar, his voice full of frustration. You Chen paid no more attention to the pair, turned and walked directly out of the chaotic dueling ground, heading step by step toward the outer part of the instance. On the spot, Hades slowly lowered his head, staring at the blank interface, where most of his deck's core had been emptied. He remained silent for a long time, his entire demeanor oppressive to the extreme. The familiar cautiously raised its head and whispered, Lord Hades. What should we do now? After a long silence, Hades slowly lifted his head. The dying dark red flame in his eyes rekindled into a cold, sinister gleam. Spread the news about the restricted zone. The familiar was taken aback. Spread it to whom? Hades stared fixedly at You Chen's retreating figure, his voice hoarse and icy with a clear note of vengeance. No need to specify who. Just make sure the news gets out. Tell everyone that a true god slumbers in this ruin's restricted zone. Those who seek divine power and hidden treasures will flock here. You have been ruthless, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. I will not allow you to obtain anything smoothly. From today onward, this long silent ruin corridor will never know peace again. You Chen, why did you go to the inner area? Su-Ying saw You Chen running back and asked with a frown. You Chen patted his chest, went on the offensive, and pointed at Su-Ying's nose, scolding. You have the nerve to say that. How are you acting as the team leader? Su-Ying was dumbfounded. What the hell? Do you know that I was kidnapped by a spirit just now? It forcefully dragged me into the inner area to duel with me. And you as the captain were completely unaware. I'm so disappointed. After saying that, You Chen walked past her indignantly. Su-Ying was left stunned for a long time, scratching her head. Hey, wait for me. Don't be angry, I'm also a first-time team leader, aren't I? I told you being a team leader is too troublesome, dueling is much more fun. You Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy was easy to fool. When leaving, he took all the card fragments with him. Although he didn't know what use they were since the academy wanted them, they must be useful. By the way, Su-Ying, what are these card fragments used for? You Chen casually took out a fragment and asked Su-Ying. Su-Ying reached out to take the fragment. It was the dark magician girl. These card fragments are all useless since they're fragments. You Chen didn't understand and asked, since they can't be used, why do you still want these fragments? Su-Ying then said, although they can't be used, they can be recycled and decomposed to obtain resources for secondary card creation. Generally speaking, 10 fragments are needed to make one card, and there is a failure rate. In short, if you synthesize a rare card, the failure probability increases significantly. If it's just an N card, the failure probability might be 10. Our card is 20, SR 40, UR 80, GR 99. You can imagine how high the failure rate is. And card fragments are the easiest things to obtain in dungeons. They are cards that have lost their souls. Let's return to the team for now. After being scolded by You Chen, Su-Ying instead felt a bit self-reproachful, so her tone softened considerably. This was precisely when You Chen initiated the sealing demon arrow. Striking first was the key. If the other party realized he was in the wrong, that would be disastrous. You Chen held the card fragment between two fingers. Looking at the cute dark magician girl, half of her was missing. One half seemed to be corroded by darkness. He shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Just as You Chen was about to put it away, he noticed his dual disc emitting a faint glow. Huh, you mean, you're still interested in this? You Chen thought for a moment and tried to insert the card fragment into the dual disc. It was just a fragment anyway. The next moment the card slot vibrated slightly. The fragment was swallowed. A faint light flashed through the dual disc like a spark flickering in the dark night. Before You Chen could react, a complete card popped out of the slot. He instinctively reached out with 2 fingers to catch it. The card surface was intact, shiny as new. The girl held a staff, her smile playful, the patterns on the hem of her skirt clear, without any flaw. Dark magician girl. Holy shit. You Chen was stunned on the spot. This dual disc was freaking divine. It can make cards from fragments. Isn't this a gold mine? He immediately suppressed his excitement, put the card away, and quickly caught up with Su-Ying. Not far behind him, a small black fur ball poked its head out from behind the rubble, its round eyes staring at his back. Geely. After returning to the team, Qin Shuang turned to You Chen and asked, what's your situation? You Chen repeated the same trick. I was captured, almost died. As a friend, you were completely unaware. Sigh, my heart is cold, but my spirit soars. Qin Shuang. Oh, and then. You Chen. Well, he almost forgot this girl was an iceberg. However, when Qin Shuang turned her head, a hint of a smile curled at the corner of her mouth. That word, friend, was crucial, because she had never had a friend since childhood. After experiencing that duel, You Chen found no pleasure in slaughtering these little spirits on the periphery. While others were fully immersed in the thrill of dueling, You Chen was about to fall asleep. Was there really a need to use transfer cards in the periphery? And this dungeon test was just a simple test to let students experience it, and it didn't last long. After 2 hours, everyone was teleported out. A group of people were still excitedly chatting about what had just happened. Wang Quan, with a bitter expression, hurried over when he saw You Chen. You Chen, I've been so miserable without you. Those two ignored me. Don't touch me. You Chen reached out to block his face, a line of black streaks on his forehead. Yin Mutian walked out from inside and glanced at You Chen. You must have entered the inner area just now, right? It's not easy to come back unscathed from the inner area. Don't worry. I won't snitch. With that, he smiled and patted You Chen on the shoulder, then turned and left. What a boring test. I can't imagine. Oh, without Lord Hades's delivery, this trip would have been a child's play. Thank you for Lord Hades's gift. You Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had finally realized that the periphery of these dungeons was really boring. Before entering the dungeon, he had been eagerly anticipating whether it would be as thrilling as the fantasy novels he used to read. As it turned out, it was completely different. Deep in the ruins. Achoo. Hades sneezed. Lord Hades, a good omen. Someone is thinking of you. The familiar flew up. Scram. After returning to the dormitory, You Chen took out the card, the dark magician girl. Hello, are you there? There was no response. It seems this dual disc can restore cards, but it can't add souls. That's normal. How could it possibly add souls? That's enough to make a fortune. You Chen thought about throwing a second card fragment in, but to his surprise it was immediately spat out. You Chen was speechless. What was going on? He tried another fragment, same result. Could it only be once a day? Damn, I was just planning to collect fragments and generate cards. You Chen's interest, which had just been sparked, was instantly doused. Beep. At this moment You Chen's terminal rang. It was a message from old Ju. How was today's dungeon test trip? Thrilling, right? Today was just an experience to prepare you mentally. Facing battles in the outside world, it's hell out there. Back to the point. 3 days later is the end-of-month assessment. All students from Class 1 and Class 2 will participate mixed duels without class division. And the credits for this time are very high. Also, there's a written test tomorrow. Review and advanced students. You Chen couldn't help it anymore. The written test is tomorrow, and it's already evening now. You remind me now, really 6. Zhu Yu, just tell me, did I remind you or not? The next day at the Blazing Star Junior Academy, You Chen sat in the classroom, propping his chin on his hand, gazing out the window in a daze. So the end-of-month assessment was finally coming. He wondered if the exam would be difficult. The proctor was a man, his appearance unimportant and unfamiliar to You Chen. As the papers were handed out, You Chen was taken aback. This was way too easy. The first question: under which of the following circumstances can Xiao Hong use the quick play spell card Mystical Space Typhoon to interrupt? A. When Xiao Ming activates the spell card Monster Reborn. B. When Xiao Ming activates the trap card Mirror Force. C. When Xiao Ming activates the field spell card Omi. D. When Xiao Ming activates the quick play spell card Angel's Dice. There were also questions about which monster could serve as a substitute fusion material for which other monster. Those might hold a bit more difficulty as they required an extensive card knowledge, though otherwise you'd have no idea what materials were needed. For the multiple choice section, You Chen was 100% certain he could score full marks. The fill-in-the-blank questions were much the same. Then came the essay portion discussing the current deck's direction and future and describing the bond with one's deck and what proper dueling should be. You Chen wrote quite a bit, but the essence of his words was that dueling existed for joy, and therefore he was always dedicated to making duels fun and making his opponent smile. That was the true meaning of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel. In the end, You Chen almost began to believe his own words. He glanced at the clock. Less than 20 minutes had passed. He handed in his paper. The exam had been allocated an hour, and he submitted it in 20 minutes. After leaving, You Chen yawned. Just then the silent magician flew out. You Chen blinked, knowing the silent magician wouldn't appear without reason. Something up. The silent magician extended a slender finger pointing behind You Chen. You Chen turned his head to look and noticed a small fuzzy ball following him. Taking a closer look, he was stunned. Wasn't that a Kirabo? And it was a dark Kirabo. Hey, when did you start following me? Did you follow me from the ruins? Hey. I didn't sense you at all. This dark Kirabo has absolutely no presence. You Chen muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, the dark Kirabo became melancholic, its eyes drooping as if on the verge of tears. I didn't mean it that way. Let's focus on the main point. Did you come out to be with me? You Chen quickly changed the subject. Kiri. The dark Kirabo immediately perked up, fluttering its demonic wings on its back. Not bad, you've got good taste. Now I have my very own Kirabo. The dark Kirabo immediately pounced, nuzzling about in You Chen's arms. It made You Chen couldn't help but laugh, though he wondered, weren't the Academy's dungeons supposed to be sealed? Other spirits couldn't escape, so how did this dark Kirabo manage it? In the afternoon. You Chen, how did you do on the exam? I remember your entrance exam scores were pretty poor. I just can't figure out how you score so badly on tests, yet duel so well. Wang Quan couldn't help but start asking You Chen about his results. You Chen had absolutely no interest in answering such a question. Wang Quan kept on talking. I think I did pretty well this time, probably over 80 points. Don't be discouraged though, dueling is the real test. You Chen overheard this and felt speechless. Over 80 points on an exam like that. That was truly impressive. Just then Zhu Yu entered the classroom, wearing a smile. Class, settle down. Today I'm announcing the written exam results. I must say this round of results genuinely surpassed my expectations. This time we have several perfect scores. Qin Shuang 100, Ning Wu Shuang 100, You Chen 100. The one that surprised me most is You Chen. He only scored in the 60s during his entrance exam. His improvement is truly remarkable. And his dueling level has also changed dramatically. Has he started putting in real effort? At Zhu Yu's question, You Chen felt somewhat exasperated. How much effort would one need to put in to change so drastically in such a short time? A shadow game. Old Zhu's brain just wasn't quite sharp. Wang Quan's smile froze. He'd just been trying to comfort You Chen only to discover the real clown was himself. The clown scored 100 and he with over 80 points was comforting who? Wang Quan 75 points. You've regressed. Zhu Yu scolded him sternly. Wang Quan was dumbfounded. Apparently he hadn't even broken 80. After the announcement, Zhu Yu continued. Alright, the written exam is done. Next, the mixed dueling tournament for the end-of-month assessment begins in 3 days. Now let me go over the rules with you. The month-end assessment involves not only the elite classes, but also the regular classes. There are 8 regular classes. Over the next 2 days they'll compete, and the top 40+ will advance to the next round. That's the elite class assessment on the 3rd day. These 40+ combined with the 40+ from the elite classes totaling over 80 or even 90 duelists. They will all duel. Any regular class duelist who wins even one match gets promoted to the elite class. Those who lose not only have their credits deducted, but must also face the loser's bracket. Lose again, and they'll be demoted to the regular class. So don't think entering the elite class means you can slack off. Hearing this, You Chen clicked his tongue. This was incredibly competitive. Furthermore, every win in the elite class earns 5 credits. Remember, a perfect written exam score only yields 10 credits. Those who reach the top 8 will have the chance to challenge the 3rd years. Win, and you'll directly advance to the 3rd year. Reaching the final 4 means direct entry into the 3rd year elite class. The champion, runner-up, and 3rd place will all participate in the 4 Grand Academies admission assessments. Students, now do you understand how important the month-end assessment is? Every single one could be the opportunity of a lifetime. That said, based on past experience, even though the top 3 can attempt the 4 Grand Academies assessments, most fail to pass. It's just giving them the opportunity. Of course, even if they fail, there are bonuses and credits. The champion gets 100 credits, runner-up 50, 3rd place 30, and final 4 10 credits. Combined with accumulated credits, a month-end assessment is a prime opportunity to stockpile credits. And credits can be exchanged for any resources in the academy, even permissions. So, what are you waiting for? Charge forward. Elite Class 1. I believe in you all. You Chen watched Zhu Yu's passionate speech, almost dazed into thinking it was the college entrance examination. But honestly, this month-end assessment seemed quite formidable. There were shadow duelists, possibly more than one. Moreover, Yun Mutian and Su Ying's true strength remained unknown. This time it was bound to be a fierce free-for-all, and it seemed he could obtain permissions too. Then he absolutely had to win. You Chen, in 3 days, let's settle the duel we didn't finish. Qin Shuang's voice suddenly rang out. Anytime. But if you lose, you'll have to strip down and wait for me. You Chen wasn't concerned, and almost said she'd actually lost last time. Qin Shuang, having pulled a fruit knife from who knows where, slowly said, while holding a banana, if you lose, I'll slice it right here for you. As her words fell, the banana was sliced in two. You Chen. 3 days later, Xingyan Junior Academy was livelier than usual. The long street outside the school gates had been cleared in advance, with temporary barriers lining both sides, all the way to the assessment plaza. The academy patrol guards had switched to their black standard-issue combat uniforms. ID tags hanging from their chests, dual discs kept at half-extended positions at their waists. The regular class students had already finished their qualification matches 2 days early. 47 had advanced. Among those 47, some still had medical tape on their faces, others had their arms in slings, and a few sat in the rest area, with eyes closed, fingertips resting on their card boxes. Clearly, they had all fought their way through brutal battles. Tang Ninger was among them. They all understood when just one match today, and they would step up from the regular class into the special class. For many, this was not merely an exam. It was a chance to change their fate. The special class students were not faring any easier. In the past, they could look down on the regular class, but not today. The ones who had clawed their way up from the regular class were ruthless competitors with winning streaks. No one dared to guarantee they would not stumble in the first round. The broadcast repeated the rules from 7 in the morning onward. Outside the duel plaza, temporary grandstands had been erected. Academy teachers, patrol guards, medical staff, referees, and card inspection teams were all in position. At every entrance, officials checked IDs. All competitors had to complete deck registration, sequence registration, and dual disc energy fluctuation testing before entering. As Yu Chen walked into the academy, he happened to see Wang Quan standing at the entrance, his face slightly pale. This guy was dressed rather formally today. School uniform buttons, all the way to the top, hair carefully styled. But his hand kept touching his card box over a dozen times, and still not stopping. Yu Chen glanced at him casually. Nervous. Wang Quan's flustered expression deepened, and he immediately straightened his back. Who's nervous? He said it, then touched his card box again. Yu Chen said nothing. Wang Quan couldn't hold it in anymore. Fine a little. Those guys from the regular class are truly crazy. I watched 2 matches yesterday. One guy was down to 50 life points, and still managed to turn the tide with a single trap card. And there was a girl who discarded all 3 of her hand cards right at the start. I thought she had lost her mind, but on her next turn, she summoned 2 high-attack monsters, and completely overwhelmed her opponent. Yu Chen was not the least bit interested. He gazed thoughtfully toward the plaza. Yu Chen, not far away, Zhu Yu was calling roll. Her expression today was far more serious than usual. She held a stack of participant lists in her hands, with 2 referee teachers standing beside her. Seeing Yu Chen approach, she first seemed to relax, then immediately put on a stern face. You're finally here. Today is crucial. Everyone stay sharp. First, complete your deck registration. After registering, you can move freely in the outer area, but you must return to Class 1's gathering zone before 9 o'clock. Latecomers will lose academic credits. Also, the Academy is running a card sale before the tournament. You can use points or gold coins, but I suggest saving your points for better rare cards. Yu Chen's eyes lit up at this. When it came to this topic, he was wide awake. When Yu Chen went to register his deck, it caused no small stir. Other students registered 1 deck, maybe 2 if they were stronger. But he registered all 3 decks at once. The Academy's limit was 3, but no one at the Junior Academy had ever actually registered 3. It was rare, even among the 4 great academies. This alone was enough to draw gasps and astonishment along with confessions from fangirls. Being able to use 3 decks was impressive enough on its own. How could those fangirls possibly hold back? Yu Chen, I like you. Yu Chen had barely finished his inspection when a fangirl came chasing after him. She was decent looking, but compared to the silent magician, she didn't measure up to even a single hair. Yu Chen had no choice but to duck into an alley and climb over the wall to the other side. Too terrifying. Women are such a nuisance, as expected. Yu Chen was still shaken. He checked the time and realized he had a little while. He decided to visit the stalls and see if there were any rare cards to strengthen his deck. Card players were like that, always feeling their deck wasn't strong enough. Either they were strengthening it or on the path to strengthening it. They studied deck builds several times a day. These stalls were uniformly regulated by the Academy, selling only officially sourced cards. The quality was not top tier, but it was clean, and the prices were a bit lower than outside. Many competing students would browse the stalls before a match. Some wanted to strengthen their deck on the spot. Some wanted to test their luck. Most just wanted to feel a little more at ease. Yu Chen felt a slight reaction from his dual disc and raised an eyebrow. Something valuable. Yu Chen stopped in his tracks. The stall owner was an elderly man with graying hair, slowly sorting through a pile of cards. 3 rows of cards were laid out on the table. The first row contained complete single cards. The second row had damaged card boxes. The third row held old cards with very low recognizability, their surfaces heavily worn and prices correspondingly low. Yu Chen's gaze fell on the third row. There was a card buried at the bottom, only half a corner visible. He reached out and pulled it out. The card's surface was dull, its name half worn away, only a few characters visible. Golden cabinet. You Chen's eyelid twitched. A golden cabinet deck. Good heavens. Silent magician, your deck is finally about to get some backstory. Unfortunately, golden cabinet decks were almost entirely composed of damaged cards, and the core cards alone, over a dozen of them, would take more than 10 days to fully restore. The remaining cards were all available for purchase. Never mind, buy them all first. You Chen selected all of these cards at once. You Chen gradually discovered a pattern. The most rare cards were always the damaged ones. Clearly, damaged cards had stories. He could vaguely sense that this world must have been destroyed at some point, and the specific target of that destruction had been those powerful cards. Of course, some would slip through the cracks. That didn't mean undamaged cards weren't strong, but cards that had been deliberately destroyed were bound to be powerful. However, this was all speculation. You Chen had no idea what the true situation was. How much for these 10+ damaged cards? The old man looked up somewhat surprised. Why would anyone want to buy damaged cards? These students never bought damaged cards. There was hardly any point. If someone did, they were likely an easy mark. Then he might as well ask for a fortune. Don't look down on these damaged cards. They're not simple. Young man, you have good taste. For these 10+ cards, I'll let you have them for 500 crystal cores. You Chen paused at this. Good heavens, 500 crystal cores. That was 5,000 gold coins. Was he pulling his leg? These damaged cards were worth only about 1,000 gold coins for a full set. Even some rare damaged cards varied in value, but not by this much. Had this old man recognized their true worth? Just then a melodious female voice came from nearby. Grandpa, that's a bit unfair, don't you think? According to Article 23, Line 3 of the Federation's new regulations, the price of a damaged card, no matter how rare, cannot exceed 1,000 gold coins per card. Therefore, these 10+ cards should cost no more than a little over 1,000 gold coins in total. You Chen turned his head. The speaker was a young woman with delicate features, elegant and serene. She wore a form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, and beneath the short skirt were long black stockings. They wrapped around her slender, smooth legs with no excess flesh. They say below the chest it's all legs. Well, that was quite intimidating. But on her it felt completely natural. You Chen noticed a young man standing beside her. And the guy? Well, just a guy, nothing special. What You Chen couldn't understand was why were they both wearing black stockings? Was it true that wearing black stockings made one stronger in duels in this world? Maybe you should have the silent magician try it someday. Silent magician? The old man saw that he had encountered someone who knew the value. Knowing there was no chance left, he said, all right. 15,000, and these dozen or so cards are yours. You Chen didn't waste words, directly took out 150 crystal cores and paid. It must be said, only when spending money did he realize that Chu Lingfeng's batch of delivery was the most generous. 100,000 crystal cores, that was enough for him to spend for a long time. I'm really curious, a student like you, what do you want these fragments for? The girl blinked her limpid eyes and asked with a smile. You Chen put away the fragments, just raised his head and glanced at her. I'm also curious, you're from another academy, aren't you? The girl was taken aback, then asked with a smile, how did you guess? You Chen didn't speak, but looked around. The girl turned her head and saw that the surrounding students were all exclaiming at her beauty. Many were mesmerized, and some boys even bumped into lampposts. Who is this? Such a beautiful senior. And she has an outstanding aura. I bet she's not from our academy. Her figure is incredible. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to live in a villa and drive a sports car. The discussions among the students around were enough to tell everything. The girl blinked her eyes, slapped her forehead in annoyance. I didn't even put on makeup. How come I still attract attention? You Chen, however, had no interest in staying and turned to leave. The girl was stunned. She had completely not expected the young man to leave so quickly. He was indeed quite different from others. Hey, she instinctively uttered half a word, then swallowed the rest. The boy next to her finally lowered his arms from across his chest. He glanced sideways at the girl. That kid, he's quite aloof. The girl withdrew her gaze from You Chen's back, reached up, and smoothed a few stray strands of hair blown by the wind. You two are alike. Let's go, it seems the match is about to start. I heard there are a few prodigy-level youths who have caught the academy's attention. The boy turned a deaf ear to this, clearly uninterested. So-called geniuses are nothing but the threshold to seeing me. Haven't I seen enough over the years? The girl just wrinkled her nose at this, still so arrogant. You Chen crossed 2 alleys and turned back onto the main road. He looked down at the small stack of fragment cards in his arms, his fingertips gently rubbing the corner of the topmost golden cabinet fragment. The card surface was badly worn with a scorch mark on the edge of the paper base. But beneath that scorch mark, a very thin and faint golden thread stretched from his fingertip all the way to the golden dual disc on his wrist. As expected, now I just need to wait for time and the deck will be complete. He stuffed the fragments back into the innermost layer of the card case and fastened the lid. Just as he looked up, he almost bumped into a familiar figure. Tang Ninger was holding her own card case, having walked back and forth on the main road, who knows how many times. Seeing him appear, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Brother You Chen. She ran over and called out anxiously. Where did you go just now? Teacher Zhu Yu has already finished roll call. You Chen glanced at her. There's still time. He raised his hand and tapped her on the head. Let's go to the assembly area. Tang Ninger was startled by his tap, instinctively covered her head, trotted a couple of steps behind him, and couldn't help stealing a glance up at him. Brother You Chen has been acting stranger and stranger lately. At exactly 9 o'clock, the holographic screen above the Academy's main stage lit up fully in red. The first round matchup list was refreshed. A total of 46 pairs and 92 people. 47 from regular classes, 45 from special classes. The chief examiner's voice pressed down heavily through the broadcast. Starflame Junior Academy's end-of-month mixed duel assessment. The first round officially begins. All contestants proceed to the corresponding duel arenas according to the matchup numbers on the screen. Arriving 3 minutes late results in automatic forfeit. The final chime of the bell tower fell. The entire square seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand. Murmurs, footsteps, the sounds of card cases opening and closing. All were suppressed to the lowest in that instant. Everyone looked up staring at the screen to find their own names. You Chen stood in the assembly area of Class 1, hands in his pockets. He raised his eyes and looked at the first line of the screen. Because there were 10 duel arenas, each round actually had 10 duels. You Chen took a look. The duels in the first 2 rounds were basically crushing noobs. Therefore, in about 3 hours, the first 3 rounds were basically over. It must be said having more duel arenas is the way to go. However, after the first 2 rounds ended, the entire duel arena became even more intense. The whole competition venue was in full swing with a sea of people. Because the main event was yet to come. In the audience, a woman raised an eyebrow. So that's You Chen. A man crossed his arms. His strength is average, not as amazing as they boast. The woman shook her head. You're still so arrogant. This is already quite strong. At this moment, Zhu Yu walked over to the seats of Class 1. In the first round of duels, I'm very angry. 3 students from Class 1 were actually eliminated by students from regular classes. As a special class, this is an unacceptable disgrace. That's the consequence of not working hard on a daily basis. Now that the third round is over, there are only 16 people left. Next, we will have a 16-person group round-robin duel advancement tournament. Below is the group division. After Zhu Yu finished speaking, the big screen quickly displayed the names for the new round of duels. Eastern Group: Yin Mu Tian Wang Quan Chu Lingfeng Tanya. Southern Group: You Chen Ning Wu Shuang Qin Shuang Lei Ji. Western Group: Jiang Han He Zishuan Shun Tianhai Su Jian. Northern Group: Su Ing Su Peng Fei Shi Xiong Tang Ninger. You Chen glanced at it. Good heavens, 4 of them had fought their way up from regular classes, including Tang Ning. This girl looked harmless, but her strength was indeed undeniable. If it weren't for being too nervous during the initial assessment, she should have been able to enter the special class as well. Of course, he had also helped her build the deck. It had improved a lot. It could be said that the effect was immediate. The group round-robin duel means that within each group, the 4 people will duel each other one-on-one. The top 2 advance, and the first place will be matched with the second place from another group in the next round. The duel is about to start. Everyone go prepare. You Chen stood up and walked down. All 16 people had already gathered on the field. You Chen scratched his head. Why do I feel like my group is the group of death? After the groups were divided, You Chen was in the first match. He was facing Qin Shuang, and Qin Shuang's eyes were clearly more excited, her pretty face showing battle intent. You Chen, in this duel you'll soon see how much stronger my Valkyrie has become. You Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Has it become stronger? But is it possible that I have become even stronger? Finally, we get to see the duel between Qin Shuang and You Chen. I wonder who's stronger. Isn't it obvious? Of course it's Qin Shuang. You Chen is decent, but didn't you see his rank is lower than Qin Shuang's? Thrilling. Today we're in for a real treat. The buzz from the spectators' stands never ceased since the round of 16 bracket appeared. Students craned their necks, hands resting on the alloy railings, eyes glued to the direction of Arena 6. The previous matches were too one-sided. Either the elite class bulldozed the regular class, or the seeded players from regular classes who had won consecutive matches defeated the elite class students who had scraped in by ranking. Back-and-forth matches were rare, so were fiercely charged ones. But this match was different. Elite Class 1 You Chen versus Elite Class 1 Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang ranked 3rd in the grade. You Chen was the rising dark horse whose power had surged recently. Just that line on the screen was enough to raise the temperature of the entire stance. On the 3rd level temporary viewing platform, a young man and a young woman sat to one side. The man had his arms crossed over his chest, chin slightly lifted, high brow bones, and an air of arrogance that seemed to seep from his very bones. Beside him, a woman leaned lazily against the back of her chair. Her eyes were narrow and long, the corners tilting slightly upward. When she smiled, even the security guards nearby instinctively averted their gaze for half a second. Lin Wanqing, daughter of Lin Xiong, the administrative chief of the 3rd District 7th City-State, 1st Federation. She was the one who had previously announced a public duel to select a groom at the central square. She raised a hand, delicate fingertips cradling her chin. Watching the previous matches were just stomping on noobs, nothing to see. The young man beside her spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Arena 6. This match should show us something. Lin Wanqing's eyes flickered slightly. Let's hope so. Her voice was slow. The matches at the Junior Academy are indeed quite boring. Only a few duels are worth watching, she said, then turned her head to glance at the young man beside her. A smile slowly curled at the corners of her lips. But you saying that? Could it be because this duel involves your sister? Qin Tianming, the young man whose name was called, had his brow bone tense for a moment. He didn't turn his head immediately, only forcing a cold snort through his teeth. Humph. Nonsense. He wouldn't admit it verbally, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Shuang. Her deck was reinforced again yesterday. Qin Tianming's tone was deliberately flat. Winning against this so-called You Chen should be a walk in the park. Lin Wanqing twirled the teacup in her fingers half a turn. Her smile deepened a little. I wouldn't be so sure. Enough talk. Duel. You Chen inserted his entire deck into the duel discs slot, the metal clicking tight. This time he once again chose the Dark World deck. His sole purpose was to make Qin Shuang admit defeat wholeheartedly. The coin was tossed by the referee. The alloy gleam tumbled in the air a few times before slapping back into the palm. Heads. You Chen went first. I'll take the first move. You Chen drew his opening 5 cards. His eyes swept over the card faces. Within 5 seconds, his gaze suddenly sharpened and narrowed. Lin Wanqing's delicate fingers cradling her chin froze without warning. Light and shadow flickered across her narrow eyes. Something's different. Qin Tianming sensed it too. His arms crossed over his chest didn't move, but his brows slowly furrowed. That Yu Chen's entire aura had undergone a complete transformation. It was a completely different Yu Chen from the one in the previous dozen matches. Qin Tianming's brows furrowed deeper. He could feel that Yu Chen on the field was nothing like the previous rounds. I activate a spell card from my hand. Yu Chen waved his hand, his voice landing. Dark World dealings. Both players draw 1 card from their decks. After that, the player who drew discards 1 card from their hand. A dark purple magic circle unfolded in front of Yu Chen. The card flipped over. The students in the stands instantly perked up. Here it comes. Dark World. However, just as the magic circle unfolded, Qin Shuang raised her right hand. Her gaze sharpened. And the card I discarded is Snow Dark World Mage. When this card is discarded from the hand by a card effect, it activates. Add 1 Dark World card from your deck to your hand. Yu Chen, I've been waiting for this moment. After our last duel, I've already modified my deck. My brother helped me strengthen it. And I've added quite a few counter cards specifically for you. One of them is this card. What I just discarded was Fortune Cat King. During your opponent's turn, if this card is sent to the graveyard by your opponent's spell, trap, or effect, monsters affect your opponent's turn immediately ends. When Yu Chen heard that name, anyone who played Dark World knew that card was a nightmare. Good heavens, you actually brought that card. He looked up at Qin Shuang. You're something else. Qin Shuang's expression remained calm. All that matters is I win against you. Yu Chen slowly came back to his senses. This Fortune Cat King truly caught him off guard. With such strong counters, what would you do if I didn't use Dark World? Qin Shuang raised her smooth chin, her voice cold and clear. No, you'd definitely use it. Because we haven't settled the score with this deck yet. Yu Chen said nothing more. His turn was forcibly ended, and the worst part was Qin Shuang was still using a fast-swarming deck, like Valkyrie. But he wasn't panicking yet, because just in case he had included a card from his Cyber Dragon deck, and luckily it was in his hand right now. Otherwise he might have been caught off guard by Qin Shuang this round. No, more accurately, he would have been tricked by her brother's strengthening move. But Yu Chen had to admit he'd been careless. Still, who could blame him? Who in the world would expect Qin Shuang to bring that card? Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? Wow, Qin Shuang's move is just too targeted. Absolutely brilliant, directly ending the turn. This is a disaster now. No face-down cards, and it's over, isn't it? Arg. If I had that card back then, I wouldn't have ended up so miserable. The one saying this was Zhao Zhiming, recalling a painful memory. In the audience, Qin Tianming wore a faint smile. Game over. Ending the turn without any face-downs against a Valkyrie deck is basically the end of the game. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but click her tongue at the sight. Goodness, your reinforcement move practically cut this guy's main artery. This surprise attack should indeed finish it. Well, it's good to humble him a bit. It'll help him grow into something greater. As expected of the third in the grade, Qin Shuang's strength is still a cut above. Zhu Yu couldn't help sighing at this sight. It was Qin Shuang's turn. My turn, draw a card. Qin Shuang drew a card, her eyes filled with the excitement of impending victory. I activate the quick play spell card, Light of the Divinity, from my hand. Special summon 1 fairy-type monster from your hand. The monster special summoned by this effect has its ATK halved and is destroyed during the end phase. I special summon Valkyrie Sext from my hand. When this card is special summoned, you can special summon 1 Valkyrie monster from your deck except Valkyrie Sext. I choose to special summon Valkyrie Drit. When this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 Valkyrie card from your deck to your hand except Valkyrie Drit. I choose to add Valkyrie Sigrun. Next, I normal summon Valkyrie Viert from my hand. I then activate its effect, which can only be activated during my main phase. Reveal cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of Valkyrie monsters you control other than this card. If there is a normal spell or normal trap card among them, add 1 of them to your hand and send the rest to the graveyard. If there are none, the revealed cards are all returned to the deck. So I can reveal 2 cards. With that, Qin Shuang began to flip through the top 2 cards of her deck. I revealed the spell card, Foolish Burial. So I can add it to my hand and send the other to the graveyard. Then I activate the spell card, Foolish Burial. Send 1 monster from your deck to the graveyard. I choose Valkyrie Erda. Qin Shuang's combo was like a storm, and this momentum was so overwhelming that the students present could almost feel suffocated. Qin Shuang waved her delicate hand and said calmly, next I activate the sequence skill Sanctuary in the Sky. I then activate the effect of Valkyrie Sigrun to destroy the Sanctuary in the Sky, to special summon herself, then activate its effect to special summon Valkyrie Erda. In one turn she filled the monster zone. 5 Valkyries all arrived in an instant. Wow. The students present were hyped up. Oh my god, this special summon is ridiculously overpowered. So ruthless, even more amazing than the time she fought Zishuan. Qin Shuang's gaze sharpened as she looked at You Chen, but she hesitated to act. You Chen, aren't you going to surrender? She seemed unwilling to let You Chen suffer unnecessary damage. You Chen merely chuckled at this. In my dictionary there is no such word as surrender. A strange look flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes, and she wore a faint smile. I admire you. You are a true duelist. Even knowing defeat, you never run away. Meanwhile, Qin Tianming in the audience said indifferently, it's just the last boring dignity of a loser. Qin Shuang pointed her finger. Valkyrie Drit direct attack. Valkyrie Drit rode straight at You Chen, let out a war cry, and slashed down with her sword. Minus 1000 LP. You Chen stepped back, leaving him at 3000 LP. Valkyrie Viert direct attack. At that moment You Chen held a card between 2 fingers and flung it out. Right now, I activate Kite Robot from my hand. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can discard this card from your hand during damage calculation to make the battle damage you take from that battle 0. A kite-shaped machine descended from the sky, blocking the attack of Valkyrie Viert. This card was the life-saving ace that You Chen had taken from his Cyber Dragon deck. What a... Qin Shuang was a bit surprised, finally understanding why You Chen didn't surrender. But she had never seen this card before. You Chen just chuckled. Last time you had Battle Fader, so this time I have a life-saving card. Isn't that fair? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang was first stunned, then she smiled, as if recalling their previous duel. That smile made all the students present freeze for a moment. Did I see that right? The Ice Queen can smile. Oh my, that smile is so beautiful. Because Qin Shuang genuinely felt joy, and if one can smile, who wouldn't like to smile? You're right, but don't forget, I still have 2 monsters on the field. Your struggle is futile. Valkyrie Erda direct attack. Qin Shuang waved her hand and shouted. Valkyrie Erda had already ridden out on her warhorse and slashed her sword at You Chen's body. Even with the protective shield, this slash made You Chen's body tremble. Minus 2000 LP. His life points dropped to the final 1000 LP. Seeing this, Qin Tianming said coldly with a disdainful gaze. Is that all? It's just the futile struggle of a weakling. Wanqing, is this the duelist you've been looking forward to? Coming here today was indeed a waste of time. Lin Wanqing twirled a strand of hair with her delicate fingers and said with a smile, you see, you're getting impatient again. Just watch till the end. Then You Chen raised his eyes, curled the corner of his mouth and laughed. Is that what you think? Qin Shuang, why don't you guess why I chose to block Viert instead of Valkyrie Erda? Qin Shuang's face froze, and she was startled. What do you mean? You Chen slowly straightened up, his eyes narrowing, and his aura surged to another level. That's because I'm activating my sequence skill. When your life points are below 1000, you can activate it immediately. Choose a card from your deck that can be set, and set it on your field. It can be activated on the turn it is set. I choose the trap card, Penalty Gold. At this moment the whole place went into uproar. Even Qin Shuang was stunned, her pupils contracting. What a... How is this possible? Isn't your sequence skill trade-off? Don't tell me you have 2 sequence skills. With these words the crowd erupted in exclamations. You see, having 2 sequence skills was the level of a supreme genius. Even among a million people one might not appear. Once this talent emerged, the 4 great academies would fight over it. The one who was most slapped in the face was Qin Tianming. Seeing this, he immediately stood up with disbelief all over his face. His previous disdain seemed to turn into a slap, viciously hitting his face. Lin Wanqing watched this scene, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, and said with a smile, that's why I always say sometimes you need to observe things carefully, otherwise it's like looking at flowers through a mist, fatal in a duel. Qin Tianming did not respond. He stood before the viewing platform, hands gripping the railing, his knuckles turning white. Before the echoes of a weakling's struggle had faded, You Chen before everyone's eyes unveiled his second sequence skill. The slap came too fast. So fast that he had no room to recover. He was proud, but he was not foolish. He knew better than most students here what a dual sequence meant. That was not an ordinary genius. That was the level where the 4 great academies would directly open negotiations to recruit him. On the high platform, Zhu Yu's list was crumpled with a deep crease from her grip. She stared at Arena No. 6, her face showing complete uncontrolled shock for the first time. What? Is this right? You Chen's sequence skill was clearly trade-off. She had taught You Chen for so long. It was only now that she realized she had never truly understood him from the start. The murmurs in the stands could no longer be suppressed. 2 sequence skills? Did I hear that right? Isn't he a trade-off sequence? A second sequence? Holy crap, even among millions it's rare to have someone with 2 sequences simultaneously. Exclamations erupted from all corners of the stands. Qin Shuang was stunned for a long time, her pupils trembling. The look in her eyes when she gazed at You Chen was completely different from the beginning. Was You Chen still hiding? From the first assessment to today's top 16 duel, he had never once used his second sequence. With such talent, if he had revealed it, the academy would have piled resources before him long ago. But the most terrifying thing was that You Chen had not done so. You Chen. Qin Shuang's voice was lower than before. Your strength is truly unfathomable. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to steady her rhythm. But fortunately this time I am prepared too. I have special summoned 5 monsters on my field. This turn you will not be able to special summon a monster on my field like you did last time. And without special summoning a tutor on my field, your Ragnarok the demonic god cannot be discarded by your opponent's effect, and thus cannot destroy my monsters. You Chen simply smiled after hearing this. You're right, but I don't need to destroy them either. It's enough. Qin Shuang's brows tightened. She did not give Yu Chen another chance to speak. She pointed toward him and declared, Valkyrie Sigrun direct attack. The warhorse stamped its hooves. Valkyrie Sigrun raised her long spear high, a line of golden white light converging at the spear tip aimed straight at Yu Chen's chest. Yu Chen raised his right hand. Now, activate the trap card penalty gold. The face-down card flipped open. Discard 2 cards from your hand. Yu Chen drew 2 cards from his hand, let his fingers loosen, and the cards fell cleanly into the graveyard slot. I choose to discard Dark World Assassin Kaki and Dark World Hunter Blau. The 2 cards entered the graveyard. The next second, black-purple patterns of the Dark World spread along the field beneath Yu Chen's feet. When Dark World Assassin Kaki is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, target 1 monster on the field and activate it. Destroy that monster. Yu Chen raised his eyes, his finger pointing at the charging figure on Qin Shuang's field. I choose your Valkyrie Sigrun. Valkyrie Sigrun's charge was abruptly halted. The warhorse beneath her reared its front hooves, and before the spear could land, a black shadow shattered her on the field. Furthermore, Yu Chen lightly tapped the top of his deck with his finger. When Dark World Hunter Blau is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, activate it. Draw 1 card from your deck. A card slipped into his fingers. With this exchange, the rhythm of the field was forcibly pulled back by Yu Chen. He discarded 2, destroyed one of Qin Shuang's monsters, and replenished a card in hand. The situation that had just been cornered by 5 Valkyries was instantly reversed. Qin Shuang looked at the destroyed Valkyrie Sigrun. She never expected that Yu Chen could withstand the assault of 5 Valkyries, even without any face-down cards. Set 3 cards and end the turn. 3 face-down cards were placed in succession. Then during the end phase, Valkyrie Sext is destroyed and sent to the graveyard by the effect of Photon Lead. As the words fell, the light on Valkyrie Sext quickly dimmed. She let out a soft grunt, her body covered in white cracks, then dissipated into specks of light. On Qin Shuang's field, only Valkyrie Drit, Valkyrie Vierd, and Valkyrie Erda remained. 3 face-down cards in the back row. 1 card remaining in hand. Yu Chen's field was empty. 4 cards in hand. Life points 1,000. Finally my turn, huh? Yu Chen raised his hand, his fingertip pressing on the top of his deck. Draw. The card entered his hand. 5 cards in hand. Yu Chen glanced down at the remaining hand. Although Manakiniko had forcibly ended his turn, he had already drawn the resources he needed. So as long as he survived that turn, it was fine. Yu Chen raised his eyes, his gaze settling on Qin Shuang's 3 face-down cards. What use is so much back row? Do you think I can't destroy them? A flicker passed through the depths of Qin Shuang's eyes, barely noticeable. But her expression remained unchanged. That's easy to say. Should I not set cards then? So stop bluffing over there. The reply was watertight. Yet Yu Chen had already glimpsed a clue from her eyes, though only for an instant. Yu Chen's previous words were a test, because the Valkyrie back row was not to be destroyed lightly. Some of those cards once destroyed would trigger a qualitative change. And Qin Shuang's reaction matched. But if Qin Shuang was the stratosphere of a 1,000-layer cake, then Yu Chen would admire her greatly, though he thought Qin Shuang was at most on the 5th layer. The 1,000-layer cake is truly an essential part of Yu-Gi-Oh! To savor. So Yu Chen directly abandoned Dark World Lightning. Mainly because that card wasn't practical anyway. I activate the spell card Graceful Charity from my hand. Draw 3 cards from the deck, then discard 2. For most decks, Graceful Charity is a high-quality filter. Draw 3. Discard 2. But in the hands of a Dark World deck, this card's meaning is completely different. Yu Chen directly drew 3 cards and placed them in his hand. His gaze swept across them. Without any extra pause, he selected 2 cards and sent them into the graveyard slot. Then with a sweeping gesture, next. Among those sent to the graveyard just now, there was Dark World Snow. Does this scene look familiar? Yu Chen looked up, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Next, activate the effect of Snow the Dark World. Yu Chen's voice overpowered the wind howling across the arena. This card can be activated when it is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect. Add 1 Dark World card from the deck to the hand. A dark purple glow sank into the graveyard slot. The next second, the deck automatically searched, and a card popped out which Yu Chen caught between 2 fingers. Next, I activate the spell card Dark World Dealings from my hand. Both players draw 1 card from their decks. Then each player who drew discards 1 card from their hand. The card flipped open. Dark purple light patterns rose again. This time Qin Shuang did not interrupt. Yu Chen drew a card from the top of his deck, glanced at it, and immediately sent another card from his hand to the graveyard. The card I just discarded is Saralai the Dark World Tutor. As soon as these words fell, Qin Shuang's expression finally changed. She lowered her head, sharply staring at her monster zone. Earlier her field was filled with 5 monsters. Thus she had judged that Yu Chen could not special summon Saralai the Dark World Tutor to her side of the field. But now it was different. Valkyrie Sigrun had been destroyed by Kachi the Dark World Assassin. Valkyrie Sext had been sent to the graveyard due to the side effect of Assembly of the Light Gods. 2 positions in her monster zone had opened up. At this moment Qin Shuang finally understood. You earlier. You Chen calmly took over her words. Yes. I was already making room for it earlier. He raised his hand and pointed. Appear. Saralai the Dark World Tutor is special summoned in defense position on your field. Dark purple light surged from the graveyard slot. A figure draped in a dark robe rose from Yu Chen's graveyard zone, then was forcibly pulled by the field rules to land in Qin Shuang's monster zone. Saralai the Dark World Tutor was special summoned in defense position. Qin Shuang furrowed her brows, her delicate face turning serious. The truly dangerous aspect of the Dark World had arrived. Yu Chen raised his hand, his voice suddenly sharp. This card activates when it is special summoned by the effect of a Dark World card. The opponent selects and discards one card from their hand. He held up a card between his fingers and flipped it open. This time I choose to discard Rain the Dark World Overlord. The card entered the graveyard. A dark purple pillar of light shot up from Yu Chen's graveyard slot. This card can be activated when it is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect. Add one level 5 or higher Dark World monster from the deck to the hand except Rain the Dark World Overlord. If discarded by an opponent's card effect, you can also special summon one level 4 or lower Dark World monster from your deck or graveyard to your or your opponent's field. So I first add a card from my deck, then I special summon another Saralai the Dark World Tutor from the deck to your field. Yu Chen moved swiftly, retrieving from the deck. A high-level Dark World monster was added to his hand. The next moment, a second dark purple light pattern flared up. Qin Shuang's eyes darkened. A second Saralai the Dark World Tutor landed in her monster zone. The pressure on the field had completely reversed in an instant. The voices from the audience were already in chaos. Again, can he keep discarding? This Dark World is endless. Yu Chen did not look at the audience. His focus was entirely on Qin Shuang. Next, because of the effect, I can continue discarding. He flipped another card from his hand. And this time it's Rain the Dark World Fiend. This card activates when it is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by an opponent's card effect. Special summon this card. Yu Chen raised his right hand high. The dark light in the graveyard slot began to coalesce. If Rain the Dark World Fiend successfully appeared, the Valkyrie defense line on Qin Shuang's field would be completely torn apart, collapsing entirely. But at this moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Shuang's lips. Yu Chen, do you really think I didn't study your deck after the first duel? Yu Chen finally frowned slightly. As expected, Qin Shuang came prepared this time. Qin Shuang waved her slender hand. The set card on the back row flipped open. Right now, activate my trap card, Freya's Apple. The moment the card flipped open, a silver-white light burst from Qin Shuang's back row. A clear chime echoed above the duel field. The light wings behind the Valkyries lit up simultaneously, and 3 beams locked onto Yu Chen's graveyard. Target up to that many cards in the opponent's graveyard as the number of Valkyrie monsters you control, banish them. I have 3 Valkyries on my field, so I can banish 3 cards. Qin Shuang raised her hand, pointing at Yu Chen's graveyard. I banish Rain the Dark World Fiend, Rain the Dark World Overlord, and Snow the Dark World Magician from your graveyard. 3 silver-white chains descended from the sky, piercing straight into Yu Chen's graveyard slot. The dark purple pillar of light that had just been about to awaken was forcibly suppressed. Rain the Dark World Fiend was banished. Rain the Dark World Overlord was banished. Snow the Dark World Magician was banished. 3 core resources left the field in one go. The light in the banishment zone lit up on the dual disc. The heavy Dark World aura in the field was cut off by half by this counterattack. The audience was silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder exclamations. Holy! Qin Shuang was really prepared. She was waiting for this move. She even calculated the graveyard resources. That's ruthless. On the high platform, Zhu Yu watched the 3 banished Dark World core cards, her fingers unconsciously tightening on the list. She had thought that Yu Chen's wave was about to turn the tide. But Qin Shuang's Freya's Apple had cut off the most crucial follow-up of the Dark World. This was no longer a normal student-level counter. It was a full countermeasure designed specifically for the opponent's deck, timed precisely at the burst node. On the 3rd level viewing platform, Qin Tianming finally sat back down. His tense jaw relaxed slightly, and the gravity in his eyes diminished a little. His strength is not bad, but under my carefully designed countermeasures it's enough to stifle him. Lin Wanqing's eyes still rested on Yu Chen. Yu Chen stood in the field, his graveyard resources having been banished 3 at once, yet there was little panic on his face. This made the smile at the corner of her lips deepen a little. Qin Tianming noticed her expression and frowned. What are you smiling at? Lin Wanqing gently twirled a strand of hair, her tone slow. I'm smiling because you only see the surface again. Qin Tianming said coldly. 3 core cards banished. Isn't that enough? Lin Wanqing's eyes flickered. Enough. For anyone else it would be over. She did not look away. Qin Tianming narrowed his eyes. Lin Wanqing said softly. But look at him. Does he look like he's about to collapse? Besides, your sister has your help. But this guy, as far as I know, has no one helping him design his deck. From this it's clear he's extraordinary. On the field, Yu Chen looked at the 3 cards glowing in his banishment zone and was silent for half a second. Then he raised his eyes to Qin Shuang. A slow smile spread across his lips. So you did have this card. That's exactly why I didn't activate the destruction effect right away. Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed. She caught the implication in Yu Chen's words. He had long sensed something was wrong with her backfield. Perhaps he had even guessed that one of the set cards was Freya's Apple. Such sharp, dueling instincts were terrifying. This was a decision made only after fully assessing the deck structure, the opponent's psychology, the field positions, and the backfield threats. Qin Shuang steadied her mind, her voice remaining calm. So what? Your most prized combos have all been interrupted. Besides, my monsters now fill all 5 zones on my field. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Not only have I banished your graveyard, but your means to special summon your tutor no longer exists. As she finished speaking, her gaze fell upon her own field. 3 Valkyries. 2 Dark World Tutor Saralai. All 5 monster zones were fully occupied. This time You Chen could no longer force Saralai onto her field, there was no room. The most dreaded combo line of the Dark World had been completely sealed off. At least on the surface that was the case. You Chen lowered his head, glanced at his hand, and smiled. Qin Shuang, your duel this time is indeed far more exciting than the last. He paused, then looked up at her. However, if you think this can halt the Dark World's assault, you're being rather naive. Don't forget, despite all the combos I've performed, I still have 5 cards in hand. Haven't you noticed? Qin Shuang was stunned. Her gaze fell upon the row of cards in Yu Chen's hand. 5. Still 5. Qin Shuang suddenly realized something. Her Valkyrie deck was already adept at maintaining resources. But compared to Yu Chen's Dark World, it still fell short. The most terrifying aspect of this deck was never just its combos. It was its ability to snowball resources. Yu Chen drew a card with 2 fingers and slammed it into the spell trap zone. I activate the spell card Dark World Lightning. Target 1 set card on the field, destroy it, then discard 1 card from your hand. He raised his hand, pointing to the left side of Qin Shuang's backfield. I choose your left card. A flash of dark purple lightning rolled out from behind Dark World Gate, surging toward Qin Shuang's backfield. Qin Shuang wasted no time. With a flick of her hand, her voice dropped sharply. Then I'll chain. Quick play spell Mystical Space Typhoon. I destroy your Dark World Lightning. A cyan-white whirlwind rose from her set card, crashing directly into the dark purple lightning. The 2 cards clashed in midair. The card face of Dark World Lightning shattered instantly. A murmur rippled through the audience. What's happening? Mystical Space Typhoon destroys, but doesn't negate. What's she doing? Is Qin Shuang messing up? Hilarious, so even the 3rd-year ranker makes mistakes. A group of clueless students burst into laughter. But Yu Chen understood clearly. Qin Shuang wasn't trying to negate Dark World Lightning. She was preventing her set card from being destroyed. Dark World Lightning must first destroy the set card before it can discard a card from the hand. As long as the set card was activated first, the subsequent discard would naturally fail to resolve. This was the most awkward part of Dark World Lightning. A dead card. Useless yet hard to part with. But he wasn't losing out. 1 for 1. That's fine. At least. Qin Shuang's Mystical Space Typhoon had been used. His fingers returned to his hand. Next, I activate Dark World Gatekeeper Zena from my hand. You can discard this card to the graveyard. I add 1 Dark World Gate from your deck to your hand. Dark World Gatekeeper Zenta was sent to the graveyard. On the dual disc, a searchlight flickered. A field spell popped out of the deck, caught firmly between Yu Chen's fingers. Then I directly activate the field spell Dark World Gate. The card slammed into the field zone. Within the arena, the dark purple patterns that had just sunk down came alive again. The patterns spread from beneath Yu Chen's feet, crawling across the alloy floor and covering the entire arena. No. 6. In the distant audience, several students from ordinary classes instinctively stepped back, half a step. The massive Dark World Gate rose anew. The black stone gate slowly creaked open, and a low rumble emanated from behind it. Yu Chen didn't stop. He drew another card. Next, I activate the continuous spell Dark World Archives from my hand. The card hit the field. A dark purple hall manifested behind the gate. The hall's silhouette was low, its pillars thick and heavy, its walls engraved with ancient Dark World script. Line by line, the script lit up, weaving into fine patterns of light. Qin Shuang frowned upon seeing this card. She had never seen it before. At least Yu Chen hadn't used it in their previous duel. Now I activate the effect of the field's spell Dark World Gate. Banish 1 Fiend-type monster from my graveyard, discard 1 Fiend-type monster, then draw 1 card. He raised his hand, selecting a card from the graveyard zone. I banish Dark World Gatekeeper Zena from my graveyard. Then I discard a Fiend-type monster from my hand. He held a card between 2 fingers, sent it to the graveyard, and drew a card. What I just discarded is Dark World Dragon God Grapha. When Dark World Dragon God Grapha is discarded from the hand by a card effect, target 1 card on your opponent's field. Destroy that target. I choose your last set card. A massive dragon claw emerged from the gate's crack, its talons gripping the stone edge. Next, I'll chain the effect of Dark World Archives. If a Fiend-type monster with its original type is discarded from the hand by a Dark World card effect or by an opponent's effect, even during the damage step, you can discard 1 card from your hand, then draw 2 cards. Therefore, I can discard 1 card and draw 2 cards. At this moment, Yu Chen raised his hand high with a light laugh. And I'll chain Dark World Gatekeeper Zena's effect. If this card is banished and you control a Dark World card, you can special summon it. So, I can special summon Dark World Gatekeeper Zena. In an instant, Yu Chen completed a triple chain. Dark World Gatekeeper Zena was special summoned successfully. Then he discarded 1 card and drew 2. Finally, Yu Chen raised his hand, pointing at Qin Shuang's last set card. I choose your last set card. This wave of chain combos, discarding 1 card to trigger a triple chain, left everyone in the arena stunned. Qin Shuang's pupils trembled, and she cried out, a triple chain in one go. She looked at her own set card, her expression filled with reluctance. That last set card in her backfield was Mirror Force. If You Chen entered the battle phase and dared to attack, she could destroy all his attack position monsters. It was her final trump card, the source of her confidence that You Chen would have to proceed cautiously. But now that set card was targeted by Grapha before even reaching the battle phase. Boom. A dark purple dragon claw extended from behind the Dark World Gate, pressing down on Qin Shuang's last backfield card. The card face trembled violently. The next second the entire card exploded. A fragment of the card image flashed faintly in the air. You Chen caught the card name and raised an eyebrow. Wow. No wonder they call you a tryhard. How desperate are you to win? You even have Hammond's supreme power. The effect of Dark World Archives began to resolve. You Chen drew a card from his hand and sent it to the graveyard. Then he drew 2 more cards from the top of his deck. The banished Dark World Gatekeeper Zena also returned to the field. Special summon successful. When this chain resolved, the entire arena no. 6 fell silent. Not because no one wanted to speak. It was because the chain had been too fast, too dense with information. Many hadn't even fully processed what had happened. In the audience, Lin Wanqing's finger twirling a strand of hair froze midair. The lazy smile in her eyes had faded, replaced by a glimmer of astonishment. That guy's got something. He can even dodge disruption by self-arranging chains. Qin Tianming didn't respond. Self-arranging chains to dodge disruption. That wasn't a move expected from a beginner academy student. Qin Tianming's earlier condescending attitude had completely vanished. He finally realized. From the very beginning, he had underestimated You Chen. Lin Wanqing tilted her head to glance at him. Seeing him silent for so long, a slight smile curved her lips again. What? Still think this match is a waste of time? Qin Tianming remained silent. After a long moment, he spoke in a low voice. Keep watching. It's not over yet. On the dueling platform, Qin Shuang stared at her empty backfield, momentarily dazed. Just then You Chen's voice rang out again. Not enough yet. Qin Shuang snapped her head up. You Chen tapped his graveyard zone lightly. The card discarded by Dark World Archives earlier was Dark World Hunter Brow, so its effect also activates. If this card is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, draw 1 card. As his words fell, You Chen drew a card from the top of his deck and added it to his hand. In the audience, the students who had barely recovered widened their eyes once more. He's still drawing? Didn't he just draw? Archives draws 2, Brow draws 1 more. When does this resource engine end? You Chen ignored the noise. He drew a card from his hand and slowly revealed it. Next, I activate the spell card Monster Reborn. A green card face lit up in the center of the field. A pale beam of light rose from You Chen's graveyard zone, landing in his monster zone. I target Dark World Sorceress Snow in my graveyard. Special summon it to the field. From the graveyard, a slender figure slowly rose. A dark purple robe draped down silver-white hair, fluttering gently in the arena's airflow. Dark World Sorceress Snow was special summoned successfully. Qin Shuang's gaze lifted, a chill running down her spine. This was already after she had interrupted his combos repeatedly. Yet You Chen's Dark World could still special summon, keep searching, keep drawing, and recycle graveyard resources back to the field. How terrifying was that? Moreover, the real offensive was only starting now. But this move she didn't understand. Qin Shuang frowned slightly. What's the point of special summoning Dark World Sorceress Snow? You Chen looked up with a light smile. The probing in his eyes was gone. Only sharp, almost piercing judgment remained. Simply special summoning is indeed pointless. He raised his right hand, pointing to his graveyard. But what about this? Next, I activate the effect of Dark World Dragon God Grapha in my graveyard. You can return 1 Dark World monster you control other than Dark World Dragon God Grapha to the hand, and special summon this card from the graveyard. I return Dark World Sorceress Snow on my field to my hand. Qin Shuang's breath hitched instantly. The snow that had just been brought out by Monster Reborn transformed into a dark purple light, returning to the space between You Chen's fingers under the field's rules. The next moment, from the depths of the graveyard, a heavy dragon roar pressed out. The darkness behind Dark World Gate surged once more. A massive dragon silhouette slowly rose from the graveyard, its wings spread wide, its violet-red eyes gazing down upon the entire arena. Dark World Dragon God Grapha was special summoned successfully. The entire arena erupted in gasps again. It can still roll back. Just revived snow goes back to hand, and then Grapha takes the field. That's too terrifying. This Dark World can't be killed. Qin Shuang watched the snow return to You Chen's hand, her heart sinking heavily. Again, You Chen didn't stop. He held the newly returned Dark World Sorceress Snow between 2 fingers, his tone still steady. Next, I activate the effect of the continuous spell Dark World Archives. During your main phase, you can discard 1 Dark World monster from your hand. All Dark World monsters you control gain ATK equal to the discarded monster's level 100 until the end of this turn. He released his fingers. Dark World Sorceress Snow fell into the graveyard zone again. I discard the level 4 Dark World Sorceress Snow. Therefore, all Dark World monsters I control gain 400 ATK. Then due to Snow's effect, I can add 1 Dark World card from my deck to my hand. A card popped out of the deck and landed in You Chen's hand. Resources were still rolling. Those who thought You Chen had reached his limit now realized they had been too premature. You Chen looked up at Qin Shuang. I enter the battle phase. With a flick of his hand, he barked, Dark World Gatekeeper Zenta attack the defense position Dark World Tutor, Saralai on your field. Dark World Gatekeeper Zenta, with 700 ATK, stepped forward. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang's Dark World Tutor Saralai was in defense position with only 300 DF. Boom. Dark World Gatekeeper Zenta charged and struck. Dark World Tutor Saralai shattered into dark purple remnants. Qin Shuang couldn't understand why You Chen didn't attack her attack position Dark World Tutor Saralai. But she thought at least she should survive this turn. She still had Valkyrie 3rd, Valkyrie 4th, and Valkyrie Era on the field. Even if You Chen's resources kept rolling as long as he couldn't finish her this turn, she'd have another chance next turn. But as that thought crossed her mind, You Chen looked up at her. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You seem to think you'll still have a next turn. At those words, Qin Shuang's expression drastically changed. Could it be? You Chen pinched a quick play spell card between his fingers. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. That's right. It's already over. He flung the card into the duel disc. I activate the quick play spell card Dark World Puppet from my hand. You can target up to 3 cards in both players' graveyards. I activate this effect. Banish those cards. Then discard 1 fiend-type monster from your hand. The card landed. The darkness behind Dark World Gate suddenly surged outward. Within Qin Shuang's graveyard slot, 3 lingering afterimages were forcibly dragged out, without even a pause, directly swept into the depths beyond the gate. I banish 3 cards from your graveyard. Then from my hand I discard Dark World Hermit Pearl. You Chen flipped his fingers, sending the second card into the graveyard slot. Next, when Dark World Hermit Pearl is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, you can target 1 Dark World monster in your graveyard except Dark World Hermit Pearl. Activate this effect. Special summon that monster to either player's field. He lifted his eyes. His gaze landed on Qin Shuang's already pale face. I choose Dark World Mentor Charuli from my graveyard. Special summon it to your field in attack position. You Chen waved his hand lightly. From the graveyard, black-purple light surged once more. That mentor draped in a dark robe rose again from the black light. The next second it was pulled by the rules and landed on Qin Shuang's monster zone. Qin Shuang's pupils constricted. It's again. You Chen finished her sentence. Didn't expect that. It's back again. Dark World Mentor Charuli stood quietly on Qin Shuang's field. The wide hood hid its face, only revealing a pale chin. It did not attack, nor did it make any unnecessary moves. But the moment it landed, Qin Shuang's back tensed. She knew too well what this monster meant. As long as Charuli stood on her field, the subsequent discard would be judged as an opponent's effect. And the most vicious effects of the Dark World were all hidden behind this judgment. You Chen quickly raised his hand. Next, due to the effect of Dark World Mentor Charuli. This time I choose to discard from my hand. Dark World War God Gold. His voice dropped. Even without the Dark World Demon God Rain, you still cannot block my assault. The card was sent to the graveyard. A black-purple light surged from Yu Chen's graveyard slot. When Dark World War God Gold is discarded from the hand to the graveyard by a card effect, activate this effect. Special summon this card. If discarded by an opponent's effect, you can target up to 2 cards on the opponent's field. Destroy those cards. Yu Chen let out a roar, raising his right hand high. Appear. Dark World War God Gold. Boom. The ground of duel field No. 6 shook violently. A towering figure stepped out from the black-purple pillar of light. Thick war armor covered its entire body with ancient Dark World patterns engraved on the shoulder guards. Its right hand dragged a heavy battle axe. The axe blade scraped across the alloy surface, leaving a scorched mark. Dark World War God Gold is successfully special summoned. The air on the field grew completely heavy. In Qin Shuang's monster zone, Valkyrie 3rd, Valkyrie 4th, and Valkyrie Era were all locked by black-purple light pillars. Yu Chen's hair was lifted by the field energy. For the first time, such a clear battle intent shone in his eyes. His voice was low. Every word fell with immense weight. I choose to destroy your fields. Valkyrie 4th and Valkyrie Era. Qin Shuang's expression completely changed. If these 2 monsters were destroyed, her last line of defense would collapse entirely. Gold raised its battle axe abruptly. 2 black-purple axe light slashes cut across the field. Valkyrie Era and Valkyrie 4th were engulfed by the axe light, their bodies instantly dissolving into countless particles of light. On Qin Shuang's field, only Valkyrie 3rd and the 2 Dark World Mentor Charuli belonging to Yu Chen remained. On Yu Chen's field stood Dark World Dragon God Grapha, Dark World Gatekeeper Zena, and Dark World War God Gold. As Valkyrie Era was destroyed and sent to the graveyard, its suppression effect faded. All monsters on Yu Chen's field regained their full combat power. Dark World Dragon God Grapha has 2,700 ATK, boosted by Dark World Gate and Dark World Library to 3,400 ATK. Dark World War God Gold has 2,300 ATK. Gold entered the field later, so it did not receive the previous ATK boost from Library. Now, the battle continues. Dark World Dragon God Grapha. Attack Valkyrie 3rd on your field. Abyssal Dragon Wave. Dark World Dragon God Grapha slowly raised its head. Crimson-purple light gathered in its mouth. A dark black beam surged forth. Valkyrie 3rd was completely engulfed. Battle damage exploded. Minus 2,300 LP. Qin Shuang's delicate body trembled, swaying slightly. Yu Chen did not stop. He pointed to Dark World Mentor Chiruli on Qin Shuang's field. Dark World War God Gold. Attack Dark World Mentor Chiruli. Dark slash. Gold dragged its battle axe forward. The ground cracked open as the axe blade rose high and struck down fiercely. Dark World Mentor Chiruli shattered on the spot. Minus 2,200 LP. Qin Shuang screamed, her body, trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her life points hit 0. The duel field shook violently in that moment. All projection lights froze simultaneously. Then the holographic screen above field no. 6 displayed the final result. Winner You Chen. Wow. You Chen actually won like this. Fellow viewers, who would have thought? Giving away a turn and still winning. Truly insane. The atmosphere in the entire venue reached its peak, igniting the passion of the crowd. Qin Shuang stood at the other end of the duel platform, staring blankly at her life points that had fallen to 0. The wind swept past her ear, lifting a few stray strands of hair. She did not speak, nor did she immediately retract her duel disc. After a long moment, she slowly raised her head to look at You Chen across from her. This time there was no resentment in her eyes, only a silence born from being utterly defeated. You Chen put away his duel disc. The golden patterns on his wrist slowly faded. He looked at Qin Shuang, his tone still calm. That round. Well played. Qin Shuang stared at him for 2 seconds. Then she let out a soft sigh. Next time, I'll win. You Chen smiled. All right. I'll be waiting. The audience was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then the sound wave exploded completely. Zhu Yu stood at the main examiner's seat, the list in her hand, already crumpled from her grip. She stared at the young man packing up his dual disc in the center of field no. 6 and unable to speak for a long time. On the third-level spectator stand, Lin Wanqing finally swallowed that mouthful of tea. She set down her teacup, the smile in her eyes re-emerging. But this time that smile was far more serious than before. Qin Tianming. Your sister didn't lose unjustly. This guy is really strong. This time Qin Tianming did not retort. He stared intently at the figure below. After a long time he spoke in a low voice. This You Chen. I need to investigate him again. At that moment You Chen paused his steps and turned to look at Qin Shuang not far away. Qin Shuang's delicate body trembled, a bad premonition creeping in. Could he be about to? As You Chen stepped off the duel platform, his pace paused for a moment. He turned around to look at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang stood still, her back facing him. The duel field had been dismissed, and the lights and shadows on the arena gradually faded away, leaving only her standing alone on the empty alloy platform. Qin Shuang's shoulders were tense, the after-effects of the duel still not fully subsided. Her fingertips pressed into her palms, her lips lightly bitten, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Of course she remembered that agreement. She also knew what You Chen would most likely say next. Obviously, like other men, he desired her body. Why else would he make such a bet? At the thought, the tips of Qin Shuang's ears grew warmer, her eyes filled with a mix of shame and indignation, yet she couldn't utter a single word. Then she heard You Chen speak. Actually, if you truly believe in your deck, you shouldn't add flashy mismatch cards. Hearing this, Qin Shuang's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and she froze for a moment. You Chen stood behind her, his voice not loud, and his tone no longer carried the oppressive intensity from the duel. It seemed effective against me, but it was also the beginning of your doubt in your deck. It's not that you can't modify the deck, but the premise of modification is to center around the core of your deck. Adding completely unrelated things may work well in this duel, but it will affect the bond. Qin Shuang's shoulders trembled slightly. She slowly raised her eyes. Valkyrie. That was the deck her mother had left her. From the first time she held the deck box, she had always believed that the deck would respond to her. But in today's battle to defeat You Chen, she had slipped in things that didn't belong to the Valkyrie deck. Qin Shuang lowered her eyes. So that was the problem. She had always thought she was getting stronger, but she almost forgot why she had chosen this deck in the first place. She turned around. That face, usually cold, now had less distance. You Chen. She bit her lip, nearly having wronged You Chen, judging a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. She truly felt guilty. Then she replied in a soft voice, "Thank you." You Chen glanced at her, then shook his head. He reached over, picked up the still-on microphone nearby, and moved it half an inch aside. Then he leaned in, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. "No need to thank me. Remember our agreement. Just wash up and wait for me." Qin Shuang. The gratitude on her face froze in place. "And you thought we hadn't decided the winner? Actually, you already lost last time. My Dark World's Demon God King can revive from the graveyard. Did you really think you still had a chance to draw the next card? Last time I let you off, but this time will you still run? No way, you're not going to be a sore loser, are you?" You Chen finished with a laugh and turned to leave. Showing off and running away, what a thrill. Of course he knew Qin Shuang would most likely not honor the agreement. He just wanted to see what expression that icy face would reveal after being fainted in front of everyone. He had never saved a smoked duck. Nor had he saved a fox. Teasing the Ice Queen a little shouldn't be too much, right? Qin Shuang stood still, realizing that she had already lost last time. She had naively thought that the duel was undecided, a perfect tie. All her assumptions were just that, her assumptions. She had no idea the gap was so vast. Watching his retreating figure, she slowly clenched her small fists. After 2 seconds she relaxed them. The feeling of frustration lingered, but deep in her heart, she felt a slight, inexplicable lightness. She lowered her head, and suddenly let out a laugh. Even she was a bit surprised. But still, thank you. I've finally found my original intention. In the audience, many students hadn't yet recovered from the duel. On the side of the preparation area, Ning Wuxuang leaned against the railing, her long purple-black hair falling behind her shoulders, her peach-red eyes watching the direction You Chen had left. You Chen's strength is indeed impressive, Ning Wuxuang said with a soft smile. No wonder Black Wolf was no match for him. Things are getting more and more interesting. You Chen. Her voice was soft, quickly drowned out by the noise of the stands. You Chen returned to his preparation area. He got a cup of cola from the vending machine and added a few ice cubes. The ice clinked against the cup, producing a clear sound. He took a sip. The bubbles rushed up and the cold pressed all the way down his throat. Happy water for the couch potato. The most valuable part is always the first sip. On the big screen, the results of the first round of duels refreshed one by one. Eastern Group, Chu Lingfeng vs. Wang Quan. Chu Lingfeng won. Southern Group, You Chen vs. Qin Shuang. You Chen won. Western Group, Jiang Han vs. He Zishuan. Jiang Han won. Northern Group, Su Ying vs. Su Pengfei. Su Ying won. Then the second round matchups appeared. Eastern Group, Yin Mutian vs. Tongya. Southern Group, Ning Wuxuang vs. Lei Ji. Western Group, Chen Tianhai vs. Su Jian. Northern Group, Shi Xiong vs. Tang Ninger. Yu Chen's gaze stopped at the last line. Tang Ninger. Next match, it's her turn. Just then a faint scent drifted from beside him. Qin Shuang sat down next to Yu Chen. She had already regained her usual cold expression. She looked up at the big screen, speaking in a flat tone. Your childhood friend is up. Yu Chen took a sip of cola. Qin Shuang turned her head and glanced at him. She has changed a lot recently. Did you give her advice? Yu Chen swirled his cup, the ice lightly clinking inside. Gave a little. But she was never weak. She has talent too. He looked at Tang Ninger's name on the big screen, his tone turning more serious. It's just that her mentality was lacking. Everyone who fought their way up from the ordinary class has been pushed to the edge. She was too afraid of losing, of dragging others down, of not being good enough. Once she steps onto the duel field with that mindset, no matter how good her hand is, she'll already be half defeated. Qin Shuang didn't interrupt. Yu Chen continued. So I told her to change her hairstyle, and she even got it permed and dyed. Qin Shuang's eyes flickered. Just that, eh? Just that. Yu Chen shrugged and smiled. The hairstyle itself has no special effect. But sometimes people need a switch. When she sees herself changed in the mirror, she'll subconsciously feel that she can be different from the past. That's psychological suggestion. Qin Shuang was stunned. She looked at Yu Chen, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. You know this too? Yu Chen turned his head to look at her. A little. Qin Shuang was silent for a moment. Then lifting her chin, she said softly, then give me a suggestion too. Yu Chen blinked. Are you sure? Qin Shuang looked at the big screen, her voice lowering a bit. She really did want to change. She had been cold for too long. So long that she herself had almost forgotten that she used to smile. Yu Chen put down his cola and sat up a little straighter. All right. His tone suddenly became serious. Relax. Qin Shuang closed her eyes, her shoulders gradually loosening. Yu Chen raised his hand and gently waved it in front of her. Your idol is Yu Chen. Yu Chen. Yu Chen. Chen. Mari Mari Hong. Qin Shuang listened, her face darkening with exasperation. Clenching her small fist, she couldn't help but roar, get lost. Yu Chen chuckled, seemingly joking, but in fact his goal had been achieved. Yu Chen looked up at the big screen. The match has started. Qin Shuang also raised her eyes. In the screen, the Northern Group duel field had lit up. This was the first time Yu Chen saw Tang Ninger's complete duel after her change. So he was looking forward to it. On the duel field, Shi Xiong was already standing on the left side. He was tall with broad shoulders, his school uniform sleeves stretched tight, a dark brown dual disc strapped to his left arm, emitting a heavy earthy yellow light. Someone in the stands called out his name. Tang Ninger stood on the other side. The hem of her school uniform skirt was lifted slightly by the wind. She pressed her deck box, took a deep breath. Her gaze gradually changed. Shi Xiong looked at Tang Ninger before him, his honest face flushing red. He scratched the back of his head and said, I know you from ordinary class 3 Tang Ning. We both fought our way up from the ordinary classes. I don't like to bully girls. But in this match I won't hold back. However, since you are bound to lose, I allow you to surrender to avoid physical pain. Mom said that being gentle with girls is the way to win their favor. Shi Xiong was obviously a simpleton. And Yu Chen had clearly noticed that this guy had a crush on Tang Ning. Thanks, but I won't lose to you. I still have a goal I must defeat waiting for me. Tang Ninger's eyes grew serious. Duel. Shi Xiong raised his hand at the same time. Tang Ninger LP 4000, Shi Xiong LP 4000. On the big screen the coin pattern began to spin. The coin landed. Heads. Tang Ninger went first. She drew 5 cards. She looked down at them for a moment. Then she began to think seriously. Not everyone was Yu Chen. Unable to play cards instantly, Tang Ninger was even more cautious in her approach to dueling, so she stared at her hand. She spent nearly 2 minutes thinking. Fortunately, Shi Xiong, who had a crush on Tang Ninger, did not urge her. Instead, he stared blankly at her adorable face. Finally, her voice echoed through the entire square via the broadcast. My turn. I normal summoned from my hand. She held the first card between her fingertips and firmly slapped it onto the duel disc. Berry Magician Girl. She held a card between 2 fingers, revealed it, and let out a delicate shout. Then a small figure flew out in a flash of light. A little fairy with a baby bottle in its mouth. Berry Magician Girl, Artich level 1 spellcaster ATK, 400 DF, 400, so cute. Shi Xiong's eyes overflowed with hearts at the sight. Tang Ninger then shouted delicately. When this card is normal summoned, you can activate this effect, add one Magician Girl monster from your deck to your hand. Tang Ninger then selected a card from her deck and added it to her hand. Set 2 cards and my turn. The unremarkable field did not stir much interest. Tang Ninger's eyes sparkled as she looked toward the standby area and murmured softly, Brother You Chen, just wait and see. During the days you were in the special class, I studied hard too. And I followed all your advice on the cards to add. This time I will show you my full bloom. I want you to know that I can keep up with you. Shixiong looked at the field and laughed. Is this all you've got? Such an unremarkable field. Tang Ninger. My turn, draw. This duel will be over soon, I believe. Tang Ninger heard this, and a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Shixiong held a card between 2 fingers and revealed it directly. I activate the spell card Lawn Mowing Next Door. You can activate this card if your deck has more cards than your opponent's. Send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard until the number of cards in your deck becomes equal to your opponent's. I have a 60-card deck, which is 20 cards more than yours, so I can send 20 cards from the top of my deck to the graveyard. As Shixiong finished speaking, a wave of milling to the graveyard. Shwa shwa shwa. Everyone present was stunned. This method of milling was simply too brutal. You Chen glanced from the standby area. He didn't know what deck it was yet, but this lawn mowing card was really good. After the wave of milling, Shixiong's combo instantly exploded. Next, I activate the effect of Reborn Stone Golem in the graveyard. When this card is sent from the deck to the graveyard, you can activate one of the following effects. Special summon this card. Add this card to your hand. I choose to special summon it in defense position. As he spoke, a strange stone golem returned from the graveyard to the field. Reborn Stone Golem, ARTH level 4 rock, ATK 100 DF, 2100. How about that? 2100 DF, an easy special summon. This is the wall of my deck. Shixiong couldn't help saying. At that moment, a guy couldn't help shouting, hey man. Is there a monster called Wall in Yu-Gi-Oh? Shixiong then raised his hand high and roared, of course there's more. Next, I activate the effect of Rock Sentry in the graveyard. If this card is in the graveyard, and you control only rock monsters, you can activate this effect, special summon this card. Rock Sentry, ERTH level 3 rock, ATK 1300 DF, 2000. Then I also activate the effect of Block Dragon from my hand. This card cannot be normal summoned. You can special summon it from your hand or graveyard by banishing 3 earth monsters from your hand or graveyard. I choose to banish 3 earth monsters from my graveyard. Special summon Block Dragon. Block Dragon, ERTH level 8 rock, ATK 2500 DF, 3000. You Chen's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. This is not right. This is the strength of an ordinary class. This is clearly at the level of the special class. Qin Shuang also frowned, not understanding the situation. Such strength should not be in an ordinary class. This guy has a dark aura. He has clearly become abnormal recently. A voice came at that moment. Yu Chen turned his head and saw Ning Wushuang sitting beside him. He was now sandwiched between Qin Shuang and Ning Wushuang. What? You're not dueling. Yu Chen was clearly taken aback. Duel A. It's already over. Ning Wushuang blinked her eyes and said with a smile. Yu Chen then realized something was off. So fast. That Lei Ji was not weak. Was he already defeated so quickly? How did you know that guy had a dark aura just now? Yu Chen was more concerned about this. Ning Wushuang said with a smile. I have the Holy Light Heart, which can sense dark aura. Holy Light Heart. Yu Chen frowned. Is there such a thing? You don't believe me? Then touch it. Ning Wushuang puffed out her chest and said with a smile. Yu Chen blinked and instinctively looked, then coughed and said, touch where? Where do you want to touch? Ning Wushuang leaned in and whispered softly into Yu Chen's ear, her breath like orchid. Before Yu Chen could say anything, Qin Shuang's cold voice came. If you're not watching the duel, please leave. Don't act coquettishly here, you slut. Yu Chen was speechless. Can't she wait until he checks whether it's really the Holy Light Heart before speaking? Not for any other reason, just to confirm. Because he had previously suspected that Ning Wushuang might be one of the dark duelists since she transferred in at the same time as Zhang Han. But now it seemed completely inconsistent. Of course, Ning Wushuang's suspicion was not cleared, unless Yu Chen verified it. Hearing this, Ning Wushuang smiled even more amusedly and looked at Qin Shuang. Ever since the transfer, you've seemed to hold a grudge against me. I wonder where this hostility comes from. But don't worry, your duel with me is coming up soon. Qin Shuang lifted her eyes and said coldly, I couldn't ask for more. Shixiong now had 4 cards in his hand. 3 monsters were already on the field. This wave of summoning visibly stunned the students watching. When did Shixiong become so strong? This doesn't seem right. Good grief. However, Shixiong's summoning was far from over. Activate the continuous spell card Moon Cutting Blade. Then I tribute the Reincarnation Stone Man and Rock Patrol Soldier on my field to tribute summon the Guardian of the Royal Family Sphinx. Guardian of the Royal Family Sphinx, Earth Attribute level 8 Rock Type, ATK 2300 DF 3000. Tang Ninger felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Frowning, she wondered in confusion. The Shixiong from before had never possessed such terrifying strength. When had he become so powerful? Then I activate this effect during my main phase. This card can be changed to face down defense position. Shixiong grinned with a simple smile and swung his hand broadly. The Guardian of the Royal Family Sphinx on the field flipped face down. Defense position. Tang Ninger was taken aback. You don't understand, do you? Trigger the effect of the continuous spell card Moon Cutting Blade. When a rock-type monster on my field changes its battle position, I can destroy one spell trap card on your field. This effect can only be used once per turn. I choose the face-down card on your left. Don't be afraid, this duel will end soon. Shi Xiong said with a smile. Tang Ninger felt increasingly disgusted. Was this guy somewhat perverted? Stop talking, your smile truly makes me sick. Tang Ninger was usually easygoing, but now she genuinely sensed a nearly perverted greedy gaze. These words petrified Shi Xiong on the spot. His expression twisted violently, dark aura gradually rising, devouring his eyes with dark lines spreading across his face. No, cancel the duel immediately. Zhu Yu saw the problem instantly and shouted. The entire student body gasped in shock. The dual security personnel outside the school rushed forward. However, in an instant, a dark energy barrier expanded outward, enveloping Shi Xiong and Tang Ninger. Tang Ninger's delicate body trembled, her pupils quaking as she looked around, feeling tense. What was happening? Could this be the legendary dark duel? Little Ninger, I really like you. Ever since you enrolled, your lovely smile has always encouraged me. Every time I see your adorable smile from the corner, I feel content. They all call me a stupid pig, they all look down on me. But you didn't. You even told me dueling is for happiness. You said I would surely succeed. Now I want to prove that. But why? Why? Shi Xiong kept murmuring with his head lowered. As he spoke, he gradually lifted his head, his eyes already twisted into black orbs, his face contorting. Why do you also call me perverted? Why do you have to say that too? You must have misunderstood me. It's fine, Once I win this dark duel, you'll be mine. Then I'll take you forcefully. When you completely belong to me, you'll understand my love for you. I love you, little Ninger. I adore you the most. You can only belong to me. As Shi Xiong spoke, his gaze involuntarily wandered over Tang Ninger's figure. Drool began to drip and his smile twisted grotesquely, stretching to his ears. Now Tang Ninger was truly panicked. She had little dueling experience, and now she faced a dark duel against a pervert. If she lost, would she be subjected to that? The consequence was more terrifying than death. At that moment, her mental pressure reached its peak. Outside, chaos erupted. Zhu Yu had already notified the principal. Principal Yun, faced with the dark duel, was momentarily at a loss. In the preparation area, You Chen stood up immediately, his expression serious as he stared ahead. Could Shi Xiong be the other dark duelist? Ninger. You Chen's face darkened. Without a second thought, he left the preparation area. You Chen, Qin Shuang quickly followed. Ning Wushuang remained in place, his expression grim. Idiot. Who the hell told you to use dark power on campus? A hard-earned hidden identity ruined by a damned pervert. Ninger, the more critical the moment, the more you must not panic. You Chen's voice pierced through at that moment. Tang Ninger was surprised. Although she couldn't hear any other sounds, she could clearly hear You Chen's voice. Brother You Chen. Shi Xiong raised his gloomy eyes, slightly startled. What's going on? Why didn't the barrier block his voice? But it doesn't matter. Do you think an ordinary class duelist can defeat me, who has already obtained dark power? Little Ninger, don't be afraid. The more scared you are, the more I like it. Hee hee ha ha. Shi Xiong's gaze grew more twisted, his eyes stretching upward. Tang Ninger took a deep breath, her pretty face turning solemn. Together. Brother You Chen is right. The more critical the moment, the more I must keep my cool. When you destroy my card, I simultaneously activate my face-down card. Activate the trap card, Gathering of the Clan. Target one face-up monster on the field to activate. Special summon one monster from your hand or GY that has a different original name, but the same original type as that target. I target my Berry Magician Girl on the field, then special summon Apple Magician Girl from my hand. Apple Magician Girl, Fire Attribute, Level 3 Spellcaster Type, ATK, 1200 DF, 800. Additionally, if this set card in the spell trap zone is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, I can set one Gathering of the Clan from my deck in my spell trap zone. Tang Ninger then set another card from her deck onto the field. Shi Xiong didn't care at all. He held a card between two fingers. Next, I activate the field spell card, Rock Throwing Zone, from my hand. Furthermore, I special summon Earth Giant from my hand. This card can be special summoned by banishing two rock-type monsters from my GY. Appear, Earth Giant. Soon, very soon, I will be united with little Ninger. Hee hee ha ha. Hearing these obscene words, Tang Ninger felt immense psychological pressure. In that explosive moment, Shi Xiong exhausted all his hand cards. Three colossal monsters now dominated the field, exerting overwhelming pressure. Now enter the battle phase. I'm coming. Earth Giant attacks Berry Magical Girl. Shi Xiong grinned, pointing his finger. The field was already completely suppressed. Seeing this, Tang Ninger swiftly waved her delicate hand and cried out, activate the effect of Berry Magical Girl. Once per turn, when this card becomes the target of an opponent's effect or is selected as an attack target by an opponent's monster, it can be activated. Change this card's battle position and special summon one Magical Girl monster other than Berry Magical Girl from your deck. I will special summon Apple Magical Girl from my deck. Instantly, two Apple Magical Girls appeared on the field. Shi Xiong was stunned. The battle had now turned back. He then shifted his attack target to the attack position, Apple Magical Girl. Little Ning, no wonder you're from the ordinary class. You special summon a monster in attack position. Hee, not right. I get it, you must like me too. But girls are too shy to say it, so you throw yourself into my arms this way. I understand soon I'll make you taste my desperate love. Earth Giant attacks Apple Magical Girl. Xiong was utterly unperturbed by her face-down cards, for his field was invincible. As long as Block Dragon remains on the field, rock-type monsters on your side cannot be destroyed by card effects. The field spell card Boulder Zone compensates for the weakness of battle destruction. While this card is in the field zone, if your monster is destroyed by battle, you can send one rock-type monster from your deck to the graveyard instead. This effect can only be used once per turn. Thus, this combination was nearly invincible in the ordinary class. Xiong's eyes grew more excited. He grinned and wagged his tongue wildly. Earth Giant roared, charging forward and throwing a punch. The ATK and def of the opponent's monster battling this card become halved during damage calculation only. So your Apple Magical Girl's ATK drops to 600. Xiong added as Earth Giant shattered Apple Magical Girl with a single punch. Minus 2,200 LP. Tang Ninger screamed, her pretty face pale. Her life points plummeted to 1,800. Summoning 2 Apple Magical Girls. I thought you had some trap waiting, but instead it's a misplay. And in attack position. Little Ning, you want to moan in my arms too, right? Go. Block Dragon attacks the opponent's Apple Magical Girl. Block Dragon's body flew forward, crashing down upon Apple Magical Girl. Tang Ninger struggled to her feet, raised her eyes full of disgust, and said calmly, Brother You Chen once said, at the right moment you must guide your opponent, or else they will never know how foolish they are. Now this statement is absolutely correct. Activate the effect of Apple Magical Girl. Once per turn, when this card is selected as an attack target, it can be activated. Special summon one spellcaster type monster of level 5 or lower from your hand. Then the attack target is transferred to that monster, and the attacking monster's ATK becomes half. I will special summon Kiwifruit Magical Girl from my hand. Appear, Tamashi. Tang Ninger raised her delicate hand and cried out. A green silhouette descended slowly from the sky. Kiwifruit Magical Girl, win level 5 spellcaster ATK 1800 DF 1200. So your Block Dragon's ATK is reduced to 1250. Hearing this, Xiong laughed dismissively. Is that all? As expected from the ordinary class. Getting all worked up now. Did you really think I hadn't considered your magical girls? My field spell Boulder Zone can prevent one instance of battle destruction, so you can't take out my Block Dragon that way. I just thought you didn't activate it the first time because you had nothing, but it turns out you did. So what? Tang Ninger took a deep breath and looked at her face-down card. It's up to you. Will Brother You Chen's strategy reveal its divine power now, eh? Can you deal with this card? Open the trap. Activate trap card high and low. When a monster on your field is selected as an attack target, it can be activated up to 3 times. Send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. If it's a monster, the attacked monster gains ATK equal to that monster's ATK. Xiong was stunned for a moment, then burst into pig-like laughter. Little Ninger, you're a genius. This is absolutely gilding the lily. Your Kiwifruit Magical Girl already has higher ATK than my Block Dragon. Using this card is suicide. This card has a negative effect. If after the boost the attacked monster's ATK is greater than the attacking monster's, that monster is destroyed. Hilarious. The ordinary class really is a joke. Tang Ninger narrowed her eyes and said, Is that really so? First card. Tang Ninger explained nothing and activated it directly. The first card sent to the graveyard was Chocolate Magical Girl. 1600 ATK. Kiwifruit Magical Girl's ATK soared to 3,400. Xiong was stunned, filled with shock. Why isn't it destroyed? Tang Ninger finally said calmly. That's because of Kiwifruit Magical Girl's effect. While this card is on the field, spellcaster type monsters on your side cannot be destroyed by effects and cannot become targets of your opponent's effects. Xiong's eyes widened and he cried out, What? Tang Ninger waved her hand again and cried, Second card. Grant me power. Magical Girls. Lemon Magical Girl. 800 ATK. Kiwifruit Magical Girl's ATK soared to 4,200. The last card. Tang Ninger raised her hand and cried out. Dark Magical Girl. 2,000 ATK. Kiwifruit Magical Girl's ATK now soared to 6,200. No. Impossible. Xiong panicked and stumbled backward. Tang Ninger slowly opened her eyes, revealing heterochromatic pupils, and said, Indeed, if you don't guide your opponent, they will never know how foolish they are. At the start, I special summoned 2 Apple Magical Girls because I needed to ensure one would deplete your Earth Giant. And I put them in attack position to lure you into attacking the Apple Magical Girl. If all 3 were in defense position and your Earth Giant took out one and attacked Berry Magical Girl with the other, I wouldn't have achieved my goal. As for the 2 attack position Apple Magical Girls, I didn't activate the effect on the first one. First to lull you, and second because even if activated it would be affected by Earth Giant's effect. So now do you realize how foolish you are? Xiong could barely stand. He stared at the 6,200 ATK Kiwifruit Magician Girl on the field, instinctively stumbling back 2 steps, his face full of horror. The next second, Kiwifruit Magician Girl raised her hand. Her slender palm pressed down gently in the air. Block Dragon's massive body abruptly halted, its chest made of blocks pierced by a magical light pattern. The entire monster was sent flying backward, crashing violently back onto Xiong's field. Even though Stone Throwing Zone protected Block Dragon, the damage would not disappear. The penetrating magic power poured entirely onto Shi Xiong's body, exploding with a deafening sound. Minus 4,950 LP. Shi Xiong, LP, 4,000. Wow. Shi Xiong let out a long cry, staggering backward several steps, his knees giving way as he knelt directly on the duel platform. The mist in the dark domain instantly surged. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with hollow bewilderment. How could I lose to a student from an ordinary class? Why, after obtaining the power of darkness, had he still lost? As these words fell, his expression twisted. It was not anger. It was utterly shattered pride. Darkness crawled up from his feet, winding around his legs and climbing to his chest. Shi Xiong opened his mouth as if to say something, but his voice was swallowed by the darkness. The next moment his body collapsed within the darkness. A card fluttered down slowly from the air. Tang Ninger stood still, her fingers still hooked on the edge of her dual disc. Only when the card landed before her did she snap back to reality. She stepped forward and picked up both the deck Shi Xiong had left behind and the Dark Duelist card. The dark domain dissipated. The previously noisy arena fell silent instantly. In the stands, everyone stared at the northern group's duel field. No one spoke at first. A student from an ordinary class. A student who had fought her way through the selection rounds. She had actually won a dark duel. And she had won decisively. After a brief silence, the audience erupted. Oh my god. What's going on? I thought Tang Ninger was done for. An ordinary class student beating a dark duelist. That's too absurd. Her combo with the magician girl was truly beautiful. It's a miracle. On the high platform, Zhu Yu loosened her grip on the list. She stared at Tang Ninger for a long moment before finally exhaling slowly. In that moment, just now, she had truly believed Tang Ninger wouldn't make it. A dark duel was no ordinary test. The pressure alone was enough to make many first-time students unable to play their cards steadily. But Tang Ninger held on. Not only did she hold on, she even counterattacked. At the edge of the preparation area, You Chen and Qin Shuang had been waiting for a while. After the darkness dispersed, You Chen looked up at the field, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Brother You Chen. The moment Tang Ninger saw him, she could no longer hold back. Clutching her card box, she dashed over and threw herself directly into You Chen's arms. You Chen's body stiffened slightly. He looked down at her. Tang Ninger's hands were still trembling, her breathing was erratic, and the color had not yet returned to her face. She was clearly terrified. In the past, she would never have rushed over so directly. You Chen raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder. It's over. As long as you're okay. After saying this, he steadied Tang Ninger. Only then did she realize what she had done, and the tips of her ears turned red. She lowered her head and hastily handed over the deck in her hand. This is Shi Xiong's deck. And his person also turned into a card. Brother You Chen, they're all for you. She paused and hugged her own card box a little tighter. Thank you for your dark magician girl. You Chen took Shi Xiong's deck, his expression unchanged. No need to thank me. I don't need it for now anyway. And it suits your deck, so I'm lending it to you. He said, then lowered his head to flip through the cards Shi Xiong left behind. The deck quality wasn't bad, but it lacked the oppressive feel of Hei Lang. Shi Xiong's card showed only 1 star. Among dark duelists, there were also level gaps. The previous Hei Lang was 4 stars. The difference between 1 star and 4 stars was far more than 1 tier. If this was all, Shi Xiong was clearly not on the same level as Jiang Han. He seemed more like a primary individual temporarily transformed after being corrupted by dark power. Yu Chen's finger paused on Shi Xiong's card. His gaze gradually darkened. This was the most troublesome part. Clearly dark duelists had begun to infiltrate the academy. They had sneaked into the official competition roster. And it was likely that other academies were not clean either. The trouble was just beginning. Seeing his expression, Tang Ninger lowered her voice. Brother You Chen. Yu Chen put away the deck and shook his head. It's nothing. You should rest first. The following matches aren't over yet. Tang Ninger nodded and walked toward the rest area holding her card box. After a few steps, she turned back to look at Yu Chen. The tension was still in her eyes. But there was something else now. Much steadier than before. Brother You Chen, thank you. Ninger wants to always be by your side, and you must be by Ninger's side. These words were just her murmurs, unheard by Yu Chen. Principal Yin quickly stepped forward to take charge. The dark duel had just ended and the academy could not allow panic to spread further. The patrol team was reinforced. The medical team rechecked the protective fields of each duel arena. Yun Mutian stood at the center of the main stage, his voice suppressing the noise through the broadcast. The academy has taken over the recent incident. All participants must remain in their designated areas and not leave without permission. The competition continues. With a few simple words, he directly stabilized the situation. The unease in the stands had not completely dissipated, but the lights on the duel fields had already lit up again. For these students, the impact of that dark duel was too great. Yet the more so, the heat of the competition only increased. As long as life continues, the duel never ends. This saying was no joke in this world. The results of the second round were quickly refreshed. Eastern Group. Yun Mutian vs. Tong Yi. Yun Mutian wins. Southern Group. Ning Wushuang vs. Lei Ji. Ning Wushuang wins. Western Group. Qin Tianhai vs. Su Jian. Su Jian wins. Northern Group. Shi Xiong vs. Tang Ninger. Tang Ninger wins. The big screen continued scrolling. The next round matchups refreshed immediately. Eastern Group. Yun Mutian vs. Wang Quan. Southern Group. Ning Wushuang vs. Qin Shuang. Western Group. Jiang Han vs. Qin Tianhai. Northern Group. Shi Xiong deceased withdraws. Suing gets a bye. The next round matchups soon appeared, and the entire audience's attention was instantly drawn to the southern group. Ning Wushuang versus Qin Shuang. Two names on the same line were enough to make countless students sit up straight. In the preparation area, You Chen sat in a corner, holding the dark card left by Shi Xiong. He pressed the card against the golden dual disc. The gilded patterns on the disc glowed faintly, and then a strand of golden light spread along the edge of the card. The next moment, the dark card was engulfed by the golden light. The dark aura was stripped away, and the remaining part transformed into a few strands of rare energy, sinking into the dual disc. You Chen waited for 2 seconds, but found no special reaction, only some rare energy being emitted. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Damn, both dark duelists, but the difference is this big. Nothing at all. He put away the dual disc and leaned back against the chair. Whatever. Let's just watch the match. He looked up at the southern group line on the big screen. Ning Wushuang versus Qin Shuang, huh? Interesting. Those two girls have always had a lot of tension. You Chen picked up his cola and took a sip. Southern group duel arena. Ning Wushuang was already standing on the field. Her purple-black long hair draped over her shoulders with gold-red highlights, strikingly visible under the lights. The black-fitted blazer cinched her waistline extremely slim. Beneath the ultra-short skirt, her long legs were sheathed in over-knee socks, and the heeled boots lightly tapped the ground. She stood in a casual manner. Yet precisely that casualness made it hard to look away. On the other side, Qin Shuang stepped onto the duel platform. She had reverted to her usual cold and aloof demeanor. Her hair was tied up, her silver-gray top-class uniform was neat and clean, the card case clipped at her waist, and the dual disc attached to her left arm. She walked to her designated spot and lifted her eyes to look at Ning Wushuang. Their gazes collided at the center of the field. The atmosphere in the southern group duel arena subtly shifted. In the spectators' stands, the boys could no longer contain their voices. Wow. Oh my god, this is simply a masterpiece of beauty. Two top-tier goddesses standing in one duel arena. Today's ticket is totally worth it. Their looks and figures are evenly matched, so hard to choose. The hell are you picking for? Whoa, who's drooling on my head? On the high platform, Zhu Yu also looked toward the southern group. She had been dealing with the follow-up report of the Shi Xiong incident, but when she saw this matchup refresh, her movements paused for a moment. Ning Wushuang, Qin Shuang. These two names were among the most special ones of this cohort. One was originally at the top of the grade. The other was a top-tier transfer student who had suddenly arrived. On the third-floor viewing deck, Lin Wanxing straightened up again. Just now, Tang Minger's dark duel had already caught her attention for a few extra glances. Now, with Ning Wushuang taking the stage, the interest in her eyes was fully ignited. Qin Tianming. It seems your sister might be in trouble in this match. Qin Tianming's face remained indifferent. Ning Wushuang. I've looked into her. Her record is ordinary, nothing particularly outstanding. Lin Wanxing gently swirled the teacup between her fingers. That's exactly why it feels off. Qin Tianming said nothing. His gaze fell on Ning Wushuang. The girl's posture on the field was too relaxed. So relaxed that she didn't seem like a student. At least with Qin Shuang, one could see seriousness, tension, and the desire to win. Ning Wushuang was different. When she looked at Qin Shuang, there was no trace of the common fluctuations of a young student in her eyes. There was also no intention to prove herself. Qin Tianming's brows slowly furrowed. This girl. She does have issues. Lin Wanxing smiled. You finally see it. Qin Tianming said in a deep voice, she's not an ordinary transfer student. Lin Wanxing looked downward. That's why I said this match would be very interesting. On the duel field, Ning Wushuang lightly raised her hand to adjust her cuff. She looked at Qin Shuang with a gentle smile floating on her face. Qin Shuang frowned and lifted her left arm. The dual disc instantly unfolded. Cut the nonsense. Duel. Ning Wushuang looked at her finally provoked expression, a glint of pleasure flashing in her peach-colored pupils. Alright, then let me see how far your so-called own deck can go. She raised her left hand. The black dual disc unfolded. Qin Shuang and Ning Wushuang raised their hands simultaneously. Two duel fields overlapped and expanded in the southern group arena. A light curtain descended. The field closed. A coin was tossed from the referee's hand, spun several times, and landed back in his palm. Tails. The referee announced in a deep voice, Ning Wushuang goes first. Ning Wushuang's pupils flickered slightly, and the corner of her lips slowly curled up. Looks like luck is on my side. She drew 5 hand cards. Her gaze swept over the card faces, her smile unchanged. It's time to show you the true strength of my real deck. Qin Shuang frowned slightly. Ning Wushuang looked up at her. Until now I was just playing with you all using a third-rate deck. As these words fell, the spectators' stands erupted in an uproar. Qin Shuang's eyes sharpened. What did you say? Ning Wushuang ignored the surrounding noise. In her peach-colored pupils a light gradually began to glow. That light wasn't dazzling, but it made one instinctively uncomfortable. But today, to let you know what despair is, I've decided to show you something. My full-powered form. As the words fell, Qin Shuang's fingertips clenched abruptly. An indescribable pressure spread from Ning Wushuang's body. It approached some instinctual alarm buried deep in her soul. Qin Shuang's chest rose and fell slightly. Looking at this transfer student before her for the first time, she had an extremely absurd thought. Could the Ning Wushuang before her really be a student? Ning Wushuang held a card between 2 fingers. I activate a continuous spell card from my hand. Frozen Heart, reflecting the divine shadow. The card landed. A layer of ice blue light patterns spread from under Ning Wushuang's feet, then quickly stained with dark purple. The two colors interwove, and the edges of the field emitted faint freezing sounds. As the effect when this card is activated, I send one fusion monster from my extra deck to the graveyard. Ning Wushuang raised her hand and pulled a card from her extra deck. The one I choose to send to the graveyard is El Shaddal, the giant leviathan of 7 sages. The fusion monster card was sent to the graveyard slot. The next second dark purple light patterns lit up from the graveyard slot. Ning Wushuang continued, this card can be activated if it is sent to the graveyard. Add one Shaddal card from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Then discard one card from your hand. She moved quickly. She searched a card from her deck and added it to her hand, then picked one from her hand and sent it to the graveyard. The entire process was so clean that there was not a single pause. In the stands, most students hadn't realized the problem yet. They only saw Ning Wushuang activate a continuous spell, send an extra deck monster to the graveyard, search a card, and discard a card. On the surface, it wasn't exaggerated. At least it didn't have the oppressive feel of You Chen's Dark World, with its chain of drawing, discarding, special summoning, and field destruction in one turn. But in the standby area, You Chen suddenly stood up. The cola cup in his hand was nearly crushed, deformed. He stared intently at the continuous spell on Ning Wushuang's field, then at the El Shaddal, the giant leviathan of 7 sages in her graveyard. His expression couldn't hold for a moment. Damn it, even after transmigrating, Shaddal is still chasing me. The corner of his mouth twitched. So after transmigrating, I still have to deal with little me? Moreover, what Ning Wushuang used before wasn't even her real deck. Those matches that looked decent were, in her words, just casual games with a third-rate deck. And now what she brought out was Shaddal. In 2014, it burst onto the scene and dominated the tier list. It also left a deep shadow in the hearts of countless duelists, leading to a meme that still circulates to this day. Seriously, what year is it now, and you're still dealing with little me? Although it's a fusion-based deck, its strength is clearly several tiers higher. Just now I sent the Shaddal lizard to the graveyard. Ning Wushuang lightly tapped her fingertip on the graveyard zone, letting out a soft chuckle. This card can be activated when it is sent to the graveyard by a card effect. Send one Shaddal card except Shaddal lizard from the deck to the graveyard. I choose the Shaddal hedgehog from my deck. A second card popped out from the deck and slid into the graveyard zone. Then another dark light pattern flickered. When the Shaddal hedgehog is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, it can be activated. Add one Shaddal monster except Shaddal hedgehog from the deck to the hand. She drew a card from the deck and placed it into her hand. From the very beginning, her actions, activating, searching, and dumping to the graveyard, had been seamless. Yet her hand still held 5 cards. In the audience, many students were already bewildered. They only saw Ning Wushuang's cards entering and leaving the graveyard one after another, effects chaining without pause, yet the field had not truly taken shape. The more this continued, the more unsettling it became. Qin Shuang stood across the field, her fingertips pressed against the edge of her hand, cards, her gaze growing heavy. She could sense it. Ning Wushuang had not yet truly begun. On the third-level observation deck, Lin Wanqing stared at the arena, the teacup in her hand slowly coming to a halt. Such a rhythm of deck cycling and graveyard dumping is nothing like a student from a basic academy. Her eyes flickered. I never expected that a basic academy would produce students of this caliber, one after another. Truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Qin Tianming did not respond. He stood with arms crossed, frowning. Ning Wushuang's deck was beyond his comprehension. At the very least, it was not a conventional build he was familiar with. On the field, Ning Wushuang pinched a card between 2 fingers and slowly revealed it. Then here it comes. Her voice was soft, yet it made Qin Shuang's heart tighten slightly. I activate the spell card Shaddal Fusion from my hand. Fusion, summon one Shaddal fusion monster by using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. I fuse the Shaddal Beast and the Shaddal Falcon from my hand. She raised her slender hand. On the black dual disc, the fusion light pattern unfolded layer by layer. Above the field, shadows coalesced into a vortex, drawing both cards into it. For the first time, Ning Wushuang's voice shed its languid tone as she raised her hand high. Natural undead return to shadow, the abyssal body forges a divine pact, sealing all special summons. Fool the vain gods, gather the fallen shadows now manifest. El Shaddal Midrash. The shadow vortex abruptly contracted. A petite figure descended slowly from the darkness. Her green hair draped over her shoulders, her puppet-like body suspended in midair with dark threads hanging from the depths of the void controlling her limbs. El Shaddal Midrash, Dark, a level 5 spellcaster fusion, ATK, 2200 DF, 800. Ning Wushuang did not pause for a moment. She waved her hand and cried out sharply. Then the effects of the Shaddal Beast and Shaddal Falcon in the graveyard activate. Self-chaining. CL1 Shaddal Beast. When this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, it can be activated, draw 1 card. CL2 Shaddal Falcon. When this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, it can be activated, special summon this card in face-down defense position. 2 dark lights lit up in the graveyard zone. A card popped out from the top of Ning Wushuang's deck, and she placed it into her hand. Then a monster set itself down on her field. Face-down defense position. Ning Wushuang glanced at her hand, a faint smile on her lips. Hand 3 cards. Field 1 El Shaddal Midrash and 1 face-down defense monster. She drew 2 cards from her hand and set them on the back row. Set 2 cards. In turn, Ning Wushuang looked at Qin Shuang, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Your turn, Qin Shuang. In the standby area, You Chen, who had been leaning back in his chair, raised an eyebrow and sat up straighter. And in the standby area, You Chen, upon seeing this, was also somewhat surprised. It seems that the cards in this world are a bit strange. To have the frozen heart mirroring the divine shadow, yet only set up this field. From the looks of it, a lot of cards seem to be missing. You Chen rubbed his chin, pondering. The proper rhythm would be Shadow Hedgehog Search for Windy of the Shadow Spirit, then Shadow Fusion, fusing Windy with the Divine Child Crystal to summon Great Windy, then Windy special summons from the deck, and the Divine Child Crystal banishes from the graveyard to perform another fusion. At the very least, that would be the standard combo, not counting the link summon part. Of course, that is under ideal conditions. However, in an environment like a basic academy, a single El Shaddal Midrash was already deadly enough. Yu Chen narrowed his eyes. After all, how many people here can deal with little mid? On the field, Qin Shuang took a deep breath. My turn, draw. She drew a card from the top of her deck, her eyes quickly scanning the 6 cards in her hand. Then she looked up at Ning Wushuang's fusion monster. El Shaddal Midrash hung silently in midair. Her green hair cascaded down, and the dark threads swayed gently. Her face was expressionless. But Qin Shuang felt a sense of being pulled by strings deep in her heart. Ning Wushuang's earlier summoning chant was enough to signify the weight of this monster. This was no ordinary boss. It had to be dealt with first. No matter what effect you have, Qin Shuang's eyes hardened. First, destroy it. She pulled a card from her hand and slammed it down. I activate the spell card Hammer Shot from my hand. Destroy the monster with the highest ATK among the attack position monsters on the field. She pointed at Ning Wushuang's fusion monster. So destroy your El Shaddal Midrash. I don't know what effect this card has exactly, but destroying it is the right move. As her words fell, a giant hammer crashed down from above the duel field. Many students in the audience held their breath. This was a straightforward move. No matter what monster it was, destroy it with an effect. Once El Shaddal Midrash was gone, Ning Wushuang's offensive would surely collapse. But Ning Wushuang merely raised an eyebrow slightly. She looked at Qin Shuang, a deeper smile curving her lips. Oh, your 6th sense is quite sharp. Too bad. Qin Shuang's heart sank. What? The giant hammer struck. The roar shook the duel platform, causing it to tremble. Dust and smoke exploded in the center of the field, obscuring Ning Wushuang's monster zone. A few seconds later, the dust cleared. El Shaddal Midrash still hung there. Her green hair gently fell, and not a single dark thread around her had been severed. Qin Shuang's pupils constricted. Howie. Ning Wushuang raised her hand, her fingertip lightly touching her lips. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. El Shaddal Midrash cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. What? Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed sharply as she finally understood what that smile of Ning Wushuang had meant. She had known all along that this attack was meaningless. Qin Shuang's first move was already flawed, wasted. She frowned, falling into hesitation. If it were merely immune to card effects, that alone would not be enough for her to be so confident. This monster must have another effect. Qin Shuang did not continue to hesitate. She raised her hand and drew a card. I activate the spell card Angel's Advice from my hand. Draw 3 cards, then send 2 cards to the graveyard. 3 cards entered her hand. 2 cards were sent to the graveyard. Qin Shuang's gaze quickly stabilized. Next, I activate the spell sequence skill. Celestial Sanctuary. Silver-white radiance unfolded behind her, and as the outline of the Celestial Sanctuary began to materialize, she destroyed it herself in the next instant. Qin Shuang raised her slender hand high. I special summon Valkyrie Sigrun from my hand by destroying Celestial Sanctuary. A silver-white warhorse emerged, stepping through the light. Valkyrie Sigrun descended with her spear-long hair flowing in the holy light. And now, due to Valkyrie Sigrun's effect. Next, I special summon Valkyrie ELD from the graveyard. I don't care what tricks you have. Qin Shuang waved her hand, her voice cold and clear. Under my Valkyrie assault, everything will crumble. As her words fell, she held her hand in the gesture of waving. 30 seconds passed, yet nothing happened on the field. Qin Shuang had already realized something was wrong, her brow furrowed. She suddenly looked up. Yami Midrash sat on the puppet's shoulder, a slight smile playing at the corners of its mouth. That curve was almost identical to the smile on Ning Wushuang's face. Ning Wushuang curled a strand of purple-black long hair around her fingertip, her tone gentle. Oh my, I forgot to tell you. When Yami Midrash is on the field, both players can only special summon 1 monster per turn. So after you special summon Valkyrie Sigrun, naturally, you cannot continue to special summon. Qin Shuang's expression changed dramatically. Only 1 special summon per turn. The audience erupted at this moment. What? Only 1 special summon per turn. How can the Valkyrie deck even play out then? Qin Shuang was completely locked out just now. Immune to effect destruction and restricting special summons, this monster is too ridiculous. Ning Wushuang's smile deepened at the corners of her lips. What's wrong? Already hopeless? Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed sharply. She drew a card from her hand, her voice growing cold again. Is that so? I have to say, this card of yours is truly impressive. Immune to effect destruction and restricting special summons. But, even so, what of it? She flicked her card. I activate the spell card Valkyrie's Embrace. If your field only contains Valkyrie monsters, you can target one face-up attack position Valkyrie monster you control and one face-up monster your opponent controls to activate this card. That monster you control becomes defense position and that opponent's monster is banished. Qin Shuang pointed to the puppet girl on Ning Wushuang's field. I choose your Yami 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 Midras. Banished. The airflow on the field tightened suddenly. Valkyrie Sigron raised her long spear, and a silver-white halo spread from its tip, locking directly onto Yami 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 Midras. Ning Wushuang's brow lifted slightly. A hint of seriousness finally appeared in her peach-red pupils. As expected of the third-ranked student, she still has a way to clear the field. Ning Wushuang smiled calmly and extended her fingertip toward her back row. But this is not enough. Open the face-down card. I activate the quick play spell card Book of Moon. The face-down card flipped over. Silver moonlight instantly flooded the duel field. You can target one face-up monster on the field to activate this card. That monster becomes face-down defense position. Ning Wushuang gently pointed. I choose your Valkyrie Sigron. Silver-white moonlight descended. Valkyrie Sigron hadn't even finished resolving Valkyrie's embrace when her figure was covered by moonlight, transforming into a face-down defense position card that quietly settled back onto Qin Shuang's field. How unfortunate. In that case, your Valkyrie's embrace cannot be applied. The halo of Valkyrie's embrace lost its target in midair and shattered directly. Qin Shuang's expression darkened completely. This was the most direct and effective solution at the moment. But Ning Wushuang had neutralized even this step. In the waiting area, You Chen watched the open Book of Moon on the field and let out a soft sigh. What a pity. This was indeed the best chance to break through Xiaomi's defense. However, Xiaomi's face-down cards are also part of Xiaomi. Many cards were placed there specifically to protect it. Qin Shuang fell silent for a moment. She glanced at her hand, then at the Yami 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 Midras on the field that couldn't be destroyed and restricted special summons. This turn she could no longer force an extension. She gritted her teeth and quickly set 3 cards. I set 1 card in face-down defense position. Setting 2 more cards. In turn, 2 face-down cards fell. Qin Shuang's turn ended. Ning Wushuang raised her eyes, her fingertip resting on top of her deck. Then it's my turn. Draw. The card entered her hand. Ning Wushuang's gaze swept across the field and quickly settled on her Yami 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 Midras. She took an equip spell card from her hand. I activate the equip spell Soul Assimilation from my hand. I equip it to Yami 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 Midras. The card fell into place. A layer of pale white light pattern wrapped around Midras's puppet body. The originally dark shadow lines began to twist within the light pattern. Ning Wushuang raised her hand, her voice gradually lowering. Soul Assimilation can only be equipped to Fushigi monsters. You must declare 1 attribute to activate this card. The equipped monster changes to the declared attribute. Her peach-red eyes lit up. I declare the light attribute. The shadows on Midras were covered by pale radiance. The atmosphere on the field changed accordingly. Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed sharply. She had already realized that Ning Wushuang was about to enter the second fusion stage. Ning Wushuang's fingertip flipped. Next, I activate the second effect of Soul Assimilation. You can only activate this during your main phase. Send the fusion material monsters specified by the fusion monster card, including the equipped monster of this card, from your hand and field to the graveyard. Then fusion summon that 1 fusion monster from the extra deck. She raised her hand. I will use the Yami 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 Midras declared as light attribute. With 1 Fushigi monster from my hand. Fusion summon. On the field, Yami 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 Midras raised its head. Those eyes that had been half closed finally opened. Light and shadow peeled away from her, simultaneously intertwining into a massive fusion vortex. Ning Wushuang's voice rang out clear and high, her slender hand raised. Once pure glaze fell into shadow, ancient holy light became bondage. Thousands of puppet threads connect life and death. Cast off the shackles of flesh, let shadow assimilate bright light. Clear away the distortions and errors of this world. Appear, God of shadows. Fusion summon. Yami 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 Naphtali. The fusion vortex erupted open. Pale holy light pierced from the depths of darkness. Yami 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 Naphtali light attribute, 8 stars, fairy type, fusion ATK, 2800 def, 2500. This card can only be activated when El Shaddal Construct is special summoned. Ning Wushuang chuckled lightly, raising her hand, her fingertips gently resting atop her deck. I can send 1 Shaddal card from my deck to the graveyard. At the same time, chain the effect of El Shaddal Winda in the graveyard. When this card is sent to the graveyard, I can target 1 Shaddal spell trap card in my graveyard. Add that card to my hand. As her words fell, several dark light patterns consecutively lit up in the graveyard zone. Next, the effect of Shaddal Hedgehog that was sent to the graveyard by fusion. When this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, I can add 1 Shaddal monster from my deck to my hand, except Shaddal Hedgehog. Ning Wushuang's voice trailed off, and the chain began to resolve. A monster card popped out from the deck and landed between her fingers. Then apply the effect of El Shaddal Winda to target the spell card Shaddal Fusion in the graveyard and add it to my hand. Next, the effect of El Shaddal Construct sends Shaddal Dragon from the deck to the graveyard. Ning Wushuang's movements were fluid, her delicate hands alternating between the deck and the graveyard. With each effect declared, the graveyard zone and deck area would immediately light up. There was no pause between the cards entering and leaving. Ning Wushuang then waved her hand and let out a crisp shout. Also chain the effect of Shadow Dragon just sent to the graveyard. When this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, I can target one spell trap card on the field or destroy that card. She lifted her eyes. A hint of smile gradually surfaced in her peach-red pupils. She raised her hand and pointed, locking onto a card on Qin Shuang's field. I will destroy the face-down card on your left of the field. Qin Shuang's expression shifted slightly. There was a face-down card targeting her. Activate face-down card. Qin Shuang immediately raised her hand. Activate trap card breakthrough skill. I negate the effect of your El Shaddal construct. The effect of El Shaddal construct was negated. Yet Ning Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. It didn't matter. Because El Shaddal construct had already completed what it needed to do. Qin Shuang naturally understood this as well. This breakthrough skill had been saved for Winda, but now she was forced to use it prematurely. If she had known, she might as well have used it earlier when El Shaddal construct was sending cards to the graveyard. Ning Wushuang withdrew her hand and let out a soft laugh. Not bad, but it's not over yet. She pointed to the face-down defense position monster on her own field. Next I will flip this face-down defense position monster. Come forth, Shaddal Falcon. The face-down card flipped open. A dark mechanical falcon spread its wings from the shadows, its wing edges entwined with fine shadow threads. When this card is flipped face up, I can target one Shaddal monster in my graveyard except Shaddal Falcon. Special summon that monster in face-down defense position. Ning Wushuang's fingertip pointed to the graveyard zone. I choose Shaddal Beast. The graveyard zone lit up. A monster card returned from the graveyard to the field, placed face down once more in Ning Wushuang's monster zone. Face down defense position. Qin Shuang stared at the newly set monster, the pressure in her heart mounting. She had gradually realized that this Shaddal deck revolved around effects triggered by sending to the graveyard and flipping. Thus, every face-down monster of the Shaddals was not merely a defense. It was the starting point for the next chain. Ning Wushuang gave her no time to think. She raised her hand again, drawing the spell card she had just retrieved. Next, I activate the spell card Shaddal Fusion. The card descended. Fusion light patterns unfurled once more above the field. Fuse Shaddal Hound from my hand with Shaddal Falcon on the field. Fusion summon. El Shaddal Winda. The puppet girl who had just left the field not long ago descended once more from the dark fusion light patterns. Her bright green ponytail hung down, quietly seated upon the puppet shell. El Shaddal Winda returned to the field. Qin Shuang raised her eyes, her breath catching slightly. She had thought that both sides could only special summon once per turn, at least an equal restriction. But now she understood. The restriction was always only on herself. At the start of her own turn, she had first sent Winda as fusion material to the graveyard, removing the restriction to develop resources. After the development was complete, she refusion summoned Winda back to the field. The restriction was left only for the opponent. Freedom was reserved only for herself. It was too unfair. Ning Wushuang looked at Qin Shuang's expression, a smile lightly pressed against her lips. Also, what was just sent to the graveyard is Shaddal Hound. When this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, I can target one monster on the field. Change that monster's battle position. She pointed to the face-down defense position monster on her own field. I choose my own face-down card. Then flip that face-down monster face up. Appear now. Shaddal Beast. The face-down card flipped open. Heavy shadows surged from the card's surface. The moment Shaddal Beast materialized, Ning Wushuang continued. When Shaddal Beast is flipped face up, I can activate its effect. Draw 2 cards. Then discard 1 card from my hand. Ning Wushuang drew 2 cards from her deck. She glanced at them, casually picked one, and sent it to the graveyard. The students in the audience were dumbfounded. This was a truly overwhelming high-intensity duel. These card effects are too ridiculous. Is this the kind of power a beginner academy can have? I feel like I'm not playing the same game. In the waiting area, You Chen watched this scene, his brow slowly furrowing. This isn't even the full power Shaddal. Of course the Valkyries aren't at their peak either. From the looks of it, I need to think of a way to counter the Shaddals as well. You Chen fell into silence. Qin Shuang stood on the duel platform. Her expression had turned visibly grim. It wasn't that she had never seen powerful decks. You Chen's Dark World earlier had also rolled resources to a terrifying degree. But at least Dark World had a clear offensive rhythm. Ning Wushuang's Shaddal deck was different. It was like a puppet on strings directly restraining you. El Shaddal Construct stood on Ning Wushuang's field. El Shaddal Winda also took its place again. There was also an unknown face-down card in the back row. But Ning Wushuang's development was not yet over. Also, the card just discarded to the graveyard is Shaddal Lizard. When Shaddal Lizard is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, I can activate its effect. Send 1 Shaddal card from my deck to the graveyard except Shaddal Lizard. Therefore, I can still choose 1 Shaddal card from my deck and send it to the graveyard. And the card I send to the graveyard is the core of Yingyi. Ning Wushuang's fingertip lightly tapped the graveyard slot. When this card is sent to the graveyard by an effect, I can target 1 Yingyi spell trap card in my graveyard except the core of Yingyi and activate its effect. That card is added to my hand. I choose Yingyi Fusion once again. The graveyard slot lit up. The Yingyi Fusion, which had just been sent to the graveyard moments ago, was lifted by dark purple light patterns and returned to Ning Wushuang's fingers. She slid the card into her hand zone. Her hand was back to 2 cards. At this moment the audience was utterly silent. Everyone present was stunned. Yingyi's resources had already cycled through once, yet her hand count barely suffered. Ning Wushuang's deck was not merely strong in lockdown. It was even stronger in resource cycling. Every card sent to the graveyard seemed to be the starting point of another card. Every fusion ended by pulling the next chain. The lockdown power and resource cycling of this deck were nothing short of heaven-defying existence. At least for elementary academy students, they had never seen such a domineering deck. This level of strength simply should not appear in an elementary academy. Not to mention them. On the third-floor observation deck, Lin Wanqing propped her delicate cheek, her eyes growing brighter. This is getting more and more interesting. It was really worth coming this time. She turned her head to look at Qin Tianming, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. Your face seems a bit dark, huh? Qin Tianming said nothing. He crossed his arms, his gaze pressing down on the field below. That face, always carrying arrogance, had now completely darkened. He could naturally see it. Qin Shuang's situation was already very unfavorable. Then, Ning Wushuang chuckled softly, slowly raising her hand. Here it comes, entering the battle phase. She did not elaborate further, nor did she give Qin Shuang any time to think. Divine Yingyi Nephilim attacks Valkyrie Zaijiluan. The shadow threads behind Nephilim suddenly tightened. Her form moved, and the massive shadowy shell pressed toward Erda. Qin Shuang frowned. The cold light that had been dormant in Qin Shuang's eyes suddenly flared up at this moment. This was the attack declaration she had been waiting for. Activate the face-down card. Qin Shuang raised her slender hand, her voice carrying an edge for the first time. Activate trap card. Sacred Shield, Mirror Force. The face-down card flipped open. A layer of pure white mirror-like radiance spread from Qin Shuang's field. This card can be activated when an opponent's monster declares an attack. Destroy all attack position monsters your opponent controls. She raised her eyes, meeting Ning Wushuang's gaze. Even if it cannot destroy your Divine Yingyi, Midrash, your other monsters will all be destroyed. This card was Qin Shuang's true backbone. She knew well that Midrash could not be destroyed by an opponent's effect. But Nephilim might not be so lucky. Yingyi beasts certainly could not withstand this trap. If she could clear all other attack position monsters on Ning Wushuang's field, leaving only one Midrash would not be entirely unmanageable. Because she still had breakthrough skill in her graveyard. When her turn came, she could banish breakthrough skill from the graveyard to negate Midrash's effects. Then redeploy Valkyries. The earlier disadvantage was merely due to a lack of information. This time she would turn the tide. The white mirror light surged. The audience erupted into cheers. Here it comes. Mirror Force. Qin Shuang still has this. Beautiful. Now Ning Wushuang's field is going to explode. Finally a counterattack. Such reversals ignited the spectators' emotions the most. Ning Wushuang's chain expansion earlier had been too oppressive. Now Qin Shuang flipping this trap felt like finally tearing a gap. However, Ning Wushuang merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Then she smiled. That smile was faint, yet it made Qin Shuang's heart sink abruptly. Unfortunately, Ning Wushuang waved her hand gracefully. Actually, everything was within my calculations. Activate the face-down card. Activate counter trap card, Solemn Judgment. The last face-down card flipped open. Dazzling white light surged from Ning Wushuang's field, instantly overpowering the mirror radiance of Mirror Force. You can activate this card by paying half your life points. When a spell or trap card is activated, negate the activation and destroy it. I pay 2,000 LP. Ning Wushuang LP 4,000. 2,000 Ning Wushuang's life points were halved instantly. Yet the smile on her face did not change at all. Directly negate and destroy your Sacred Shield, Mirror Force. The white light fell. The mirror radiance in front of Qin Shuang's field had just spread when it was forcibly crushed. Sacred Shield, Mirror Force shattered into countless light shards scattering in the air. Qin Shuang's face finally turned pale. Blocked again. Her carefully hidden counterattack this round. The trump card she had saved until the attack declaration. Yet it had been preemptively defended by Ning Wushuang. What made Qin Shuang's heart tighten even more was that when she activated breakthrough skill earlier, Ning Wushuang had not used this Solemn Judgment. That meant Ning Wushuang had known from the start that the one truly worth stopping was not breakthrough skill. She had been waiting for Qin Shuang to reveal that final card capable of reversing the duel, then crushing it with her own hands. Qin Shuang's hand holding the cards was trembling. This girl. Boom. Valkyrie Zaijiluan was instantly shattered. Annihilated. Next, Yingyi Beast attacks that face-down defense position monster on the left. A shadow pounced from her field. Yingyi Beast crouched low, its forepaws dragging several long, thin black marks across the ground. Then it leaped, its claws slashing toward the face-down defense monster on Qin Shuang's field. The card flipped face up. It was Valkyrie Nu. The next second, the monster's form was torn apart by black claw light scattering into specks of light. Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed, and she immediately raised her hand. Valkyrie Nu's effect activates. This card can be activated when it is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard. Special summon one Valkyrie monster from your deck. I choose Valkyrie Erda. Golden light shone from Qin Shuang's deck. A Valkyrie figure holding a longsword and riding a warhorse stepped out of the light, appearing in defense position on her monster zone. Valkyrie Erda was special summoned in defense position. Qin Shuang's voice finally steadied. And while this card, which was special summoned by the effect of a Valkyrie card, is in the monster zone, all monsters your opponent controls lose 1,000 ATK. A golden halo radiated from Erda's feet. The Divine Ingyi, Nephilim Divine Ingyi, Midrash, and Ingyi Beast on Ning Wuxuang's field were all suppressed by the halo, their ATK values dropping accordingly. This counter finally brought a subtle change to Ning Wuxuang's eyes. The reason Qin Shuang had not normal summoned Valkyrie Si Nu earlier was precisely this. If she had normal summoned it, she could indeed activate its effect in the main phase to try to draw additional resources. But then Valkyrie Si Nu would be exposed in the open. However, that would also make it vulnerable to targeted disruption. So Qin Shuang chose to forego that draw opportunity and instead set Valkyrie Si Nu face down in defense position. Now her gamble had paid off. Ning Wuxuang glanced at that Valkyrie Erda, then came back to her senses and merely chuckled. You are truly strong. Among students you are already quite good. But unfortunately, you have met me. Ning Wuxuang cast a glance at the scene. She knew that this round was already beyond breakthrough, so she decisively abandoned the attack. Enter main phase 2. Activate the other effect of the continuous spell card, Freezing Heart Reflected Phantom. Release one fusion monster I control to activate. From the extra deck, special summon one Shadow fusion monster with a different attribute treated as a fusion summon. The monster special summoned by this effect has its ATK become 0. She raised her hand pointing at Shiniinjianaphili. I release Shiniinjianaphili. Special summon from the extra deck. Shiniinji Windage. As her voice fell, Shiniinjianaphili dissolved into light, with purple-black shadow threads coiling upward before being torn apart by a cyan airflow. A petite figure landed in the center of the field. Behind her hovered a dolphin-shaped puppet, its dark strings dangling in the air, trembling slightly. Shiniinji Windage. Wind attribute level 6, Psychic type fusion. ATK 0 DF 2800. Ning Wuxuang did not pause. Then when Shiniinjianaphili is sent to the graveyard, activate its effect, target one Shadow spell trap card in my graveyard, and add it to my hand. She drew a card from the graveyard slot. I choose False Soul's Assimilation. The card returned to her fingers. Ning Wuxuang had 3 cards in hand, 2 of which were already known. She set one of them. Set one card. In turn, Qin Shuang stared at the Shiniinji Windage, with its depth of 2,800 frowning. The situation was not yet hopeless. At least it was not irredeemable. She had Valkyrie Elda on her field. Ning Wuxuang only had one face-down card in the back row. If she could deal with that face-down card this turn, then attack and destroy Shiniinji Mitalashi, she could banish it using Valkyrie Elda's effect. She didn't believe Ning Wuxuang had a third Shiniinji Mitalashi. With that thought, Qin Shuang regained her fighting spirit and looked up. My turn. Draw. The card slid from the top of the deck. She glanced at it, and her eyes immediately froze. I activate a spell card from my hand. Night Shot. The spell card flipped open before her, and a cold white beam locked onto the face-down card in Ning Wuxuang's back row. Target one face-down spell trap card on the opponent's field to activate. Destroy that face-down card, and your opponent cannot activate the targeted card in response to this card's activation. Qin Shuang's voice was cold as she pointed. I will destroy your face-down card. The students at the edge of the field held their breath. This Night Shot was perfectly timed. Ning Wuxuang only had one face-down card. If it was sealed, there would be no room for counterplay. However, Ning Wuxuang simply chuckled. Then I activate an effect. Qin Shuang's gaze sharpened as she spoke calmly. I already told you cannot activate that face-down card in response to Night Shot. Ning Wuxuang tilted her head and smiled. I never said I was activating that face-down card. Qin Shuang's expression shifted slightly. The next moment, Ning Wuxuang pointed to her own Shiniinji Windage. I activate the effect of Shiniinji Windage. Target one monster I control. This turn it cannot be destroyed by battle with a special summoned opponent's monster. This effect can be activated during the opponent's turn. Her fingertip landed on Shiniinji Mitalashi. The target is Shiniinji Mitalashi. A cyan wind ring burst from behind, Windage instantly wrapping around Mitalashi's puppet body. Qin Shuang's face darkened. Effect Destruction Immunity. Battle Destruction Immunity 2. Ning Wuxuang was determined to keep Mitalashi locked on the field. The stands erupted. How can she break through this? Immune to Effect Destruction and Battle Destruction. How long will that Mitalashi stay? Wait, why did she activate Windage now? Yeah, Night Shot hasn't resolved yet. Did she panic? No one had time to figure it out. Qin Shuang raised her hand. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Activate the effect of Breakthrough Skill in the graveyard. In the graveyard slot, a trap card glowed with gray-white light. During my turn, banish this card from the graveyard. Target one effect monster on the opponent's field. Negate that monster's effects until the end of this turn. Qin Shuang pointed directly at Shiniinji Windage. I will negate your Shiniinji Windage. Don't think you can protect Shiniinji Mitalashi. Ning Wuxuang's smile deepened. Not bad. You caught that. Her fingertip moved to the back row. The face-down card that had been locked by Night Shot suddenly flipped open. Then Chain Activation. Quick play spell card, Contact with the Divine False Body. A purple-black light curtain burst from her back row. Qin Shuang's pupils contracted. The voices from the stands instantly rose. What? Wasn't that face-down card sealed by Night Shot? How can she still activate it? Idiot, Night Shot only prevents her from activating the targeted card in response to Night Shot. Ning Wuxuang activated Windage's effect first to claim the chain priority. Now she's activating the face down in response to Breakthrough Skill. By the rules it's allowed. That's so meticulous. Did she calculate this from the start? Qin Shuang's fingers froze in midair. She understood. This sealed quick play spell had been forcefully pulled from a blind spot. Chain Link 1 Night Shot. Chain Link 2 Sheni Inji Wendage. Chain Link 3 Breakthrough Skill. Chain Link 4 Contact with the Divine False Body. Ning Wushuang's voice was soft, yet it silenced the entire venue. The effect of contact with the Divine False Body is Fusion Summon 1 Shadow Fusion Monster by using monsters from my hand or field as fusion material. I will use Yingyashu on the field. And Sheni Inji Wendage. Perform Fusion. A purple-black fusion vortex tore open on Ning Wushuang's field. Yingyashu roared, dragged into the center by shadow threads. The cyan wind ring behind Sheni Inji Wendage contracted sharply, and her figure vanished into the rift. Qin Shuang's breakthrough skill lost its target, its gray-white light dispersing in midair. The entire venue exploded. She fused Wendage away. Breakthrough skill has no target, but Wendage's effect has already activated, it will still resolve. That means Mitalashi still gets battle protection. Did Qin Shuang waste her move? Not just waste it. She didn't even gain anything from Night Shot. That face-down card has already been activated, destroying it is meaningless. On the spectator's stand, Lin Wanqing's fingertips paused on the edge of the teacup. She watched the chain aura elongating on the field, her gaze turning serious for the first time. Such a play. In the junior academy, I've never seen anyone handle it this way. Qin Tianming remained silent. His gaze fell on Ning Wushuang, his brows tightly furrowed. This trip to the junior academy had truly exceeded his expectations. First there was a duelist like You Chen. Now Ning Wushuang appeared utterly suffocating. Moreover, there were also Jiang Hanyun Mutian and Su Ying. On the duel platform, Qin Shuang stood still, her chest heaving slightly. She knew Ning Wushuang was strong, but she hadn't expected that the latter could even deconstruct a niche bug point like Night Shot. Qin Shuang felt unprecedented pressure and raised her eyes. Ning Wushuang was also watching her. The chain began to reverse process. Chain 4. Contact with the Divine False Body resolves. Ning Wushuang raised her hand with a smile. The fusion vortex tightened violently. A purple-black pillar of light shot up from the center of the field. Shadow beasts return to darkness. Wind puppets fall asleep. Shadows reshape again. Ning Wushuang let out a charming cry and flipped her wrist. A fusion monster card fell into the dual disc. Interweaving light and shadow, sacrificing 2 souls, the ancient abyssal koan bursts forth with the wisdom of 7 sages. Fusion summon. Shadow 7 sages giant koan. Seal all reckless techniques on the field. The light pillar exploded. A puppet like a deep-sea giant koan roared out with a petite figure sitting on top. Shadow 7 sages giant koan dark attribute level 6, spellcaster type fusion ATK, 2500 def 2000. The third fusion monster appeared, maxing out the pressure on Qin Shuang. The effects of the chain later all became void for Qin Shuang. Only the effect of Ning Wushuang's Shadow Wendigo was processed. Ning Wushuang pointed at the original Shadow Midrash. This turn it cannot be destroyed by battle with a special summoned opponent's monster. The cyan wind ring fell again. A faint wind pattern floated on the first Midrash. Then when Shadow 7 Sages Giant Kuan is special summoned, you can target 1 face-up card on the field, negate that card's effects. I choose your Valkyrie Erda on the field. Therefore the ATK reduction buff also disappears. So what now? You have no cards left, Qin Shuang. Ning Wushuang wore a smile, and at this moment Qin Shuang was completely suppressed. Qin Shuang had exhausted all her means, but still couldn't defeat Ning Wushuang. The stands fell into a brief silence. Then someone shouted out involuntarily. Oh my god, she can still special summon. Even the last chance for Qin Shuang to win has been taken away. Ning Wushuang is too strong. How terrifying. The third ranked in the grade, even going all out, can't defeat Ning Wushuang. Does that mean Qin Shuang can't even advance from the group stage? Ning Wushuang's graveyard slot lit up again. Then when Shadow Beast is sent to the graveyard by an effect, it activates. I draw 1 card. Then chain the effect of Shadow Wendigo, which can also activate when this card is sent to the graveyard. Target 1 Shadow spell trap in your graveyard. Add that card to your hand. She drew the card that had just been destroyed from the graveyard. I choose contact with the Divine False Body. The card returned to her hand. Ning Wushuang's hand was replenished. Then the effect of Shadow Beast resolved, and a card from the top of the deck flipped into her fingers, making 4 cards in hand. In turn, Qin Shuang clenched her fists, finding no way out. Ning Wushuang said with a smile, still not giving up. Since you want to taste the pain of despair, then so be it. My turn, draw. Ning Wushuang had 5 cards in hand. Shadow Fusion contact with the Divine False Body, assimilation of the False Soul, and 2 unknown cards. Actually, the cards drawn no longer mattered. It was enough to finish the duel. Equip assimilation of the False Soul to Midrash, changing its attribute to Earth. I directly enter the battle phase. Shadow 7 Sages Giant Kuan attacks Valkyrie Erda. Ning Wushuang waved her slender hand, and Shadow 7 Sages Giant Kuan fired a magic light wave blasting down. Boom! Valkyrie Erda was pierced by the beam, its body shattered into a large cloud of light dust scattered on the field. Ning Wushuang did not pause, pointing again. Her slender finger pointed directly at Qin Shuang's face. Shadow Midrash direct attack. Midrash raised its hand and puppet strings shot out aiming for Qin Shuang's chest. Light exploded. Minus 2,200 LP. Opt. Qin Shuang groaned, stepping back half a step, her hand firmly pressing against her chest. Qin Shuang's life points suddenly dropped, leaving 1,800 LP. Ning Wushuang raised her slender hand holding a card between two fingers and said indifferently. Final blow. Activate quick play spell contact with the divine false body. I will use Shaddal Midrash on the field. And Shaddal 7 Sages Giant Kuan as fusion materials. Both fusion monsters were engulfed in light. Midrash's puppet strings snapped inch by inch. The massive body of 7 Sages Giant Kuan sank into the vortex. Shadow and rock intertwined, and a heavy spiritual pressure fell from the fusion array. Ning Wushuang raised her eyes, her voice turning cold. Shadow binds rock and earth. Holy light forges armor. The Naga's body guards the front field. Fusion summon. Descend. Shaddal Shekanaga. The fusion array exploded. A heavy mechanical serpent body coiled up from the light. Massive armor layers locked together, dark patterns lighting up along the body up to the head. The figure sitting in the armor core slowly lowered its head, its cold gaze locked onto Qin Shuang. Shaddal Shekanaga Earth Attribute Level 10 Machine Type Fusion ATK 2600 Def 3000. Ning Wushuang's fingertips fell. She didn't even bother to handle the graveyard effects. In the standby area, You Chen couldn't help but sigh. Actually, Qin Shuang had done quite well. She had many opportunities, but each time Ning Wushuang suppressed her with counter after counter in the interaction. It's over. It seems it's my turn to warm up. You Chen took a deep breath. He had 3 decks in his arsenal. Which one should he use? Oh, the final blow struck true. Qin Shuang's figure wavered, her face instantly draining of color. Minus 2,600 LP. Qin Shuang LP 1800. With that blow ending Qin Shuang's life points, the dueling arena on the field collapsed. The light and shadows on the field gradually faded. Qin Shuang stood still, her fingertips still trembling slightly. Losing this match, she had essentially been eliminated from the top 8. Unless You Chen lost 2 consecutive matches next, she would still have a glimmer of hope. But everyone knew that possibility was too slim. Ning Wushuang put away her dual disc, still wearing that faint smile on her face. 2 consecutive wins. She had already secured a spot in the top 8. The remaining duels would only determine whether she would be first or second in the group. High up in the spectator stands, Lin Wanqing watched the dissipating light screen on the field, gently setting down her teacup. This academy truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. A hint of interest appeared in her eyes. No wonder the teacher specifically instructed that we should focus on selecting students here. Now it seems it makes sense. Qin Tianming did not respond. He turned and walked down from the spectator stands. Lin Wanqing glanced at his back, but did not stop him. She knew he was going to find Qin Shuang. The announcer's voice echoed through the venue. Southern Group. Ning Wushuang wins. Secures a spot in the top 8. The big screen refreshed immediately. Eastern Group. Yun Mutian vs. Chu Lingfeng. Yun Mutian wins, securing a spot in the top 8. Next match, Wang Quan vs. Tanya. Southern Group. Ning Wushuang vs. Qin Shuang. Ning Wushuang wins, securing a spot in the top 8. Next match, You Chen vs. Ning Wushuang. Western Group. Jianghan vs. Qin Tianhai. Jianghan wins, securing a spot in the top 8. Next match, He Zishuan vs. Su Jian. Northern Group. Su Ying wins by default, securing a spot in the top 8. Next match, Su Pengfei vs. Tang Ninger. Preparation area. You Chen lowered his head to organize his deck. Today he still had one chance to use the damaged card repair. He flipped through the damaged cards a few times, then his finger suddenly stopped. You're it. He pulled out that damaged card, his eyes lighting up. Perfect. It's time to let them experience true joy. The damaged card was inserted into the dual disc. The next moment, the dual disc vibrated slightly. A complete card popped back into You Chen's hand. He glanced at the card, faced the corner of his mouth, lifting slightly. The announcer's voice rang out again. Next match. Southern Group, You Chen vs. Ning Wushuang. Both duelists please take the stage. You Chen inserted his deck back into the dual disc, stood up, and walked toward the arena. On the other side, Ning Wushuang had not stepped down at all. She stood in the center of the duel platform waiting for him to come up. Seeing You Chen approach, her peach-red eyes clearly brightened. Brother You Chen. Her voice was syrupy soft. Finally, I've been waiting for you. I've been looking forward to this duel so much. You Chen stopped lifting his eyes to look at her. If you're looking forward to it, then duel. Don't be crazy. Ning Wushuang gave a soft laugh, extending a finger and beckoning him. Don't be so cold. Since we finally met, how about adding a wager? She was naturally beautiful. Her looks, figure, ultra-short skirt, black stockings, long legs, combined with her seductive words caused many male students to have a reaction, instinctively pressing down on their crotches. But You Chen's expression did not change at all. He simply asked, what's the bet? Ning Wushuang held a smile. If you win, I'm yours. You can treat me as less than human. She paused, lowering her voice. The audience immediately erupted. Holy shit. This can be wagered. Is she serious? I want. Damn idiot, wouldn't you be just giving it away? Ning Wushuang ignored those voices. She looked at You Chen and continued. However, if you lose, you'll belong to me. Ning Wushuang's words actually had 2 meanings. The first meaning was the literal one. The second meaning, well, was actually a dark pact. If You Chen agreed and lost, he would become her dark puppet. That was how Shi Xiong had become a puppet before. Yu Chen didn't hesitate for even half a second. No, not interested. Ning Wuxuang blinked. Yu Chen looked at her, his tone calm. What use are you? If you lose, I want your rare card. Pot of greed. The smile on Ning Wuxuang's face finally paused. The audience was silent for a moment. Then the murmurs erupted again. He refused. No way he could refuse that. Ning Wuxuang bets herself, and he wants a card. Can he hold back? Yu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. Are you kidding? What woman is more important than a rare card? Besides, truth be told, even comparing beauty, Ning Wuxuang wasn't worth a single hair of Silent Magician. As for which hair, don't ask. Ning Wuxuang stared at Yu Chen for 2 seconds. A flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. That last sentence, she had used charm magic. Although it was very subtle, ordinary guys couldn't withstand it. Yu Chen, however, seemed not to have heard it. No racing heartbeat. No shifting gaze. He even found her inferior to a card. Ning Wuxuang thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Fine, let's bet pot of greed. Only then did Yu Chen feel satisfied with a rare card. He wouldn't be drowsy. That's more like it. The two simultaneously extended their dual discs. Golden and dark purple light flared on both sides of the field. Duel. Yu Chen LP 4000 Ning Wuxuang LP 4000. Both sides drew 5 cards from their hands. In midair, a coin flipped and fell. Tails. Ning Wuxuang goes first. As soon as the result was announced, the entire audience groaned. It's over. Why is it Ning Wuxuang first again? Her Shadow deck's first turn pressure is too absurd. Once Winda stands, who can withstand it? Yu Chen's match is tough. It wasn't that Yu Chen was weak, it was that Ning Wuxuang's setup was too sinister. So basically no one had high hopes. A chorus of groans. Of course there were also others gloating. At the edge of the stands, Qin Shuang stood behind the crowd, quietly watching the two on the field. She hadn't left, but her eyes had darkened. Losing a duel was nothing. No one could always win. What truly pained her was the restriction and torment in that last duel, being manipulated like a puppet on strings. It made her feel true despair for the first time. And it was Ning Wuxuang whom she disliked. Every counterattack she had fought with all her might had become part of the opponent's plan in front of Ning Wuxuang. That feeling was more suffocating than defeat. She wasn't defeated. She was dismantled step by step. You in this state. A cold voice came from behind. Are you living up to Mother's expectations? Qin Shuang's body stiffened slightly. She did not turn around. Mother, she repeated in a low voice, a hint of coldness in her tone. Don't mention Mother to me. You don't deserve it. Qin Tianming stood behind her, his face darkening. Qin Shuang slowly turned and looked at him. That look was cold. Also weary. And, I don't need you to interfere. With that she turned and left. Her steps were not fast. But there was no intention of stopping. Qin Tianming watched her back, his fists slowly clenching. After a moment, he lifted his head. His gaze crossed the crowd, landing on Ning Wuxuang on the duel platform. In those eyes, for the first time, there was a coldness that could not be suppressed. Ning Wuxuang twirled the hand card between her fingertips, her eyes curving into a smile. I've been saving these for you. I put all my trump cards into this. She looked at Yu Chen and said with a light laugh. I had no choice. If I didn't play it this way, I wasn't sure I could beat you. The moment she said this, the chatter from the sidelines died down. Yu Chen blinked, meaning that the round against Qin Shuang earlier wasn't even Ning Wuxuang's full strength. She had deliberately held back cards. She was afraid that he might see through her strategies from the sidelines and target them in advance. Interesting. Yu Chen looked at Ning Wuxuang more seriously. He didn't dare take her lightly at all. This woman was far more troublesome than any student here. This was also why Yu Chen had always stayed vigilant around Ning Wuxuang. Strength that completely defied that of an ordinary student had to have a reason. Like Zhang Han being a shadow duelist or himself, not belonging to this world. So which category did Ning Wuxuang fall into? Either way, it was worth staying alert. That was a duelist's sense of counterplay. Ning Wuxuang glanced at her hand and drew out a single card with 2 fingers. I activate the spell card from my hand. Purgatory's Release. The card face lit up as dark purple shadow lines spread along her dual disc. Reveal 1 shadow card in your hand. Apply the appropriate effect based on that revealed card's type, monster, spell, or trap. Add 2 shadow cards of different types from your deck to your hand, at most 1 of each type. Then discard 1 card from your hand. She flipped over one of her cards. I reveal a shadow monster. I add 1 shadow spell card and 1 shadow trap card from my deck to my hand. 2 cards shot out from the deck and were caught between Ning Wuxuang's fingers. A moment later, she drew another card from her hand and sent it to the graveyard. Her movements were clean, without a hint of hesitation. Next, I activate the continuous spell card. Frozen Heart, mirroring the divine shadow. The new card face settled into the spell trap zone. Light patterns spread outward from the card and covered half of Ning Wuxuang's field. As this card's effect upon activation, I send 1 fusion monster from my extra deck to the graveyard. Ning Wuxuang raised her hand and pulled a card from her extra deck. Without pausing, she said, the one I choose to send to the graveyard is still El Shadow Winda. When El Shadow Winda is sent to the graveyard, its effect activates. Add 1 shadow card from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Then discard 1 card from your hand. Another card popped out from the deck. Ning Wuxuang caught it, then selected another from her hand and sent it to the graveyard. And the card I just discarded is Shadow Lizard. In the graveyard, a slender dark shadow suddenly lit up. When Shadow Lizard is sent to the graveyard by an effect, its effect activates. Send one Shadow card from your deck to the graveyard except Shadow Lizard. Ning Wushuang's voice rose slightly. This time, the card I choose to send to the graveyard is Shattered Shadow's Ember, Camus Crystal. The deck searched automatically. A card popped out and dropped into the graveyard. At that very instant, Ning Wushuang's delicate face began to emanate a faint trace of magical power, but it was so subtle that no ordinary person could detect it. Ordinary students couldn't see it, but You Chen saw it clearly. At the same time, the golden dual disc on his left arm gave a slight tremor. You Chen's gaze hardened. This reaction, a shadow duelist. Ning Wushuang really was hiding deep. Even You Chen felt somewhat surprised inwardly. Though he had suspected Ning Wushuang before over the past few rounds, she had acted too naturally, too much like a ridiculously powerful transfer student. Now it seemed she had simply been hiding it too well. Additionally, You Chen had a vague suspicion. To wield a Shadow deck at full power, one would inevitably need to channel a certain amount of dark force. Otherwise, it couldn't be controlled at all. And it was precisely for this reason that Ning Wushuang had unknowingly tapped into that dark power. She controlled it extremely well. An ordinary person would never notice the difference. But how could she have known that he could see it all perfectly? Ning Wushuang raised her slender hand high and cried out, "You Chen, this is my Shadow deck at full power." What you saw against Qin Shuang was merely the crippled version. If Qin Shuang knew that her mentality would probably shatter completely, the students around the arena erupted in exclamations. What the hell? So that earlier wasn't even her true, full strength. Qin Shuang was played. She didn't lose to the full version, but to the crippled one. I'm losing my mind. So this full-powered version was saved just for You Chen. She's really prepared a hell of a gift for him. Is she this desperate to get to You Chen? At the back of the crowd, Qin Shuang had just walked a short distance when she suddenly stopped. She didn't turn around. She simply clenched the hand hanging at her side. Crippled version. Those 3 words pierced her heart like a needle. So even after fighting to the very end, she had never forced out Ning Wushuang's true trump card. On the duel stage, Ning Wushuang ignored the uproar from the crowd below. The graveyard slot lit up again, activating the effect of Shattered Shadow's Ember, Camus Crystal in the graveyard. This card's effect can be activated if it was sent to the graveyard by an effect. Banish monsters from your hand, field, or graveyard as fusion material. Fusion summon 1 Shadow fusion monster. She pointed toward the graveyard. I banished 3 cards from the graveyard. Shattered Shadow's Ember, Camus Crystal, Shadow Lizard, El Shadow Window. 3 cards shot up from the graveyard slot in succession. Dark purple flames engulfed the card faces and consumed them in an instant. The dual field began to tremble. A massive fusion array unfolded beneath Ning Wushuang's feet. Black shadow lines spread rapidly across the alloy surface, climbing over the platform, and even staining the protective light barrier at the arena's edge with a layer of darkness. The students in the spectator stands instinctively stepped back. What's going on? This pressure feels wrong. What is she trying to summon? You Chen stood across from her, his brows furrowed, his posture tall and steady. The light of his golden dual disc grew brighter, as if responding to that dark aura. Ning Wushuang stood at the center of the fusion array, her long hair whipped up by the surging magical power. She raised her head, her voice climbing to full volume. Machine of Purgatory. Apex of the Shadows. This body is the absolute domain. Fusion summon. Descend. El Shadow Mishrael. Her words fell, and a pillar of dark golden light burst from the depths of the graveyard. The pillar pierced through the duel stage and shot straight into the dome of the arena. The entire Southern Division arena was crushed beneath the radiance. The next moment, the center of the fusion array split open. A heavy mechanical silhouette slowly rose from the black light. Huge layers of armor unfolded one after another, with dim shadow fire burning at its core. Countless fine shadow threads hung down, connecting to its limbs and spine. The oppressive aura made the students at the arena's edge catch their breath. El Shaddal Mishrael, Earth Rank 10, Machine Type Fusion, ATK 2800, Def 1000. El Shaddal Shekinaga. You Chen stared at the card's face, a hint of astonishment flickering across his expression. Even this card. He let out a low chuckle. Such luck, truly the chosen one. He had already expected Ning Wushuang's strength. But a card of Shekinaga's caliber was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Placed among the 4 great academies, Ning Wushuang's playstyle was already at a slaughtering level. Let alone in a junior academy. That was outright curb stomping. Ning Wushuang gave him no more time to daydream. She raised her hand and pressed it onto the dual disc. Next, I activate the effect of El Shaddal Shekinaga. Once per turn, pay 800 LP. From the deck, add 1 Shaddal card or 1 Infernal Spell Trap card to your hand. Ning Wushuang, LP 4000, 3200, a card ejected from the top of the deck and was caught between her fingers. Next, I activate the other effect of the continuous spell, Frozen Heart, mirroring the Divine Shadow. Ice-white light patterns spread from the card's surface once more. Tribute 1 fusion monster I control. Special summon a Shaddal fusion monster with a different attribute from that monster from the extra deck as a fusion summon. The monster special summoned by this effect has its ATK become 0. She raised her hand and pointed at the Shekinaga in the center of the field. I tribute El Shaddal Shekinaga. The massive armor that had just materialized hadn't even stood for half a turn. Its body slowly dissipated in the ice-white radiance, transforming into a vast stream of dark purple mist that sank back into the continuous spell. The The next moment, the mist coalesced again. El Shaddol Construct appeared. Next I activate the effect of Construct. Send a card from the deck to the graveyard. Shaddol Hedgehog. Ning Wushuang flicked her finger, and a card was pushed into the graveyard slot. Then the graveyard slot glowed again. Shaddol Hedgehog's effect activates when it is sent to the graveyard by a card effect. Add another Shaddol monster from the deck to your hand. I choose Shaddol Wendy. Another card popped into her hand. Ning Wushuang's hand count did not decrease. On the contrary, it kept increasing. In the audience, some were already feeling suffocated. When will this thing ever stop? Every card she plays is connected. One pulls another, a perpetual motion machine. If You Chen can survive watching this entire turn, that's already impressive. Ning Wushuang ignored the voices from the sidelines. She drew another quick play spell. Next I activate the quick play spell Contact with the False Form of God. Using monsters from my hand or field as fusion materials, fusion summon one Shaddol fusion monster. She raised her hand and flipped her fingers. The El Shaddol Construct on the field and the Shaddol Wendy in my hand. I use these two as materials. El Shaddol Construct and Shaddol Wendy rose and twisted together. Fusion. Wind patterns and shadow threads intertwined. Ning Wushuang's voice grew clearer and more excited. Wind blades rend the sky. Shadow wings descend sovereign. The covenant of wind and shadow, the arrival of wing and rider. Appear. Shaddol Winged Rider, Wendy. The fusion array suddenly burst open. A graceful figure emerged from the light. She had golden hair, a fishtail that shimmered with silver light, and a slender staff in her delicate hand. She floated in the air, her hair ends gently swaying in the wind. Shaddol Winged Rider, Wendy. Wind level 6 psychic fusion. ATK, 200 def, 2800. As soon as Ning Wushuang's fingers fell, 2 lights lit up in the graveyard slot. Next I activate the graveyard effect of Shaddol Wendy. When this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, special summon another Shaddol monster from the deck in face-down defense position. I choose Shaddol Ariane. Then chain link 2, the graveyard effect of El Shaddol Construct. Target 1 Shaddol, spell trap card in my graveyard, add that card to my hand. I choose Contact with the False Form of God. Purple-black light surged from the graveyard slot. The quick play spell that had just been used returned to her fingers once more. Meanwhile, a card in face-down defense position fell silently behind Wendy. Ning Wushuang flipped her wrist. Next I activate the effect of Shaddol Winged Rider, Wendy. This effect can be activated during either player's turn. Change any number of face-down monsters I control to face-up defense position. She raised her hand and pointed at the face-down card. Shaddol Ariane. Change to face-up defense position. The face-down card flipped, instantly revealing its flip effect. When Shaddol Ariane is flipped face-up, target one of your banished Shaddol monsters. Special summon that monster in face-up defense position or face-down defense position. The dark purple glint in Ning Wushuang's peach-red pupils flickered. I choose Shaddol Lizard. Special summon it in face-down defense position. Then I set 3 cards. In turn, Ning Wushuang completed her deployment like flowing water. In turn, she still had 2 cards in hand. In the audience, Lin Wanqing's interest could no longer be contained. Such explosive expansion is truly impressive the more I see it. She turned to look at Qin Tianming. This child really doesn't seem like something that could come out of this academy. Qin Tianming did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the girl standing behind the fusion monster, smiling innocently. You Chen gently pushed his deck out of the dual disc and drew the top card. He stared at the opponent's seamless field. You Chen's gaze gradually sharpened as he reached to draw a card. My turn. Draw. You Chen LP 4000 Ning Wushuang, LP 3200. You Chen held a card between 2 fingers and flung it out directly. First I activate the spell card, Cyber Emergency. From the deck, add 1 Cyber Dragon monster or 1 machine-type light monster that cannot be normal summoned to my hand. Golden light patterns lit up along the card. That bright gold formed a stark contrast with the entire purple-black Shaddol field on the opposite side. The moment Ning Wushuang saw that spell card, she let out a light laugh. As expected, it's Cyber Dragon. She reached out and flipped her hand. Then I won't hold back either. I activate my face-down card. Continuous Trap, Shaddol Schism. A set card was flipped open directly on Ning Wushuang's field. You Chen's brows furrowed instantly. As expected, she had been waiting here all along. Ning Wushuang raised her hand and waved, her voice ringing out. Activate during either player's main phase. Banish monsters from my field or graveyard as fusion materials. Fusion summon 1 Shaddol fusion monster. After that I can send 1 monster on your field with the same attribute to the graveyard. However, the monster special summoned by this effect cannot attack directly this turn. As her words fell, she pointed at the graveyard. I banish El Shaddol Winda and Shaddol Hedgehog from my graveyard as fusion materials. In the graveyard zone, 2 dark pillars of light shot up, abruptly intertwining as they surged toward the center of the field. Ning Wushuang's gaze fixed on the fusion taking shape in the sky. Fusion summon. El Shaddol Construct. The purple-black fusion array spread out once more. A small figure descended from the array, sitting cross-legged upon a puppet's shoulder, its bright green twin tails swaying gently. The familiar oppressive pressure once again enveloped the entire field. In truth, Ning Wushuang's move wasn't overly greedy. If she were truly greedy, she could have waited for You Chen to start his combos before activating this card. By then she could have locked down special summons and also sent one of You Chen's monsters with the same attribute to the graveyard. But she didn't do that. Because You Chen was someone who didn't follow any rhythm in dueling. Give him even the slightest opening and he would tear the situation wide open. So Ning Wushuang didn't dare to gamble. Here it comes. El Shaddol Construct, restricting special summons. It's over. It's over. That thing is out again. Oh man. GG. The students in the stands immediately erupted into chaos. Many faces changed color, clearly haunted by psychological trauma from this very card. They could almost already see You Chen with his hand clogged standing there helplessly. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ning Wushuang's lips, brimming with confidence in her victory. You Chen, get ready to be mine. You Chen slowly lifted his gaze. A faint smile crossed his face as he said, I refuse. Ning Wushuang was momentarily stunned. In that instant the atmosphere on the field seemed to freeze. In fact, from the very beginning You Chen hadn't been paying much attention to Ning Wushuang's field. Because for that field he already had a countermeasure prepared. What truly captured his attention was the choice presented by the divine selection order just moments ago. That's right. Earlier at the very moment Ning Wushuang declared that losing meant becoming hers, the divine selection order had already been triggered. Most people would likely choose to agree. After all, it seemed like a no-lose proposition. But You Chen of all people refused. This completely caught everyone off guard. Of course, even without the divine selection order, he would have refused anyway. It's just that now refusing with a reward attached felt even more resolute. This time the reward was a cyber dragon related skill. Although it was still random, it shouldn't be bad. You Chen pinched a card from his hand between two fingers and slowly raised it. I special summon Gadarla the Mystery Dust Kaiju from my hand. This card can be special summoned to your field in attack position by tributing one monster on your field. Ning Wushuang's pupils contracted. Could it be? You Chen grinned widely, pointing his card directly at Construct. That's right. The one I'm tributing is your El Shaddol Construct. Here, have a little gift. The next moment the figure of El Shaddol Construct was forcibly swallowed up. The purple-black oppressive aura shattered instantly. Following that, a massive shadow descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto Ning Wushuang's field. Its metallic shell gleamed with cold light. The colossal mechanical kaiju reared its head and roared the terrifying shockwave, seeming to make the entire venue tremble. The whole arena was silent for half a second. Then it completely exploded. What the heck? You can break it like that. Using the opponent's monster as tribute and sending it straight over. First time I've ever seen this thing. I thought You Chen was about to be locked down, but he just dismantled El Shaddol Construct with a single card. That was way too easy. Absolutely epic. Ning Wushuang stared at the kaiju on her field, her composure finally beginning to crack. You're playing Cyber Dragons, and you run this card. You Chen shrugged. I'm playing Cyber Dragons, and I run a machine-type monster. Is there a problem? It fits perfectly well. Ning Wushuang was momentarily speechless. Most importantly, there were currently no Shaddol spell traps in her graveyard. She had been planning to use El Shaddol Fusion when Construct was about to be destroyed. After all, there's usually some prelude before a monster gets destroyed. But with a kaiju, there was no prelude at all, leaving her no window to activate it. And this was precisely the result You Chen wanted. Kaiju removal was just that unreasonable. Things like immunity to everything or readiness for counters were all jokes in the face of a kaiju. In fact, this very card was crafted by You Chen from a damaged card. And it was precisely because it was a damaged card that it might yield a rare one. You Chen had already thought of this before. Damaged cards could be said to be specifically targeted for destruction by the spirits. So damaged cards had a high chance of containing rare cards. And this way his dual disc was practically taking and profiting at the same time. You Chen didn't waste any more time. Now that Construct had left the field, he could finally spread out without any worry. Next, I normal summoned Cyber Dragon Core. As a card hit the field, a silver-white stream of data flashed across it, and the mechanical core quickly took shape. When Cyber Dragon Core is successfully summoned, activate its effect. Add one Cyber Spell Trap or one Cyber Dark Spell Trap from my deck to my hand. You Chen's fingertip rested on his deck. At this moment, the pace that Ning Wushuang had forcibly suppressed had completely returned to his hands. Next, I activate the spell card, Polymerization, from my hand. I fuse Cyber Dragon Core on my field with Cyber Dragon Hers from my hand. Fusion Summon. Chimera Tech Rampage Dragon. When this card is fusion summoned, I can target spell traps on the field up to the number of fusion materials used for its summon and destroy them. I choose to destroy your two set cards. Also, if this card is sent to the graveyard, I can activate its effect. Add one Cyber Dragon monster except this card from my deck or graveyard to my hand. I choose Cyber Dragon Core from my graveyard. Ning Wushuang waved her delicate hand and shouted, open my set card. I activate the continuous trap card, Fiendish Chain. While this card is in the spell trap zone, the targeted face-up monster cannot attack, and its effects are negated. When that target monster is destroyed, this card is destroyed as well. The Chimeric Rampage Dragon was tightly bound by demonic chains, its massive mechanical body frozen in place, its struggles seeming sluggish. It raised its head and roared the sound, causing the entire field to tremble, yet it could not move forward another step. Ning Wushuang watched this scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. What a pity, You Chen, she said. I've already thoroughly studied your tactics. You Chen, however, showed no reaction, merely smiling. Is that really so? He looked up toward Ning Wushuang's backfield. That face-down card of yours is already an open book, he said. Contact with the false god's body. So what else do you have to block me? Ning Wushuang's gaze sharpened. You Chen pinched a card between two fingers, his tone unhurried. There's a card called Mechanical Drive Knight. Do you know it? Once this card is activated, I can instantly fuse your monsters. He paused mid-sentence. The next second, he laughed nonchalantly. Almost let it slip, he said. Never mind, it doesn't matter. You can't stop me anyway. You Chen slapped the card onto the spell trap zone. I activate the continuous spell card from my hand, he declared. Mechanical Drive Knight. As long as this card remains face-up on the field, all face-up monsters on the field become machine type. The moment the card landed, a ring of metallic light rippled outward from Yu Chen's field, rapidly spreading across the entire duel arena. Cold mechanical patterns emerged on all face-up monsters. Yu Chen raised his arm, his smile growing even brighter. There, Ning Wushuang's smile abruptly vanished. She remembered. The duel between Yu Chen and Chen Feng. That scene was still crystal clear in her mind. Almost at the same moment, she realized something, and immediately waved her hand, shouting sharply. Yu Chen, she cried. I never thought you could be so naive. Do you think you've seen through all my cards? You're wrong. My real core isn't in the face-down cards at all. It's this one. Ning Wushuang pointed at her own monster. Activate the effect of Shadow Spirit Wing Rider, Ingwendi. This effect can be activated during either player's turn. Change any number of face-down monsters on the field to face-up defense position. Then you can change face-up monsters on the field except those that were changed to face-up defense position to face-down defense position up to the number of flip monsters among those changed. I choose the face-down monsters on my own field. Appear now. Shadow Lizard. A face-down monster on Ning Wushuang's field flipped up abruptly. A shadow crawled out from the card, transforming into a pitch-black lizard. It crouched on the ground, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Yu Chen's chimeric rampage dragon. Then activate the effect of Shadow Lizard. When this card is flipped face-up, you can target one monster on the field. Destroy that monster. Ning Wushuang pointed. I will destroy your chimeric rampage dragon. As she spoke, Shadow Lizard suddenly opened its mouth, shooting out several strands of dark threads that instantly wrapped around the body of chimeric rampage dragon. Already bound by demonic chains, the rampage dragon had no way to dodge. The next second, the threads pulled tight with a violent yank. The massive mechanical dragon shattered on the spot, fragments scattering and exploding into a blinding flash of light. After that, the effect of Shadow Spirit Wing Rider Ingwendi, select my own Shadow Priestess Slifer and change it to face-down defense position. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Zhu Yu watched this and couldn't help slapping his forehead with a sigh. What's going on? How could Yu Chen make such a rookie mistake? Isn't this just being carried away? Telling your opponent your strategy in advance, isn't that foolish? Looks like he's really gotten cocky. In the audience, Lin Wanqing did not chime in. She stared at Yu Chen on the field, her eyes flickering slightly, her body tensing up. No, she thought. There's a trick. She didn't understand cyber dragons and couldn't pinpoint the issue, but her intuition told her something was off. Qin Tianming frowned. He also looked up again at Yu Chen on the field. Ning Wushuang watched the destroyed chimeric rampage dragon, a smile returning to her face. She murmured softly, don't let success go to your head during a duel, brother Yu Chen. Continue. I want to see what tricks you have left. I hope you can entertain me. Yu Chen lowered his head, raised a hand to cover his forehead. His shoulders quivered slightly. Then he grinned. Sure thing. Ning Wushuang's expression froze instantly. No, this reaction was wrong. Yu Chen lowered his hand and smiled at her. Earlier I deliberately told you that Mechanical Drive Knight can turn your monsters into machine type. Afraid you wouldn't remember, I even made a point of saying it. Instantly fuse your monsters. I deliberately said half and left half unsaid. He looked at Ning Wushuang, his smile deepening. Who would have thought you'd actually take the bait? Ning Wushuang frowned, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. No, everything you said was true. I also watched the duel that day. Since it's all true, where did I fall into the trap? Yu Chen slowly raised his chin. Indeed, all those words are true. But the most crucial point you have no idea about. He pointed to the empty space on his own field. Tire rolling requires Cyber Dragon. Chimeric Rampage Dragon is not a Cyber Dragon, so it can't roll the tire. Hearing this, Ning Wushuang's expression froze on the spot. Her lips parted slightly, her pupils contracting. In that instant, she finally understood. The so-called flaw earlier was not because Yu Chen was carried away. It was a bait he deliberately offered. At this moment, the entire audience erupted. What the hell? So we were all fooled? I thought Yu Chen was getting cocky, but it turns out I'm the clown. Damn. When we play cards, we just play cards, but Yu Chen plays psychological warfare. He even managed to fool us like that. Too sly. A scheming boy. The entire duel arena was in an uproar. Lin Wanqing stood in the audience, stunned for a long moment. Can you really play it like this? She finally understood. Yu Chen was not unaware that Ning Wushuang still had countermeasures. On the contrary, he knew exactly what the shadow deck could do. So he deliberately placed Chimeric Rampage Dragon in front of Ning Wushuang, deliberately spoke only halfway, luring her into thinking she had seized an opportunity. Then he made her use up her crucial flip effect with her own hands. Qin Tianming's expression shifted repeatedly. He really didn't want to admit Yu Chen's move. But the fact was right in front of him. Too brilliant. Yu Chen looked at Ning Wushuang, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Is this enough to entertain you? He not only defeats you, but also twists the knife. That had always been Yu Chen's style. Ning Wushuang's expression suddenly hardened. There was only this one instant of opportunity. If she was even half a beat slower, she wouldn't even have the right to activate it. Flip open the face-down card. Activate quick play spell contact with the false god's body. I used the Bad Star Beast Shizi Kailu and Shadow Wing Rider Yingwenny on my field as fusion materials. Fusion summon. Ning Wushuang swung her arm, and the two monsters on the field were instantly swallowed by a purple-black fusion vortex. Shiningi Naphalite. Bang! Naphalite descended once more onto the field. Ning Wushuang's counter was incredibly swift. Almost at the same moment Yu Chen's action landed, Shun Ingi Naphalite had already stood in front of her field. Then activate the effect of Shadow Wing Rider Yingwenny. When this card is sent to the graveyard, I can target one Ingi card in my graveyard. That card is added to my hand. I choose to add contact with the false god's body to my hand. Also, when Shun Ingi Naphalite is special summoned, I can activate its effect. Send one Ingi card from my deck to the graveyard. Send Ingi Falcon. When this card is sent to the graveyard by an effect, I can activate it. Special summon this card in face-down defense position. You Chen raised an eyebrow. As expected of Ning Wushuang, her reaction was indeed swift. However, he would not give her any time to catch her breath. Yu Chen waved his hand grandly and directly threw out a card. I activate the effect of Cyber Dragon Next Generation from my hand. By discarding one other monster from my hand, I can special summon this card from my hand. The card's light shone and Cyber Dragon Next Generation landed on Yu Chen's field, its mechanical core flickering with blue-white arcs. Yu Chen held another card between two fingers and smoothly unveiled it. Don't bother looking. I know you're waiting for me to activate an effect, but unfortunately I've seen through you completely. You're as good as naked. These words made even Ning Wushuang blink involuntarily. Next, I activate the spell card Evolutionary Blaze from my hand. This can only be activated if I control a face-up Cyber Dragon on my field. Destroy one card on your opponent's field. This turn Cyber Dragon cannot attack. I will destroy the face-down defense position monster on your field. A blazing light erupted, directly blasting toward the face-down monster on Ning Wushuang's field. Ning Wushuang's expression instantly tightened, and she cried out sharply. Activate the effect of Ingi, which I Liuer. When this card is sent to the graveyard by an effect, I can target up to 3 cards in the graveyard S of either player. Banish those cards. I choose 3 cards from your graveyard, banish them. 3 cards popped out of Yu Chen's graveyard slot, and turned into specks of light swallowed into another dimension. Yu Chen didn't even blink. He pointed his finger. I use Cyber Dragon Next Generation on my field, and Shun Ingi Naphalite and Ingi Lizard on your field. As fusion materials. Ning Wushuang's pupils contracted. In the next moment, the machine-type monsters on the field were forcibly drawn together, turning into several steel pillars of light that surged into the sky. Cyber Dragon as the core machine body, as the armor. Descend in the form of a fortress crushing all obstacles. Appear. Special summon. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon. Yu Chen let out a roar that pierced the sky, his voice reaching a fever pitch, his fingertips seeming to tear through the clouds above. In an instant, 3 pillars of light tore through the field, and a colossal steel dragon burst forth from the fusion storm. Its tire-like body rotated layer by layer, crashing down heavily, shaking the ground. Chimeratech Fortress Dragon descended. Ning Wushuang's face darkened, finally feeling the pressure. Fortunately, I fused earlier. Otherwise, this strike would indeed have been enough to end it. She still had 3,200 life points. And Chimeratech Fortress Dragon's ATK was 300,0500. Still a bit short. Just a little. If she hadn't fused, she would have been finished. Hearing this, Yu Chen laughed out loud. Originally, you really wouldn't have lost. But now you have already lost. Ning Wushuang was stunned on the spot. The entire audience of students also erupted. What? Already lost? How can this be a loss? I don't understand, truly don't understand. Coach, I want to learn this. Get lost. I don't know either. Yu Chen held a card between 2 fingers and slowly raised it. The smile on his lips grew more apparent. Have you forgotten? Cyber Dragon Court just added a card for me. As his voice fell, he slammed the card down. Activate quick play spell. Cyber Load Fusion. Shuffle fusion materials from your field and/or your banished monsters that are listed on a fusion monster into the deck. Then fusion summon that fusion monster from your extra deck, using Cyber Dragon monsters as fusion material. This turn, monsters other than the one special summoned by this effect cannot attack. Ning Wushuang's eyes widened in shock. Yu Chen pointed to the banished zone. I choose the 2 monsters you just banished. Cyber Dragon Core. Cyber Dragon Heart. Fusion summon. Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. As his words fell, the banished zone suddenly erupted with blinding electric light. A rift in another dimension was forcibly torn open, and 2 Cyber Dragon cores flew out from the twisted space, wrapped in raging currents, refusing in midair. Roar. A roar shook the entire field. Gale winds rose, arcs scattered, and the sky above the dual field was illuminated by blue-white light. In the next moment, Chimeratech Rampage Dragon descended once more. The steel dragon's head lifted, its wings spread electricity, crackling all over its body, a violent aura instantly overwhelming the entire field. Yu Chen raised his hand, pointing at Ning Wushuang's field. This time I will destroy 2 more cards on your field. I'll just clear them all for you. Ning Wushuang stared, completely stunned. She never imagined Yu Chen still had this trick. Fusion from the banished zone. Even she reacted like this, let alone the students in the audience. Holy shit. I've been playing fusion for 3 years and never seen a fusion from the banished zone. Whose general is this? Another master. Is there no law? Compared to him, what I play is called fusion. My god, I've really seen it all today. The audience below was in uproar. Ning Wuxuang took a deep breath, and for the first time true gravity appeared on her pretty face. However, she quickly grasped the last glimmer of hope. Don't forget, you said yourself that the turn Cyberload Fusion is activated, only the monster special summoned by this effect can attack. Chimeratech Rampage Dragon only has 2,100 ATK. How can I lose? You Chen crossed his arms and smiled at her. Since you asked so sincerely, then I will graciously tell you. He raised his hand, pointing at Chimeratech Rampage Dragon on the field. Activate the effect of Chimeratech Rampage Dragon. Once per turn during my main phase, I can send up to 2 machine-type light monsters from my deck to the graveyard. This turn, this card can attack up to the number of monsters sent to the graveyard by this effect in addition to its normal attack during the same battle phase. What a... Ning Wuxuang's pretty face froze completely. At the same moment, the entire audience drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Hiss. A look of disbelief spread across Ning Wuxuang's face. Her Shadow deck at full power had actually lost to You Chen Cyber Dragon, and it was an OTK in a single turn. In a sense, Ning Wuxuang's Shadow deck was terrifyingly defensive. With various flip effects, graveyard-triggered abilities, and countless disruptions layered upon each other, one could easily be dragged into a quagmire, if not careful. But she happened to be up against Cyber Dragon. Utterly unreasonable. It simply rolled over everything. Too many of her monsters were wiped out in one go, and her once solid defense crumbled in an instant. Yet even at this point, Ning Wuxuang still had a defense monster on her field. This alone showed how formidable the Shadow deck's defense truly was. Too bad. You Chen wouldn't give her another chance. He pointed a finger. Chimeratech Rampage Dragon, attack the Shadow Falcon on your field. First attack. Chimeratech Rampage Dragon roared, its chest crackling with surging electricity. The next moment, a blazing white stream of electronic light erupted forth. Boom. The Shadow Falcon shattered on the spot, its afterimage swallowed by the stream. You Chen didn't stop. Next, second attack. A second stream of electronic light condensed, shooting toward Ning Wuxuang with a piercing hum. Boom. Ning Wuxuang staggered back several steps from the impact. Her life points plummeted. Minus 2,600 LP. She let out a grunt, forcing herself to steady her stance. 600 LP. Only a sliver remained. You Chen raised his arm, his gaze unwavering. Third attack. The final stream of electronic light gathered in Chimeratech Rampage Dragon's maw, its energy surging until the entire arena was bathed in a blinding white. The next second, the stream cascaded down, engulfing Ning Wuxuang entirely in the electric light. Boom. Up. Ning Wuxuang cried out, her life points dropping to 0. The duel was over. You Chen had cleanly OTK'd in one turn the very Ning Wuxuang who had just demolished Qin Shuang. The entire duel arena fell silent for several seconds. All the students stared blankly at the outcome as if unable to process it. A long pause. Finally, someone snapped out of it. Holy shit. You Chen won. And it was a one-turn kill. That's insane. This is too ridiculous. I thought he was just a dark horse, but now it seems he hasn't even reached his limit. I don't know why, but the more I look at him, the more handsome You Chen seems. What do you like a girl like me at? You? You're not worthy. You Chen is mine. Both of you step back. Duel me. I'm putting it out there, You Chen is my designated man. Anyone who dares to have ideas will have to get through me first. In an instant, the female students who had already been won over by You Chen could no longer contain themselves. At the edge of the spectator stands, Zhu Yu stood still, taking a long time to come back to her senses. A flush of embarrassment crept onto her face. She quickly lowered her head and deleted her previous comment on her terminal. Wrong. Completely off. I thought he was getting carried away, but he was actually baiting Ning Wuxuang to attack. I'm such a failure as a teacher. I have to admit that move was really clever. Zhu Yu stared at You Chen on the field, her expression turning complicated. Maybe I should ask him for advice sometime. Elsewhere, Lin Wanqing finished watching the duel and instinctively began to clap. It was rare for her to applaud a match at the primary academy. Not bad. Worth looking forward to. Qin Tianming crossed his arms, his expression still indifferent. Mere trickery. A true duelist would never stoop to such psychological tricks. If you have real strength, you just crush them head on. Ning Wuxuang is still too inexperienced. If this You Chen ever faces me, pulling that stunt would only make a fool of himself. Having said that, Qin Tianming paused. Of course he's not bad in terms of strength. But that's only good enough for a primary academy. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but let out a chuckle. You're still the same. So cocky and arrogant. That's why it's a miracle someone like you has a friend like me. As for a girlfriend, forget it. No one likes your type. Qin Tianming said calmly. Women are too much trouble. I'm a man who will duel for a lifetime. Dueling is enough. On the field, Ning Wuxuang struggled to her feet, brushed the dust off her clothes and sighed. Oh, I lost. So frustrating. My group first place is gone. You Chen looked up at her. Pot of greed. Ning Wuxuang held the card between two fingers and couldn't help but complain. Am I really not as good as this card? She blinked and deliberately leaned closer. Why don't you reconsider the original bet? Tonight's fine. You can treat me however you want. As soon as the words left her mouth, the entire audience erupted in exclamations. So thrilling. Many students were already blushing, and many male students couldn't handle it. Holy crap, how dare she say that? Can't take it, really can't take it. You Chen, if you don't agree, I'll agree for you. Get lost. What standing do you have? A group of male students broke down on the spot. Some covered their faces, some lowered their heads, and some simply turned and ran to the restroom. You Chen, however, just looked at Ning Wushuang. Then he slowly walked over. Instead, Ning Wushuang was stunned. Did he really take the bait? No way. Given Yu Chen's personality, he shouldn't be like this. But he was indeed walking toward her now. Ning Wushuang's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, her mind a chaotic mess. What was he going to do? Take her hand. Lean in close. Or? Yu Chen arrived in front of her. Then he reached out and snatched the pot of greed from between her fingers. Give it here. You've been dawdling for ages. Ning Wushuang. Indeed. She had overthought it. Yu Chen stored the card, lifted his eyes slightly, and looked toward the distant arena. Alright. Next up is the quarterfinals. The duels continued into the afternoon. Finally, the top 8 were all decided. On the big screen. Eastern Group, Yin Mutian first, Chu Lingfeng second. Southern Group, Yu Chen first, Ning Wushuang second. Western Group, Jiang Han first, Su Jian second. Northern Group, Su Ying first, Tang Ninger second. Among the quarterfinalists except for the Eastern Group, the other groups all had unexpected slots. Ning Wushuang from the Southern Group. Previously, due to the students' lack of understanding, they thought it would be difficult for her to break through the group stage to the quarterfinals amidst Yu Chen and Qin Shuang. Su Jian from the Western Group, who fought his way up from the regular class, even defeated He Zixuan. Tang Ninger from the Northern Group, a soft-looking girl from the regular class, won consecutively against Shi Xiong and Su Pingfei, surprising everyone. And once the quarterfinal list was out, the draw followed quickly. Yu Chen stared at the list for a long time. In the quarterfinals, contestants from the same group are avoided. Yu Chen versus Tang Ninger, Yun Mutian versus Su Jian, Jiang Han versus Ning Wushuang, Su Ying versus Chu Lingfeng, Yu Chen versus Tang Ninger, Tang Ninger. Yu Chen looked up at the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. Why did he have to face her? Ning Wushuang glanced at the screen, then at Yu Chen, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Tang Ninger, that adorable little sister of yours. One of you and your childhood sweetheart must go. Yu Chen tucked the pot of greed into his deck box and replied casually, you'd better worry about yourself. After all, aren't you up against Jiang Han too? The presiding teacher stepped onto the stage and cleared his throat. Today's group matches have all concluded. The quarterfinals will officially begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. Qualified players, go back and adjust your form, organize your decks, and be here on time tomorrow. The rest of you may continue to watch the matches. Many students stared at Yu Chen's retreating figure, their gazes shifting. Before, they only saw him as a dark horse with potential. Anyone who still thought that now was a fool. On the other side, Qin Shuang stood at the back of the crowd. She didn't cheer, nor did she speak. She just fixed her gaze on Yu Chen's back, her fingers clenching unconsciously. Today she lost to Ning Wushuang. She lost miserably. And then Yu Chen defeated Ning Wushuang in a single turn. The gap between these outcomes choked her chest. It wasn't jealousy toward Yu Chen. It was a sudden realization that the distance between them seemed far greater than she had imagined. Was the gap truly this immense? And last time Yu Chen had already beaten her. He could have clearly explained the effect of the Dark World's Demon King and declared victory. But he didn't. He chose to call it a draw. Before this, she thought he was just a little stronger. Now it seemed he was a billion times stronger. Qin Shuang lowered her head, staring at her deck box. Her world seemed to be muted, her eyes lost in isolation and helplessness. Night fell. The Academy Forum was in an uproar. Several posts dominated the front page. Yu Chen OTK'd Ning Wushuang in one turn, absolutely insane. Qin Shuang defeated by Ning Wushuang, shocking upset, out of the quarterfinals. Back in his dorm, Yu Chen glanced through a couple of posts. The threads were trending. The comments were even more absurd. Some people seriously analyzed the duels. Some called for him to teach a class. Others captured his exchange with Ning Wushuang and added a bunch of weird captions. Yu Chen grew more exasperated as he read. Don't these people have anything better to do? He shut down his terminal and took out the pot of greed for a look. The card shimmered with a familiar luster. The value of this item in this world went without saying. Ning Wushuang might have teased him, but she gracefully accepted the bet. Yu Chen slipped the card into a dedicated sleeve. The biggest gain today wasn't just this card. It was also the Cyber Dragon skill granted by the Divine Selection. It should have settled by now, right? Yu Chen muttered, opening the interface to check. The next moment, he was utterly stunned. Fatal 5 strikes. Wow, you're truly soulbound. Yu Chen couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He glanced at the time, grabbed his change of clothes, and stepped into the bathroom. The sound of water soon filled the room. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Qin Shuang sat at her desk, staring blankly at her terminal. The room was empty. Her roommates were probably still outside chatting about the matches. Occasional laughter drifted through the hallway, muffled by the door. She placed her deck box on the table, opened it, then closed it again. She repeated the motion several times. The restlessness in her heart still hadn't faded. She wanted to talk to someone. Just to sit with someone for a while and chat a little. But after scrolling through her contacts, she realized there was only one person she could turn to. Yu Chen. Qin Shuang stared at that name, her expression more serious than when she dueled. If it were about challenging him to a duel, she wouldn't hesitate. 2 words would suffice. Duel. Simple, direct, clear. But this time it wasn't. She couldn't just send a message saying, come out chat with me, like a command. But she had little social experience and didn't know how to ask someone out. Yu Chen, are you free right now? Didn't feel right. I'm a bit upset today, want to talk. Even worse. It sounded like a sign of weakness. Qin Shuang frowned. She had grown up solving everything through duels. At this moment she had no idea how to initiate. Finally she opened a web browser. She typed into the search bar with extreme seriousness. How to ask a friend of the opposite sex out for a chat. A flood of results instantly appeared. Qin Shuang read through them one by one. Some were too long, as she couldn't be bothered. Some were too cheesy, as she didn't understand. Others had step-by-step guides: create atmosphere, send signals, shorten distance. The more Qin Shuang read, the deeper her frown grew. It was just asking someone out for a chat. Why was it more complicated than setting up a deck? She kept scrolling until she found a highly upvoted answer. The headline was striking. One sentence does it all: extremely high success rate. Just copy it, no questions asked. Qin Shuang's eyes stopped there. Just copy it. That sounded good. That was exactly what she needed. Bro, I'm home alone. Want to come over for some passionate chat? The comments below were all praises. Master, who can resist this? Sends it, and they reply instantly. Highest upvote, for a reason. Qin Shuang read it carefully, her brow slowly relaxing. Bro. Why call him bro? That seemed a bit odd. But with so many upvotes it must be fine. Home alone. That was true. The dorm was empty, now matching the facts. Passionate chat. Qin Shuang pondered. Passionate probably meant engaging deeply. Chat meant a good conversation. Together it meant the dorm was empty and quiet, perfect for a serious talk. The logic was flawless. Qin Shuang nodded. There are still smart people on the internet. She copied the sentence and switched to her chat with You Chen. Her finger hovered over the send button. She paused, then paused again. Qin Shuang took a deep breath as if finally making up her mind. Send. Bro, I'm home alone. Want to come over for some passionate chat? After the message went through, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Qin Shuang placed her terminal on the desk and sat up straight. 1 minute passed. No reply. 2 minutes passed. Still no reply. Qin Shuang frowned. Could it be that he didn't want to come? She picked up the terminal and read the message she had sent again. It was completely fine. No typos. The meaning was clear. The highest upvoted answer couldn't be lying. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory bathroom, You Chen had just rinsed his hair and was reaching for a towel. A sudden ding came from the terminal on the sink. He glanced at it. Sender Qin Shuang. You Chen paused, looking for him this late. Not another duel, is it? The next second, the sound of water still echoed in the bathroom. But You Chen froze. The line on the screen was crystal clear. Bro, I'm home alone. Want to come over for some passionate chat? You Chen stared at the screen for 3 seconds. He checked the sender's info again. Account hacked. Account thieves have no professionalism at all. Who would they try to trick of all people? Qin Shuang. What's in her account besides deck data? Despite saying that, You Chen's fingers still hovered over the screen, unmoving for a long time. He stared at that line of text for a while before deciding to play it safe. Qin Shuang. The message was barely sent before the other side replied instantly. Who else? You Chen couldn't help but twitch his eye. It sounded a bit like her. But precisely because it was so similar, he grew more uneasy. Prove it. Qin Shuang stared at those 4 words stunned. Prove it. How? And why did she suddenly need to prove herself? Sitting on the edge of her bed, she thought for a few seconds, then replied. We once had a duel at the House of Duelists. You Chen's frown deepened. That was indeed something only Qin Shuang would know. But the problem remained: if it was really her, what exactly did she mean by that earlier message? You Chen stared at the screen, hesitating for a moment before typing out a line. So what was that message about? The other side quickly replied with 4 words. Passionate chat. That left You Chen completely dumbfounded. Water droplets dripped from the tips of his hair, splattering onto the sink with a soft pattering sound. He stared at those 4 words on the screen, questioning his entire existence. Ridiculous. Has Qin Shuang's personality completely changed after losing to Ning Wushuang? You Chen draped the towel over his shoulder, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He thought for a moment. Forget it. Whatever she wanted, he'd meet her first. Give me 10 minutes. Qin Shuang froze upon seeing this message. She had expected to explain much longer, but You Chen agreed directly. Okay. After sending it, she sat on the bed in a daze for a while. Then she stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Night pressed down upon the academy. Street lamps lit up one after another, their light falling on the cobblestone paths, casting a faint white glow. By the small plaza, a few couples sat on benches huddled close together. Some whispered and laughed, others leaned shoulder to shoulder, and a few held hands, unwilling to let go for a long time. Qin Shuang sat across from them, watching for a long while. She couldn't understand it at all. What was the point of sitting here hugging and cuddling? How could they be laughing so happily? Was this more thrilling than a duel? Was it more satisfying than drawing a key card? Was it more exhilarating than turning the tables against an opponent? These people must have something wrong with their heads. Just then a figure blocked her view. Qin Shuang looked up. You Chen stood before her, hair still slightly damp, jacket casually thrown on, clearly rushed over from the dorm. He followed Qin Shuang's gaze, watching so intently. You Chen's expression was a bit subtle. Could this girl actually be thinking about falling in love? Qin Shuang shook her head. I just can't figure it out. What's so enjoyable about hugging and cuddling here? Isn't dueling far more interesting? She said it very seriously. You Chen was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. There are plenty of things you don't understand. Qin Shuang frowned. And you do? A little. You've been in love before. No. Qin Shuang looked at him, her expression now tinged with speechlessness. Then why are you acting like you know it all? You Chen choked. This girl really didn't hold back. He sat down beside her lazily, leaning back against the bench. So what's the real reason you called me out this late? Qin Shuang was silent for a moment. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, leaves whispering. She looked down at her hands, fingertips lightly pressed together as if organizing her thoughts. I'm frustrated. I just wanted to get out and clear my head. You Chen didn't interrupt. Qin Shuang paused, then continued. After losing today when I picked up the Valkyrie deck again, it felt strange. Before, whenever I held the deck, I knew exactly how to play. But today was different. It felt unfamiliar to me. Maybe I've become unfamiliar to myself. She finished, her brow furrowing tighter. I've lost my confidence. You Chen looked at her. Those words from Qin Shuang were indeed rare. On ordinary days, Qin Shuang was exceptionally confident. But today Ning Wushuang had truly crushed her too harshly. It wasn't just a loss in score. It was a complete, humiliating torment. Yu Chen pondered for a moment, then said, if you don't even believe in your own deck, then the deck can never respond to you. Qin Shuang looked up at him. Yu Chen continued. You're clearly shaken to the core right now. That's perfectly normal. Every duelist goes through this. When something you've always believed in suddenly stops working, you start doubting your deck, doubting yourself, doubting the choices you've made. When you recover, you'll find your rhythm again. Or maybe you'll switch to a new deck. Qin Shuang said nothing. Yu Chen gazed at the distant lights, his voice calm. This phase is tough to endure. Get through it, and your strength will rise a notch. If you don't, you'll fall. Worse still, you might lose the very spirit to keep dueling, becoming a third-rate duelist. Qin Shuang's fingers tightened slightly. Yu Chen turned to her. Your Valkyrie deck isn't yours, is it? You've never been fighting for yourself, have you? Qin Shuang was momentarily stunned by this. Those words seemed to pierce straight into her heart. Yu Chen didn't rush to continue. Yes. Qin Shuang nodded slightly. Yu Chen smiled. Try fighting for yourself for once. Don't care what others think. And don't worry about what this deck is supposed to be. If you want to win your own way. When you truly fight for yourself, you'll discover what suits you. Then whether it's the Valkyrie or a new deck, something will respond to you. Qin Shuang looked at him, her gaze gradually calming. Yu Chen added another line. Of course, if you just wallow in despair and become a third-rate duelist for good, then you're not worthy of being my friend. Qin Shuang blinked. Then she finally understood his meaning. He wasn't comforting her. He was pulling her up. Qin Shuang lowered her head, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. I understand. Thank you. Yu Chen then let out a laugh. Don't thank me. If you thank me, how will you ever repay the favor? Qin Shuang. He had thrown her own words back at her. She was silent for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but smile. The tightness in her chest seemed to ease a little. The two of them didn't head back to the dorm right away. Yu Chen took her to the back street of the academy for some food. By the time Qin Shuang returned to the dorm, it was very late. After washing up, she lay in bed staring at the ceiling for a long time. Yu Chen's words still echoed in her mind. Fight for yourself. That phrase sounded simple, yet she had never truly considered it before. The deck of the Valkyrie rested upon Qin Shuang's shoulders like an unending burden she could never set down. From childhood, her family had hailed her as the most gifted child, placing all their hopes of winning every duel and achieving the finest results squarely upon her. When her teachers spoke of her, their tone always carried an assured praise, convinced she would persevere to the very end. Even in the classroom, the casual glances her classmates cast her way concealed an unshaken certainty that she would succeed. These gazes, expectations, and judgments wrapped around her in layers, making even a simple breath feel heavy. They left her afraid to fail, for to fail seemed like an unforgivable sin. Qin Shuang gently closed her eyes, her eyelashes casting shadows over the exhaustion within. Sleepiness rose like a tide, enveloping her nerves that had been taut all night, and before long she fell into a deep slumber. In her dream, boundless darkness stretched endlessly. No glimmer of light, no whisper of sound. The silence was so profound she could hear the echo of her own heartbeat. From the distant darkness emerged a vague figure, its broad wings unfurled behind it. Its silhouette resembled an angel from legend, yet it was shrouded in an impenetrable shadow that obscured its features. Qin Shuang instinctively reached out, trying to grasp the shadow. But no matter how far she ran, the figure remained just out of reach, close enough to see yet impossibly distant. The figure stood in the darkness, gazing at her. A voice carrying a faint smile drifted slowly into her ears. Do you desire power? Qin Shuang's heart tightened painfully. She tried to speak, but her throat felt blocked, unable to produce any sound. The figure slowly retreated, its voice growing fainter. If you are ready, tell me. Don't go. Qin Shuang lunged forward desperately, but the darkness thickened, gradually swallowing the winged figure until it was far beyond reach. In her panic, she finally broke through the restraint and shouted aloud. I'm ready. Don't go. I'm ready. The angelic figure suddenly turned around. Hope flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. But as she gradually made out the face, she froze in astonishment. It was Yu Chen. Yu Chen wore an exaggerated mocking grin. No, you're not ready. You're still fundamentally weak. You're not even worthy compared to Ning Wushuang. How dare you seek strength? At that moment, another angel flew nearby. It was Ning Wushuang rushing into Yu Chen's embrace. Yu Chen held Ning Wushuang and laughed uproariously as he flew away. No! Qin Shuang gasped in terror, jolting awake and sitting up abruptly. Her forelock was damp with cold sweat clinging messily to her brow. Her chest heaved violently, her breathing rapid and shallow. Pale golden morning light filtered through the window. The dormitory was silent except for the steady breathing of her roommates, still deep in sleep. Qin Shuang stared blankly at her hands, her palms trembling slightly. Not what? She didn't even understand why she had shouted, no. A dream, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. After a moment of silence, she suddenly looked up and shouted earnestly into the empty air once more. I'm ready. Give me power. There was no response in the room. Only the curtains by the window stirred gently in the morning breeze, rustling softly. Qin Shuang lowered her hands and fell silent for a long time before letting out a soft sigh. It was just a dream after all. Why would I believe something from a dream? Yet despite her words, the shadowed figure with wings from the dream remained etched in her mind, impossible to erase. Recalling the dream only fueled her frustration the more she thought about it. Frowning, she picked up her terminal and sent a message to You Chen. You're the weak one. You Chen replied. What was going on? Even You Chen was bewildered. The quarterfinal arena was already packed to capacity. After yesterday's duel where You Chen defeated Ning Wushuang in a single turn, his popularity had completely ignited the crowd. Many students headed straight for the competitors' lounge as soon as they entered, standing on tiptoes to look around. Has You Chen arrived? He's facing Tang Ninger today, right? Tang Ninger is formidable too. For a regular class to reach the quarterfinals is quite unexpected. I watched yesterday's recording 3 times over. The more I watched, the more absurd it seemed. Don't mention it. I dreamed about rolling tires last night. Amidst the chatter, the host walked onto the main stage, his voice ringing clearly through the speakers to every corner of the arena. Students, the quarterfinals are about to begin. The first match. You Chen versus Tang Ninger. Let's welcome our 2 competitors. The moment the words fell, the crowd erupted in cheers that vibrated through the air. You Chen emerged calmly from one side of the corridor, his expression composed, his card case secured at his waist, his stride unhurried and confident. On the other side, Tang Ninger stepped onto the dueling platform. The moment her gaze fell upon You Chen, her eyes lit up with unmistakable anticipation. You Chen ji, I will give this duel my all. You Chen saw the sincerity in her eyes and smiled gently. Then I look forward to it. Tang Ninger's expression turned serious and focused, her gaze locked onto You Chen. The noise below gradually subsided as all eyes fixed on the 2 duelists. The duel discs activated automatically, decks locked in place, and life point counters illuminated clearly. You Chen raised his hand slowly, and Tang Ninger did the same. 2 steady voices rang out in unison across the quiet arena. Duel. A coin was tossed. Tails. Tang Ninger would attack first. The Magician Girl deck actually holds an advantage when going first, as it is a typical defensive deck that can only break through with the 5 arrows Magician. One could say the first player's deck gains half an edge while the second player's is weakened by half. This is a deck that heavily relies on turn order, unstable. Meanwhile, deep within the academy's dungeon, guards patrolled the surroundings. Suddenly the portal at the far end trembled. One guard paused. Did you see anything just now, eh? The other shook his head. Are you too tired? There's nothing there. The guard rubbed his eyes, convinced he was simply exhausted. But moments later, 2 chains shot out from the portal, dragging both guards inside. Voila! Then a hand emerged from the portal, leaving behind a single message: the old god shall awaken. When that time comes, it shall be the end for all of you. He who obtains the phantom god shall rule the world. That hand belonged unmistakably to Hades, the lord of the underworld. Clearly Hades intended to stir up trouble. He knew You Chen would return, drawn by interest in the phantom god, but Hades had no intention of letting him have his way. He was determined to muddy these waters even further. Though he could not leave this place, his power allowed him to tear open a portion of the barrier and bring some in. This was his limit. He believed that leaving these messages would be enough to turn the world upside down. Duelists are endlessly obsessed with pursuing power. Many did not know what the phantom god was, but the word god was explanation enough. Ha ha ha. Let this storm rage even more fiercely. Boy, you think you can obtain the phantom god? I won't let you. This place will soon plunge into a world-class war. TSK.